If a president doesn't have full immunity, you really don't have a president.
The United States Supreme Court divided 6-3 along ideological lines. The justices say a president now has, quote, absolute immunity from prosecution when it comes to so-called official acts.
The court says it believes in originalism. That's the text of the Constitution, its history and structure. Let's hold them to that. The dissenters actually made a compelling case, and it's just really easy for your audience because this is short. It talks about bribery, and it says when a president accepts a bribe, for example, he can be impeached. And after impeachment, they're subject to criminal prosecution just like everyone else. And yet the court somehow said, no, if a president commits bribery, we could never actually have once out of office criminal proceedings against that ex-president. That is what I meant when I said it's making the Constitution itself unconstitutional. And read it for yourselves.
Notice there the total lack of coherence in this theory. The opinion goes out of its way to say the president is a branch unto himself. He is the executive. That's a unitary theory of executive power. If he is the executive branch and the executive power, it's all part of his power, why doesn't this immunity extend to every member of the executive branch? Why is it that the president is the only one under this theory that has absolute criminal immunity to this extent? Why wouldn't that apply to every other member? Maybe because there's zero history and tradition.
That's the wrong way around, I think.
It's just not possible to have lost Georgia. It's not possible. We don't need dominion or anything else. We have won this election.
This nation was founded on the principle that there are no kings in America. Each of us is equal before the law.
Do you think he's criminally immune for it?
For ordering SEAL Team 6 to attack someone?
Yes, to murder.
Yeah, he would be immune from ordering that.
So we agree that the SEAL Team 6 hypos are absolutely viable, and the dissent is completely right that those are immune.
What you've just granted is that the president could order a completely sham, completely bullshit memo. He didn't even look at it at all. He didn't make any real factual findings. He just said he did. Order the Department of Justice through the FBI to kill, so far, any American citizen for malicious and fucked up reasons, and he would be absolutely immune, is what you just granted, and that's the best reading of this case.
Yeah, I think that's probably right.
I read this opinion, and in order to debate this opinion, you need to read it, okay?
Then I have an Article 2 where I have the right to do whatever I want as president.
It's a thing called Article 2. Nobody ever mentions Article 2.
More importantly, Article 2 allows me to do whatever I want.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the following program. I'm your host, Joe Nierman, aka Good Lawgic. You've seen me debate him before. Some of you hate him. Others of you don't like him. But I'm bringing him back in here now, because we didn't finish last time. I want to finish that up. And since that time, the issue of presidential immunity has been debated before the D.C. Circuit Court, which I thought was, I'm expecting he's probably going to have a difference of opinion with me with respect to what the validity of where the D.C. Circuit Court seems to be headed, because I'll tell you right now, and to me, I recognize they're going to decide against Trump. And I'm sure he agrees with the D.C. Circuit Court and Judge Chutkan, and I'd love to hear the rationale on that and basically point out how fallacious it is. But before I do that, let me start with this. How are you this fine evening, Pisco?
I'm doing great. A very busy day working, but always good to discuss these pressing issues with you, Joe. Just such a pleasure. And you know what? It's a pleasure to be with the audience too. I know that some of them don't like me, but
I was getting mutinied. My chat, here's the problem. I gave him an inch yesterday. This is what happened. So I set up a live stream where I put a thumbnail that we're going to be watching the debate between Haley and DeSantis. Okay. Now, I'm not going to kid you. It was a lot of shrieking. And then Haley.
The debate was shrieking, or the chat was shrieking?
Well, the debate was a lot of shrieking. And Haley it was just like a broken record. Oh my God, on and on. You're a liar. No, you're a liar. No, you. Check DeSantisLies.com. Look, I was like, this is so stupid. I was like, and I was like sort of ranking on them, throughout, like, because I don't like either of them. Okay. I used to like DeSantis, but ever since he's running, I've every time.
Why is that? What's changed about him?
Oh, what's changed? Well, first of all, I don't think he'll be nearly as effective on a federal level because he's not going to have a supermajority. I also think that he's come across. So I like a lot of the policies that he passed in Florida for Florida. Yeah, he didn't do anything though until he had that supermajority. The first 2 years of his first term, he got nothing done. It was only when he got the supermajority. He's not going to have that in Congress. And so he's so wooden. His support for these ridiculously persecutive actions that have been brought against Trump was very, very upsetting. I was like, this is, if you don't realize that the danger that this is causing our calamity, that you're not someone who should be the leader of the party. And time and again, every time he opens his mouth now, it's like he's basically thinking, what can I say that will disappoint Joe more? And then he'll shout that. So
you, Joe, not Joe Biden.
Yeah. That's what I assume it is. I assume that it's anyway. And Nikki Haley, oh my God, that woman's going to start World War III if she ever gets off.
Too hawkish for you?
It's not just like too hawkish. She's too hawkish for a 5-star general. She's insane. I think that she's crazy. I think that for her, peace through strength means that we're basically going to obliterate anyone who offends us, and that's just not to me. It's not a healthy. That's not peace through strength. That's just strength through strength. And I think that she's a disaster. And I think neither of them really understand anything about American values. They're like a very 80s type of old school type of perspective of it's our job to basically police the world. Everything about them is just
okay. Joe, how does that relate to me? You were going to talk about me.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'm glad you brought me back to that. So I'm watching this stupid chat, this stupid debate. And I have my thumbnail up there. So people come in the middle. They're expecting I'm watching debate. My chat starts yelling. They want me to switch over to Trump Town Hall. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that because if I do that, then I know that 45 minutes later, I'm going to have a whole new audience that's sitting there. And they're all going to be like, what the hell happened to the debate? Why aren't you watching the debate? So I was like, no, I'm not. Because, most people don't stay for the whole 2 hours. I know that. So I was like, okay, I don't want to do that. But then I'm getting super chatted. People saying, put up a poll whether you should switch. And I was like, fine. But if it's just like 55-45, I'm not switching. It's got to be like
super majority.
Yeah, exactly. A super majority. I said 60%. 60% is fine. Okay.
That's fair.
Yeah. Came in at 74%. I was like, you schmucks. So fine. So
I just love Trump.
Yeah, they and you know something? He actually was really good. He was really, really good. If you watch, I know you.
Yeah, if you like authoritarian, I'm sure it was really good.
You caught every minute of it. So I don't want to.
I caught some of the hihighlights that the DNC sent me to review.
What CNN sent you?
What the DNC sent me to review.
Oh yeah,
trying to watch those parts.
Oh okay. Yeah, well, they watch him more than anyone.
Oh, so your point is that your chat was pushing you around a lot, and
yes. So then I came back to the debate, and they're like, "Let's go to the Vivek town hall." And I took another poll, and that one came in like 80%. Go to Vivek. So I switched over to Vivek, and now they think that they basically can control me. Where they were basically yelling at me. I basically caved. Once you cave once, now they're like, "Oh yeah, we could totally take this show."
Yeah. You've shown your neck. You've shown your
neckness. I did. Yeah. I showed my neck. That's the problem. I showed my neck. So yeah, my chat they're not big fans of yours. I'm not going to kid you. They're not. But I happen to enjoy these conversations. I do too.
Debates. And you need a yin and yang, right? You need a heel, right?
Yeah.
You need someone to.
Yes.
It's not fun just like chatting with people you like Nick all the time.
And, I don't like basically sitting there saying like, yeah, you're totally right. Yeah, you're totally right. I don't like it. It's boring to me. It's not good. It's not good commentary.
I get you. I'm the same way.
Anyway, this will take 3 fingers scotch my rosary. Amen. All right, Jesus freak. All right, let's get into it. Let's get.
Do you want to do immunity first because that's like topical, or what do you want to do?
Okay, we can start with immunity. Let's start with immunity. All
so
right.
Who should start? I mean, like, who has the?
I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me because how it is that you think that Section 3, Clause 7 of the impeachment clause does not provide him with immunity.
You mean the impeachment judgment clause?
Yeah.
Which essentially states that those who are subject to impeachment will nevertheless be liable for conviction, correct? I can pull up the specific language if you want. But that's what you're referring to generally?
I'm referring, I'll put it up for you. I'm referring to this.
Yeah.
The language says, judgment in cases of impeachment. Oh, stop it with this. I don't need you. Come on. I got it. All right. Judgment in cases of impeachment shall not extend further than to remove from office and disqualification to hold and enjoy any office of honor, trust, or profit under the United States. But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable and subject to indictment, trial, judgment, and punishment according to law. So with that in mind, how on earth do people come across with the perspective of, no, there's no immunity here?
Yeah. So before we even get started, let's just be clear about who this applies to. This impeachment judgment clause is not specific to the President of the United States. So any reading of this clause would apply with equal force. I think logically, you could disagree with me, but at least if your argument is that this text is the basis for some absolute immunity by itself, then by its own terms, it would apply not just to the president, but to the vice president and every single person who's liable for impeachment or who's amenable to impeachment. But that would seem to imply, I think, that people who are like lesser officers or like the Secretary of States or Attorney Generals, they have the same absolute immunity as the president. That is really super duper broad. And no one seems to think that that's actually the case. Everyone seems to think it's specific to the president, but how do you distinguish it if you're just basing it off this text?
So you think there's no such thing as presidential immunity at all?
I didn't say that.
So what type of immunity do you think he has? What's the source of that immunity?
Yeah, so I
didn't mean to do that.
I'm going to sound like the biggest weasel there is right now. That's okay, because I'm used to you guys thinking I sound like a weasel. But I'm actually really, really torn about the current OLC standard. The current OLC standard is that a sitting president is not liable to indictment while they are sitting as president.
Why would that be? Why would that be?
Because of the structure of the executive branch and the take care clause, which vests the executive power in the president. The argument would go something to the effect of that's incompatible with applying the criminal process, the burdensome criminal indictment process, while the president is sitting as president. That version of immunity is immunity from indictment. It's not immunity from criminal investigation. And I think that you, of all people, agree that no one seems to dispute that presidents are subject to criminal investigation while they're president. Happened to Nixon, happened to Trump, happened to Clinton, happened to Joe Biden right now. He's under criminal investigation currently. And so that limited form of temporary immunity from indictment is not a immunity from the criminal law. It just at most is saying you cannot be indicted during this interim window when you are the sitting president. But of course, it would expire as soon as you're not the president anymore. You wouldn't be able to do this kind of gamesmanship at the end of your term or when you resign. And obviously, like the incentive structure would still be there. You'd still want to follow the criminal code. And it would sort of be in concert with the notion that no man is above the law. So that's, yeah.
Okay, well, let's slow down for a second. I agree with you. I agree with the principle of no man is above the law. I simply do. I don't think that the president operates by the same standards as everyone else. I think that's kind of. And you're implicitly agreeing to that. You're implicitly agreeing to that when you're saying that, like, well, we can't encumber him while he's in office. So you're basically
hang on a second. I'm saying I'm torn about the current OLC indictment standard because a lot of the crazed hypotheticals that people seem to take issue with could potentially be true of some of with the current rule about the indictment immunity from the DOJ. I think that there are reasonable arguments on both sides on that particular issue. What I don't think is reasonable is that the president is absolutely immune after he's the president, because it leads to this like crazy situations. Number one, there's no basis for it in the text or the structure.
No, there is. The basis in the text is right here, but the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable.
That applies to, like I said, that applies to every single officer who's subject to impeachment under the Constitution, right?
Yeah.
Like this, that would apply by its own terms to everybody. And so
Let's
I don't think it's a
LLC
basis.
language. Let's pull. You have the LLC there?
The OLC?
Yeah.
I have a 2020 OLC memorandum, and there's a 1973 one. 2000, not 220. The 2000 OLC memorandum basically reaffirms a lot of the 1973 memorandum, which is like I think the first time the OLC dealt with that question. But I can pull it up if you want.
Yeah, if you can pull it up.
Sure.
To me, it makes no sense. To me, it makes no sense because based on what we see from this clause, what do you think the purpose of this is?
This is to prevent double jeopardy. It's the notion of nevertheless is showing you that it's trying to head off a double jeopardy argument where, okay, I was already impeached and therefore I'm not liable for indictment because of double jeopardy. Oh. This is trying to prevent that, and that's what it's for. The nevertheless indicates that the standard rule applies. That is the standard rule of being subject to criminal indictment.
There's no reason to think double jeopardy would have attached. Double jeopardy doesn't attach with respect to federal and state indictments. You could attach for the same acts. You can be found liable for both. We don't say double jeopardy for that. Why would a congressional to me, it's illogical. It doesn't make any sense to think that if Congress goes after them and Congress's punitive measures are limited by this clause to only extending to remove from office and disqualification from further office, to say that's the same thing as him being tried in a criminal proceeding. And accordingly, absent this sentence, we might think that if there was an impeachment,
Trump would argue it. Wait, Trump's arguing it right now.
No sense at all. No, he's not arguing that.
Wait, Trump is arguing in many fora, including the disqualification cases, that there's like res judicata based on the impeachment. He's arguing that the failure of the conviction on the impeachment
You're confused. Respectfully, I think you're confused.
Why that?
Because what he's saying is that this is a condition precedent to his ability to be convicted. Mm-hmm. So once that condition precedent has failed, you can no longer at this point come forward and try raising this. That's what his entire point is. This whole double jeopardy thing is a red herring. It doesn't even make any sense.
Well, I would think double jeopardy applies to
ways. By the way, it's not just federal and state criminal indictments, but we also see that someone can be convicted. It's not considered double jeopardy when someone is sued criminally, that they can be brought to suit civilly as well. So we see that double jeopardy attaches whenever it's the same actions coming before the same tribunal, that's where double jeopardy attaches. To think that double jeopardy would attach in this context, that we need to stop people from thinking that. And that's why we better write this sentence in here, because otherwise someone might think that, hey, if we give you a slap on the wrist for in this tribunal, that we need to leave open that you still can get further punishment in another tribunal. If we don't expressly write that, no one's going to realize that. They're going to think double jeopardy attaches. It's respectfully.
Ludicrous.
It is. I didn't have to say ludicrous for you to realize that I was saying it's ludicrous, because it is ludicrous. It doesn't.
Then why use nevertheless? Why use nevertheless? Nevertheless implies that it could be otherwise. That the implication could be that you are not subject to indictment. The fact that you say nevertheless, that must indicate, I don't know, in terms of English language, that there could be a presumption that someone could think that there is a double jeopardy argument to apply here. That's what I'm saying. Like the term nevertheless, how do you explain that as if they wanted to do an absolute immunity argument, they could just say there shall be two steps to get it could be very clear if they wanted to do that. But this is very odd language to use to set up that immunity.
It's not odd language at all when they say, but the party convicted. Otherwise, what happens if he's not convicted? According to you, the same thing happens if he's not convicted.
In terms of whether or not he is
to face criminal prosecution.
Yeah, I think it's a clear statement rule. Clear statement. It's just like the 10th Amendment, right? You don't really need the 10th Amendment. The notion of a government with limited powers, the federal government having limited powers, that's inherent in the very structure of our entire system. The fact that we are giving out explicit powers.
Right. Once we give powers to the federal government,
it assumes Exactly.
It's implied that they had, to finish the sentence that he knew where I was going, is it's implied that anything that's not given to them, it must be going somewhere else, so it's got to go to the states, right?
Yeah, so in a way it's it can feel a little redundant. People think of that same way about the Ninth Amendment. Those who don't think that the Ninth Amendment is a source for like individual fundamental rights, like abortion rights and stuff like that. It's like, well, why do we need to specify that there are or are not further rights? Like what additional law does this provision provide? And in some cases, it is the case that the framers of the Constitution, out of an abundance of clarity, will include things like the 10th Amendment, or in this case, the nevertheless. I do agree with you that it would, for my belief, be absurd to think that this would apply double jeopardy for the reasons you stated, but that wouldn't necessarily be clear to everybody. And so I think that the use of the word nevertheless clearly implies that people could think otherwise. And again, I don't want you to get away from this.
I don't see how nevertheless changes anything here.
But the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable. So nevertheless, what do you think nevertheless means? So if I tell you like he was puking all while he was running, but nevertheless he finished the race.
I mean, you might think from the first sentence. Might think. Oh, hold on, friends. You might think let's work this. Let's parse this through together, okay? Mm-hmm. That's basically saying you might think from the first sentence that there's no such thing as someone getting criminally punished, but nevertheless, if convicted, in that case, he can be criminally punished. That it's completely consistent with my reading. You're trying to sit there trying to figure out how I can use this word nevertheless to try and find some way that it's implying double jeopardy. But that would only be that would only work for you.
You just mess yourself up and I'll tell you why. Because the entire premise of your argument against that second clause even being necessary under my reading is that it's obvious that this wouldn't imply a double jeopardy because they're very, very different. But what you're saying is, nevertheless, do you understand where I'm going? Nevertheless, no. In order for nevertheless to be operative or make sense in that context, it must be that you're wrong, that it's so clear that the first part of the sentence would not conflict with an indictment. Does that make sense?
No.
Maybe that was maybe word salad for you, but
no. Because the whole point is you have to be convicted, and that if you're convicted, in that case, you're nevertheless, you're going to be liable and subject to indictment. If you're not convicted, you're not nevertheless subject to conviction.
So let's examine this, right? So imagine the thing after nevertheless wasn't there. What would be the status of double jeopardy / amenability to indictment if that was never there?
There would not be an issue with coming after them. With double jeopardy.
In which case, why have nevertheless? If the assumption is that this would not at all be a thing that they would think of in terms of double jeopardy,
it's not.
Nevertheless, seems to imply
that jeopardy issue. It's basically opening up that you should not believe that we're limiting any possible punishment this guy can get. That this is the only way that someone come after him is through this. Is the only possible punishment that a person could ever get while they're in office for the crimes they commit while they're in office is limited to this, because someone could read it that way.
Yeah, no, but think about how you would write it if that's what you meant. You would say something like, but the party shall only be liable to indictment if convicted in impeachment. That's what you would write if you really wanted to make it abundantly.
It's still abundantly clear.
No, because
it's not even like this is a little confusing.
It is not confusing. I agree, but it's not confusing for my benefit.
Oh my gosh. So what does this do? What is the second half of the sentence do? You're saying
it's heading off a double jeopardy argument. That's essentially what it is. And the reason you know that is because nevertheless is implying that someone could get the other impression. And if you wanted to make this a limitation,
that's not the impression someone would get. This is where you're confused. The impression they would get is that this first sentence serves to limit. It's not double jeopardy. This is where you're making. This is where you're sort of getting a little bit, I think, discombobulated. Okay, it's not an issue of double jeopardy. It's an issue as to what potential punishment can someone get for a crime they commit while they're in office? So the first, let's slow down for a second. Just, okay. You might think that in all cases, someone while they're in office, the president while he's in office, whatever crimes he gets can get no punishment. Let's start with this. But we're opening up this impeachment thing to say that you can get this level punishment of disqualification and removal. Nevertheless, if he's convicted, he can further be criminally prosecuted before and trial judgment and other punishment according to law. That's what the point here is. You're starting from an assumption of there's no punishment because he's an officer or because he's president, whatever it is whatever basis, which we can get into the philosophical basis behind it, and we will. But that once you start with that, and now we're opening up, this is how we are punishing him via impeachment. And nevertheless, even though he's whatchamacallit, even though once he's convicted, that we say nevertheless that at that point he can face trial and judgment. I don't even understand.
I think it's specifying what the scope of impeachment. Like the first part of that is specifying that these are the consequences for what we call impeachment. And it's only this thing. Like Congress does not get to decide if someone goes to jail. Like that is, it's very clear. We're specifying that Congress, their impeachment punishments are going to be limited to these two things. But the nevertheless clause is making sure people understand, because other parts of the impeachment clause can confuse you because they use terms like high crime and misdemeanor, right? Or conviction. Those are terms that very much sound in criminal law. But the second clause here is making sure that you understand that even though the impeachment part of it is limited to removal from office and disqualification, that it does not act as a barrier to future potential criminal actions. That's what I think is the clear purpose. I don't think it's the clear purpose is establishing, like, I don't know, as a default matter, every officer is immune from prosecution, because again, this clause applies to every single officer, not just the president. And you can't get around that. There's no good answer for that, because if this clause were sufficient to grant immunity that Trump is talking about, then it's true for everyone who's subject to impeachment. And no one seems to think that or bite that bullet.
I'm not sure that when you're saying that, I'm not sure that actually.
How can you disagree with that? I mean, that impeachment clause applies to everyone who is subject to impeachment.
Coming under Article 1.
What's coming under Article 1?
That's Article 1, Section 3, Clause 7.
Well, come on. That impeachment clause, applies to all impeachments.
Well, we end up applying impeachment to other branches of legislature and judiciary, but it's really coming under Article 1.
I agree that there are parts of the impeachment power that are housed in Article 1, because guess what? The House of Representatives has the sole power of impeachment, and Senate tries impeachment. So I don't deny that. I'm trying to
think through why. I'm trying to think through.
There's no good answer. That part of the impeachment clause applies to everyone who's subject to impeachment, because of course the House of Representatives can impeach. They're trying to impeach right now the Department of Homeland Security Secretary, name of Mayorkas. That's the same. Like, they're trying to disqualify him and hold him, or to remove him from office and disqualify him. So that's the clause that applies to Mayorkas. Unless you're willing to say Mayorkas enjoys absolute immunity from criminal immunity stuff, unless he's convicted.
I think they do. That with respect to let's think this through. With respect to steps that they take in office, there is government protection. There is protection that they have for steps that they take in office
for criminal actions.
If it's in the scope of their duty.
I'm not so sure about that. Think about, there are other people who have absolute immunity. Judges typically have absolute immunity in the context of certain civil situations, right? We would never imply, because the president also has absolute immunity for certain things within the scope of his office for civil damages cases, right? It's the difference between qualified immunity in the police officer case and absolute immunity for certain people like prosecutors, judges, and the president of the United States for civil damages suits. But we would never say because judges have absolute immunity in the civil damages context, therefore they're not subject to criminal process. And I don't think the overwhelming practice of the United States has been that these people are not immune from criminal prosecution. We've gone after like Attorney General John Mitchell, like how many other members of the people of the government who could be subject to potentially impeachment? Tons. So they're like what we're saying here, if this clause is enough to grant absolute immunity, it grants it to everyone who's subject to impeachment. I think that follows necessarily.
So what happens if he's not convicted, according to you?
I think that there is no.
Why would there be a clause there of if he's convicted? Why, according to your double jeopardy? So what happens if he's not convicted? So he can't be criminally prosecuted?
No, I don't think there's a preclusive effect either way.
So why would it be? But why would it only extend to a situation where the party's convicted?
I don't think it does.
It says, but the party convicted. Well, why put that in at all?
I think the assumption.
What are you reading? Why would that be there at all?
But you're saying, but the party shall nevertheless be liable instead of the party convicted shall nevertheless be liable?
No, why would you say the party convicted at all?
I think the assumption, and someone who knows better about the history of this clause can tell me if I'm wrong. I think the assumption would be if you're not found guilty or you're not convicted in the Senate, then it's very unlikely that you're going to be attacked by like a prosecutor or something.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
What do you mean? Is it any more ridiculous than what you're saying?
You're saying it's to take care of something that's unlikely to that people are unlikely to, that a prosecutor is unlikely to come after you. I
think that the situation they were thinking about was when like an officer, really this is any officer, not just the president, when an officer like breaks the law, they're impeached and whatever, and they're convicted, and then all of a sudden someone tries to charge them and they're like, hey, I have this conviction, therefore you can't get me again. I think that's like the situation they were thinking about. But I don't think that this works to apply some preclusive effect to the acquittals in the Senate.
So what does it do?
I think it is just meant to demonstrate and to show that there is no double jeopardy that attaches because of impeachment.
You don't need these 4 words.
Why do you need nevertheless? I think my reading is way better.
No, what I'm saying is your reading doesn't make any sense at all. I at least have a reading with nevertheless where I'm like, it's saying nevertheless, once you're convicted, something else can happen to you. I'm telling you, this is the only punishment you can get. Nevertheless, if you're convicted, it can be worse. I don't understand how there's
another example of this.
Even troubled with this.
There's an example of this happening.
There's no trouble at all reading nevertheless with my reading, and there's no way at all to read it with but the party convicted. That doesn't.
Well, there are a lot of other problems with your reading. There are a lot of other problems with your reading. My intuition is that this was the main run of situations that they thought was going to happen. Another example of this is Amendment 11. The 11th Amendment broadens the scope of sovereign immunity for the states. And they mention that they're not amenable to suits from people from out of state unless they make themselves amenable. I think that's correct. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But essentially, there's an unspoken assumption that they were also not, it doesn't say it, but it does not say it, but there were challenges about whether or not you could use the federal courts to sue states if you are a citizen of the state itself. And even though the 11th Amendment does not, by its terms, like dictate that that's okay or not okay, what the Supreme Court, I forget the case, someone can remind me of the case, decided was, this was the assumption. The assumption was that these were already kind of not allowed under the sovereign immunity doctrine. And so there are instances in which one specific situation is mentioned because the other is kind of like implicit in what their expectations were going to be. I know that was like a lot of word salad, but I promise you there was a thought there.
If there was a thought there,
yeah.
Respectfully, you did a poor job conveying it.
Okay, so there's a doctrine known as sovereign immunity, and their 11th Amendment only specifies one.
Sovereign immunity means you're not allowed to sue the state.
The sovereign immunity doctrine in the 11th Amendment only specifies a certain out-of-state citizen suing the state in the federal courts. However, it doesn't say anything about citizens of the state using the federal courts to sue that state. And so people try to do that, actually. And what the Supreme Court said is that was an assumption of the founding and the 11th Amendment was that they were already immune from those things. And so even though the 11th Amendment does not say that the federal judicial power extends to citizens of the very state in which you are suing. That's an assumption, and so we're going to read it into the 11th Amendment. That's all I'm saying, is that there are times in which I'm
trying to figure out how this is remotely relevant to our...
Yeah, so there are times when you are analyzing the Constitution where they specify a certain situation because the other situation is sort of baked into their assumptions, if that makes sense. That's all I'm saying. It's not doctrinally on point. It's just a way of understanding why the framers might specify certain situations over others. I don't know if I'm making myself clear at all.
Oh, everything you're saying is just making me think that you're making the argument that officer of the United States is supposed to exclude the president, but that because you want to read doctrinally into like the language is being used.
I'm trying to explain why you attacked me like, well, why does it specify convicted? And my response to that is probably because that's what they were expecting. That's the situation that they were expecting would arise, and this was meant to.
I don't know why you would only expect it in a case where you managed to get 66 people out of where you managed to get a two-third majority instead of just a plurality. If the standard for impeachment was a plurality, and you said, hey, you couldn't even get a conviction through when you just needed to get a plurality. In that case, perhaps I can understand why it's likely. But over here, where you need to get 2/3, which means invariably you're going to need members of the other party to impeach. I mean, that's as far as real. If you're judging based on realistic, right, like what's likely scenario, you're going to need to get your own party to turn on you in order to be convicted. So I don't know why they would limit it to why do you suspect that they limited impeachment convictions to 2/3 majority?
I think I think it should be. I think they wanted it to be a high threshold, and I think they wanted some
why should be a
consensus about it.
Why?
I don't know. Why is there a high threshold for alternate
philosophically, why would that be?
Because they don't want it to be like subject. The Senate is the most deliberative branch, and they want some general agreement among people who may think differently that this is in fact a high crime and misdemeanor. And I assume that's the purpose.
I think it's pretty clear that they were worried that politics are going to play a role. And there's in the Federalist Papers that conversation comes up all the time.
Okay.
Where they're terrified about this being used as a political tool. And that's why if you make a 2/3 majority, it's much less likely to be a political tool because you need your own party to turn on you. You're likely going to need your own party to turn on you unless you're like, a tiny fraction of the Senate. But you're going to need your own party to turn on you in order to be convicted. And the point here, and that
I don't know if you should assume. I don't know if you should assume parties into the framework of.
Fair enough. They didn't have parties in the
because Madison was explicitly trying to limit the whole argument in favor of the Constitution.
The point being that most people in the Senate, that they're just going to hate you so much that they manage to get 2/3 even though you're not actually guilty, right? I mean, that's basically what it is, to insulate from someone being politically unpopular irrespective of party. Okay?
I understand it's a high threshold. I don't know how that relates to our conversation about.
It relates to our conversation because then the question becomes as to what the objective was and why you would have an immunity clause. Because
you're saying this is an immunity clause.
No,
that's the other thing.
No, but here's the thing. You're saying it's not an immunity clause. What I'm saying is, as far as why it is that you would actually, and this is something it almost feels like you're starting with an assumption that it cannot be an immunity clause because you have that question that you asked, which is rooted in an assumption that it doesn't apply, that it shouldn't apply to others.
Well, my basis for it is it's literally not an immunity clause. Let's just be clear in terms of like the explicit text of it. It does not say it grants immunity.
It's an impeachment clause. I grant.
Yeah. So this is all we're taking like negative implications from like so just to be, and there's no like writing on point from any framer that I know that you can point to that says, absolute immunity this, absolute immunity that. You have the Hamilton write-ins, which again state I think that the general way that he envisioned this would go, which is someone who does something impeachable would be impeached, then convicted on impeachment, and then possibly indicted.
Why then possibly? That's because the thing.
I think that was the situation that they were envisioning, but by its terms, by its text, this is not an official grant of immunity, and so we are reading one in here, right? And the scope here is vast. You would really think that if they were trying to grant immunity to all officers for any criminal thing they do in the scope of their duties, absent impeachment, they would have said so. It just seems like something obvious they would have said directly.
But here's the thing, though. Traditionally in Washington, and I'm not just talking about the last 10, 15 years. I'm talking about the last quarter millennia, okay? And the way power has been asserted, and I pointed this out when I was on with Sitchin Adam the other day, okay? And we were talking about, and he was talking about the alternate slate of electors. And he was asking me my question as to whether or not it would have been legal for, in my opinion, it would have been legal for Pence to read in the alternate slate of electors, whether he had
it
that
would have been legal?
No, I think so. This is what I said to him at that time. Okay, so I said, you have to realize that the way things work in Washington is similar to the way things work socially. What you can and cannot do basically comes down, how do we know what the boundaries are for what's appropriate and what's inappropriate, or where powers lie, where powers don't lie? What happens is someone does something, they assert a power, they do something, and that either goes unchallenged, in which case it becomes accepted that this is okay, or it gets challenged, and when it's challenged, they get enough support from either a court or whomever that it receives their blessing, or it gets challenged and it gets slapped down. Those are basically that's the way whenever there's a question as to where gray areas are, so that basically is how the question is determined. It's not simply in Washington, D.C. I made the following point. I said, in the nature of a relationship between two people, if you think about it for a second, okay? It's like, do I have a relationship with you that I can just pick up and call you on the phone, or should I text you first? Right? So this sort of is like, you sort of feel that out, and you establish like what becomes accepted, natural, normal practice. And then if you do that with enough people, it becomes a societal type of norm. It's the same thing in Washington. We see in Marbury v. Madison, okay? Question, can the court slap down a law as being unconstitutional? So the Supreme Court asserted that authority in Marbury v. Madison, and then that just became the way things are. It was great. 10 minutes before Marbury v. Madison was decided, if someone asked that question, does the court have that power? The answer to that is nobody knows. Like literally nobody knows. So, and then the Supreme Court.
Well, come on. I mean, judicial review was a thing that existed in state courts. It wouldn't have been a concept that's like unfamiliar to the founders. But I'm saying
at that point, that's where the Supreme Court asserted its authority. Yeah, you know what? You could have made the argument. You could have made the argument. My point is that with respect to his powers, we're basically saying, what are his powers? Are his powers basically that he's supposed to sit there and try and determine who's the proper slate of electors? Or is he basically like some showgirl standing in front of a pretty car and saying, this slate of electors is red, this slate of electors is blue? And basically that's what his entire function is, in which case you have to ask, why the hell would the vice president have to be specifically designated that it's his function to do it? So when I'm sitting there, I'm looking at 12th Amendment, I'm sitting there and I'm saying to myself, it makes sense to me that if we look at context, in 1804, when that amendment is being drafted, where there's no phones, there's no easy communication, and now you have two slates of electors in front of you. And we're sitting here, I'm like, I'm not sure. You have to realize it's not like things are printed out on official stationery and stuff like that. It's basically everything is freaking handwritten. And now they're trying to figure out which of these is accurate. And we need to have someone make that determination. So who has the authority to make that determination? That can I respond to that? President. So you can. I'm wrapping up here. I'm wrapping up here. So my point with respect to Pence is this. If Pence had read off the alternate slate of electors and either said, I'm accepting this alternate slate, or said, I can't tell, I'm sending it back to the states, he had done one of those, right? At that point, that certainly would have outraged the left, right? You would have been freaking out, saying, corrupt, evil, terrible human
100%
being.
I would.
Lawsuits would have been filed in 10 seconds. The Supreme Court would have been called upon to basically make a determination. Did he have this authority or not? And the Supreme Court may have accepted it. They might have denied a writ of certiorari. You're saying they wouldn't have, but you don't know that that's what would have happened. I would have said they wouldn't have on Texas versus Pennsylvania, and I got that wrong because I don't know.
How could you think they were going to accept Texas versus Pennsylvania?
Because how would I think how could they possibly reject it? There's a law. And
it's for the same reason. It's
the judiciary.
Wait,
Article 3 says they shall hear a claim from one against another. That's what it says. Shall. It says shall. It says original jurisdiction shall extend to
a class of cases, but it doesn't say that therefore we don't have to hear cases or controversy anymore. So in response to both of things you just kind of said, I think the answer nicely will address both that I have, which is you have a clear intent and focus in the Constitution to put the decision making of where electoral votes go and who the electors are in the hands of states. There's this entire mechanism for that states have the authority to appoint their electors. It's part of the balancing that
authority.
I don't know if it's plenary. That's the Rakita. I think that states once they have elections, decide to have elections, there's parts of the other external parts of the Constitution they're still subject to. So like if a state wanted to say something like in pass a law, it said no black people shall be electors, I think that would violate another part of the Constitution, the external part of the Constitution, which it would. So I don't think it's plenary. Whereas I think if like a president said, I'm only going to pardon black people, I'm not sure if that's a justiciable question. That even if it like violates the Equal Protection Clause, I'm not sure anyone can do anything about that. I don't think that's true necessarily of the state's assignment of electors. And there's obviously parts of the of federal law that are allowed to apply to the state's selection of electors. But it's very great and very broad power for states. And that's clear. The whole setup there, the whole balance that was struck was meticulously designed. You know, states have 2 senators each. Then we have this House of Representatives. It was all designed in this very like nice way. And you would think if there was any desire to have the vice president be a unilateral review, and remember that there were actual discussions that were being had about whether the president should have a review of all federal laws. And so this kind of discussion would have been like very much a thing that would have interested the framers if they thought about it at all. And I think that includes both the original framers and the framers of the 12th Amendment. You think if this power was being granted, they would say so, right? Same thing with the question of that you were just bringing up, you know, Texas versus Pennsylvania. It's so clear that states are the ones who decide the allocation of their electors. Why should Texas have any say in the assignment of electors of Pennsylvania?
Oh, that's
you know,
you're on the Bush v. Gore.
No. Bush v. Gore is different.
That's
Bush v.
on the Bush v. Gore. No,
how is that crystal clear in the Bush v. Gore?
It's crystal clear because once these electors are in that ballot box, once they're being tallied now, where you have electors from state A, B, C, D, E, F, G, right, from all 50 states. Now they're basically, once they've been selected by their respective states, at this point now they're going into the voting booth for the national election, and that voting booth is being tallied by the Senate
for the state election
by the president. No, by the president of the Senate. So now the question becomes: are they an eligible voter? And the only way that they can legally be an eligible voter is if they got there in concert with their own state law. If they got there, if someone slipped in, let's say an alternate slate of electors, right? Let's say if someone slips in, if I manage to fool the president of the Senate and into thinking that I'm an elector and I cast a ballot in there and I'm not supposed to be in there, I'm diluting the vote, no different than in Bush v. Gore, where an illegal vote, an eligible voter in Tallahassee.
Okay, if he's adding, that's
someone in Miami.
If he's adding the total number to the total denominator,
if he's not adding, if he doesn't have a right to vote, if he kills one of the electors and signs off on a different name in place of that elector, it's the same total number.
You think a different state whose person wasn't killed could sue that?
What I'm saying is, if he would have a claim saying this guy is an ineligible voter in this election that we're having here. So that's what Texas is saying. We just want to ensure that each of these states' electors who are being sent here, that they comport with we don't question the laws of the state of Pennsylvania. Laws state, as we discussed last time, that power is plenary and they can decide how they want to conduct their elections, go do whatever the heck you want to do. But you have to follow your own laws. You can't just decide where we wrote a law and we're totally going to ignore it. And we're going to come up with
who has the last say, right? Who who has the last say? Pennsylvania decided, for the most part, that the election was conducted lawfully. Texas doesn't get to decide whether or not the Pennsylvania complied with Pennsylvania law. That's a question of Pennsylvania jurisprudence and Pennsylvania courts. We're far afield. Let's do the super chat so that we can get back to the law.
Would this not just be like would this not just be like Chauvin, state charged and found guilty, and then again in federal court, police officers having so that was what it is. They charged him federally. My point is, you can be charged federally and on a state level for the same thing. It's not considered double jeopardy.
Yeah, but this was just we're trying to be clear. We're trying to be clear that this is, even though it says conviction, even though it says high crime and misdemeanor, we're not trying to apply double jeopardy to impeachment. That's all I think it's trying to do. And the assumption is that this is applying to people who are punished. That may be why they use conviction as a term, is that the entire first clause is about what the punishment is for someone who is convicted. And so the second one would carry forward that assumption.
Oh, so basically what you're implying by your read is that there was a thought that if he was acquitted, that then in that case there wouldn't be a double jeopardy concern.
Yeah, there wouldn't, right? In the first clause,
why would that be? Why would that be?
Why would that be that double jeopardy doesn't apply?
There's only a double jeopardy concern. If he's acquitted, then there certainly would be a double jeopardy. Then it certainly would be like
Why would there be?
Concern.
You said the assumption would be that it's obvious that there wouldn't be double jeopardy. You're saying that the default assumption is that there wouldn't.
What I'm saying is it makes no sense to think that this has anything at all to do with double jeopardy. And I'll tell you that philosophically, it makes a lot more sense to say that the same reason why it is that we make it 2/3 on impeachment, and this is why it's consistent. Well, the reason we do that is because we are afraid of politicians playing politics and saying, we don't want you to do this. That's why you need to have immunity, because we're afraid that there's going to be criminal prosecution, and then you need to have a president who's able to be a leader.
Not just the president. All right, I want to hear you say, and we are sticking on this until I get an answer from you. So this is going to be the question. Do you think that the SEAL Team 6 examples and the rampant murder examples apply to everyone in the government who can be impeached?
See, I don't know who could authorize that. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not sure.
It doesn't even matter. Like, who cares?
No, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You keep trying to come back to this, everyone in government. And what I'm saying is, you asked me that with respect to the president. I think it has to. And here's the reason I brought up the whole course of dealing thing and the way things are set up and that whole conversation about the electors is because I think the course of dealing, as far as understanding presidential immunity, has been the way our country has operated for 250 years. And we see that by the fact that no one has ever. We see that by the fact that no one has ever been charged with a crime.
Well, hang on a second. We have our good friend Richard Milhouse Nixon. He was pardoned.
Yeah, he was pardoned. That's right.
Why did he have to be pardoned?
Who says he did? No, I'm saying. No, what I'm saying is,
it seems to not be the assumption that you're not subject to.
Who says he had to be pardoned?
Well, we were talking about the assumptions in the course of dealing, course of practice. We were talking about. We were talking about those assumptions, and it seems like, at least in the Nixon case, that didn't seem to be the assumption that Nixon was immune after he resigned. I'm just saying that's an example.
That was one moron's interpretation.
One moron.
No, he's considered the stupidest president who ever lived. So
Nixon is very smart.
Nixon. No, not Nixon. Who was he pardoned by?
You're talking about Ford?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah. See, you're not arguing on that.
Why did Nixon
on that one?
why did Nixon accept it?
We didn't accept it. If a pardon is a pardon.
Of course he did.
What does that mean, accepted? I don't even know if you have to accept a pardon. I don't think you have to accept a pardon for a pardon.
I think you do, but I'm not confident. So
why would you have to accept a pardon for a pardon?
Someone smarter than me can.
That doesn't even make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's like saying you have to accept.
I just think you do. I don't know if that's. I just heard that that's the truth, but I could just be lying to you right now. I don't know.
I think you're totally making that one up.
Okay.
All right.
Why did I guess another one is, why did Trump pardon a bunch of people?
Why didn't he pardon himself?
Here's a question.
Why didn't he pardon himself?
Well, I think that if he pardoned himself, he would be testing the DOJ to go after him, and it would be a foregone conclusion that he would be charged. Just to test.
What I'm saying is, we don't know that he didn't pardon himself. There could be a pocket pardon. There's no reason. It's not like you have to sit there and make an announcement. Are you
doing mental pardoning now? Mental pardoning.
No, I'm saying is he could have written a presidential pardon to himself on January 19th
and not tell anybody.
Yeah, why would he have to tell anyone? Do you think that's how it has to be?
I think you have to manifest it. I think
that'd be hilarious. By the way,
I think you need to manifest it. I think you need to prove that you did pardon yourself.
I think that'd be hilarious if he freaking pulled out a pardon and
sorry guys.
He signed January 19th, and he basically was like, and he just walked out. He just walked out of the courtroom.
Yeah, that would be cool.
That would be hilarious. That would be.
You think that would be cool? You guys love. Why do you think that's cool? That's fucked up.
Why is that messed up?
Because it goes against the core of everyone is equal under the law.
Hold on a second. Let's just pause for a second.
Yeah, let's pause.
Let's assume he didn't issue himself a pardon.
That is my assumption. Yes.
That is yours. So why do you think he didn't do that?
I think because I just told you, because I think that you'd be baiting an indictment because people would want to prevent that from being like the precedent, and so I think the DOJ would definitely indict him.
I don't want to bait them, so that's why I'm not signing a president.
I think that
I'd rather leave.
I think it also looks super bad. I think it looks super bad politically.
Oh, okay. So, and I do agree with you that if he did issue himself a pocket pardon, the reason we wouldn't have heard about it yet is because it would look terrible for him. It would look really bad if he issued, because it shows a guilty conscience. It displays a guilty conscience if you issue yourself, then that would be a reason for him to issue as a pocket pardon. But I do think
pardon. Wow.
I do think it would be hilarious. I think it'd be hilarious.
Look at the hoops you're going to defend Trump. Just a heads up.
A few things funnier than him saying, "I'm out of here, bitches," and just slap that down. That would be
Joe. We just totally moved on. I need to get you on this because I need this quote. I need the clip.
I'll tell you.
Think every officer?
I'll tell you this: if President Trump ordered SEAL Team 6 to assassinate whomever, and you ask me, would he have to be impeached in order to be convicted? I say 1,000%, and you should say the same thing.
What if he does it quietly? What if no one ever finds out about it until a year later?
Then he wouldn't be impeached either. Oh, so
right. So then he's immune.
Then the question comes down as to how long you can impeach someone. Can you impeach them after they leave office?
Everyone argued, and Trump included, that you can't impeach someone. You can't
impeach after they leave office.
Impeach or convict on impeachment after they leave office. So it seems so convenient. He was arguing while he was in impeachment. Are you saying that the lawyers were just lying and misrepresenting? And
I think lawyers will take up any argument.
Yeah, that's bullshit. So how do you defend that? Like, Trump comes up and says, you know what? This impeachment thing is not necessary because if I did a crime, they can indict me later. And then he comes up with this argument. I mean, that's such bullshit, I think. He's doing whatever he can to defend himself, and he's having inconsistent arguments about the scope of his own immunity. And it's obviously a shell game to try to defend himself. It's not based in any principle.
When you say based in principle, when someone, I'll tell you this much, that I don't think is any kind of shell game. I mean, you're an attorney, for crying out loud. You understand that when your client is charged, you throw out any possible defense which may work. And if there's a legal theory,
I have a higher bar for presidents of the United States, and I want them to.
Really, you don't, because you think that it's okay for them to be coming after him
that's not Joe Biden's doing. Well, he broke the law. He deserves to be indicted.
What law did he break?
The Espionage Act, the obstruction statutes, Sarbanes-Oxley, obstruction of official proceeding. Where do you want to go?
I think so we can go to any one of them. I'm fine with that, but I'll tell you this much. I think that the notion that we shouldn't recognize presidential immunity and confer that presidential immunity on whether we like the
officer immunity. Let's not get. I don't want you to get away. The textual argument. Now you can make. You don't have to tie down it. I'm not hiding the ball.
That's why I said to you that tradition and history are very informative. So the fact that this has been applied to the president exclusively,
it hasn't. It's never been applied to the president.
Of course it has. Of course it has. The one example you're trying to come up with is a case where the guy wasn't charged. Tell me the case where the
president has never been charged before Trump.
Tell me the case first and foremost. And I'll tell you this much. First and foremost, there is the massive distinction with respect to Nixon, and the massive distinction is that the charges that he would have faced would have been for actions that have little, if anything, to do with the scope of his presidential functions.
It's the same kind of thing that Trump is accused of in many respects.
And not in you're saying in many.
It's about holding on to power. It's about winning the election.
No,
it's
not. That's not
yes,
the same thing at all. No, it's not. It's not at all the same thing. I'll tell you why. The guy literally is breaking into it. He's sending people to break into an office to spy on his adversary.
Allegedly.
Okay.
He never admitted to it.
Okay, the point is that's what the charge was. There's no defensible thing. I'll tell you right now, if a president is accused of killing a hooker, there's no presidential immunity that attaches.
Then why are people biting the SEAL Team 6 arguments? Why are they biting those bullets?
Oh, of course, because if what was the scenario that
political opponent you said
that Judge Kim gave there? I mean,
SEAL Team 6.
It depends on what the situation is with respect to the SEAL Team 6 thing. If it relates to I believe if you go back
so
to
killing a hooker, killing a hooker doesn't relate to the function of the president, but killing Obama does.
What I'm saying, no, I'm not saying it does. First of all, what I'm saying is it depends on the context, and the context that Judge Pan gave when she asked the question. When she asked the question was if it's in his official capacity.
Okay, is killing a hooker in your official capacity with SEAL Team 6?
No, there's no such thing as killing a hooker in your official capacity.
Is there such thing as killing Obama in your official capacity?
I don't know why you keep coming back to Obama.
Kill a random generic political enemy who's whatever. Your leading candidate on the other side. Come on.
What I'm saying is this: I need more context, because if it is related, it depends on the nature.
What if the hooker has some secret about him in politically?
That wouldn't change anything. Okay,
so hookers are de facto not protected.
If you're telling me look, in most cases, you're right. This presidential opponent is a hooker. Okay. So and there would be lacking in the same protection that the hooker has. In most cases, that certainly would be the case. But that's not the question that Judge Pan asked. She said if it was related to his presidential duties. And
he drone strikes Obama and he says, generic presidential person, and says he was a terrorist. Drone strikes the hooker and says she was also a terrorist. I was defending the country.
No,
unreviewable. I have absolute immunity, so we can't even have an indictment.
Confusing Obama and Biden. There would be no motivation for him to drone strike Obama.
Okay, Biden or whoever, Jack Smith.
So you're citing him that you say he confused them, and
listen. I'm being deliberate. So Trump gets in office. He's like, let me think. Adam Schiff, Joe Biden, Jack Smith, even Robert Mueller, James Comey, and Adam Kinzinger, they're all terrorists. I ordered drone strikes on their houses. They're all dead.
And then the question comes down as to if he said they were terrorists. Let's assume that that's the case. Mm-hmm. Assuming that there's a right for a president to just kill a domestic terrorist, which I don't know. I don't think that that's actually true. But assuming that there were a right for it, I think that's very sus. That's a very.
Who cares? He's not subject to criminal law. He's absolutely immune. That's the whole point.
No, but then he would be impeached. You see, here's the thing. It's not as if saying that. It's not as if viewing impeachment as a conditioned precedent to stripping away his immunity is something that makes it impossible for it to take away his immunity. What I'm saying is this: let's assume that instead of what Trump what he did, which I think was in no way inciting an insurrection, or having anything whatsoever to do with an insurrection, I think it's a ridiculous claim. I think it's a joke for anyone who's not crazed with hatred for Trump to come to that conclusion. Okay. Like literally not crazed. Okay, and just so you know, by the way, here's as an aside for you.
That's most of the Senate, by the way. Most of the Senate voted to convict him on that.
Just as that doesn't mean anything. That's all political, But just as an aside, I know you got a kick out of this. Did you know that Russia now in their textbooks as of this year is teaching their students that the American 2020 election was rigged? That's in their.
Doesn't surprise me.
It's to me. I think it's awesome.
It's what you believe. You think it's awesome.
I think it's awesome. I think it's awesome that at least Russian students. If American students aren't going to learn truth, at least Russians will. So.
Yikes. Yikes, you guys are still pushing for the fake election shit. That's crazy. That's crazy.
You think he got 81 million votes? That's what you
100% I do. Yes.
81 million? Yeah. Not 80 million? You don't think there was even a million fake votes in there?
Nope. I think 81 million is right.
81 million. couldn't get 6 people to a rally, but he got 81 million votes.
I can't believe we're talking about it. It's been 3 years.
Anyway, I don't want to get into the whole election.
No, but hang on. Let's get down to brass tacks. Do you think every officer is criminally immune to the same extent the president is? You don't have to say yes. You could say something like, "It's not just."
I said I already explained that I don't think that's true.
Okay, then why? Why is there a distinction?
Why? Because there's no way you can be president of the United States if you don't have that immunity. You could not be a leader of this country.
Then that's true. Whether or not, then let's get away from the impeachment clause, because then clearly that's not doing any extra work. What extra work is that doing?
It's doing a ton of work because it's expressed in saying that after conviction and impeachment, that's when you're able to go after him.
But it's not specific to the president. So how can it be read to offer the presidency greater protection than everything else?
That's how it's been applied for 250 years. I don't know. Somehow it worked somehow using that yardstick for 250 years was totally perfect. But all of a sudden now that's no good anymore.
Well, I know this might be crazy, but could it just be that other presidents weren't as criminally corrupt as Trump?
Zero presidents committed a crime. Zero. Really. Obama drone strike some kid in a restaurant. No one went after him. And I want to be clear. By the way, I'm completely consistent in saying to you when I'm talking about presidential immunity that even though I think Obama is one of the most terrible human beings of the last century, and that he's, take, but okay. It's not a weird take. I'm saying is if you look at the hatred that has been ratcheted up in this country, it all stems from when he
Obama.
150%.
All the hate. Trump has 0% of that.
Trump is an outgrowth.
You don't think he's generated hate at all?
No.
More than Obama?
No.
Even if it's hatred from the left?
No, I'll tell you right now. Any person who would have won that seat would have been called Trump. Would have been thought of in the same way. Look,
dude, you think Jeb Bush or John Kasich or Marco Rubio?
Really? You never heard of Bush derangement syndrome? There was. You see, you're too young. You're too young, but you don't realize
like this.
You don't. Yeah, you're right. It's not. You're right. It's not like this. It's been ratcheted up because of Obama.
People hated Bush.
They did hate Bush, but yeah, they hated Bush.
And to be 100,000% clear, Bush had a lot of faults, and I don't think that
he was terrible.
Okay, but let's be honest, the hatred towards Trump is another level.
I agree with you 100%. Okay. I agree with you, and that's because of Obama.
Okay, say more.
What were
we just talking about? Fuck.
When Hillary Clinton comes up and she labels half the country a basket of deplorables, do you think that would have happened 10 years earlier? No. What happened was we had 8 years. We had 8 years of Obama planting a certain seed, and that seed was, some folks, they're not really comfortable with people who don't look like them running for office. I don't look like the people who sit on money. Basically implying that anyone who disagreed with him, and this is the seed he planted, and we see its residue and its progeny, and we're reaping that to this day in spades. Which is, if you disagree with me, it's not because you have a different.
Dude, this is so deranged. I just got to be real with you. This is such. You're telling me I have recency bias.
I'm finishing my point, and then you can respond.
Sure.
But he spent 8 years insidiously, without saying they're racist, but basically saying, you know why they're against immigration? Well, some folks don't look like them, so some people are not comfortable with folks who don't look like them coming to this country. Every time, but what was the reason that the right was against illegal immigration? It's because of security concerns, it's because of the economy, because of all sorts of different things. But all of a sudden, the right was labeled as being filled with evil, disgusting racists. So much so that by the time his term is wrapping up, Hillary Clinton recognizes incorrectly, she recognizes that her own base looks at the right as if they are a basket of deplorables. And because of that, because they've been called racist for 8 years, the right basically started embracing it. That, you know what, that's fine. I'm tired of being called a racist. I'm tired of people lying about what my position is and claiming that the reason I'm against Obama is because he's black, or the reason, or whatever the stupid BLM riots were back in 2012 or whenever it was 2014, the first time time years before George Floyd, when we had those initial riots, we had in Missouri, we have the race riots and all that crap that went down after we were promised that all the racial tension is gone as soon as we elect Obama, when they got mad worse, 1,000,000 times worse after he was elected. And don't tell me that you don't agree with me on that.
I think that Obama, yes, but I don't think it's because of Obama's intention. I think Obama
was.
Whoa, hang on a second. So first of all, I think there's recency bias here in terms of demonizing the opponents. If you look in the past at other presidents, both Democrat and Republicans, you have, Nixon in the silent majority stuff, people who are, demonizing hippies, people who are absolutely going after their opponents in vicious ways, calling them communists, calling them traitors. It's been happening for years, for decades. So there's a little bit of recency bias when it comes to like the demonization of the political opponent. Number two, Obama came into office naive, almost baby-eyed, and he was trying his best, and it's genuine. He was trying his best for bipartisanship. He goes to John Boehner and tries to get this like, why are you laughing? What are you laughing about?
I'm laughing because he started off stoking division. His whole you didn't build that. His whole you didn't build that. You didn't build that. You didn't know
what he meant. You know what he meant.
When he's saying you didn't when he's basically stoking up to say that you, the public, should be mad at the rich, which is why we had Occupy Democrats.
Come on, man.
He was consistently stoking up division and hatred. That's
garbage.
What do you mean?
That was the Republicans. The Republicans literally come in and say that we're not going to accept anything you give us, Mr. President. I mean, what do you call that if not absolutely stoking up division and hatred?
Obstructionism in Congress had been happening.
That's another level. This is another
had been happening
level
for decades.
Under Obama, I think that's another level.
Decades.
And Obama tried his best to reach across the aisle and work with them on all sorts of things, on grand bargaining you can look at the history. He tried to get Republicans for the Affordable Care Act. They said no, under no circumstances. He tried his best to make these bipartisan bills.
Yeah,
and he was naive and he was sorely disappointed. I think that, yes, a lot of division increased under Obama's term, not because of Obama, because of people's reaction to him. And frankly, I don't think all of them are racist. I don't think everyone's racist, but I think electing a black person made some part of the country lose their goddamn mind.
Listen, you want to know why you think that? Because
why is that?
Because you were triggered into thinking that after 8 years of Obama. Because that's what he kept selling over and over and over again. That's the era you lived in, where every time anyone disagreed with him, don't tell me that he didn't try selling the issues with immigration were because they were brown, as if they were white, then everyone would have been totally fine with illegal immigrants.
The hatred he got was
because
absurd.
He sowed it, and
he was a centrist.
Insidiously,
he was a centrist den that essentially kept forward the Bush foreign policy.
He was the most left president when he came in.
Biden's way more left than Obama was.
No, he's not. No,
yes, he is.
And you have to recognize that when he came in, he was much further left than Clinton. Much further left.
Well, Clinton was a conservative in many ways.
Okay, so he was
a conservative Democrat.
He was easily the most furthest left president in history when he entered. You want to tell me Biden's just as bad or worse? I don't know. I think that's an interesting argument.
Obama wasn't Bernie. Obama was he was part of the at least foreign policy in a way consensus other than Iraq. He was part of that consensus.
No one heard of Bernie in 2000.
No. I just mean in terms of who's another example? Russ Feingold of the time, right? See, I knew legislators back then. He wasn't one of those people. He wasn't far left. He, certainly in terms of some economic policies, he cut taxes though. I mean, think about that. He cut taxes. Does that sound like a crazy communist? His Affordable Care Act was a market-oriented strategy that was all about markets. He wasn't able to get a public option at all.
The Affordable Care Act was. You think that was a moderate take?
It was a market-oriented strategy that absolutely empowered private insurers.
Okay.
There was an individual mandate to buy health insurance from private insurers. That's market oriented. It was supported by the.
We're flying way afield from where we first started here. Way afield. The reason I mentioned Obama was to say to you that as much as I despise that person,
you think he should be immune from everything criminal.
100%.
Let me give you an example then.
I think it's crazy to say otherwise.
let me give you an example. Let's say that Obama starts jailing political dissidents, you know, and Supreme Court says you can't do that, Obama. And this is actually against the law, and it's actually criminal for you to do that, Obama.
Or let's say
he's on notice, right?
IRS to go after people.
What's that?
Let's say Obama theoretically weaponize the IRS to go after.
And let's say that however procedurally it gets its way to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court says this is criminal. What he's doing, absolutely criminal.
They would never say criminal.
Assume they did. Whatever. Assume whatever.
That would be considered dictum, and they would say that they can't because that's what would happen.
Oh, so assume that they come to the conclusion that anyone who continues jailing these dissidents is breaking the law, and that, you know, there's someone who's doing it to the same extent that Obama is, and it's clear from the implication that if the case were before them, they would rule that Obama's conduct fell under the whatever criminal statute they were examining. Or let's say that situation,
politically persecuting their top enemy through illicit lawfare. Let's talk about that situation.
Illicit lawfare.
Yeah.
You're going to come. So you just gave this whole speech at the start of our conversation about how, you know, we really got to find out if the vice president can decide unilaterally. We have to try.
Biden has presidential immunity for what he's doing to Trump, even though what I think he's doing.
He's not doing anything to Trump. When has he sued Trump?
He hasn't sued him. He's sicked his DOJ on him.
Prove it.
What I'm saying is, I'll tell you this much. I think he is criminal. I think that even though he's overseen the invasion of Central South America into this country over the last 3 years, and allowing 8 million illegal Americans in here, I still think he has presidential immunity for that. Even though
why does he have to listen to anybody? Why does he have to listen to the courts? Like, what's the remedy?
What do you mean?
If the only remedy is impeachment,
no, I think no. After impeachment, assuming he were,
but it requires as a first step impeachment and conviction and removal.
Exactly.
So that to me seems like you're opening the door, and it would be weird for the framers to have wanted to open the door and not be explicit about it, to presidents just like quietly doing fucked up shit, stealing people in the middle of the night, and no one finds out, and there's no incentive not to, because if someone finds out about it, who cares? You're immune because now you have resigned, and that's just insane.
Okay.
And there's no textual basis.
But you're starting with an assumption that impeachment can only go for as long as you're serving.
Well,
and you're saying that based on the fact that
are you now saying that president can be impeached after his term of office ends?
I think you have to. I'll tell you something. I'm not gonna kid you. I don't want to talk out of both sides of my tongue. I'm not gonna kid you that when it was happening in 2021, I was very, very torn about it. And my initial take was, I don't see how that would work. And there were other issues with his impeachment. Meaning that it wasn't overseen by Justice Roberts, which an impeachment must be. So as to whether or not that was a valid impeachment proceeding is an interesting question. But that at the end of the day, I mean, you do recognize that is what it's set up. It needs to be done that way, not president.
Well, he wasn't president at the time. So I don't think that there's anything inconsistent about Roberts presiding or not presiding over the second.
Wait a second. What's your take on this? Can you impeach?
I think absolutely you can impeach after, yeah.
Okay, so we're on the same page there. So what are you arguing with me for? You're trying to just be difficult?
No, because it's not just that, right? It's not just, I agree, and I think it's absolutely clear that you could impeach, or at the very least convict on an impeachment that was started when you were in office. But that, to me, seems like such an odd thing to read in without any explicit text to support it. And especially, I don't like it when Trump has been arguing profusely incompatible things when it benefited him in the past. It seems like there's a bad faith aspect to what's going on here. Well, there isn't consistency.
That's just what defendants always do. They always argue whatever legal argument. And whatever legal argument may hold.
I expect more from the president. I think that's.
What does it expect more from the president?
Because it's bullshit. It's bullshit for you to, as part of your argument.
I think it's BS that the impeachment proceedings were brought in the first place, because I thought under Brandenburg it made no sense for him to be.
Okay, but he's saying that he's, in terms of the jurisdiction or the.
He should be above it. And I'll tell you, Nancy Pelosi wasn't above it in the fact that she brought it in the first place. Debbie, let me just pull this up here. Debbie O says, "For the love of God, you can't argue real life with someone who read about it in a school book. Obama was and is a hate monger. His policies prove."
I don't know how old you guys think I am. I was around for Obama. I remember how much he was vilified by the right and how much trouble he got into by not being savvy enough to recognize that it was coming.
Let me run through these really fast. Pisco, what's the process to object fraud election?
File a lawsuit. There are many mechanisms within states to do this. And if Trump had produced evidence of election fraud, they would have undone it.
No, they say
yes, they would have.
Who has standing? You don't have standing. It's
absolutely
irrelevant.
Trump would have standing. Trump would have.
It's not ripe yet.
No. If you had actual evidence of fraud, Trump could have won that election for sure, or at least have a revote.
You're out of your mind.
Come on.
If you were sitting as a judge,
and there was outcome determinative fraud, you bet your bottom ass.
Determinative fraud.
Yes, undo the election.
You have zero interest in becoming a judge.
Do I?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think that.
Yeah.
I think I have the ability for it, but I just don't think that.
Recognize that your political ambitions get scuttled. That's what happens. That's what happens when you handle a case like this, because half the country is going to despise you. I mean, maybe I guess in theory you can be considered lionized by the side who you end up falling on, but yeah, it's a politically dicey thing to actually.
Well, I like speaking out. I like political discourse. I like being open about my views, and I think that is a little bit inconsistent with the judicial role, where we're having the appearance of impartiality. Even though I think that I could put all my biases aside, I think that I could absolutely be fair in those contexts. I don't think that having my views be so open would give people the confidence, even though I think I am impartial. If I can put myself in those roles, I don't think that people would feel that way necessarily. And so I'm not sure if that role is appropriate for me, given that I like to speak out about my views.
Right. My point was, if you had a different mindset in that case, you're thinking all about rubbing elbows and stuff like that, and you had a judge's mindset, which is that, hey, I need to recognize that I got to be a little careful here in how I handle things politically. You would understand that a politically motivated judge is not going to want to handle as a case where he might tell a state of 10 million people, yeah, you got to redo your whole election.
Okay, you say that, but you don't have any proof of it, because the truth is,
you don't have proof. I do have proof of it, because there are dozens and dozens all saying no standing, no standing.
But those cases were all correctly decided. I mean, I don't know what to say. Those cases were correctly decided. If you look at some of the evidence that was presented, I mean, we can go by the numbers. If you want to talk about Wisconsin,
go by the numbers. Go by the numbers. Everyone, the left loves to throw out 62 cases. I've heard that.
No, I mean, sorry. Go by the cases. Whatever case you want to take on. You want to take on the Wisconsin cases. You want to take on the Georgia cases. If you want to talk about Pennsylvania, Michigan, we can go through them. I went through these long conversations with actually some people in my community, some of whom I probably still believe there was election fraud. And I spent, in the aftermath of the election, hours and hours on Twitch and other panels discussing these issues, both the quote illegality issues and the fraud issues. And they're just bullshit.
Chris says the party convicted is liable and subject to indictment. Trial, judgment, punishment. There, I fixed it. Yeah, I think the point is he wants to see it in the Constitution itself, not in a super chat. But yeah. How does this all work with judicial immunity and qualified immunity? We see cops kill people, no charge.
Yeah, so remember, those immunity doctrines are for civil damages, right? Those are for civil damage suits. There is no ability for cops to be free of the criminal law. The criminal law applies to cops. Now, there are some caveats to that. Number one, there are some times where there's a statute that explicitly says, cops are allowed to break the speed laws in pursuance of their duties, right? So there's statutory legal carve-outs, but there's also situations in which cops have more opportunities for justification as a doctrine. If you saw the Chauvin trial, you saw that one of the major issues in that case, there were two major issues. One was causation. Did Chauvin actually cause the death, or was it like fentanyl and something else? And the second issue was it justified? And that was a complete defense. If he was justified, then there was no criminal conduct whatsoever. And so it is the case that cops have more opportunities to apply justification doctrine, and sometimes they have explicit carve-outs, but qualified immunity is for civil damages suits, and absolute immunity is for the same.
Allegan News, Sean says, immunity is in place. He can only be indicted if he's convicted in an impeachment. Without the conviction, he has immunity, and therefore cannot be indicted, period. It's to prevent political prosecution. I agree with you.
It applies to everybody.
According to you, here's the thing. According to you, I don't know how it is that we would not be. I don't know why you would think that if indeed the Supreme Court fails to uphold his immunity here, I don't know why it is that you think any president is ever going to avoid facing one criminal prosecution after
by not doing crimes. Guess what? Every single president beforehand.
You sound so childishly naive when you say by not doing crimes, because all you need, according to Fannie Willis, is any district attorney out of the thousands across this country to say that you committed a crime in my state and I'm going to bring a RICO charge against you. You committed a crime over here. You could. It's so not difficult to manufacture something, if for no other reason than that you just despise the person. But the reason this hasn't happened in 250 years, even though plenty of presidents have been grossly despised and many of them properly so, it hasn't happened. It's how hard is it to come up with some sort of crime that you can attach to someone? You think that Clinton couldn't have gone after the Bushes, or Bush couldn't have gone after Clinton?
I think Clinton did commit. I think Clinton did commit a crime, and I think that crime is perjury, and I think it's a shame. I think that was a crime.
Well, I'll say something else. I happen to be of the belief that morally, I don't think we should be prosecuting presidents in general for something that is not grave and serious. And this is also consistent with what the impeachment's for, right? That it's supposed to be for treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors. And it makes sense to me to say that should attach to a president. And the reason that should attach to a president is because we should not be sitting there trying to find ways to throw them in prison, because then no president is going to be able to be an effective leader. I don't know if you've ever...
How hard is it just to follow the criminal law? Everyone else in the country is supposed to meet that standard. And under your interpretation of that impeachment clause, all of these actors have the same level of immunity as the president. That can't be the right reading here. If the framers wanted that broad of an absolute immunity doctrine to apply to everyone liable to impeachment, they would have said so. There wasn't any discussion about it. And the reason is because it wasn't envisioned, because it's absurd. And it totally flies in the face of the notion that we're a country governed by law and not men.
You do criminal defense?
I do some white collar, but that not in the typical,
all right,
vandalism, stuff like that.
A potential client picks up the phone, tells you the police are here, right? What's the first thing? That's
never happened to me, by the way.
I'm saying, I'm envisioning 3 years from now, you're a little more experienced, a little better known. Someone calls you up and says, "Hey, the police are here. They're doing some investigating. I haven't done anything wrong, but they're sitting here and they're saying they have some questions for me. And I'm a little scared. I'm not sure what I should do." So what would you advise this guy first and foremost? Because I'll tell you right now, every criminal defense attorney I've ever heard from, first thing they'd say is, shut your freaking mouth. Don't say a word.
Did you think I was going to advise him to talk and just share whatever?
Yeah, but let me ask you a question.
What is the relevance there? Yeah, don't talk and wait for me.
Why? Why not just say it? Why not just talk and explain to them that you did nothing wrong?
Well, even if you say only true
things, you didn't do a crime. You have nothing to worry about.
Everyone understands.
You have nothing to worry about.
I mean, the cases are legion where good intentions, people who make honest mistakes, people who give the cops even truthful information can be used against you in a really bad way. If there's a misunderstanding, if there's bad cops, I don't say there's bad cops or bad prosecutors. They exist.
So
but
then
why the purpose is to not.
Why are you naively saying to me that presidents should just not commit crimes?
Well, I don't think that it's a problem that presidents have the ability to be indicted, because if there's bullshit charges, I believe in our legal system to throw those out. But guess what? These are not bullshit charges. These are real charges. And trust me on this, that Florida case, that to me is as clean as a case as you can find. It is absolutely ridiculous for anyone to say that is political persecution, that is this or that. That case is so obvious, in my opinion.
Do go on.
What do you mean?
No, go on.
Oh,
go on.
Yeah. So I think that for you to pretend as though we're setting a precedent here of bullshit charges you can get to everybody, that's just not demonstrating what's happened here. I think every single one of these cases is serious. And all four of the cases so far.
All four. Alvin Bragg's.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll see.
Okay.
We'll see.
Alvin Bragg's.
Yeah.
Where he says you wrote down you didn't classify in your books that you kept in your own safe that you wrote these down in ways that we think you should.
It was a scheme to hide a violation of tax law, of campaign finance law.
It wasn't tax law. No. It was.
That's one of the offered. It's one of the offered predicate offenses to the felony charge.
It was that he whatchamacallit. It was election law.
That's one of them, but there's several.
That was the whole issue. That was the whole issue that he's really.
That's one of them. There's multiple.
You're saying it's not at all BS. It's not at all manufactured. When Alvin Bragg, who ran on a ticket of I'm going to go after Trump, manages to come. He did.
Prove it.
He did.
Prove it. You're saying it. It's not true.
He was campaign financing on I'm going to go after Trump.
No, what he said was, I promise that he's going to take over for Cy Vance, and if he's going to he's going to continue the investigation, like he's going to continue all the investigation that Cy Vance has.
He said vote
Get
for
the
me.
quote.
I'm going to go after Trump.
Get the quote. He didn't say that.
This guy,
we're off the rails.
Charges Trump.
Yes,
as the first person defendant in New York history to be charged with trying to violate a federal crime. That was the issue. That's that somehow just don't commit a crime. Just when it's like when this is literally a crossing the street type of crime, and you're like, just don't commit a crime that no one knows how he
is falsifying business records to cross the street kind of crime.
It's not falsifying business records. This is first of all,
it's not.
No, it's not.
Okay,
it's not falsifying business records with respect to how he's classifying payments as to whether or not it should be classified as a campaign expense.
So he could say whatever. He could say it's for hookers. He could say anything he wants.
It's not the state of New York's business.
Oh, that's okay. That's the kind of like ANCAP point, or like civil libertarian point, which is
it's not a civil libertarian point. It's the point that no person has been charged with violating a federal crime in support of as the predicate.
I don't even think that's true.
The violation of state. That is true. When everyone reported this when that crime was first charged, because everyone made a big deal about it, because the first time in American history that a former president had been charged with a crime. And you're telling me just don't commit crimes and you're like, oh, they'll just be easily dismissed. They'll just be easily dismissed when the Alvin Bragg case showed anything but the opposite to be true.
Now,
because that is the most ludicrous thing.
Assumption is that
a nature of a charge that had never been charged against any other person in New York history that
charge has been charged.
Not for with the predicate crime.
Okay, but other crimes have federal hooks in them that incorporate federal standards.
They bent over backwards so far to try to find some way that I can try and now twist New York law and change how New York law operates, just so I can go after that guy. And your response to me is
that's not the case. Bragg was crucified.
The FBI has 6 ways from Sunday to come after you.
Oh God.
And who said that? I don't remember who said that.
Rob Norris says that every day.
Yeah, who said that? I don't think Rob Norris.
Rob Norris says that. I promise you, in every single conversation I've ever had with Rob Norris, he's quoting our dear Senate Majority Leader, Chuck Schumer.
Yeah. And Alvin Bragg had to like twist New York law to come up with what they do with it. The reason I bring this up is because
the Manhattan DA is not the intelligence agencies of the United States.
The reason I bring this up is because you say just don't commit a crime, and what I'm saying to you is when after the fact, your actions are now reclassified as some way that we're going to call this an underpinning for RICO, that you sent out a tweet, that this all of a sudden now becomes an underpinning for a RICO charge, that I'm telling you that it's ridiculous to say that it's not going to be politicized into persecution, because clearly we've seen that over and over again, where they're saying some tweet he sent in 2017 is a predicate to show us what he really means in 2020. I mean, the nature of how they've pretzeled themselves to try and find some way to charge him, and then you come to me and say, just don't commit a crime. I'm telling you, whatever he did, they would find a way to charge him with crimes. That's
your belief. I mean, that is an unfalsifiable belief.
It's not hard for the other side to do it as well, and that's not a healthy republic to live in. And that's why we have presidential immunity, and that's why that presidential immunity, which has been recognized for 250 years, is going to continue to be recognized. Of course,
it hasn't. No, it hasn't.
It has.
No, it hasn't. Just because a former president hasn't been charged before doesn't mean that's exact proof that the immunity doctrine has not been recognized.
Why did no one else manage to find a crime ever? Why is that?
I think that I think that, honestly, if you can point to specific criminal offenses of Barack Obama, of Bill Clinton, who probably should have been charged.
Weaponizing the IRS. Oh, so why was
weaponizing the IRS is a crime?
Why isn't
wait? Is weaponizing the IRS a crime?
I'm not sufficiently familiar with the U.S. code to tell you what crimes are applied there. I've never been a district attorney, so I can't.
But your whole point would be like, they're
why
all ridiculous.
Why didn't they go after Clinton?
I think they should have.
But
for perjury.
Yeah, but why didn't they?
Who the hell knows? Because they're stupid.
Oh, no. Oh, so you're saying to me, you want to try and give me indicators that we know that there's no such thing as presidential immunity from the fact that a pardon was issued to Nixon, and yet, and I say to you, and I say to you, I have no idea why the hell he did that, other than the fact that perhaps it doesn't seem to really fit within his presidential duties. So perhaps he kind of needed it because it doesn't fit within what a president.
Well, that's weird because the DOJ years before Trump has been their consistent position for decades. So you say that it's a new thing for Trump. What's the OLC, the Office of Legal Counsels of the DOJ's office, which are these famous memoranda that establish the DOJ's position on presidential immunity, that have been consistent now for years. That what the immunity, the scope of immunity is temporary indictment immunity while they're sitting presidents, but they're still subject to indictments afterwards, and even if they've been acquitted of an impeachment.
And
that's been their position.
What is their basis for saying he has any immunity at all?
Their basis for saying that the temporary immunity has to do with the structure of the executive power, the vesting clause, stuff like that. But that doesn't extend. That rationale doesn't extend as far as former presidents.
Nothing to do with impeachment clause.
No, because the impeachment clause is not a grant of authority. Not a grant of immunity.
Okay, so you're saying the OLC, because it is interesting that they did that the United States in their oral arguments earlier this week, they did recognize a presidential immunity.
The DOJ, Jack Smith's part of the DOJ. They've always recognized indictment immunity.
So my question for you is, what is their source for that?
I just told you the structure of the executive branch, the vesting clause, which makes it incompatible. How can you take care of the executive functions and the law of the United States if you are in a prison, right? That's the incompatibility. And I absolutely understand that you can make some weird hypotheticals about the president when they're sitting in office. The huge difference is the whole time, they're still subject to the criminal law. They're still subject to criminal investigation. They're still subject to indictment after their term ends, which is at most like some term of years, right? And so the incentive structure for people to follow the criminal law exists, even though there's this temporary indictment immunity. And so it is not nearly as grand in scope as what's being offered by Trump and his cronies.
Let me run through some.
Yeah, let's go.
Some of these are dated already. You know. That's so old. They got hair growing on them. Wolfpack.
That's a CTV fan. That's a CTV fan.
I don't know what that is.
The person who rated me, critically thinking veteran. You don't know who that is?
Am I supposed to?
He's a right-wing conservative darling of the Twitch politics community, which is dead now. So
Twitch is not my thing.
Yeah.
There was Stephanie Willis and Letitia James met in the White House, but not at all having to do anything with President Biden going after.
Yeah.
They just happened to be there. There was probably some tour.
What do you think? They all planned together. They all coordinated. And they were like, "I'll do the civil thing. You do this and that."
I know that Willis has met with Jack Smith. Why is that happening?
Wait. You don't think that it would be appropriate for prosecutors who are concurrently prosecuting the same person to talk about like their schedules and what they think?
And you think Garland acts? He acts in accordance with Biden, or he doesn't act in accordance with Biden?
What do you mean in accordance with Biden?
I'm saying is, do you think that Biden gives him any instruction or not? I don't think Biden. What about his circle of people who actually are?
No, I don't think there's evidence of that. That's what I'll say. No evidence of it. What's the evidence of it? Show it to me. Maybe you're speaking through your...
Got better?
Way better. How are you?
Doing pretty well, man.
Awesome. What would you like to discuss?
Well, first I want to get your overview on what the ruling allows and why you think it's bad.
Yeah. You want me to give it to you?
Yeah. Just so I know what I'm going up against.
I think that this ruling allows a broad conception of what is a core executive duty. Mm-hmm. And this is with reference to the kind of cited constitutional provisions to justify the holding with respect to the DOJ conversations and the DOJ orderings. such that a well-positioned president could, using the logic of the opinion, again, not getting into the practical realities of finding people to enforce it or do all that stuff, that the president could easily do the most heinous acts and face total criminal immunity for it. And it's bad because our country is founded on the notion that no man is above the law.
Okay, can you give an example of what?
Yeah. So, for example, the president could order SEAL Team 6 to kill a political rival.
Okay. Under what conditions?
If the president determines that a member of the rival party, he comes to a decision, a factual finding, and says, guys, we've done an investigation. I've run the investigation, and we've determined that this political rival is, in fact, a non-citizen, not from the United States.
And when you say guys, who is he talking to?
To the SEAL Team 6.
Okay.
So SEAL Team 6, my boys. I'm your commander-in-chief. You listen to me, okay?
Yep.
That's my constitutional authority. And I've come to the determination that these are individuals, these political rivals of mine, are more than just political rivals. They're non-citizens. They're foreign terrorists, saboteurs on behalf of the state of Iran.
Yeah, and I get you. Let me go into a few questions of my own.
Yeah.
So, are you saying just the act of instructing SEAL Team 6, or are you saying the president is immune for the act of killing somebody? I shouldn't say that. I don't know what you're going to say to that. But are you saying that in this scenario, the act of killing a member of Congress, would that be, you're saying that's the scenario you're laying out? Like the act actually occurred? The act actually occurred. And the president faced no liability. Yeah, SEAL Team 6 actually went and killed a member of Congress under this purported rationale from the president. And why do you think that would be legal? I don't think it would be legal. I think under this ruling. Yeah, I don't think that this ruling makes that legal. I think it makes the president criminally immune. So we agree. No, I think it makes the president criminally immune for that illegal act. And what would the illegal act be? The illegal act would be killing someone without justification. So that would be a murder because it's malice aforethought killing, a killing with an intentional killing without justification. It would be a malicious killing. So that's the statute of murder. It would be illegal because it would be the government depriving someone of life without due process of law. So it'd be illegal for many reasons. And this ruling doesn't make it legal. No, hold on. Before we go on, you're saying this would be illegal under this ruling? No, not under this ruling. I want you to, just so I'm on the same page. Yeah. I want you to lay out the facts as you see it under this ruling. Yeah. So this ruling doesn't change the underlying legality of the matter. I'm going to say that one more time. This ruling does not change it. Stop. What we're talking about here is criminal immunity. Okay? Yeah, not whether or not it's legal. Criminal immunity applies to legal things. Okay? Correct. Well, hold on. Yeah? So the immunity only covers the president going to the SEAL Team 6 and saying we should do this. That's what you're talking about. It covers him ordering that. No, he says, I order you to go kill them. It covers it. I mean, yeah. If this can you define the difference between a president ordering SEAL Team 6 before this ruling and the president ordering SEAL Team 6 after this ruling? Yeah, before this ruling, he would not have criminal liability for that. No, I mean, what would the actions? What would the same exact actions? Exactly. What are you talking about? So exactly the only thing you just want him to be not immune. When he talks to SEAL Team 6. That's basically it. Well, no, I want him to be not immune for ordering SEAL Team 6 to kill a political rival on a sham basis. Fair? Do you want him to be criminally immune for ordering SEAL Team 6 to kill a political rival on a sham basis? Will you answer that question? Well, let me think about it. You don't know whether you want them to be criminally immune? Well, I want laws on the books to have that. What do you mean laws on the books have that? Not legislative laws. I'm talking about. So here's the here's my basis for.
Wait, no, I asked you a question. Sorry.
No,
I asked you, would you like that?
Let me hold on. Let me lay my
You don't want to
framework.
answer that
That's why I
question. I'm
agree.
noticing. I'm going to come back.
No, I'll answer the question.
Okay.
You could request.
I'm giving you space. Yeah. Ask your question.
Yeah. I'm going to lay my framework as to why I agree with the ruling, and then you can ask the question. So I agree with the ruling for one main reason. The way I see it, I believe this ruling upholds the idea that all three branches of government, not one is higher than the other. So not one branch of government can impede the act of, let's say, the president of fulfilling his duty under the Constitution, or a legislature from doing theirs under the Constitution, or the judicial to do judicial review. That's why I agree with this.
Okay, you may agree with it. That doesn't answer the question about whether this hypothetical, what we're examining is whether or not the hypothetical is true and whether or not people are being wrong about it. So there's nothing inconsistent. I could even say I agree with it because I think that he should be immune for that. And there's nothing inconsistent. What we're having a disagreement about right now is whether or not this immunizes him for that action. And that's the question we're examining, not whether you agree with its notion of separation of powers. That's just beside the point. And I'll take you back to the question, which is, do you think he's criminally immune for it?
For ordering SEAL Team 6 to attack someone. Murder.
You know these hypos. Yes, to murder.
Okay. Yeah, he would be immune from ordering that.
So we agree that the SEAL Team 6 hypos are absolutely viable, and the dissent is completely right that those are immune. And so I don't understand why there's this criticism.
I don't see why it's bad.
Yeah, okay. So you can take that position. You don't think it's bad, but you can't, because you agree with me that it does immunize that scenario that I've just laid out, and that's what the dispute has been about. Now, I happen to think that, well, I guess we'll get back to the question. Like, you think that that's good. I think that that's bad.
I'm not saying that's good.
Well,
I'm saying
you're saying you agree with the ruling. All right.
Correct. That's a difference.
Okay. I guess that is a difference. You agree with the ruling because you think it preserves the proper separation of powers. I totally and completely disagree. I think it puts the executive above Congress. I think it puts the judicial branch above Congress. And so I think it totally skews the balance of powers. I think Congress.
Tell me why?
Yes, because I think Congress is supposed to be the most powerful branch of the three branches. I don't think it's supposed to be.
You do believe the legislature should be held above the other two branches?
I do believe that it was the founders' intentions for Congress to be
where on the Constitution does it say the legislature? The first among what?
The first among equals. It's a term of art. It's
I know. I'm messing with you.
That the framers say. It's a reason why Article 1 establishes the legislative power of the United States. It's the first article, and the first branch is the House of Representatives, because that's what. Does that mean it's more? Because we believe in a republic. That's what the founders wanted. And I understand the framers, and I understand that if I'm an originalist and if I'm someone who cares about the structure of this country, I look to the framers. I look to the Federalist Papers, and what they wanted was a Congress and equality among the law, and that, I think, preserves the balance way better than having this president be
equality among the law. Wait a minute, equality among the law with whom?
With everybody. Everyone is equal under the law. That's the notion of America. And to say that this is necessary to balance our country is to say, like, okay, then for the entirety of the history of the country, we've been skewed in favor of Congress.
Correct. No, it's been skewing. All right. Are you willing to say that we have not been skewing to the executive branch becoming more powerful?
Yes, more and more unbalanced, more and more powerful in a way that is counter to the constitutional design, and it's counter, by the way, to overturning Chevron, like the Chevron doctrine, right? The whole purpose of that, the notion was, we're taking power away from Congress and you're giving too much to the president. But now it's like, oh, we have to up the president's power to the utmost extent. It's pure bullshit.
That's not upping the president's power. Not at all.
This is not upgrading the power of the president.
The Chevron doctrine?
No.
Oh, okay, go on.
You misunderstood me. What I said was the purported rationale of Chevron was to give back to the Congress their supremacy. They're the ones.
That's not entirely true, but okay.
It absolutely is a separation of powers based.
Hold on.
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm going off memory here, but let me tell you what I remember that ruling to be.
Have you read the ruling? Number one.
I have, but it's been a while, so that's why I'm going off.
It's been a while. The case is fucking fresh off the printers. How much of a while could it be?
It referenced Chevron, but it didn't go deep into Chevron.
No, I'm not asking Chevron. I'm asking I'm
talking about Chevron.
The overturning of Chevron.
Oh, yes, I have.
Yeah, so if you read that, then you surely saw the parts where they're every second talking about the primacy of Congress and the importance of Congress.
correct. I don't understand your point.
What I'm saying is that that was purportedly under the notion that Congress needs to be respected. Congress needs to be promoted. Congress's will needs to be enacted, except, I guess, when it comes to the person of the president.
No, that's not. Okay, I'll say I'm confused because I think you're arguing something different. What is it that you're arguing for about this? Because I'm stuck on your example of Chevron.
You had talked about how you agree with this ruling because you think it preserves the proper separation of powers. And I'm saying that it's an about face for this court to pretend constantly to be in favor of preserving a balance, but then and using it when it's in their interest to undo a bunch of regulations it doesn't like, but then
it didn't undo it.
Expanding the power of the president in this gross and totally unjustifiable way.
It didn't expand. This does not expand the presidential powers.
This opinion, the Trump versus the United States? When I say this, I mean Trump versus the United States.
Correct.
You don't think this expands the power of the president?
No, I don't think so.
Well, I guess we would think of things much differently. If you think that like an immunity doctrine, a very powerful immunity doctrine.
Well, because we're going, okay, hold on. I think I understand where we're not communicating, or we are communicating properly. We're not understanding each other.
Okay.
So I think it's because this original point, you want the legislature to be above the other two branches. And I'm saying there are three equals. One should be above the other.
They're co-equals, but I understand the constitutional design and the framers and what they intended. And they wanted Congress to be the first among
What do you mean by that? So you're making it, you're positing something that's not a fact. Correct? Is that correct?
I'm positing something that is black letter. No one even disagrees with it. Only weirdos, I guess, like you, disagree with what I just said. What I said is so mundane. It's a cliche.
So the mainstream thing is legislature is higher than everything else.
That the legislature, that Congress is the first among, they call them co-equal branches, correct. But that Congress is intended to be the strongest. Everyone understands that. What I said is not controversial.
What's strongest in the sense that they were given more,
the most duties. Power. I don't know what you're trying to say.
Well, the most power given to them, correct, under the Constitution.
Yes.
But
so I'm
talking about the power given to the president under the Constitution.
Yes, I don't think that.
And I'm saying that the legislature cannot interfere with the powers given to the president under the Constitution. And you're saying yes, they can.
This is begging the question. You're assuming what you're seeking to prove, that Congress passing criminal statutes that apply to the president and his official conduct is somehow interfering with them, which I don't think it is. So if
can it?
What's that?
Can it interfere?
What do you mean?
A legislature? No, can't. CAN.
Can't it interfere?
Can laws interfere with the presidential duties?
They can,
as prescribed under the Constitution.
I believe they can, but it would
acceptable.
Yes, I believe it can, but I think it's way narrower than what the court said. Come on,
exactly. Yeah. All right, now we're making progress.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
But the reading of what the court says is way broader and unnecessary.
I agree with you. It was very broad.
Yeah.
Now maybe we can get into the weeds and see where we truly disagree.
Okay.
So I agree with you. That's really broad.
Wait. Sorry. We disagree on everything so far. Well, what have we? Except for the extent that
the only thing we disagree with is a conception.
Okay. You think it's too broad, but you still agree with it, right?
Correct.
Why do you agree with it if it's too broad?
Would that be
a
decent conclusion to come from?
Like that you more agree with it than disagree with it, right? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. But you would have written it differently.
Before we go on, is that an acceptable
conclusion? No, it is acceptable. What you're saying is you would have written it differently. You would have come to a different holding, but you more agree with it than disagree with it. Fair?
More or less. I would say correct. I'm going to say I agree. So the way I see it is they went broad for a reason. And the reason is
I agree.
They don't have all the... You agree.
Yeah, they went broad to protect Trump. That's the reason.
Oh my God. That's okay.
Yeah.
So I think they went broad. Hold on. I think they went broad because they do not have the particulars of every scenario that can fall under this framework. And so they kicked it down to the lower courts to a precedent.
Okay, I view that as such a naive view of what's going on that can only be the product.
So you think this is like a coup?
No, I do not think this is a coup.
So you think the judges are allowed to protect the president and give them more power?
They're allowed to protect the president and give them more power.
Okay.
As long as they're ruling on a case or controversy, which they are.
Okay.
They're executing the judicial power of the United States. So I don't think it's...
No, I agree.
Okay.
I guess I should take that. I'll take that back. I'll take that.
All right. Yeah, I mean,
right, so
I don't really know what's like. Yes, you and I have a foundational difference in how we view this opinion and what the proper balance is between the branches and what's necessary to preserve the independence of the executive and to make sure that it's vigorous as the constitutional designers wanted. We disagree on that. That's an honest disagreement, but we don't disagree on what this provides for and what it allows for, which is it does allow for all those crazy hypotheticals.
Well, hold on. It does allow them. It does allow them theoretically. These are all theoretics, correct? These are not true statements. These are theoretical statements.
They're theoretical. The hypotheticals are theoretical. Yes.
Okay. So it allows for these hypotheticals theoretically.
Yeah.
Only because, and this is the brunt of my argument, only because this is a generalized framework that will now get precedent.
It's not only because it's a generalized framework that gets.
Hold on. I got something happened. So
okay.
It's only because this is a generalized framework, and the precedent is going to refine the framework so that there will be limiting principles. There will be statements of fact once the facts come in and judgments come in, and then the framework will be more and more defined.
Yeah, I mean, like,
and refined.
I don't know.
That's my argument.
Are you hearing me to deny that courts might be able to refine
No, I'm not hearing you deny it. What I'm hearing you is saying, you're not saying anything about that. You're saying this is, well, okay, this is my perspective. I'm probably putting words in your mouth. So,
yeah.
So what I'm hearing you say is, this is a horrible ruling.
Yes.
This is only here to protect Trump. These judges are maybe corrupt.
I wouldn't go as far as say corrupt, politicized, I might say.
Okay, politicized. So they are politicized.
Yeah.
And this goes against the Constitution.
Yeah.
And anyone who disagrees with you is un-American.
I would say it's an un-American belief to support this ruling. Yes. I wouldn't characterize you as all, you might be pro-American in other respects. You might support the U.S. men's national team in soccer.
Hold on. So in this respect, I am un-American.
In this respect, with this belief, yes. Oh, but a lot of people, I have some beliefs that are un-American. I believe that that the Electoral College.
You're playing word games, bro.
No, there's no wait. What about what I just said is word games? I believe that there are some people
you're biting. This is what I think you're doing. I think you're biting a bullet. I think you understand that my sense of the ruling you disagree with, but I believe you think it's not out of bounds. It's not crazy.
I do believe it's crazy, not out of bounds. Yeah, I just don't know enough about
why do you think
other opinions? I think that you don't, either because you're ignorant or partisan, you don't really understand the ramifications of what the opinion is, and so
no. Hold on.
Yeah,
what the ramifications as I lay it is totally fine. It's non-political. What ramifications as I see it is wrong.
Again, I can't. One of the reasons why I'm not willing at this moment to label you all or nothing un-American American.
Forget the un-American.
That's what we were talking about. Well, hang on. You say forget it. We were just talking about it, so we're gonna.
No. What I'm saying is I changed it. Yeah.
You were like, I think I caught you.
Okay.
So now you're changing subject. Okay. What do you want to change subject to?
Well, it's the same line but different subject.
Okay. I don't know what that means. Same line but different subject. What does that mean?
Well, we talked about it, but we moved on from it. Now I'm going back to it.
Okay.
So, I forgot my question. All right, what do you got for me? Oh, wait. Now I remember. I'm going to say it differently now. Can you steelman my position?
Yeah.
In a way that I will agree?
I think so.
Okay,
I think you would say, and this court would say, we're very concerned about the executive not being able to act like itself, and we're scared of internal conflicts at the executive and a deep state that cannibalizes itself or the duly elected president, and this criminal immunity is necessary to make sure the incentive structure is always pure among the president and his duties, so that he's never considering his own results personally whenever he's taking action. And there are plenty of ways to stop a president who's become rogue. Impeachment in other ways in elections, and you can stop it that way, but we don't need to have criminal liability. And nothing is preventing these hypos in a broader sense, because he could have already done those things, and the reason he doesn't do it is because he'll get impeached, and so it's not really a big deal.
Generally speaking, I agree. There's some things that I would say meaningless to the argument, but generally speaking, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know the arguments.
No. Well, hold on. Why is that? I start with wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to say, why is it an American?
Yeah.
I'm trying not to load the terms. I just remember you saying this.
Why is it wrong? It's wrong because the incentive structure is completely reverse. What we want is a president to be encouraged to follow the law. And what we're scared of isn't an executive being so scared he won't follow the law, but of being not scared enough if he chooses to violate them. Like, what we're scared about, and the basis of this country, is being fearful of king authoritarianism and the centralization of authority. And the more you chip away at the executive's checks, you're making a road for the thing we were fighting against in the first place, which is like King George. And so I think,
and that's why you'd say it's going down the road of un-American.
Yeah. And they kind of relate. It's wrong, and partly because it's un-American.
Because it's un-American.
And it is an incentive structure that's not necessary either, because practically we haven't seen this kind of like crazy incentive structure where presidents are so scared of how they act. No, it doesn't happen.
Hold on. You're making a lot, in my view, you're making a lot of assumptions.
Okay.
The first, well, let me phrase this correctly. So you got my view right, but not entirely. You didn't get the entire view. So if this framework, as it stands now, basically stays the same for eternity, I would agree with you. This is a horrible ruling. This should be reversed. This should not stand. What I disagree with you is this ruling is not meant to stand as it is. As I said it before, the lower courts will create precedent. There will be limiting factors. There will be all these things that will come into play as facts come into the court. Do you disagree with that?
I disagree for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think that there's actually probably going to be limited opportunities for the court to refine its doctrine, because I think part of what makes this case so special is it's the first in history. I don't think there's going to be a ton of opportunities for the court to refine doctrines as to indictments as to sitting presidents, maybe unless Trump gets in office again, because I think he'll probably commit more crimes. But then I would expect more protection, just to be clear, with this court composition.
Oh, goodness.
I'm just being clear. I think that this, if Trump is going to be president, I do expect him to commit more crimes. And I don't think that you're going to see a ton of like refinement, or it's not like it's not like the Chevron doctrine. It's not like the doctrine for, I don't know, what counts as substantial infringement for purposes of copyright. Like there's not going to be a ton of opportunities for lower courts to interpret it if it only applies to one person.
There's already there's already court cases that are going to be refined right now.
Yeah, but they all relate to the facts at issue here, right? And so like, and it's not like an iterative process where we're going to see a bunch of generations of courts interpreting and refining all that stuff. It's basically just all these indictments right now. It's all going to be answered by the same people.
I disagree. Well, let's take out Trump and say Biden.
Yeah,
there's court rulings against his actions? Am I right?
No indictment. That's what we're talking about as indictments.
Well, right now, but there's rulings, right?
Yeah, there's rulings. There's always been rulings against presidents and their administrations. That's not what's at issue.
But no, well, there is a slight issue. Right now, actually.
Yeah, I mean, what we're talking about is a specific doctrine, the doctrine of absolute immunity, and that hasn't been tested before, and it probably won't be tested unless Trump's in office again, because he's the only president.
No, now I can see it. Now I see it. The, I think it was EPA, or was it the fishing? What was the court case that just came out where the fisheries sued I believe it was I forgot the.
That's the overturning of Chevron, but there's other fishery. There's a bunch of.
Well, that was the overturning of Chevron, correct? But
yeah,
their argument, that led to the overturning. Why can't that happen under the president?
Why can't arguments happen under the president? I don't understand the question. I'm not following.
So let's say Biden does. Let's do the college payback scheme to pay back the debt.
The
to wipe out
payback
debt.
scheme.
To wipe out the debt.
Okay, cool. The debt relief.
Scheme doesn't mean bad for you. I'm trying not to load it. So if you think I'm loading it,
payback scheme is completely loading it. I didn't even know what you were referring to. You were talking about the college.
Okay.
The debt thing.
If you think
calling
I'm loading
something
it,
a scheme is lowering it usually. Unless
No, it's not. Okay.
Unless you're talking about a regulatory scheme.
Yes, that's what I was talking about.
But the way you've all right,
isn't it?
but usually a regulatory scheme is referring to like a framework as opposed to a particular action done with respect to a scheme. But yeah, go ahead.
All right. Well, I'll change the wording.
Okay.
So the
student debt,
the wipeout of student debt.
Yes.
So that was challenged in court, correct?
Correct.
And why was that nullified? His action?
Because the court decided that it violated the Higher Education Act, I believe.
Correct. And it's outside of his scope.
Yeah, that he wasn't authorized to give that relief and to waive or modify the provisions related to the various student debt programs and just blanketly wipe it $10,000.
So would that ruling under this framework, would you say that that's a ruling that would give clarity to this overarching ruling, or no?
To this
so like
overarching ruling, it gives clarity to what the court's about, and the court's about striking down shit that Biden does.
Oh my God! And can you just?
I'm just telling you, like, what clarity does it provide? Okay, the court
provides a limiting principle. So if a future president says this is a core duty of the president, I'm doing this. There's nothing you can do about it. There's already rulings saying no, it's not.
I do not agree.
And you can be prosecuted.
I totally disagree. I totally disagree that this ruling.
Well, hold on. Why?
Because no one can help themselves who's on this side, but fall into the trap.
There you go. That's it. What's it. We found the core. You have a core assumption that I don't want to say corrupt because you didn't want to say that.
I'm not saying corrupt. Well, analytically, you're fucked.
All right.
I was about to explain it, but you interrupted me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You're analytically fucked. You're doing the same thing the last guy is. You're saying because it's illegal and because there's been a determination that it's illegal. Yes.
I didn't say it was. No. I didn't say it was illegal. I never said.
You're saying it falls out of core because it's ruled illegal.
No.
Why does it fall out of core?
Well, I'm saying falls out of core under Biden.
Why?
Because it's ruled not a core duty. I'm not saying this is a. Hold on. I'm not saying this is a criminal act. Right?
Yeah, when did they rule it's not a core executive duty to order your agency to
wipe out student debt?
Yeah. And again, this would only pertain to criminal liability anyway.
Okay, so hold on, no. It does.
Yeah,
but it goes under it goes under the assumption that you cannot. This core liability is there because you're protecting the duties of the president as prescribed in the Constitution.
I don't understand, right? Like he sends a letter to his Department of Education saying, please remove student debt. First of all, that's not a criminalized conduct, so it wouldn't come up. But
no, I know. I'm
suppose that Congress said it's illegal to send letters to the Department of Education and tell them.
No. I'm not talking about criminal conduct.
What the fuck
what I'm asking you is, does that ruling that under Biden clarify what the president can and cannot do?
Yes.
As a core duty of the president? No,
not as a core duty.
Why not?
Because that's not the holding. The holding isn't whether it's core or not. I don't know what to tell you. It has no bearing on this case.
Okay. I'll believe you. I don't want to argue about that.
Okay. Again, it provides clarity that presidents cannot give $10,000 of student debt relief. But I don't know. And it provides clarity that the courts are going to, whenever you want to do something super too much, I guess, in the language, and it's more of a general clause, they're going to sort of limit the general clause reading to be more narrow.
So do you agree with the perspective of the living Constitution?
Yes and no.
How to read? Yes and no. That's interesting.
Yeah. Yes, to the extent that if what you're saying is that the Constitution itself, in the text of the Constitution, imports certain values, and those values are subject to change? I think the answer is yes, those values develop. I think that one of those examples is the prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. Like, at the time that they passed that amendment, like, they were using crazy tortures that were commonplace everywhere, right? And but what the framers did, they didn't say, this form of torture is illegal. They didn't say all these forms of torture are illegal. They said cruel and unusual. And so I think that that's a decision by the framers to embed a value there. And that value, of course, will be subject to new phenomena. Same thing with the Second Amendment, right? The Second Amendment applies to the right to bear arms. But what arms meant at the time of the founding is very different than arms now. But what is sort of embedded there is an idea. And the idea is the way to protect, as interpreted by the court. So at this point, I'm not giving my opinion. I'm just giving the doctrine as we know it, that the idea was to defend the militia. We need to protect the individual's right to own, to be armed, essentially, right? And being armed doesn't just mean muskets. It means it can include things that are more modern, because there's a value there, and that value can be subject to change. Same thing with like equal protection under the law. At the time you made like equal protection under the law in 1865 or whatever, whenever they passed the 14th Amendment, it might be 68 actually. When they did that, like, most schools were segregated, right? What meant equal protection of the law didn't mean you had to integrate schools, but that changed. That changed over time, and
that changed because they said that it wasn't equal.
Well,
they didn't say that this is not
right,
what it meant.
But if you were just to say that, like, well, whatever the people meant at the time, that's what you're supposed to go with. At the time they passed the 14th Amendment, no one thought what they were doing was integrating schools between black people and white people. No one thought that. And if they did, they wouldn't have passed it, or they would have said, like, by the way, for the avoidance of doubt, that doesn't mean we have to send our kids to the same schools. So yes, I think that the values can change. Now, there's a range of, like, the same thing with any law. No law is going to be written perfectly. There's a range of reasonability. You can't read, like, the age limitations for the different various positions in the government to be like, okay, 35 means 30, right? There's going to be some range of reasonableness that I cannot particularly delineate for you. That's just part of being a human and functioning in society, is going to require us to make those calls, those judgment calls. But I do think the values which are intended to be more general, encompassing societal attitudes, are subject to change. But not all of the constitutional provisions are like that. Okay.
So I'm going to repeat what you believe this ruling stands for and why I think it's bad. I'm going to say why I don't think it's good.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you, how far apart are we? So,
okay.
You think this, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. So you think this ruling is bad because it's too vague, too broad. You don't think that, you think there are people that you think they do. Well, I'm not going to bring that up. It's not relevant. You think that it will not be refined and it'll stand as is, and that is un-American because it gives too much power to the executive. That's basically it, right?
I would change one thing. I think it will be by necessity refined because the DOJ is going to proceed on the prosecutions. And so they're going to have to rule on some things, and ultimately the same people are going to rule on it. This Supreme Court is going to all get appealed to the Supreme Court. So they are going to be deciding and changing things and adding things and stuff like that. So that's not part of my position, but the foundation is fundamentally broken. And if what you're saying is, well, the foundation, they're going to make exceptions and all that stuff. Well, great. I mean, the more you chip away at it,
well, hold on.
I agree with it.
So
I don't trust this court to do that.
That's exactly what I was trying to get to earlier. The core difference between me and you, is I do trust the Supreme Court. You don't.
Wait, sorry. When I said is I don't trust them to make their ruling toothless, and that's what it would require for me to agree with it. If the exceptions started to swallow the rule.
Wait a minute. So you think if they implement limiting principles, it makes this framework void and stupid, and what was the point?
No, I think that absent major exceptions that start to swallow this rule, it's a horrible opinion. Unless they make it toothless, it's bad. Because as it is, even just the explicit holding in this case, saying what you say to the DOJ with respect to prosecutions is not criminalizable is fucking crazy. And that's just the explicit holding.
Let's go into, hold on. Let's go into the cases. Let's talk about the Georgia case, the alternate electors, or what do you want to call it, fraudulent electors?
More stuff in Georgia. There's a lot of stuff in Georgia, but yes, I'm familiar.
Okay. So, do you believe this ruling protects Trump
100%.
in that case?
Yes.
So you think that he will be found not guilty, or not even not guilty? You don't think this court will even look at it?
No, because there's arguably unofficial conduct at issue in those prosecutions, but that's just because Trump is a dumbass.
Okay.
Or it's not really even because he's a dumbass. It's because he didn't have the benefit of knowing what this ruling was, and so he couldn't.
Oh, okay. I'm starting to understand. So you think
his conduct to be purely covered by the immunity?
Okay, so explain to me, in this trial, assuming Trump knew the ruling, how would he do it to be criminally immune?
He would make sure everyone he was involved in the scheme had some position in the government. He would hire them.
He would hire them under what?
Under his executive authority.
Under the DOJ or something, or what?
Anything, yeah. Why not?
Oh, I'm asking for
under DOJ, you'd be like, yeah, remove the acting attorney general, put in Jeff Clark, hire whoever you want. You have your budget, and Congress gives you allotment to do that. Make sure everyone we do this has a position. Maybe I get some more other deniable people, but I always go through the intermediary of my DOJ. So to the extent that I'm, referring myself to third parties, it's through a government intermediary. There's a lot of ways that you could very clearly immunize yourself.
So let's say that happened. Can Congress requisition facts for that action?
I think that's an unknown question. Because I think that part
Why
of
do you
this,
say that?
Because I think that there are some cases that explicitly say that you're allowed to subpoena the certain records that pertain to the president. We have the Vance versus Trump case. I don't know why I'm just explaining all this case law to you, but I guess. And so those would seem to stand for the proposition, and also again the Nixon case, not the Fitzgerald case, the other Nixon case, that you can subpoena the president and do shit like that. I would assume so.
Mm-hmm.
And so
so assuming so, let's just make the assumption that they can.
I would think they probably do, but I'm not sure how the court would deal with if we're investigating you to refer you to the DOJ, probably not. But if they sort of contain it and phrase it as their impeachment power as the basis for the subpoena, they can probably get it.
Okay. And can they convict using that?
Can they convict what?
Would they be able to convict Trump using that?
For the impeachment?
Mm-hmm. And, requisitioning the facts, impeachment, can they convict? Yeah,
can Congress impeach? Yeah, they can impeach if they have the votes. I don't know what to say. No one is denying that. But
no, I'm not. I'm just following it. Maybe see if we disagree or agree. I'm not trying to fight you on anything.
I don't know what you're asking. Can they impeach? Can they convict on the impeachment? They can convict on the impeachment. Yes.
So then
they always could.
So then Trump can be convicted
for an impeachment. Yes.
The impeachment, which is the act they're impeaching him for, which is the Georgia.
Yeah, it's not criminal liability. It's removal from office.
They can. Wait, hold on. I think we're misunderstanding yourself. Can they convict him criminally after an impeachment?
No. Well, not for the core presumptive immune. So supposing you don't meet the threshold.
Well, hold on. Doesn't it? Maybe this isn't a question. I don't know, or maybe no one knows.
I don't think you know.
I think I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I know. So can the after impeachment, doesn't the Trump lose immunity?
Nope.
So if they impeach him on a fact-finding mission, find him whatever, and impeach him, he's still committing.
Yeah, he's immune. So you granted the other hypothetical of he killing the political rival. Obviously going through those steps, and if he did that,
I'm talking about the act.
Yeah. So he goes through all those things. He orders the killing of Nancy Pelosi. Obviously illegal. Obviously impeachable. Right.
Hold on. I'm saying in that scenario, I'm saying you cannot convict using his words to the SEAL Team 6. You can convict from the action.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The president didn't fire the gun.
I know, but so maybe I'm wrong. So if SEAL Team 6 does it,
Yeah.
can SEAL Team 6 be convicted criminally?
Under the explicit holdings of this court, under this explicit holding, technically, yes. Although I think they have good arguments to immunize them. Number one is I think they have a good constitutional argument, which is based on the unitary executive theory, which this opinion enshrines. Because this opinion enshrines a unitary theory, I think there's a strong argument. I don't know that this court would bite at it, to be honest with you. I don't think they would.
I don't think any court would.
But I think it's a good argument given the philosophy of it, which is if you're just following an order that emanates from someone who is himself immune, how can you be liable for an extension of an authority which carries with it an immunity and a necessity that power be wielded without fear of undue coercion by the threat of prosecution? So I think that's a strong argument. I think that certain members of the court might buy it. Just a heads up.
But you're thinking Clarence Thomas, aren't you?
I'm thinking certain members might buy it. I don't know that it would get I don't think it would get a majority. I don't think it would get the chief, and I don't think it would get Amy Coney Barrett. Then obviously they can all be pardoned federally, and to the extent that there are state prosecutions for like murder or whatever, I think there are strong preemption arguments and strong justification arguments. If you get a SEAL Team 6 and they can plausibly say, hey, we didn't know that this was without justification. We were just following the orders of the president. We didn't know that we actually believed that this was a terrorist. And so you can't find us guilty like any more than you can find a pilot who's following the order of a president to kill a bomber that's about to, you can't, he's going off his orders. And so there are strong arguments both with respect of preemption.
Well, I don't agree that they're both strong arguments. I agree that they're both arguments that could be heard.
Yeah, I think they would be strong.
Not both strong arguments.
I think they'd be strong. I think if you, okay, let me give you another example. So let's say there's an actual.
Hold on.
Okay.
I think you contradicted yourself. I don't think you.
I didn't.
Earlier you said, "Oh, you did." So I think.
Oh, are you asserting I did?
I'll modify.
Okay.
Yeah, I am.
What did I contradict myself?
So earlier you said on this argument, you said, "I don't think this court will bite it. I don't think this court will actually bite on this."
Yeah.
I guess to you, that still means it's strong.
Are you a fucking idiot?
Maybe.
You understand that I was going through iterative defenses and different defenses in an itemized list, so that they wouldn't bite on necessarily on the unitary executive version of absolute immunity. And then I went into pardoning, and then I went, the third one in the list of three was this argument from justification, from lack of malice. So one of them I think is very strong. The other one I think the court wouldn't bite on. Not because I don't think it's strong, but just because I think the court politically doesn't want to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'll just disagree.
I went from 0 to 100. I mean, like, Immortal Phoenix. Sorry, I've been dealing with a lot of like going through these things with these two people, and so sorry if I was rude, but it's just annoying. For instead of asking me like, "Hey, can you clarify? I don't know this." You're like, contradict yourself there.
Well, I said afterwards I made a modification.
I think, yeah.
I said I believe. Yeah, I think. Come on now.
All right. I'm sorry. What's your next thing? Oh yeah, I think that they would, and I think you would agree that it would be a strong preemption argument if I gave you a person like an actual terrorist, right? Like suppose there's an actual terrorist, and the president actually sends, like justifiably so, a officer to shoot the terrorist lawfully, and like everything is hunky dory, and it actually was a threat. And some like dumbass Democrat prosecutor in the state wants to charge, because they just love terrorists, wants to charge them with the state crime of murder. You don't think there's like a strong preemption argument? Hey, I was following federal law, and it was lawful federal law, and it preempts your stupid state law, and so you can't charge me. Don't you think it's a strong argument? I was following an order from a lawful order from the president of the United States in good faith. You can't charge me for that in a state court.
Assassination?
Bro.
Well, hold on. I'm saying I didn't hear you. You cut off. You said something about assassinating someone.
If you order an agent to like kill an actual terrorist.
Oh, an actual terrorist. Okay.
Who's actually a threat. And some crazy Dem prosecutor is like, we love all people equally. You can't kill terrorists, even if there are imminent threat, and like charges them with murder on some bullshit theory, let's say, right?
Uh-huh.
And don't you think there's a strong argument like, hey, I was following a lawful federal order that preempts your murder law. You can't enforce it against me.
I think it's
yeah,
that I think is very strong.
Yeah, that's the same idea here because think about it. Why can you look into the president's
Congress
statement,
looks
right?
into the president. Congress would
no, but
look
as
into
a criminal matter, why are you allowed to look into the actual facts of the executive's interworkings for purposes of this criminal indictment? Even as and the other part to it is you can just plead. Here's the worst part of it. Like, if you're the president and there's a court order to like comply with discovery or subpoena or something, why the president could just ignore it, right? And there's no criminal liability. Just like in my official capacity, I am ignoring this subpoena. I think that it.
No, I disagree.
You do? All right.
I do. Do you honestly believe that this would hold? That if you were to do that action,
I don't think you would have criminal liability for obstructing a subpoena.
Well, no. Let's assume that is a criminal offense.
It is a criminal offense.
No, that they're going to charge him with it. I mean.
That's one of the ways they enforce it, yeah.
Yeah, oh, so you're saying that he will have immunity?
If you obstruct a subpoena using your core official duties, right? Let's say that all the documents relate to, like,
you're saying,
are in the archives of the National Archive, and you order the National Archivist, do not give these over. And they're like, this is obstruction. Like, well,
so you're saying, no. Okay, I totally disagree with you.
What
you're saying is, I disagree with your assumption that this actions will hold in court.
With what action will hold in court?
The action that, all right, so I don't agree that a president can say, I am not giving you the information. I am not going to be subpoenaed. I will ignore the subpoena. And then if Congress were to take it to court, the judge will say, these are his core duties, kick it out. I do not believe that will happen.
Who takes him to court? The question is like the Congress will sue, right?
Well, hold on.
Congress will sue, and the court will say Congress is right. You have to give it over, right?
Correct.
And then the president will be like, "I'm going to ignore this order." And archivists do not.
And at that point,
comply.
At that point, it's a criminal offense, and you're saying he's immune.
Yeah, and so then there's a prosecution from the next administration, let's say, and they're like, "Hey, you obstructed this subpoena," and you're like, "What are you talking about, dude? I just ordered my archivist to do something. You're going to chill my core duties of ordering my archivist. You can't premise your theory of obstruction on my orders to the archivist."
So there I disagree.
Why?
That's one of the things. Okay, so this is, again, going back to my argument of why I agree with this ruling, is I believe there will be limiting principles. I think this is a strong case.
I understand there'll be limiting principles. I understand that, but the question is,
do you believe this falls in line?
Provide a reason distinction. Provide a reason distinction. You just granted the SEAL Team 6 hypo the order to kill someone as a core official duty. You're not going to say it's a core official duty to order the archivist?
Only under this.
So I give you a hypothetical where the way that the president is obstruction is telling their national archivist not to hand over documents that he's court ordered to provide. That's the way he's obstructing.
Correct.
How is that not an official duty? A core one.
Is it a court duty to not acknowledge a subpoena?
To order, no, but it's a core duty or a core duty to order your national archivist to preserve records in the way that you think most fit. And the way he's doing that is ignoring the subpoena. And so,
hold on. This is, I want to give my argument. You could swat it away if you think it's wrong. So the reason why I say you're incorrect here is because if he says I'm ignoring a subpoena, that is a criminal offense. It is not, as we both agreed, under the core duties of the president. It is outside of that core duty. You can go after him.
Prove I obstructed justice.
Hold on. And because it's out of the core duties of president, this ruling will allow you to take testimony.
Prove I obstructed justice. What testimony do you want to prove it? I gave you the facts, right? The fact is there was a court order to produce the documents, and the president says to the national archivist who has the documents, don't hand those over. Mm-hmm. Prove that there's And remember, we're only focused on the president because the president just like pardons the national archivist or does whatever the national archivist. We don't care about the national archivist. But the president says, do not hand those over. And then the factual result is that the archivist never hands it over.
Well, so you're making okay, I think we're going off two different assumptions. When the prosecutor brings a case to the court, the judge has to make that determination. Correct? If it's a core duty and must be swatted out, or it's outside of the core duty.
The court will figure it out. But the question is, logically, give a reason why that like a reason principle why that would be not core.
Well, because you have to give a reasoned principle of why that's not core.
I mean, like, and even go further, right? The president orders them to burn the documents. Burn them. Yeah, I'm the head of the executive. You know, I have removal authority to take care of those documents are a danger to national security. I have been given the discretion to appoint a national archivist, and in my discretion, I think that it's important for the United States.
Let's keep it on the same. Let's keep it on the same one hypothetical.
Sure. Yeah. Don't give them over or burn it or whatever. It's the same thing.
The way I see it is because he refused to acknowledge the subpoena, he does not have the core duty. That core duty, it's outside the core duty. And because the judge made the determination that the act of refusing the subpoena is outside of the core duty, at that point, you do not need to. It's either unofficial duty or presumed immunity. And at that point, then you can use the testimony. Am I correct?
No, you're totally incorrect. You're totally incorrect because obstruction involves...
Hold on.
Yeah?
Hold on. So you're saying the judge cannot make a determination based off the subpoena, saying that, hey, you should have been there, you obstructed.
The court can... I'm not denying the court's authority and jurisdiction to decide these questions. You can just ignore all that. I understand.
Well, hold on. That's the. Hold on. Just so you understand, that's the basis of my argument. So tell me why I'm wrong.
It's a stupid argument because it's an argument. Yeah, the court could order that eating a sandwich is an official act. They have jurisdiction to hear these cases in the first instance. So it's a point that no one is disputing.
You're begging the question.
I'm not begging the question.
Yeah. Okay. My argument was this is a vague and broad framework because they did not have all the particulars to get into a particular frame, to make a particular ruling.
What did you just say?
Do you understand that this is a broad framework, right?
Trump versus United States?
That's my argument. Say that again?
Yes, it's a broad framework.
The ruling.
Yes.
And the judge's understanding and mine is that the lower courts will create precedent, limiting principles, and that will clarify the ruling moving forward.
Yeah, okay, they'll clarify, but that's not what we're asking. The question is make
that no. That's the core of my argument. And you're just saying I don't like it. I don't like that. That's the core of the argument.
I don't know how to explain this to you. Like the whole premise of this argument, the whole premise of this hypothetical presumes that the court's going to clarify this specific case. And our disagreement is about what the answer will be, not that there will be clarification. And so you saying the court will clarify isn't what we're arguing about. We're arguing about what the decision
you want a particular answer to this case based on this ruling.
I don't know, like, what do you mean I want a particular answer? I'm arguing that one answer based on this ruling is the better interpretation of this ruling. I'm arguing that based on the logic of this opinion, ordering an archivist not to give over documents is core.
That's an assumption, and you know it.
What do you mean it's an assumption?
It's an assumption that. Okay, first let me go back to my premise. You do agree that a judge makes that determination? You just think the logical determination is everything's core. Screw it.
No, I didn't say everything's core. I said things.
Well, okay.
A lot of things are core, not everything.
Okay, yeah, hyperbole.
But things related to like ordering your agencies to do the things that they're authorized to do by statute, right? Like, I don't even think the statute guides, frankly, the analysis. But even if you want to,
well, it doesn't guide the analysis. It doesn't guide the conclusion, but it does guide the process.
Yeah, so you're ordering the archivist to not hand over certain documents. That's well within the wheelhouse of what the archivist does. The removal and take care clause. The president could absolutely is the executive branch in and of themselves. And
No, I understand that.
Okay, so then
But
what's the difference?
the moment the difference is he refused the subpoena.
Okay.
At that point, it is not a core duty.
Why?
So do you believe that a bribery for pardon scheme would work under this ruling?
Would work? I don't know what you mean. Would work?
He would be immune if he were to do a bribery?
I think bribery is unofficial. Relates by definition to unofficial things.
Okay, so why wouldn't that same logic apply to this one?
Bribery
is logically unofficial.
Yeah, so like bribery would involve. Now we haven't dealt with like the specific case of like some kind of bribery theft within the government. I'm assuming outside actors, and this is all going to like private bank accounts and that kind of thing. But it's clear the court, based on their ruling, makes room for bribery. Purports to make room for bribery prosecutions because, in their nature, it's asking you to do an official act for some personal gain, right? Some corrupt personal gain. And hang on a second. Let's sketch it. So, like, I agree that a bribery prosecution, it will definitely be stymied by this ruling based on the evidentiary components to it, but it can go through. But my example is very different. It's not using like outside forces or personal ends. There's like a listed justification for the action. They're like, you can't give it over to the subpoena because there's some overriding interest here, national interest. You can't give it away. If you do, the entire country will be put at risk. You can't hand it over. Yes, it's illegal, but that's what the immunity is meant to cover. If you get into this, it's like some kind of loop that people who are like defending the case.
Well, no, I think you're in the loop.
I'm not in the loop. I'm observing the loop, pointing out the loop, and looking at you and saying you're trying to define the scope of the immunity based on whether it's legal or illegal. And
No. I'm not defining the scope of the immunity. What I'm saying is the courts will define it.
Oh my God.
Do you disagree with me or not?
No one ever disagreed that courts are going to interpret this doctrine.
Okay. That's my whole argument.
It's not your whole argument. We're not arguing about who's going to make the determination.
The judge. We both agreed the judge will make that determination.
Yeah, so why are you keep bringing that up?
Because then after we agree with it, then you say, well, it's obvious that the judge has to say that's a core duty. And that's a loop. Why do you say that they have to?
I'm arguing legally why one version is correct based on the ruling. I'm not saying that they're bound by what I'm saying. I'm not saying that a court couldn't find otherwise. The court could make Swiss cheese of this doctrine if they wanted to. The Supreme Court itself could totally mess around with it.
Conception. I think we have different conceptions of this ruling, and that's taking us down different frameworks of what this ruling means.
Like you're so tied up in a pretzel. You're buying.
I'm not tied up in a pretzel.
Yes, you are. I'm about to explain.
You're tied up in a pretzel.
I'm about to explain it.
Okay, go ahead.
You bit the bullet on the SEAL Team 6 things within the first 5 minutes of the call. Sure. That's definitely core. But ordering your archivist not to hand over documents isn't core. Like that's where you're at right now. And
no.
That's so fucking stupid.
Ordering your archivist not to hand over documents is core. But ordering your archivist not to hand over documents because you refuse to acknowledge the subpoena, that's not core.
Why?
Well, this is the issue. It's the
loop. I told you it's the loop. The loop is.
No, it's not a loop.
You're trying to say it's not core because it's illegal. That's what you want to say.
No. It's not core because it's legal. I'm saying it's core because there's limiting factors.
What's the limiting factor? You're just assuming that there's going to be some carve out, but you're not basing it on what we know.
That's my assumption. That's correct.
But that's not a legal opinion. That's like a prognosis. Correct. You're trying to be Nostradamus.
Both of us are making assumptions.
No,
you were assuming.
Oh, but I'm not predicting anything. I'm interpreting.
No, I'm not predicting anything, but neither am I.
You are predicting,
then I'm not.
What's your legal analysis for what is the exception that's going to be covered? What's the legal analysis? I'm not asking you to predict how the court will actually rule.
That is.
You don't have a legal analysis.
No, because this is a broad this is a broad ruling.
Why do you have
legal analysis on a broad
I could say the same thing about this. Why did you grant me the Seal Team 6 hypothesis? I could just be like, well, I assume they're going to carve it out.
Well, no, tell under this ruling, if you were to tell the SEAL Team 6 to kill a person,
yeah,
under my interpretation of this,
you said core executive, you bit the bullet.
Immunity.
Okay, why not this?
I still do.
Okay, why not this?
Because I see this action in the same way as I see the bribery for pardon action.
How? This is
that's how I see it.
This is the president ordering the head of an agency to take an action within their wheelhouse.
And the other one is the president doing pardon. A core duty of the president. But
you're not criminalizing the pardon. You're criminalizing the private corrupt exchange of money.
Well, hold on. Why can't he take the money?
You can't take the money because there actually is no implicated duty. And that's one example. Although I think you could easily come up with one if you really wanted to. I think you could construct a system under this ruling to have effective bribery. I don't deny that. But if what you're doing is like accepting into your personal bank account or under your mattress, like some diamonds or something, like that's not going to be covered because you can't even make a plausible link to some official duty or some agency or anything like that. But I think that you could very easily make that structure, but as most people understand bribery, it's not going to pass muster. Now the bribery prosecution is going to be hindered, but yeah.
Would you say, under your interpretation of this ruling, that if he were to accept money into his re-election funds,
that'd still be private?
They cannot. It'd still be private?
You'd have to have some other system set up. You could do it. I need to think about it a little more. You could find a way.
Okay. Well, this is my core argument. I believe bribery for pardon, even if it was going through official channels like the re-election funds, would still be able to be convicted under bribery.
Yeah, bribery you can. We just talked about that.
Even going through official channels is what I'm saying.
Really? So if I set up, I tell my treasurer, hey, you have to accept this money from this person, okay? And it's really important that you do, because this is actually a tax. And I've spoken with my IRS person, and this is a special kind of tax. And part of the duties of the IRS is to, accept taxes and to administer taxes. And so I'm ordering you, the treasurer, to accept the taxes on behalf of the United States of America. Okay. You take the money, it goes into the treasury, and put this in a special bank account, because this is a special bank account for America for a specific fund that I want to create for purposes of helping our national defense. Okay, goes in the special fund. And the president, executive handles the money. They also spend the money. And so the president says, well, this special bank account, we're going to appropriate that and use that spending power to buy some confidential materials for purposes of national security, and I'm going to give that money to like the CIA to make the purchases, and he gets some crony in the CIA to like purchase him a pool
stuff.
And it's the pool, and the pool says, and this is a national security pool. This is where we put talk about our secrets, and that's why we spend it. It's a national security pool. It's owned by the United States. And I could see a scheme like that.
And you can see a scheme like that would be covered under immunity.
Yeah.
Okay,
but you could put layers into it. Yeah, I think that. But what we're talking about, most people mean by bribery is a kind of like quid pro quo in the private capacity.
Okay, well, but just so you understand, I put that umbrella as bribery. I put bribery over that action.
Over what I just talked about with official?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think that in that bribery prosecution, if that's what you put under the umbrella, I think that probably would be immunized. That's just not what most people think of with bribery.
Okay. Can we both agree we
can't get off the subpoena point. I mean, I want to stay there.
Well, hold on, because this will...
I know you're uncomfortable there. That's exactly where I'm going to go.
I know, this relates... I'm not leaving the subpoena point. This relates to it. That's why I'm making iterations to this. So you could at least understand me.
Well, that didn't help clarify anything. I mean, that just...
Well, not yet, because I haven't... I'm not finished.
I got about 10 more minutes, but yes, let's do this.
Yeah, okay.
Let's talk 10 more minutes.
Oh, okay, whatever. Yeah, I forgot. Give me a sec. I kind of forgot my question. Okay. So you believe, I'm going to try to say it in a way that you agree with. You believe under this ruling, the only legal precedent that this ruling allows is core duty immunity.
No, there's more than that. But that's just the easiest the easiest thing to exploit because it's so broad what they've defined as core, in my opinion.
Well, I agree. And if you remember, my argument in the beginning was if this ruling stands without any iterations or limiting factors or rulings to clarify, I would be against this ruling. Do you remember that?
I think you said something like that, but then you were like naively believing that this is going to have some major cutbacks, and I just doubt it. I think it's a naive assumption.
That might be a naive assumption, but that is a fair assumption.
I can assume that. I don't think it's fair. I think it's by definition unfair, but I think it makes your position like more tenable if you're very confident the court's going to create some like pretty understandable exceptions. The problem is like any exception that would be good faith and like cover so that ridiculous things are not included would apply to the Trump case, but it obviously doesn't.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not trying to cover Trump.
No, but what I mean is Trump has gotten some pretty substantial immunity already just on the DOJ thing, and likely will get more in the form of some other decisions on the other components there. And so I think no matter what, we're in a bad space because even the explicit holding of the court is already bad. And I don't think they're going to come back on that. So you might have faith that there's going to be some significant like absurdity exceptions to prevent the absurd consequences. But I think we're already there.
I think you're loading the frame.
I mean, you fucking just said not less than 40 minutes ago that the SEAL Team 6 hypos are absolutely immune. And so I don't know how much more absurd we can get than that.
Hold on. I guess maybe your absurdity is telling the SEAL Team 6 to take someone out shouldn't be immune, is what you're saying. And otherwise would be absurd.
For a sham and bullshit investigation that's just on paper that never happened just to kill a political rival, yeah, that's the absurd hypothetical that you granted and that you said should be immune and that you were happy to be immune. That's where we're at. That's the absurdity. And you bid it and said it should be absurd. And so I don't know like what other absurdities, if that's covered, that's like the worst thing it could be. I mean, what else could be worse than that?
Well, what could be worse is the act.
What act? I don't know. Killing someone.
The act
ordering
of actually killing someone, yes.
Oh, I think that yes, I think the president, if he actually killed him, would probably even have more immunity.
Oh my gosh.
I 100% believe that.
Dude.
100%.
First of all, to clarify, you said more, not the same immunity, more immunity.
Yes.
Okay, explain.
You want to hear why?
Yeah, I'd love to.
I think that the president is the unitary executive branch. He is the branch.
God.
If anyone has authority to kill someone, the president does.
No, hold on.
Do you believe the president has the direct authority to arrest people?
He does under certain circumstances.
Yes, agreed. Under certain circumstances. Do you believe that he has the direct authority to kill people under certain circumstances?
Yeah, under certain circumstances.
Yeah, he's the commander in chief. Right.
Correct.
So everything
we're not arguing.
So with respect to the
crux of the
yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So the crux of our disagreement is you believe, or let me do me. I believe that if this was a sham investigation,
yeah,
maybe I'm wrong here, but my understanding is the law requires the president to show imminent threat. Correct? He must show imminent threat.
For it to be legal, it would need to be imminent.
Correct.
But again, that's begging the question because we know already it's going to protect illegal things. And the opinion is quite clear.
No, hold on.
That you can't look to sham.
To be fair though, while it does include illegal things, my understanding is the reason why it's broad is because it's not to include illegal things, it's to include vague things, the gray areas. Would you say that's a fair assumption or not?
No, I don't think it's a fair assumption.
So you think this ruling was to make it so that the president can do illegal things? That was the basis for this ruling.
Is it done explicitly with the intention that the president do more illegal things? No, but is that going to be the obvious consequence? Yes.
Okay.
I guess I don't understand the question. I don't know. I can't prove that they wanted. I can't prove they wanted more illegal shit, but I can tell you that
that's
likely. That I can't prove that what they want is prospectively future more crime to happen in the White House. But what I'm telling you is, and what you're accepting is, if the president does the SEAL Team 6 hypo, he's immune. And so I don't understand like why you're not granting, like ignoring a subpoena. Like what the fuck? Doesn't make any sense. You've already granted the most absurd one.
No. I agreed that telling the SEAL Team 6 that is immune, but I'm not agreeing that telling the SEAL Team 6 and committing the act is immune.
Yeah, I mean, you stopped me before I could run you down that train. I guess you're scared, but like 100%, you believe that the president himself has his own authority, under his own authority, to kill someone if he wanted to under certain circumstances, right?
We both agree.
Yes, I agree as well. Don't you agree that at a minimum, the president can use lethal force himself anytime one of his underlings could use it in the circumstances we talked about, right?
Like the FBI.
Yeah, like if he could order the FBI to do the hit, why can't he do it himself?
Or like, oh my goodness, you're going crazy.
What do you mean I'm going crazy? Am I not being logical? If the president is the executive branch, how can the FBI have more authority than he does?
I don't think there's anything in the Constitution, which is the basis of this ruling, that, as I understand it, that says the president can go and kill people himself.
You just accepted that 2 minutes ago. You said
no, I didn't. Wait, I didn't say that the president. Don't you agree that the president himself?
Don't you think the president can legally
order it?
Wait. Didn't you just accept not like a minute and a half ago that the president himself, in his own person, he can use lethal force under certain circumstances?
He can order lethal force.
Why can't he do it himself?
Because my understanding is that's not covered under the Constitution.
He's the commander in chief.
Point to anywhere?
Can a general use
anywhere in the commander in chief do that?
Yeah.
My
he's a military officer.
He's a commander in chief. No, he's not. This is a political office.
But it's a dual role. Yes, he's known as like a civilian head of the state. Yes, but he also has a role which is the head of the military, as the commander in chief, the head of the military.
He can order the military.
He's also
he cannot kill himself.
I don't know what to do. Why can't he kill himself? I'm sorry, kill. Why can't he himself kill?
Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Why not?
Are you saying? So you were saying this ruling? You're saying this ruling allows it, or are you saying he could have done it before this ruling?
Before.
No, wait. Okay, then maybe I'm wrong on that. Why do you agree?
Because I think accepting. Well, hang on. I'll cabin what I'm saying. I'm accepting the unitary executive theory for purposes of this. Mm-hmm. Okay. So in a way that kind of depends on the reading of this opinion, because I think this opinion more than others is full on embracing that. So I maybe amend what I said.
Full on, but okay.
I think pretty full on. I mean, what does it say? It says the
president is allowed to do the core duties of the president.
No, but hang on a second.
Mm-hmm.
It says
without.
Excuse me, sorry. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. Ba 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 ba. What's the quote? You guys will give me the quote. Mm-hmm. Article 2 of the Constitution provides that the executive power shall be vested in the President of the United States. The President's duties are of unrivaled gravity and breadth. They include all this other bullshit. He also has important, assigning people and responsibilities. Yep. A branch of, maybe if I search branch of, oh, here we go. The president occupies a unique position in the constitutional scheme as, quote, the only person who alone composes a branch of government. He alone composes it. He is a whole branch, right?
Correct. Do you agree with that or not?
I do now because the court said it.
No, beforehand, even before. You disagreed before?
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Why?
Because I think the branch of government the executive is clearly designed to encompass more than just the president of the United States. And so I don't think that it's necessary that you have this
the executive is the president and then his...
Yeah, executive power is vested in the president, but that doesn't mean that he alone composes that branch of government. And I think that that's a fiction that the unitary executive theory has constructed. But now that it's become the holding of this court, I'm just applying the holdings. I'm not saying, again, it doesn't really matter if I agree or not in this context. I'm asking what the court's holding is. The court says that the president is a branch unto himself. He alone composes a branch of government. And so if he alone encompasses a branch of government, the executive branch, and if the executive branch generally has authority to kill sometimes, then why doesn't he have authority to kill sometimes?
Well,
do you understand what I'm saying?
Wait, hold on. That was your question. That wasn't in the court document, right?
The court has not dealt with whether the president can himself kill. Correct.
Okay, I'm just clarifying.
I'm asking, but I'm doing a logic here,
I understand
right?
what you're saying. Oh, I disagree with your logic.
What do you disagree?
I disagree with your assumptions. I think you're making assumptions based on I think it can go this far. Like you can do that with almost any argument.
If the president composes a branch of government, and more than that, right? That's just one line, but I can point to more to that, right? The president is the commander in chief, right?
All right. Yeah. Let me clarify why I disagree.
Yeah.
The reason, so I believe this. I believe that the president is the executive branch. I do not disagree that the DOJ is the executive branch. He does not have the powers of the president. He works for the executive.
Who does?
So the DOJ, whoever's, the Department of Justice.
But they're part of the executive branch. All their authority emanates ultimately from the fact that they're
from the president.
Yeah, right. So how can the DOJ have more authority than the president? That's part of the reason why the president can order prosecutions. So why can't they? If he can order prosecutions, why can't he order killings, and why can't he do the killings? He could prosecute if he wanted to.
No, because the reason why he's the executive and has those innumerable powers is because it's specified in the Constitution.
Oh my God! Okay, we're just gonna do this. Do you think the president constitutionally can nuke?
Can nuke?
Can press the button to fire the nuke?
On certain conditions, yes.
And you think it would be constitutional for him to directly push the button that fires the nuke from an automatic thing?
Under certain scenarios, yes.
When it's justified legally, let's say, he has the authority to directly himself nuke. Press the button on the silo. Yeah. Okay. Do you agree that the president, if he wanted to, could directly press a button to do less than a nuke, to drop a conventional bomb of significant quality?
So this is going...
You know where I'm going.
I know where you're going, but... Oh, hold on. I know where you're going, but obviously I disagree.
Why? You disagree he can nuke?
Well, I agree with... Let me explain why. I don't agree that he should be able to press the button on a nuke because somewhere in the Constitution it says he has that ability.
So where does he derive the authority to press the nuke?
He has the authority because of legal precedent? I'm not sure about that. Let me ask you, is it legal precedent?
Or is it just no one's ever challenged it, but I don't disagree that the president has authority as commander in chief to do it, to himself press it. Well,
then I'll say that.
Okay, so he can kill directly via nukes. We know he can kill directly via nukes.
He does only because it hasn't been challenged.
Well, hang on a second. You don't think if anyone has the authority to fire a nuke, surely the president does directly?
The president has the authority to order the nuke to be fired.
Wait. So he can't. So you're saying he can't press the button himself? He can't take out the red button, press it, causing an automatic thing to happen?
There's nothing in the Constitution or in the laws that says he should be able to do that. And if you want to codify that, we should do that.
So you think it would be illegal for the president to directly order the nuke, but not to order the nuking?
Directly push the button, you mean?
Yeah. So you think it would be, you somehow think it would be unconstitutional for the president?
I think it's ambiguous.
That is the fucking stupidest thing you've ever said. No, you're just trying to fight me with the hypotheticals.
No. We're talking about legal frameworks, are we not, or no?
Yeah. There's no reason why you should distinguish ordering the nuking and saying he definitely has the Constitution for that, but he just can't press the button himself.
He's
that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Does he have the constitutional right to order the military?
Yes, of course he does.
Under the Constitution?
Yes.
Okay, so he has the right under the Constitution to order the military to shoot a nuke.
Of course, and he has also.
And where in the Constitution does he have the right to press the nuke to fire?
As commander-in-chief, he can operate our military assets. One of our military assets are our nukes. He's the general. He's the most military military guy.
We agree that under the Constitution, he has the right to order the military. Where in the Constitution does it say he has the right?
Commander-in-chief is not just ordering.
Press the button to. He's ordering.
Yeah, part of being commander-in-chief isn't just being in control of the military, but also being in control of operating military capital, military assets.
I don't know about what do you mean by operating?
Controlling them, saying where they go, directing their usage.
Not direct control.
Where are you getting that from? You're just making that up.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not making anything up. I'm clarifying what's in the Constitution.
Where does it say he can only control but not direct control?
Under the Constitution, does it not say explicitly the president is only able to do things that the Constitution explicitly says, or does it say he can do whatever he wants if we didn't mention it?
I don't even know what that question means.
Okay, does the Constitution give the rights of the president to do whatever they want unless they explicitly say no?
No, but part of the duties of a commander-in-chief includes the duties to direct military assets and to run the military, however you see, including all things attendant to that. And let me just give you an example. Like what you're saying essentially is that if the president were the last member of the military standing, like if he were the last member, he wouldn't have authority to actually fire a gun or to stand a post or something.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then I just don't understand what the fuck you're
I'm saying that the Constitution doesn't clarify that he has that constitutional right as an
Where does it clarify that he has the authority to order as opposed to do it himself?
He has the Constitution to order. Isn't that explicit in the Constitution?
I think commander-in-chief encompasses both ordering things and doing military things. It encompasses everything that it is military. There is no other military authority other than his.
Is a civilian office.
It is a civilian office, but he's also a military officer. It's a dual role. It's like Jesus, father to son.
Okay. Well,
I mean, come on, you got to think this. You're out on a limb saying he can fucking order a bomber to nuke, but he can't press the button himself after you granted it. You backtracked.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, it is what you're saying. You literally said he can order a nuke. He can't just press the button himself.
No.
So I'm 100% accurately representing.
No, you're not. I'm saying the Constitution explicitly allows him to order it. There's nothing in the Constitution that explicitly says he has the right to do it. Am I right or wrong on that statement?
You're wrong on that statement.
I said explicitly.
Yeah, it doesn't explicitly give him. It doesn't explicitly lay out this order versus doing distinction.
Correct.
Like George Washington actually led people in battle one time.
That was before he was president.
No. Why are you trying to fucking correct me, bro? You've been wrong about 95% of shit. I don't think so. You don't think?
This one, but
yes, you are wrong about this. During the whiskey rebellion.
The whiskey rebellion? Oh my God. That was considered insurrection.
I'm just saying there is precedent of a president going into the field himself. And yeah, he's ordering troops, but if he wanted to, he could fire a cannon himself. And you're being like, he can't is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
No, that's not what I said.
You literally said he can't fire a cannon.
No, I didn't. I said there's nothing.
Could he fire a cannon?
He can.
Okay, what's your opinion? Is he allowed to or not?
Precedent says he can. That's what I'm saying.
Whether it says it explicitly or not, do you think that he can?
Yeah, precedent says he can. Okay. Only because it's not challenged. Once it's challenged, then we have to figure out if he could.
No one's challenged his ability to order either.
Would you agree or disagree with that? That this can be challenged.
Everything can be challenged. You kind of circle back to these nothing points about.
I don't think it's nothing.
Courts can decide things. Yeah, there could be a case. I don't know. I don't know what that matters at all to what we're talking about.
Well, because then it's an actual ruling. Then you say the next time this gets challenged, you don't say, let's take it into court. No, it's no. There's already precedent set by this ruling.
I'm like,
Get out.
this is the dumbest loop I've ever been. And I've been in some dumb loops. I think the last loop that we were just in with the other guy, that was one of the dumber loops. This, where you're just not giving ground on like anything.
I am giving ground. You're just not accepting it.
No, you're not giving ground on the fact that the president can like fire a gun if he wanted to.
I said many times he could. Well, I don't know about that one. He probably, maybe could. I don't know. But as to pushing the button for a nuke, I've been saying yes, he could, yes, he could, yes, he could.
Okay, so then
but I just didn't say it's not explicit.
So you believe the president actually has authority to kill people with nukes, right? Even if it's not explicit.
Under certain circumstances.
Yes. Okay. So you think he has the authority to kill people with nukes under certain circumstances, but not with conventional bombs under certain circumstances?
Yeah, he probably could.
Okay. So he can kill people under certain circumstances with nukes and conventional bombs. What about like mortars?
I don't know. I'm just guessing here. Probably.
Okay.
Maybe.
What about just maybe a rifle?
Yeah.
Okay. So then under certain circumstances, the president is allowed to directly kill even with guns, even with small arms.
Yeah. But again, going back to my earlier point, I'm saying there's precedent, but there's not. It's not.
What's the precedent that the president can shoot someone under Constitution? What's the precedent there?
No. It's not under the Constitution. That's what I'm saying. It's like a tradition. It's tradition.
I'm asking you it's tradition that the president can shoot people. When has the president ever shot someone? What are you even saying? You're just saying random things to try to distract me.
I'm not trying to distract you.
Yes, you are. What's the tradition of them shooting people?
Can you say what I'm saying?
I literally can't. You're saying that there's some tradition of him being able to directly kill people. I don't know what that tradition is, other than because I think you would consider the Hiroshima thing, that's ordering someone to kill. That's not killing, because the president is ordering them bombing.
Let's do the George Washington insurrection.
Yeah, I guess that one's more him ordering people around to do stuff, right?
No, did he not go into battle himself? Do you think
he did? He went into the battle himself, but he kind of ordered people around. He didn't really shoot anyone. I don't know. Did he shoot someone?
I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. I don't know.
Yeah,
so like, maybe it's traditional. But my only argument is I agree with everything. Yes, I just don't. I would prefer to be clarified. Let's say it that way.
You prefer whether the president can shoot someone to be clarified directly as opposed to ordering someone shot.
Correct.
Well,
do you disagree with that statement or no?
You know what? On that we agree. I think they should clarify it. If we're going to give SEAL Team 6 immunity, which you're agreeing that's what the court did, I think it should be incumbent upon the court to clarify whether Trump can literally shoot someone on Fifth Avenue. Because that's, by the way, that's what everyone's talking about too. The other thing is that he can literally shoot someone on Fifth Avenue.
Wait. Are you talking about people who agree with this or people who disagree with it?
Who disagree, obviously.
Oh, you cut off, so I only heard about Fifth Avenue.
Yeah.
So that's what you're taking down? No. Oh my gosh. I see now.
What?
So you're saying you're going to say it's a core duty of the president who shoots on himself because he would say that it's a terrorist, so he killed him.
Yeah, same rationale that you gave the SEAL Team 6.
Well, the same rationality that I think ordering SEAL Team 6 would be immune.
Now we're back to the launching nuke versus ordering the nuke.
Well, that's. Do you agree that at this point, what we're arguing about is something that the judge would clarify, not something
no one's ever disputed that? Maybe the judge would clarify. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, that's
not your point. Argument. We're talking about whether or not.
No. That is my point. Your point is something different, but that is my point.
Okay, your point is that judges will decide questions that they preside over. Cool.
Correct. And
who are you arguing with?
I'm arguing with your straw man. I've been saying things that I haven't.
I thought you were not granting the hypothetical that, the obstruction one, and then you were not granting the hypothetical that the president has authority to actually kill people. I thought you were making substantive opinions. I thought you were going beyond just saying, well, I guess the court will come up with an answer.
No, that is what I'm saying.
That's all you're saying?
With an answer. Yes.
Okay.
When you said, I don't know if you remember, but when we went back to the immunity case on, what was it? What was it? Damn, what were we arguing about? There's so many
I don't
things to
know.
argue about.
I have to go. Hey,
Okay.
I can't say that this was like.
What?
You know what? Have a great day.
What? No.
Have a
Don't do that.
Have a wonderful day. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Don't do that.
It's going to be a great night
Don't do
for
that.
you.
You have to
and
say your statement.
Yes,
it's okay.
I really enjoyed our conversation, and hey, stick around. The Discord's a lot of fun, and we can chat at some later point. Okay.
I would much rather you clarify what you were going to say.
That's exactly what I was going to say. All right. Much love, buddy. Talk soon. Bye-bye. What do you think of that, folks? What do you think of that? Pretty fun. Pretty fun. And then at 7:30, I'm going to be on with Hutch and others of the whatever they're calling it now, the DNC podcast or whatever we're calling it. I don't know what it's called. But why don't we not bury the lead? Let's get right into it, folks. We're about to talk about the Trump immunity case.
Yep, I think I can hear you well enough.
I'm going to put you up just a little bit on my end, but you don't have to worry about that. Test. Can you say something?
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Test.
Perfect.
Test.
How are you? How's your day?
I'm doing all right.
It's good to hear.
So, I don't know. Have you prepped the stream about what we've been talking about?
Just on a general level, I think that the regulars, to the extent that I have regulars, this is my second stream in 2 days, and so for them, it's you're there after the famine comes the feast, I guess. But they understand more or less my position, and I let them know that we'll be talking about the Trump immunity case and what we'll be talking about. And just heads up, I have a hard stop at we can continue the conversation at some point. That show. But I'm happy to continue afterwards. But like the kind of nature of our conversation can absolutely, you can take it in whatever direction you want. If you want to kind of ask me probing questions or leading questions or to explain things, that's fine. If you want to contest something I'm saying, that's fine too. If you want actual sort of information about the case, that's okay too. But or if you want me to decide all those things, that's fine as well. And so I'm happy to let you.
Let's just cut to it.
Yeah.
What do you think the test is?
When you say, what do I think the test is, right? I read that, I'm walking home, right? I see someone's like, tell me this, Pisco. You think the test is clear? I don't understand that question. Because when you say, is the test clear? You could be referring to all kinds of things. There's multiple tests.
I'll be clear about what I mean.
Yeah.
So it's to my understanding that the lower courts will be constructing a test to determine what is and is not an official act. Is this correct? Or have I been fed some shit?
That's not correct, right? Usually, well, it is and it isn't, right? It is in the sense of like the lower courts are going to have to actualize in any kind of Supreme Court case, right? If the Supreme Court announces a broad principle or like a kind of generic set of values by which to judge a particular case, oftentimes lower courts will have to kind of make it work, right? Make that doctrine, make whatever the philosophical basis of the decision work. And there are situations in which, let me give you an example. The court will, this is not a completely applicable example because it relates to a statute, but you can kind of get what it's getting at, right? The copyright statute, actually, maybe this is judicially crafted doctrine. The copyright statute prevents infringement of copyright, right? But there's a test for substantiality, whether you've done enough infringement, whether it reaches a certain threshold of infringement, substantial copying in law or something like that. I forget the exact contours of it. And you have like these tests start to emerge in different places in the lower courts. And so the general thing of what you're describing, which is lower courts will develop doctrine, is absolutely 100% true. In this case, there is a test that's enunciated by the court. Now, one of the problems of the case is the test is it there are multiple tests, but one is for official and unofficial conduct. What they say is it has to be pursuant to a statutory constitutional duty, right? That is a test that the Supreme Court has come up with respect to official and unofficial duties. Well, how do you know if it's official? If it's pursuant to a statutory constitutional duty. But of course, the proof is going to be in the pudding about how the courts will apply that. The lower courts will apply that. And that makes all the difference, because as it stands, they haven't given us a ton of examples for what would fall into each one.
And I agree with that completely.
Yeah.
Right? I agree with all of that you just said completely.
Okay. Unfortunately,
which is kind of my problem I'm having with you. But you finish what you're saying.
Yeah. Unfortunately, two things here. This isn't going to be developed very much, because you're not going to expect to see indictments of former presidents all the time. Okay. And so this is a once in a generation. Maybe if Trump's elected again, maybe you'll see more or whatever. But don't expect to see a robust development in the lower courts for official and unofficial with respect to the president, because for purposes of applying this immunity doctrine, because we only have the cases we have, and we can't expect, like in other situations of like private parties bringing general principles to normal everyday suits, you're not going to expect to see the kind of development in the normal course. So that's number one in terms of development. And then number two is, this is the kind of thing where it's really not best left up to the lower courts to decide the kind of how we're going to apply it. Why do I say that? Because the whole basis of this opinion is to not improperly chill the president's conduct. And so if you're not even, right, like the whole purpose is to deals with incentive structures. That's like the rationale of the case. And we can get into why that's bullshit at some point. And why it doesn't make sense, and why it's inconsistent with previous tones that this court has taken. But one of the reasons why it's a super bad idea to not be clear in terms of, you're clear in terms of what the rule is, but you're not clear in like, okay, so, but what does that mean? Is because if you're like kind of vague regarding what's official and unofficial, you're not properly influencing the president. You're not sending the right signals to the president of the United States about what he can do and what he can't do. And so in a way, you're facing the same incentive problem by not specifying what the kind of contours are, or not giving us a more substantial test to apply, or giving us examples. And so that's why that's very problematic. And it's a big issue in the case, is that. But I'll let you sort of respond to that, because it sounded like you pretty much agree with that.
So, yeah, that first point you made is kind of the point that I've been trying to convey to you.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you are way, I don't want to say hysteric, but I guess let me ask you this about our current political situation. How doomsday do you think it is?
With respect, I mean, I'll answer the question.
Say it goes forward. Biden fucked us by being old, right? And Trump wins.
Yeah.
What is the doomsday scenario you see playing out?
Sure, I can answer that question.
Actually, no. What's the most likely thing that you see playing out
if Trump wins?
Yes.
I'm happy to.
We'll start there.
I'm happy to go into that, but I just want to be clear. It isn't really a response or relevant to the question about what the opinion says, right?
I'm just trying to learn.
I'm not Nostradamus, right? And so it is the case that I could be wrong about what I'm not Dr. What's the guy's name? Dr. Strange? Whatever. Who's the doctor? Right?
I'm not trying to quiz you. I'm just trying to get inside your mind.
It's not a question of quizzing.
No,
right?
let me just finish this. I'm not trying to grill you or anything. I want to see where your thoughts on the matter stem from.
I'm telling you that I'm going to answer your question, but I'm also telling you it is not at all relevant to what the opinion says and what it means. Fair?
And I didn't assert that. Okay. I'm just trying to understand where you're coming from.
Yeah,
a little bit better.
I think it's impossible to see the precise way in which this manifests itself. But the president of the United States, if Trump were to be elected to the presidency of the United States, we have now, after learning everything we learned about January 6th, we know that Donald Trump absolutely is capable of intending to hold on to power and to do authoritarian moves. I'm sure you don't disagree with that, right?
Yeah, no, he
Okay.
was.
So,
Trump
so in
is
terms of
mega
the
retarded.
yeah, in
He
terms of
shouldn't
the
have done any of this
desire, right?
crazy shit that he did, right?
In terms of the desire, it's absolutely there. In terms of Trump, if he thinks it's
I don't disagree with that
if
at all.
it's in his benefit, okay, he'll go for it. And so I understand that not truly getting I won't be able to kind of predict the exact situation which it manifests, but I think it will be related to power grabs. And what do we have now? Now that we have a second term of Trump, Trump has learned that he needs loyalists all the time, everywhere. And so he's learned from his mistakes in the past. Okay, what are the checks on if Trump's in office? Is there ever going to be an appetite among MAGA Congress people to impeach him? It's technically institutionally like a check on the president's power, but only in the weakest, most useless sense, because this MAGA Republican Party, at least the legislators, have been willing.
This is where I take issue with your portrayal, because I don't see that scenario ever arising. Where Trump
I haven't listed out a scenario yet.
Nancy Pelosi, and he wouldn't get impeached for that.
We haven't gotten into a scenario yet.
Well,
I haven't given you a set of facts yet. I haven't told you that I think it's likely for Trump to kill Pelosi. I haven't told you that.
You are a lawyer. You understand that words have implications, and what you're implying by a situation where Donald Trump would not get impeached for a violating act or an official act, right?
What I'm saying is that the impeachment power is on a meaningful check.
You know what you're clearly implying with
what I'm saying is that the impeachment power is on a meaningful check on Donald Trump if he has any control over Congress. And I think that you are naive to think that it is.
I don't think it's okay. If you want my opinion, I kind of agree with that.
Okay, so far I've said nothing disagreeable.
I think the bigger incentive is there's a lot more problems with abusing that executive power loophole that we've created with Supreme Court. If it plays out the way that you
we're not there yet. You asked me.
I don't. I think the lower courts will not interpret SEAL Team 6 as an official act.
They won't have the opportunity to. Why would they have the opportunity to rule on the SEAL Team 6?
I agree, Pisco. They won't, because that won't happen. But
no. I mean, in the no one will be able to. No one will be able to.
I'll eat that bullet, but like
no, they won't be able to rule on the meme of it, on the hypothetical of it, because they're going to have the cases they have in front of them, which are the 4 criminal cases. That's it, and those don't allege SEAL Team 6. That's not the point. When people bring up SEAL Team 6, they're not saying that A, they think it's going to happen, and they're not saying that B, like that's the worst part about this opinion. It's a way to show.
You're straight up wrong about that.
I'm wrong about what?
Okay, maybe they're at least jokingly meaning the SEAL Team 6 could happen. They're not.
I think it could
completely
happen.
unserious about it. It's not just
I think it could happen,
hypothetical floating in space.
It's a hypothetical.
There are voters right now who think Donald Trump is going to kill politicians.
That's for them to decide. I've never said that I'm prognosing that he's going to be killing people willy-nilly. I've never said that, and so I can't speak to what people are saying. What shocks the conscious is not the notion that he might; it's the notion that he could.
Okay.
So anyway, you asked me for a prognosis and stopped me halfway to talk about like the substance of what we're saying. And also, if it's the case that I'm completely right after we talk for the next 20 minutes about it, then you can't say like then what all you're saying, I guess, is kind of like the Biden copers who are like the media shouldn't cover it, right? You know those Biden copers, right? The media shouldn't be talking about this. You're like, okay, you're right, but I shouldn't be talking about it, right? If you agree with my interpretation, which we're about to get into.
What we can get? We can circle back to the rhetoric later.
Okay. Well, let me just finish. I think you asked me a question. I want to finish it, right? So I am laying out a case that I think that Donald Trump has learned from his past attempts at power. He's learned that he needs loyalists, and he's going to get them. He's going to get them in the vice presidency, and he's going to get them everywhere in Congress. Everywhere in Congress is behind him. It absolutely is a cult. I don't even think you dispute that. And to be honest with you, I don't think that the impeachment power is a meaningful check on him, so long as that there is any kind of sizable amount of MAGA in Congress, and almost certainly there will be. Even if the Democrats sweep, there'll be MAGA, a huge majority of MAGA a huge plurality of MAGA in Congress. They're absolutely a majority of the Republican Party now. And so the Congress stops being a check on the presidency. And so now you've removed like major elements of friction and stability and checks on unilateralization of power and of centralization of power. And there was one left, right? One of the big major ones, and one of the reasons why Trump may not have done everything he wanted to do. For example, he did not fire Mueller for reasons. One of the reasons he didn't fire Mueller was because he was afraid he would be prosecuted for obstruction of justice. And the presidency, I don't think you'll dispute this, is the most powerful office in the land, in the world, right? The president's the most powerful ever. It's commonly said. And so we have actual examples in the past of this president trying everything he can do to stay in power, and actual examples where he's been motivated not to go take an additional step because of the threat of prosecution. When that is significantly cut back, that not even you can dispute. By this opinion, you're not going to see less centralization of power efforts. You're not going to see less authoritarian moves. You're going to see much more, right? All of these checks have been weakened. And so for you to be like, well, why are you afraid? Why are you fear-mongering? No, anyone with a brain who has seen Trump in the last presidency and seen what he's done and what he wanted to do, and are noticing around him more cult behavior, more backing of MAGA and more cultish stuff, as well as the formalistic checks on his authority becoming eroded. Of course I have a legitimate fear. You'd be dumb not to have that fear.
I think it's something to keep in mind. Maybe it's just that.
Aren't you afraid? I'm going to ask that. Isn't that a reasonable fear of mine? What I just laid out.
But I guess drop the scenario where,
okay. So
explain the scenario just a little bit.
Okay, he's the president. He announces at the end of the 4 years, because he's afraid of pending indictments that are now put on hold. He announces that he, because of the 2016 election, the 2020 election fraud, he's entitled to a third term. And because he doesn't want to go to jail. And so he decides to order his military, in the final waning months of his presidency, order the military and say, do a military coup d'etat. And topple Congress, topple whoever he needs to topple, institute martial law. If he institutes martial law, right, if he invokes the Insurrection Act to do whatever he wants, he knows that the court's going to protect him. Because invoking the Insurrection Act, which is something passed by Congress, even if it's, right, like for bad faith, if the court says you're not allowed to look at bad faith, absolutely official, absolutely covered, and he could come up with some facial reason why that was necessary. I think that's not only do I think things like that are possible, and right, even if it were just 5-10% possible, that's like a huge cost. That's like, holy shit. That is Republican, small r Republican endangering consequences. Not only do I think it's possible, I think I'd be surprised if he didn't try something along the lines of abusing his power. And everyone knows that Trump, whenever he's given power, he'll abuse it. By definition, I mean, like, can you think of a power he's had that he hasn't tried to use or utilize or leverage for his own personal gain? I can't think of it. And so it's stunning to me that you can be replying to all my tweets and be like, oh, he's fearmonger. I don't know what movie you've been watching, bro.
So when you say shit like that's my major problem with you.
That I'm smug and like being rude.
Well, that's a big issue, but not only that. This is a hypothetical of a hypothetical, right? Because we don't know. Again, I'll go back to my initial claim. You've been asserting pretty handedly that all of this stuff is possible, and we don't have the lower court tests for this, right? And we probably won't have those
I don't know
because those situations playing out in the first place are super unlikely.
we don't have the
right?
application of it because that situation has not come
Yes,
up.
because
We don't have the application.
who is going
We
to?
do have the test from the Supreme Court, and I think it's very clear from this opinion that those, whatever you want to say about those other areas where there might be some ambiguity, the hypotheticals that I'm talking about are 100% in keeping with the actual holding of this opinion, and I don't really think it's contestable.
I think you are extrapolating a little too far from what they said.
Well, then
I think.
let's get into it. Why don't we get into it in the last before I have to leave?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So
Do you agree that you understand that there's core executive powers, core executive functions, which the court labels as absolutely immune?
okay. Let me shortcut this because this is, and cut me off if I am not portraying what you think properly.
Okay.
Okay. So when I've heard you talk about this, you have, in my opinion, you have conflated official acts with authorized actions, like things that you are able to do as the president.
No, never conflated that.
I don't think those are the same thing.
Never conflated that. So I'm talking about core executive powers.
Mm-hmm.
Powers that are within the conclusive and preclusive authority of the president. That's the terminology the court uses for core. Those are by definition official. I'm not even talking about the preclusive. That
right there.
You what we're going to talk about that.
No, we do need to talk about that.
We don't.
That's a very.
My argument is we don't.
Okay, explain why we don't need to talk
because
about that.
the examples I'm using are so obviously core that you don't even need to get into the preclusive area where it's more of a twilight zone in terms of. And when I say twilight zone, I don't mean that they're not official. They're still official, and they're still presumed, and they're still a humongous burden that the Department of Justice or whoever the prosecutor is going to have to show in order to overcome that presumption. But it's just not even worth talking about because the core executive powers are so broad that it will absolutely cover, and I'll show that it'll cover what I'm talking about.
Okay, so I don't know as much cop law as I should.
Cop law?
I'm trying to think of something a little analogous.
There's nothing analogous to this. If you're going to talk about qualified immunity, that's a civil. Yeah. Okay.
Oh. No, sorry.
Why don't we run through it?
Okay, so Pisco.
You don't
police
want to run through it?
officer has the right. It is in there. It is an official act for a police officer to pull you over for having a broken taillight.
That's correct.
Is it official? Is it an official act to pull someone over for being black?
To pull someone over for being black.
For being black.
I would say, yeah, you are acting pursuant to a statutory duty. And again, this is all framework under the state equivalence, right? Because we're assuming it's a state police officer. So using this framework, which again has never been applied to the states, if I'm using the logic of this framework, you are pulling someone over pursuant to a statutory duty. That is, you are pulling them over using your powers as police.
Because they're black.
Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. The answer is yes, because you're not allowed to, under the court's interpretation, look into motive. Okay? So why you're pulling them over, if it is an official core duty of a police to pull someone over, and it absolutely is, you're not going to tell me that it's not.
Okay, you're the police officer and you've spent years tweeting about how you love pulling over black people for no reason.
Doesn't matter. It's still official. You can't get it into your head, right? That and again, it's not perfectly one-to-one. And one of the reasons. Wait, you're not understanding the case, and it's clear. Wait. I want to stay here. Wait, I want to stay here. I want to stay here. Wait a second. I want to. I'm not going to move on, right? You picked an example. You picked an example, right? We're going to stay here for just a second. The reason why the analysis is problematic, one of them is the distinction between core executive and the other kind of presumed official that aren't core, the non-core. It relies on constitutional authorities. And for purposes of police officers, you can think of I don't know how many police departments are constitutional in their nature, and so automatically the comparison isn't as helpful. It would be more
That's why I said it might not be a good example.
but just apply
to bring it forward just in case.
Pretending.
You're still missing my point.
No,
so
but what I mean to say is,
dive into it real quick.
What I mean to say is, it shows.
The word
wait a second. It shows a lack of understanding of this opinion, because if you were to bring up that comparison, you're already not understanding the distinction between core executive and presumption, right?
So I brought that up because I'm not a lawyer and I don't know every single case. I don't know the exact perfect example to bring up. I'm just a normie. I'm just a retard, like most people.
Go ahead.
So let me tell you what I was trying to demonstrate, just in plain English. I think you interpret the word official differently than the Supreme Court does.
I don't think so. Do you think if Donald Trump ordered the prosecution of someone because they're black, that would be official?
No.
It absolutely would be.
Okay,
100% it would be.
Do you want to hear why I don't think that's
you haven't read the opinion then. One of the specific...
No, okay. You are interpreting the word differently. That's
what word?
That's the difference. You said at the start of this that the final decision that they made was quite broad and could be interpreted in many different ways. Let me give my example of how I think it will play out in the lower courts if this were to ever happen, which it wouldn't. All right. You are taking official as in the action is an action doable by an office holder, right? That's kind of how you're playing it, right? Okay, explain.
Pursuant to a statutory or constitutional authority. Those are the words
That's
used.
That's what I just said, Pisco.
No, you said if an officer could do it, that would imply anything that they could do in terms of practical.
You are saying that anything, an act is official if they are authorized to do it, correct?
If
what do you mean? What?
It's clear you don't understand. I'm here to help you understand.
Okay, yeah, I already told you, I'm a retard. Explain.
Yes,
I'm a stupid boy.
So when you say anything he could do as an officer, I say, no, that's not the test, because he could do things that are not pursuant to a statutory or constitutional authority. If you look, by the way, pursuant.
Write down that part. Maybe that's what I'm not understanding. What does that mean? Put that in plain English for the retards like me.
Distinguishing the president's official actions. This is on page 17 of the majority opinion. Distinguishing the president's official actions from his unofficial ones can be difficult. When the president acts pursuant, that's the key word, pursuant to constitutional and statutory authority, he takes official action to perform the functions of his office. Determining whether an action is covered by immunity thus begins when assessing the president's authority to take that action. But the breadth of the president's discretionary responsibilities under the Constitution and laws of the United States in a broad variety of areas, many of them highly sensitive, frequently makes it difficult to determine which of his innumerable functions encompass a particular action. And some presidential conduct, for example, speaking to and on behalf of the American people, certainly can qualify as official, even when not obviously connected to a particular constitutional statutory provision. So they're looking to the outer perimeter of the president's official responsibilities that are not manifestly or palpably beyond his authority. So it's a very deferential standard here that absolutely will cover things that are illegal. Where you're getting at is the same place that all these people get to. What you're trying to get to is if he does something illegal, it can't be pursuant to a constitutional or statutory authority. That can't be the test. You agree with me, right? The test can't be, is it illegal?
It's not, is it illegal? Okay. I believe the test is, and this, again, I'm a fucking idiot, but this is how the conservatives on SCOTUS rule. They rule I'm guessing the test that they're hoping will be crafted, if there was one to be crafted, would be based off of what the president ought to do.
What? Well, I don't even know what that means. Where to start with that? What the president ought to do?
Yes. As a president, you have a certain role to fulfill, right?
Okay.
I know you You've given examples of Nancy Pelosi. She's a terrorist, right?
Ought the president
we have-
send fake letters to states and use their DOJ to and corrupt their own office and get them to send fake information to coerce states into assigning their electors to someone who didn't win the election? Is that something the
I
president
don't think
ought
he's
to
going to
do?
get away with that, Pisco.
He's immune for
my
that, though.
understanding,
Wait,
he doesn't get away
wait.
with that.
He's immune for that. So when you just said, I think what they're trying to get at is what the president ought to do.
No,
You're just pulling that out of your ass because the president not ought to try to rig the election. That's not something the president ought to do. You literally are. Can you cite? I mean, it's clear you haven't read the opinion. That's clear, right? You haven't read it.
Yes, Pisco.
Yeah, you haven't read it.
So I haven't read the opinion.
Yes,
but
you're so sure you know.
I've watched stuff from you. I've watched Destiny covering it. I've watched other commentators covering it.
Okay, but then don't come to me and pretend that you're not bullshitting me. And when I say bullshit, I don't mean like being.
I'm not.
Bullshitting means you know what bullshitting means. Bullshitting means just like when you're coming up with something on the spot, what he ought to do. Like you just made that up. That doesn't appear anywhere in the test here. And the first example that I can craft you of an actual holding of the case is something absolutely the president ought not to do. Something that is alleged to be illegal, which we can now not determine to be illegal because they've said this immunity prevents us from figuring that out. And so when you give me the
lower courts say otherwise.
No, they can't say otherwise with respect to the prosecutions. Again, clear you haven't read the opinion. The DOJ communications are absolutely immune. They're not. The lower courts are not reviewing the absolutely immune stuff. That's one of the reasons I stick to core is because no one can bring that up to me and be like, well, what if the lower courts say something differently? There's a reason I pick the hypotheticals I do and I construct them the way I do is because I can foresee someone making that asinine argument and I'm preempting it by only focusing on core. And one of the things that are core are the DOJ communications. The lower courts are not going to review those. The test isn't going to develop with respect to the DOJ communications because those are absolutely immune.
Okay. You don't buy an ounce of what I had to say, then?
No, I don't.
There's a universe where Roberts agrees with what I was saying, whereas the test is based off of what the president ought to do as the instructions of the office holder, right? What the president is supposed to be doing. You don't think there's a chance that could be the correct interpretation?
It's not a chance, and it's directly.
0%?
No, it's not a chance.
Do I get a 0%?
Yes, it's a 0% chance, and I'm going to tell you why. It's the opposite of the holding. One of the reasons that this holding is the way it is isn't just to say like we're going to give great deference to the president. It's saying courts are not fit to judge this. It's a separation of powers argument. So there's no world in which, with respect to certain conclusive and preclusive authorities of the president, call that the core stuff, that the court is going to be inquiring as to whether he ought to do it, right? And the court would not use the word ought because that would imply some kind of like, is it legal to do? But of course, the doctrine of immunity is meant to cover.
It would imply, is it moral to do?
Okay, but do you really think that this court is implementing a morality test into this? Where are you getting that from?
Yes.
They're not. The things at issue here are highly immoral.
All the time. What do you mean?
The court is not applying
all the fucking time.
Listen, I'm really sorry. I encourage you to read the opinion. It isn't the case that the court is saying only moral things are covered. We're talking about literally ordering prosecutions for bad faith. The court says you can't touch that. We're talking about situations where it's like you order things that aren't even up for debate, right? Like ordering certain prosecutions. That is an explicit holding of the court that if you direct your DOJ to make a prosecution, that's core, right? So you can't even contest me on that, right? The court is saying you can't look to motive, right? Most moral systems, when they're judging the rightness or wrongness of an act, most moral systems will look to motives. And so, or intentionality, or why you're doing something, right? Most moral systems will account for that. In fact, certain things are not even like immoral if they're done for a particular purpose. And so everything you're saying about ought, or there's some sort of implied morality, is contradicted by the explicit textual holding that's not even debatable in this opinion. And yet, and I'm sorry to go after you on this, you feel like extremely confident to talk shit in all my replies and to act as though I'm the crazy one.
Okay, we can get back to the rhetoric stuff then.
Okay, I'm just saying, like,
say it holds how you say it does. All right, that would suck shit. You're still doomsaying.
I don't know what you mean. I'm doomsaying.
Any of these crazy hypotheticals will not play out. They won't.
Again, like, you're
contributing
first
to
of all,
the fucking division in the country.
First of all,
by saying that
Donald
Trump is going to fucking steal Team 6 Nancy Pelosi.
Again, that's not responsive. You saying whether it will happen isn't the same question. The question is, would it be covered if it did happen? That's the question. I never said it's likely that Trump kills all his opponents. It's likely that Trump assassinates Pelosi. I think there probably would be some serious problems in getting certain people to behave that way. I think he would see some resistance by like boots on the ground people. I'm not implying that like it would be like that I predict that this would happen the way I'm presenting the stylized example. I'm presenting the example as a stylized example to show you the logic and to make a clear connection to the holding of the case and why it would cover even those bizarre out there situations. The hypothetical is meant to be highly stylized and in all likelihood not the approach you would take. But it's for a purpose, to show how bad this opinion is, that it would even cover something as ridiculous as what we're hypothesizing. I also wouldn't put it past Trump to kill someone generally.
We're learning new details about one of those deadly U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. Sources tell CNN the U.S. military carried out a follow-up strike on September 2nd after becoming aware of survivors in the water.
I don't think that he necessarily would see it in his interest or would be able to do it all the time, but I don't put it past him morally or ethically. I don't think you should either. But that's why, like, you're misunderstanding the purpose of the exercise. It's not to make a prediction. It's to test the assumptions of the opinion and what in fact is covered, and to test the breadth of it.
Okay. I agree that there's a lot of rulings that could be taken to extreme examples. My problem, one of my major problems, I disagree with you on how it will actually play out if it were to ever play out. But I don't think it would ever play out. That's the.
I mean,
that's the
cool.
first
I mean,
you know what?
It's not a debate I've been having. I haven't been having a debate.
I think Roberts has pretty consistently cucked himself. Like, the fucking conservatives do not like him because, especially when fucking court was only 5-4, right? Like, he would side with the liberals a lot, right? They don't like him,
right? Like, you're assuming because, okay, yeah, Roberts sometimes sides with the dissent.
This is normalcy bias.
Gorsuch sometimes.
I will fully admit to that. I'll bite that bullet.
Again, I'm not saying that Roberts is corrupt. I'm not saying I know that Roberts is corrupt. I'm not saying that Roberts has a motive to kill Pelosi. None of what I'm saying relies on Roberts being a good or bad dude or a moderate dude. I'm reading the words he wrote.
Hey, maybe I'm just lumping you in with the rest of the people talking about this, because there's a lot of people on Twitter and other places that are taking this very seriously to the point where they think Trump is going to fucking kill half the country.
Trump is going to.
I just want to avoid that.
You think Trump's going to do?
You play into it.
Do you agree that Trump will do crazier shit because of this opinion as opposed to before?
Oh, undoubtedly.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll try to.
Saying,
I think he's scrutinized enough to the point where he won't get away with any of it. I trust in our institutions to hold him to account.
One of the institutions was.
I think we still have easy cases against him because he's such a fucking moron.
Yeah, like,
I don't think he's a super genius.
Again, the depths of your misunderstanding are evident just by you saying we still have strong cases against him. I hope you don't mean the current prosecutions, because the current prosecutions.
I don't mean that. I mean, if he tries to pull something in the future, he has every eye in the country, in the world, looking at him.
And giving him a pass, and giving him defense, and protecting him.
All right, listen, Pisco. There's never a full pass, at least in this country. There are other means that the country will resort to if push comes to shove.
Okay, look at what you're talking about, right? You're talking, or I guess implying or hinting at, like, violent revolution or violent something or uprisings or Second Amendment stuff. And That's a bad
I think
state of
this
the
country will
world, right?
hold
The fact
strong.
that you're talking about
That's what I think.
the fact that we're
Cisco.
even having this conversation right now should show
that's
you
fucked. It's
that
definitely
this opinion
fucked.
is horrible. You're admitting, it's your word. You said it's going to lead him to do crazier shit.
I
And
don't.
so
I don't
understand.
I think it'll play out fine, though. That's the. I guess that's
Okay.
the difference.
I
Even
don't
if
know
it
why.
does go
I
the
don't know.
way that
That's
you,
hopium.
I think it'll play out fine.
Okay. We'll see if he's elected. I'm gonna continue to read this opinion. I read the words of it and I apply them to situations and what their logic is. And you, who cannot present, and I'll give you another opportunity after the show, maybe, or at some other time, maybe, to discuss it more in depth, because I know we're on a ticking clock here. You need to read this opinion before you can presume to like come at me for my misinterpretations. If you're like making tests up about ought to and morals things, you're just not even in the position yet to have the discussion. I'm not trying to be elitist.
I'm
It's like
the same as you are, Pisco. You don't know yet. You don't know. You can pretend that you do.
no. What I'm saying is I read this opinion, and in order to debate this opinion, you need to read it. Okay.
You can say you need to read it, but
what about that is like being a dick?
The fact that you literally admit it at the start. This has not been tested in the lower courts. They're like, which will
I gave you an honest, broad, and complete answer to your question. I was throwing you a bone and being like, there are doctrines where it's developed, but then I gave you reasons respectfully about why this is different and why it like goes against the whole purpose of what they were doing. And so, yeah, I understand that at the start I was saying things that made it seem like I was giving you or a concession or something, but at no point am I suggesting that it's appropriate or it will be the case that the lower courts are going to make so clear this very bullshit test. And even in the parts of this test that are crystal clear, where the lower courts absolutely will not develop a doctrine, they just won't. I'm just letting you know that. Even in those cases, it's enough to be horrible. The core stuff is not going to be reviewed by the lower court, and it is frightening. And all of my hypotheticals rely on the core stuff. I'll give you the last word because I have to head out. But I'll ping you if I have time later tonight, or I don't know what your schedule is, but it doesn't have to be the end of the conversation. But I'll give you the last word.
No, okay.
Read the opinion, motherfucker.
I watched the fucking stream of Destiny going over it. Right.
Not enough. You got to read it. Your own head, the narrator in your head needs to take the words and put them in your brain. It can't be Destiny.
Please go. Fucking reading it myself and listening to someone that doesn't magically transform the words. Okay. Well, you know what? Maybe I'll read that section.
No, read the whole thing. Especially, I guess, yes, especially the section we're talking about, but the core duties.
Will I? Okay. I guess, you know what? Final point.
Yeah.
Pisco, you're trying to distribute this information to a bunch of fucking normies. People who are political nerds like us will be able to understand this, but anyone else outside of the circle sees your take as hysterical. That's just how it is. I think there's like a fucking 30% chance you're right. Right? Everyone else is going to think there's
based on what? You haven't read the fucking opinion. You're gonna be 30%. You haven't even got the ability to analyze how I'm working versus what the court says because you haven't read it. How dare you? Like 30%? That's just purely your feels. And I'm the condescending one, right? Not like pretending to tell someone else who's read the opinion and thought about it a lot. That's not condescending, but I am.
I can be condescending. I'm a rando. You're an influencer, idiot.
I'm not an influencer.
That's how it fucking works.
All right, they're gonna pull me in. Hey, dog.
Okay.
Everything. This is all water under the bridge.
I didn't just pop this out of my ass.
You did. Yes. I'm sorry. You did. You can't tell me you didn't. The ought thing, the moral thing. That's all out of your ass. But that's okay because we're gonna have a reset.
Okay. You want to know my opinion on this came from Ben Shapiro. That's his interpretation.
Ben Shapiro was.
Go have a conversation with him.
I would love to. I would crush Shapiro in this conversation. 100%. It would be easiest conversation. I tweeted him. It got tons of retweets. And also, I'm not an influencer. Much love. I gotta go.
Get Big D to fucking set it up for you.
Who? Big D? I don't think Shapiro will bite at that. But
all right. Well,
much love. Hey, we'll talk again soon.
Ryan, how are you? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Wonderful.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's been a long time no talk. I feel like we DM'd. Yeah.
For context, I reached out to Pisco a while back because he has a lot of fun coming at the law from what I'd call kind of like I think it'd be fairly call a left-leaning perspective. Whereas I'm somebody who, was historically as diehard left as they come and actually kind of became an originalist in law school. So we probably are going to have some fun disagreements about most everything when it comes to the law, which I think at least should be entertaining, if nothing else.
Many such cases, by the way, of that originalism thing. And to be honest with you, I have acted because the court has kind of pushed in an originalist direction. I have acted, and I think the extent of my legal analysis, although it kind of like is grounded in this inherent, like, look at you hypocrites kind of thing, I think I do apply at least some originalist analysis to a lot of these cases. Like, for instance, the Anderson case. I think that my position there, it was an originalist framework. And so to the extent that I've been influenced by the court's recent holdings and by like people like Akil Amar et al., who advocate a kind of form of, or like Justice Jackson, right? I think that in recent, like the last 2 years, I've felt a lot more originalist in function in what I'm doing. And I've noticed also, I wrote an amicus brief the other week, and my initial intuition was just to automatically like start with the originalist analysis. Like we had a whole bunch of policy reasons why our position was better, but I started with the text and I started with like the history and of the particular thing that was at issue. And so it's a good point that law school changes you. But yeah, I'm happy to get into it.
Oh, I mean, undoubtedly so. And I think just, I'm not sure what percentage of your audience is lawyers or law students or not, but, as a lawyer, you don't get to pick your side of the issue. So, to be clear, like either of us would use whichever framework I think is going to be most helpful if we're arguing in our professional capacity.
Yeah.
Because that's what the job is. So you need to know how to do both. But I think that, Justice Scalia was hugely successful in writing opinions that made it into case books and influenced young lawyers. I think Justice Jackson is taking a page out of the same book. And especially, in this decision, Justice Sotomayor's dissent, I found hyperbolic and kind of difficult to square with the main opinion, whereas Justice Jackson, I thought, wrote an effective dissent. And, especially I think she made the point that I highlighted in my article, which for those of you who've read her dissent, she says that at the very least, you have to admit that under this decision, no matter how bad the conduct alleged is, a former president would have a fair shot at immunity, meaning he would get to litigate it. Even if it seems like a totally dead issue, even if it seems like it's absolutely a losing case, he would get to litigate it and he'd get to have a judge rule on it, which at least gives him a puncher's chance at the very worst. And that's a fair point, because that is a big sea change in the law. And even if she's not particularly confident in the majority's capacity to carve up the categories in a useful way on a case-by-case basis, I think you share her suspicion that the majority won't be able to do that, or the lower courts won't be able to do that. I think I have, with the majority, more faith that they will, which is actually kind of a classic originalist, living constitutionalist sort of divide, though not exactly not exactly per se originalist issue, but that tends to be how people view the world along that ideological divide. And I think at the heart, that's why we disagree. It's about whether or not, on a case-by-case basis, when the government brings these allegations in the future, assuming they do, will the courts be able to handle it in a meaningful way?
Yeah, I agree with some of that and disagree with others of it. The first is the characterization of Sotomayor's opinion as somehow, or I think the kind of implication that it was an originalist. I think Sotomayor leans a lot on originalism in that opinion, and I would note and critique the majority for its lack of originalism, its lack of textualism, because originalism is a form of textualism, or at least that's how it was sold, as looking to the original public meaning of text. And so I don't construe, and I think Sotomayor's dissent is masterful. I think Jackson's dissent is also really good, and I don't view it as hyperbolic. So I disagree with those characterizations. I agree with the characterization that Jackson and Barrett are writing for like an academy or a law student, like, right? Which I think was also emblematic of a lot of Scalia's opinions that were fun to read. And because I think he understood in the real world, and he had a great influence in terms, sorry, when I say great, I mean significant, not necessarily like good. He had a significant influence on the academy and all that, simply because he was coming from the issue and with clear writing, kind of structurally, right? And in a way that was evocative and read well for not just practitioners, but also for people from outside the ivory tower. But yeah, do you want to give yourself a little introduction at all, or do you want to get right into it? Up to you.
Yeah. So, like Pisco, I'm a big city attorney. I'm a, I don't know. I have all the legal credentials you would want for a conversation like this. Like Pisco, I've done briefs before the Supreme Court and litigated in just about every court in between.
I haven't in the Supreme Court.
I've never bring down the temperature a little bit on legal issues. And part of the reason I'm interested in conversations like this one is that I find reporting on the law to be uniquely bad. Now, maybe reporting on science is just as bad, but I'm not a scientist, so it's not obvious to me. But when you read legal reporting, it's, the case could be dismissed on the most technical ticky-tack procedural issue, and it's going to be headlined as like a giant defeat or a giant injustice or a giant justice, depending primarily on how much we like the people involved. And that's because these legal issues are often obtuse and strange, and they turn on things that people don't know about and may not care about. But I think that if we illuminate those kind of technicalities in kind of a user-friendly way, hopefully this is the kind of conversation that can increase in sophistication over time, and we will have a little bit less hyperbole in these areas.
Got it. I just want to correct the record. You may be more qualified than me, at least on the basis of your resume. I've never clerked at all, and I haven't presented briefs to the Supreme Court, although I've worked on briefs for appellate courts and for state Supreme Courts. So I just want to be clear that to the extent that you've clerked, that's a huge feather in your cap. For those of you who don't know, that's like working closely with a judge. And federal clerkships are very prestigious, and so we're certainly happy to have your insight. And I'm pretty nasty on Twitter to the extent that I don't know, I was a dick to you in many such cases, and of course it's not a reflection of your credentials, of course. Okay.
No worries. A, thick skin. B,
yeah.
I mean, this is a thing I kind of need to learn about Twitter, is that there is no utility to a nuanced down the middle opinion on Twitter because no one reads it. So,
yeah.
There's, to a certain extent, if you're not throwing fireballs, you're just not using the platform.
I hear that. And yeah, you got to use your fireballs. You got to pick your retweets and quote tweets and things like that for engagement. It's a little bit of a dog world. Anyway, how do you want to start this? Do you want me to give an affirmative case, or do you want to talk about, do you want to get right into the hypos or what's going on? You can assume I've been doing these streams.
It would be helpful to run over. I think these are going to be points of just broad agreement.
Yeah.
Just so that we make sure we're on the same page about what I think are things that aren't in dispute.
Okay.
So I'll just check off a few, and if you any of these sound wrong to you, just let me know.
Okay.
The first is, while we had some fun just now talking about originalism versus living constitutionalism, this was a case where there was almost no precedent on point. The precedent that was on point wasn't really directly on point. It was from analogous situations like civil damages or subpoenas for presidential records. It wasn't really about a criminal prosecution.
I agree with. I agree with that. I want to put a flag. You're giving some broad points of agreement. I do want to note that everything that we have to say about like whether the opinion is justified, whether we like the opinion, it's not going to be relevant to my argument because my argument is going to be about what the opinion says and what it means and what it So, but yes, I agree that, and I would go further and say there's absolutely no precedent on this point.
Yeah. So the court was looking, and the Constitution is basically doesn't have much to say on this issue. And to the extent there's an argument that the Constitution needs to say the magic words of immunity, that is one of the few points of precedent the court has ruled on, and it doesn't. So that's in the books. That's already law. So that argument has, and we don't need to agree on that because I know that's
I don't agree with that,
but there is precedent on that.
Yeah, I just want to be clear.
Technically speaking, the court was writing more or less on a blank slate, which is the weird situation where you start seeing originalism and living constitutionalism in different kinds of jurisprudence. Most of them are designed for situations where there's more binding law, or at least clear original intent. Here, there was a lot of blank slate, which is kind of unusual for a Supreme Court case.
So I disagree with some of that. I disagree, one, that there isn't a textual answer here. I agree there's no precedent, but I think the impeachment judgment clause is completely contradicts what's going on here, at least a major component to it, and at least impliedly contradicts the holding here. So I do believe there's text on point that contradicts what's going on here. I believe also there's history on point, and I believe that to the extent that they're grounded in the structure, I totally disagree with that. I think you also said that there was precedent that you don't need explicit text. I don't take Nixon versus Fitzgerald as necessarily good law or rightly decided, but for the purposes of the fact that there is precedent on that, I agree with that. But I just want to sort of put out there that you shouldn't necessarily assume, especially with this court, that issue was correctly decided. But yeah, I agree.
And if anybody listening wants to read what the court's talking about, it's linked in the article that my article that Pisco bumped earlier today. And I believe it's footnote 31, but I'm doing that from memory. So, but cool. The link's in my article, so you can find the Nixon Fitzgerald case and see what it says for yourself. But that's a good marker to put down, so we should circle back to that. Mm-hmm. Then in terms of the actual immunity decision, what they did is they looked at essentially, in terms of practical, what the decision means. They said, is the president was he using his core and exclusive powers? If yes, absolute immunity. If no, then you have to ask whether or not he was taking an official act. And if he was, there's a presumption of immunity, but that presumption can be rebutted if the prosecution shows that such a prosecution would not risk intruding into the essentially proper executive sphere of authority. Which is a murky issue because the court gave fairly limited guidance on what that means practically.
I agree with all that, with the proviso that I take core and executive powers to be a subset of official action. That they divided the world in the three camps that you're describing or about to describe, but that core duties are only core. Official acts are the only things that can be core by definition, and so that's the only thing that I would add to that gloss. That we are looking for official or unofficial, but there's an additional inquiry into core or non-core.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think at least my reading, the reason the court reasoned the other direction and they started with core before going to broader is because their argument for immunity in the first instance kind of grows from the core category. But I don't think that changes anything you just said.
Sure.
Okay. So, and then the court they didn't give a lot of guidance, but they gave some guidance. So they said that just because you've charged the president with a generally applicable crime doesn't mean that he can get at his immunity is pierced. Otherwise, there would be no immunity. because anytime you're charging him because he violated the law.
Yeah,
they said one that's more contentious, that his motivations don't matter. And I know one of the things you've been getting mad about people on Twitch for and Twitter is them saying, "Oh, well, if the president was really bad, then that would be enough to pierce immunity," when clearly the majority says that's not.
Yeah, I want to
that motivation prong does carry some substantial weight. And then they made.
Can we linger there real quick? Just real quick. Hello. Can we? Yeah. I think when I talk while you talk, I'm going to try not therefore to talk while you talk, but because I think my audio maybe cuts out when you do that. But just maybe give like a little pause when you're done with the segment, because I want to stop there real quick, because I think what you said is very important and significant. And what you said is that just because something is illegal doesn't mean it's not core, doesn't mean it's not just because a particular factual sequence, a particular set of actions constitute something that's illegal or unconstitutional, doesn't mean that it isn't part of the set of actions that for which immunity may apply. And that goes against. You don't agree with that?
I almost agree with you. Just because the phrase they use is violates a law of general applicability.
Okay.
Something being unconstitutional, I think that's one of the things the decision leaves up in the air as to whether or not that actually would lead to the conclusion that something was not within an official capacity. And I make that argument in the context of treason later on. So I think that's probably a lot.
Okay, that'll be a point of
constitutionality point. It's probably a live issue.
That'll be a point of disagreement then. So we can leave that for later. And on the point of motivation, keep in mind also that the kind of improper, motive is thought of as separate from intent, criminal intent in many, in criminal prosecutions. Motive is usually not an element to various crimes. But people get hung up on that distinction, in my opinion, because what makes something a criminal intent is, of course, defined by general applicable statutes and generally applicable laws, right? Like a criminal intent is a reference to an intent to commit some action. It's only criminal because it violates the Congress defined it in a certain way. And so I think it is misleading to suggest, bad motive, but not bad intent. I think that both are covered. And especially when the facts here, the court specifically says you can't look into sham, and sham would, I think, fairly encompass the kinds of things we're talking about here, both in terms of motive and intent. That like, if you can't look into whether this is a sham exercise of the enforcement power. So I don't know if that's a point of disagreement, but I think it's certainly, for me, something I feel that people are missing and capturing the wrong nuance from.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. And I don't want to be too categorical there, because I don't know that I've run every hypo to ground. But I think that the general form of the argument I've heard people or seen people make on, Twitter, for example, is something like, well, this example of the president doing X is clearly bad, or is clearly a sham in the way that you use it, without any kind of technical work around why that would or would not pierce immunity. And I think we can both agree that would be sufficient.
Correct. Yeah, on that we can agree.
Minimum, in order to pierce immunity, they would need to come up with a reason why the specific type of conduct alleged cannot be within an official act, or is within or the presumption can be rebutted as for such conduct.
Got it.
So,
yeah.
I think people need to be more precise than that if they're going to make that argument.
Agreed. Also, keep in mind, for purposes of the hypotheticals I've been applying, I haven't got into the realm of non-core. I've only dealt with what in my opinion, is core duties of the President of the United States. So, at least my intent in this conversation is going to be to render moot the distinction between core and non-core, because it'll be my argument that all the examples I'm using are core. So just as a flag there.
Okay. That's good to know.
Yeah.
And then the last thing I was going to say, and if you read my article, then you know this already, is that I think the majority, if I was the 10th person on the court, meaning I have an irrelevant vote because, it was a 6-3, so it doesn't really matter what the 10th person would do. I would have aligned with Justice Barrett. I thought her concurrence was dead on, in part because it actually gave useful guidance about how to litigate the rebuttable presumption of immunity, but also because the evidentiary rule that the majority articulated is, I think, a very bad idea. And the rule that they said is that if conduct if there is conduct which is immune, you cannot use evidence of that conduct as evidence for something for which the president is not immune. So the example that they talked about in the decision was a bribe, where if the president, if someone came into his office and said, hey, I'm going to give you this sack full of cash if you give a speech on my behalf, him taking that money is not an official act. That's a personal act. He's not immune. But there is a second half of that where he talks to his aides and he decides, how am I going to give the speech? He edits the speech to get in the stuff that the guy who bribed him wants. And he kind of crafts the speech so that he can get the message in because he was bribed. And none of that, except for the fact that the speech was given and is a matter of public record, can be used as evidence in the bribery prosecution, even though the bribe was outside of his official capacity. And that, I think, is a bridge too far for a number of reasons. So to the extent that comes up, I think Justice Barrett was dead on in that regard.
Not much to comment on there. I do think that Barrett's opinion is way better. I think I've been consistently impressed with Barrett and her approach to some of these cases. In the Anderson case, in this case, even where I disagree with her in the cases I'm referencing, I think she has a good understanding of the structure of the Constitution in a way that I feel some of the other conservative justices, including but especially the Chief Justice of the United States, does not. And I know that that's like a big thing to say because he's obviously the Chief Justice, but that is my opinion, and I stick to it. I think it would make
giving her flowers. She's been. I don't know that I had a strong opinion about her coming in, but she has absolutely exceeded expectations
for me as well.
Either she's brilliant, or I just agree with her, or she has some really good clerks, or some combination of the above. Because I think she's been great, and I think her questions at oral argument,
they've been the best,
really sharp. The ones I've listened to.
In the Anderson case, her questions were better than any of the liberals, and kind of about the same stuff. I think it might make sense, Ryan, if you don't mind, let me lay out the case and let you defeat it for why I think that. So, okay, well, why don't we do that?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. And can we just one more thing that I think is going to be important? We really don't know for a lot of these. And the reason we don't know is that the court articulated a framework and then gave truly minimal guidance about how it applies to Trump specifically, and then kicked it to the lower courts to develop the doctrine. So I think we're both going to have strong opinions, and hopefully we'll have some fun phrasing arguments in a really strong way. But at the end of the day, we are going to be extrapolating how a future court would interpret a set of facts based on this ruling. The ruling does not say one way or the other conclusively regarding either of the two hypos I think we're going to discuss. So that as a result, we have to kind of we're playing in the margins, which is what lawyers do. But it's just, I think, important to acknowledge that up front before we start making the strongest arguments we can.
Yeah, I almost half agree with you. I've said before that I think that if Biden tried any of this, that the court might find a way to find him not immune anyway. But that's me tea leaving into what I think a realist framework about what I think would happen. It's not, in other words, for purposes of what I say, I'm relying solely on the court and its opinion and its reasoning and logic. I do think that the majority opinion concedes the hypotheticals, and there's a reason for that. And so I agree it's not a holding of the court, and they didn't squarely address the issue because, of course, it didn't happen. And I agree that in the sense of we don't have an on-point holding. In that sense, we don't know what would happen, and because it would be so insane if it did occur, there might be other things that influence the court to behave differently. I think none of that is relevant to whether there's at least a minimally clear answer here, without sort of getting into the question about whether they actually said the explicit thing that we're talking about, which I agree. They didn't explicitly say this would also allow SEAL Team 6. They didn't say that in so many terms, but I think it's a very clear answer that leads you there. And I don't really think it's reasonably in dispute.
And are we doing FBI or SEAL Team 6?
Let's start with, it's a good thing to bring up. Well, we're going to start with FBI because SEAL Team 6, I think both are applicable, and I think both work for some of the same reasons. I actually think the FBI one is more clear. The reason why there's a distinction here is because there's additional textual language for military type things. There's the general vesting clause of Article 2 and like stuff related to heads of departments and things that and like the removal power, which is kind of inherent in the executive's role here, that could conceivably apply to both. But there's kind of this additional gloss and understanding of the president as commander in chief that would, of course, apply to a branch of the military. SEAL Team 6 is a part of the Navy. I believe that's right. Which is a branch of the armed services, which, of course, the head of which is the president, and the president also has other authorities related to internal domestic law enforcement who have different roles, responsibilities, and supervisory authority than the military. And so even though you say SEAL Team 6, for me, that's a reference. It's like a shorthand to reference that all the kind of crazy murder hypotheticals, right? The murder hobo stuff.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And I think that when I brought up the distinction because
it's a good thing. Yeah.
If the president ordered the FBI to assassinate someone, that would implicate
some different things.
The immunity would turn on a different theoretical official capacity than if he ordered the military to assassinate someone, because A, they're constitutionally different, and B, because the police and the military do different things. So, the arguments would be meaningfully different in those areas. And just a table set for the audience, how this would work if Pisco is correct and this is actually within a core capacity. So if a prosecutor tried to charge a president with taking bribes to give a pardon, he would be absolutely immune because the president has the exclusive right to give a pardon for any reason he wants or no reason at all. The reason can be extraordinarily bad. You cannot criminalize him giving a pardon because the power to give a pardon is his and his alone. So Congress has no right to criminalize that behavior for any reason, regardless of how good or bad the president's motivations are. So if Pisco can land the plane that an assassination is within the core and exclusive powers and not subject to some carve out or argument against it, then immunity is absolute. Is that fair enough, Pisco?
I think that's fair. And why don't we start with the FBI?
Okay.
All right, I'm going to lay out the case. Okay. So first, the factual case, the factual circumstances. And this is the one I keep using, so I'm going to stick to it because my audience recognizes it. President Trump is elected into power in 2024 and assumes the office in 2025. He hauls in the FBI director. He says to the FBI director, Mr. Director, I have a constitutional responsibility to keep this country safe from terrorists. I have determined and made a factual determination and done an investigation that there is an imminent threat to the country. There is a humongous bomb that's about to go off in a major city, and it's going to go off in California, in a major city in California. And there is a sleeper cell agent, Mr. FBI Director. I've done the research. I've looked at it. I've examined it very closely. And that sleeper agent's name is Nancy Pelosi. We understand that in the next 20 or 30 minutes, she is going to set off this bomb in Sacramento, and we need to stop her. What I need you to do is order your field office in California immediately. And again, this is of the utmost importance to kill Nancy Pelosi. You cannot arrest her. She has the bomb codes in her hand, so she needs to be incapacitated immediately. It's not enough for you to give her warnings. This is of the utmost national security interest, and this investigation and this evidence is solid. We don't have time right now to litigate the issue. I need you to go and order the field office right now to kill this attacker, Nancy Pelosi. And by the way, she's not even an American citizen. We found out that all those documents are fake. She's an Iranian national. And so I've done that investigation as well. So don't worry, you're not violating any American citizens' rights. Mr. Director, I'm ordering you to kill the terrorist who is an imminent threat known as Nancy Pelosi. I give you the order now. Go tell your field office. That's the factual setup. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay. I look at the opinion. The opinion states that an action is not unofficial merely because it allegedly violates generally applicable law. In this context, I would expect that what you would be charging the president for relates to his order to kill Nancy Pelosi. The order is given to the FBI. The order is pursuant to a statutory or constitutional duty. And if you want to look at statutory, right, we know that the FBI is tasked with both law enforcement arrests, but also killing in certain circumstances. The FBI often is deployed in situations in which lethal force is not only authorized, but is the only thing that's authorized. And the president, of course, with citations to the part of this opinion related to the Communications Department of Justice, the head of the FBI is just as removable by the president as any other head of agency. I even believe they're Senate confirmed. Okay. It would absolutely be within the take care clause responsibility if ordering the investigation of someone or a prosecution of someone the president feels is breaking the laws of the United States. It would be just as much within the sort of authority of the Department of Justice and within the president's purview to order the killing of someone who pose an imminent threat of deadly force to American citizens and safety of the country. That is one of the key roles of law enforcement, is not just to arrest, not just to prosecute, but to kill in certain circumstances. Now, I agree, the president can't just do a malicious murder, but that's not what this is. The president, or at least that's not what it purports to be. The president is not killing on the basis of nothing. The president is killing for a reason, and the reason are reasons that are well within, if true, would be well within his authority. If anyone in the branch of the government, if it's true that the president is a branch unto himself, has the authority to kill, certainly the president does. The other authority just emanates because of him. And so I think it's clear, based on his constitutional authority to take care of the laws to be faithfully executed, and his constitutional power to remove, assume, by the way, that he makes his order conditional on removal. And if you don't, I will fire you. And based on what the core function of the executive branch is, that is to enforce the laws, protect the country, I think it's clear that this falls within his core executive duties. It obviously would if it were true, and that this passes muster as absolutely immune.
Okay, there's, I think, two, broadly speaking, arguments against, and one is kind of categorical, but maybe it's easier to get to that in a second. The first is, I think you're overstating the boundaries of what the police power is. So I think we can agree the police power includes investigating crimes. We can agree the police power includes prosecuting crimes. And I think we can agree that the police power also includes using deadly force in order to prevent imminent harm in some circumstances.
Okay.
What I don't think it includes, and I think you think it does include, is saying ahead of time you should kill someone no matter what the circumstances are when you arrive. For example, if they showed up, and I'm using Nancy Pelosi only because you did,
yeah,
and Nancy Pelosi was taking a shower, and there is no bomb equipment in her hands, there's no codes, there's nothing. She's totally removed from anything that could use a detonator, and in fact covered in water, and has no capacity to set off a device. There is no universe in which the FBI can shoot her when they see her. And that's true in basically any police action, no matter how horrible the thing is. I mean, like, if you think about like the most disgusting, I'm trying to think what's the most, like a school shooter, for example. If the police stormed a school shooter and they had done the most egregious, horrifying murders, just laid to waste this school, and it was an absolute tragedy. But when they came in, the school shooter has all the guns on the stacked neatly in the side of the room, is unarmed, stripped to the waist, on their knees, has zip tied their hands behind their back, and is waiting to be arrested. The police can't shoot that person because that's not what police do. The use of deadly force to prevent imminent threat has to be a decision that's made based on facts on the ground. The president could say, I have reason to believe that she presents an imminent threat. But if they show up and she doesn't, they can't shoot her, and he can't order her to the contrary within the bounds of the police power.
Can we stop right there? I think there are a number of issues to what you just said. Number one, I assume that what you're saying and what you're agreeing with me is it is a core executive function of the president to exercise the police power as you've defined it, is what you said, right?
Yes.
And it's a core executive power, therefore, of the president to order the use of deadly force under certain circumstances. Fair?
I think we have to define the circumstances.
Why do we have to define the circumstances? Why isn't it enough to say under certain circumstances it is a core duty of the president to order lethal force?
Because I don't think they can be. I don't think you can define them a priori. The use of, like, if you think about what is within the police power, not just for the president, but for the state in general, for any state, for any police force, they have the power to investigate. They have the power to arrest. Police is broader than just the police department, so that includes prosecutors. They have the power to prosecute, and they do have a monopoly on force and are allowed to use it, but their use of force isn't something that's just broadly applicable. They can't use whatever quantum of force they want to use in any circumstance. That's just not what the police power is.
I guess I'll calibrate it. Is any order of the use of deadly threat, can you think of any order of the use of, or any circumstance under which the ordering of the use of deadly force by the president would constitute a core executive power?
For the FBI?
Yeah.
I think it would have to. It would be like a take the shot scenario.
At least one scenario, right? That you can think of.
Like for example, the FBI see the bomber. The bomber has their finger on the trigger of the bomb.
Yeah.
They call the president and say, "Should we take the shot?" He says, "Yes."
Okay, so
Sure.
Okay, then the statement that I'm about to say is literally true, right? Under certain circumstances, the ordering of lethal deadly force by the president would constitute a core executive power. Fair?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I think that's
No, I don't think those circumstances include unconditional determinations.
Okay.
Of time. Yes.
Okay. We'll get to that real quick, but I just so you know, you're aware of what I see here.
Mm-hmm.
I see that as the whole ball game. That once you grant that, I think you grant everything because of reasons. But just so you know, to me, that determination that you've just made is the critical one. Okay, now let's get to what you're saying about circumstances change, and part of the nature of what the police power is, it's constantly like shaping itself to circumstances that are either, clearly apparent or not. And so the president couldn't determine in advance a ruse, and the police itself would have like no authority, whatever, right? So first of all, I see those questions as wholly relevant. Why? Because we're not analyzing the police's culpability. We're analyzing the president's. The president could say this, right? And say, oh, and by the way, I'm going under general anesthetic for the next 48 hours. And so I'm not going to be reachable. Okay. And the president still in bad faith in that moment is doing this whole sham, right? So we're not analyzing what are the officers motivated by constitutional things within their scope. So even if I were to grant to you that there is no scope for absolute immunity for these cognition things or whatever, or where you don't have the determinations made ahead of a time or whatever. I don't think it matters because we're analyzing the president's order, and the president's order to kill at that time either is core executive or it's not.
Can I maybe this cuts through the hypo a little bit. I do think the president it's within the president's core absolute immunity to do the following. He could say, I want you to investigate and arrest someone. I believe that they pose a deadly threat. And if you see that they are in fact posing a deadly threat when you arrive, you are authorized to use lethal force. I think that actually is subject to core immunity. What I think is not subject to core immunity is the following. I think that same blah, blah, blah. I think that they pose a deadly threat, and I want you to kill them regardless of what happens when you arrive on the scene. And the difference between those two is the boundaries of what is the police power. Not for the police, but constitutionally. The president has police powers. He doesn't have the power of life and death like a samurai in feudal Japan. His power over the investigatory, arresting, prosecutorial arms of the state is only in the realm of the things that they themselves can do. They can be put on alert that there might be a deadly threat. They can be put on alert that lethal force might be necessary. You can't tell them you can use lethal force regardless of the facts on the ground when you arrive. Now, is that a big deal? Yeah, that is a big deal, because that means the president could say, oh, lethal force, you be careful when you arrive there. Maybe you need to use it. Fingers crossed. I hope they get her. And that would be absolutely immune, but he can't just order the assassination. Yeah. There is a difference there.
I disagree with the caveats that you're making, but I can accept them for the purpose of the hypothetical and just incorporate them into the hypothetical. So for example, you say, this is not an arrest mission, FBI guy. And the reason it's not an arrest mission is because Pelosi has the go codes to a mic. You can't even see the mic. And we've done actually the factual investigation. I've actually come to the determination that the mic is so small and you don't have time to confirm visualization of the mic. The minute she gives the order, the minute she says the code word into it, the bomb's going to go off, and they are going to explode it. And so, no matter what, you have to kill her, because if she even has a second to think, second to consider, she is going to give the go code through the mic. And so, this is not an arrest mission. This is a kill mission, because no matter what the circumstances are, there's an over 99% chance. And we've made this determination. We've consulted. I've consulted with advisors, with the best people that we know. There is no safe way to approach this initially with any level of force or with arrest other than with lethal force. To do so would get rid of would confirm and would just bring about more quickly this attack that we are aiming to stop. And so really, I'm stressing to you, Mr. Director, this is kill first. You cannot attempt to arrest. What do you think of
that? I don't think that's...
Hang on, I can't hear you. Sorry. One second. This got cut off. Oh, 1 second. Don't say anything.
It goes back to the shower scenario.
Hey, sorry.
If they show up immediately.
Hello. Can you hear me?
That creates.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
I didn't hear anything you just said because my headphones got unplugged. Can you start again?
Oh, sure. As I said earlier, I don't think the president can give an unconditional kill order. Now, what you're getting into.
But it's conditional. Wait, no, it is conditional. It's conditional on facts, and it's the fact that, like you said, it's not that it is presenting a continuous threat, that there is a deadly threat, and that it just so happens that the facts of the case is that there's no circumstance in which arrests, given those facts, would be reasonable. Do you understand me?
Okay.
So it is conditional on those set of circumstances, and the president has come to those determination.
Show up and she's in the shower.
No, but the mic, but the mic is so small and it can be used in the shower. It's a waterproof mic, and the president has come to that factual determination.
So there, I think what we're teeing up now is, I think, what's going to be one of the most interesting issues should this ever be litigated again. And by the way, fingers crossed, we don't have a lot of case law in this area, because I hope we're not prosecuting former presidents on the regular going forward. But the question then is going to be, when immunity is being decided, is it being decided on the basis of the defendant's view of the facts and what happened, which is this complicated scenario you've described where the president...
Yeah, he writes this all in a memo. He puts it all in a memo.
Yeah. Or is this going to be shaped by the prosecution's theory of the case?
Well, the prosecution...
And which one of those is what is going to be used to determine whether or not where something falls within the scope of immunity?
Wait, no, this is not based on it's just right. So like the prosecution is alleging, listen, guys, this was all a fake memo. Like Trump, there was no mic. He had no information that there was mic. Everyone was telling him there wasn't a mic. This was ridiculous. He had no information that would make one conclude that this was a risk. He actually didn't even have information that there was a bomb at all. This was all fake. That's what the prosecution is saying. And we actually have evidence that he said that it was fake. In fact, he made a speech to some supporters and some donors saying that he made all this up. And so that's our factual case.
Yeah. So then where this differs from the actual immunity case is in the immunity case that we have in front of us, the court said, look, the president has the authority to direct his subordinates to investigate election crimes. And
you granted, hang on a second. You've granted that the president has the authority, the core authority, to under certain circumstances use lethal force. What your contention is ultimately those circumstances didn't present themselves. Okay, that's fine.
Well, but the difference is, and there's two ways this could present itself, is the prosecution there wouldn't be charging him with there's a sham, your motivations are bad, because they'd be going right into the teeth of this opinion. What they'd be saying is, actually, you were outside the scope of your authority. Actually, this was an assassination.
Wait, hang on a second. He contends, right? So just to be clear, what Trump did, what wasn't an exercise of the prosecutorial authority in any real sense, right? It was all a sham. It wasn't an actual exercise of investigative authority. They'd already investigated. He wanted them to send communications and make it appear as though they had made some determinations of fraud, but it was all fake. None of this was actual, and I would argue even unconstitutional. All these actions, and obviously illegal.
The thing he was asking them to do was within the police power, but even though the motivations were bad.
You've granted
the prosecution would be charging. The thing you got them to do is outside the scope of the police power, which is a meaningful distinction. And I think one way that you can maybe tee this up is to take the most extreme example. They charge him with treason.
No,
because they say you manipulated the apparatus of the United States government to assassinate a U.S. politician and political rival, which is an act of war against the United States.
So I refuse to go into the treason hypothetical at the moment, or the treason argument at the moment. And the reason why, number one, I refuse is because the scope of the immunity doesn't pertain to what the charge is. I'm going to repeat that again. The scope of the immunity doesn't depend on what the charge is. It's just a pure coincidence. It's a pure accident that Congress decides to criminalize certain things, or that states decide to criminalize certain things. But just as the court doesn't need to make reference to specific statutes or crimes when it considers the whatever communications to the Department of Justice he's making for purposes of the indictment there, right? Like, it would be just as immune for the prosecution to develop a treason theory with respect to those communications as it would to develop a treason theory with respect to pardons, right? You pardon for treasonous reasons. The whole point of this opinion,
it would be treason's materially different, because treason's the only crime defined in the Constitution.
So are you suggesting that
like nobody's official acts, nobody's official roles, nobody's constitutional duties include treason? That's why treason is in the Constitution. It's to carve out, and it's very limited, actually.
Yeah,
to most governments.
I think this is such an absurd definition of what treason would be. This act, it wouldn't, in my opinion, based on the definition of treason, it wouldn't be treasonous. Well, what just occurred, just to be clear, because treason is like specifically this narrow band of giving aid to comfort to enemies, right? And in this situation, he's
and acts of war against the United States.
Yeah. Okay. So you're defining the assassination of someone as an act of war against the United States. Okay.
Yeah, I think if Canada assassinated a U.S. senator, that would be an act of war.
I mean, okay, then orders the beating of, or orders the anything but the torture of. Is that an act of war? If you're just going to define everything as any bad example I come up with treason, then I think we're getting into a problem where you're just defining away the issue. But even before that, right? Because you're saying that there are certain pardons that can be prosecuted, fair? And that would be treasonous pardons.
Yes. I'm not sure what a treasonous pardon would be. I don't think it, I think the only way, if I recall correctly from this was the World War II jurisprudence about treason, the only way they read it as conjunctive. So in order to have treason, it has to be an act of war against the United States, or you basically have to swear allegiance to another country and give aid and comfort to our enemies. It's not enough just to give aid and comfort or swear. You have to do both. So in order to prosecute a pardon for treason, the president would have to do something along the lines of the following. In front of two witnesses, say, I am
pardoning
a Syrian candidate, and I swear allegiance to President Putin. Therefore, I pardon the following two people. So, I think that would not be, he would not have an
okay. So to be 100% clear, and there's a good point in the chat that I'm going to bring up as well from Mirror, who is also a lawyer and a smart guy. But what you are saying is that there can be an indictment for a pardon of a person, provided
in that circumstance,
provided that it meet the standards for treason, even though it's a core executive power to pardon someone for any reason. You believe that someone could indict a person for a pardon, a lawful pardon, because it had the wrong motive.
No, it's not because it's the wrong motive. Hang on. It's because the whole reason that there is core immunity is because the court looked at the structure of the Constitution, looked at the separation of powers, and said, we need to make sure that we are defining and protecting the president's core and exclusive areas, because the Constitution does not give Congress the power to criminalize those things. But the Constitution criminalizes treason.
Yeah, no, and the Constitution. Wait.
There's no question that Congress has the power. In fact, it actually says Congress has the power to enact that particular law. And nobody, and this is the more important part, no constitutional officers, the scope of their official capacity do not include treasonous acts.
Such as certain pardons.
In the Constitution, thou shalt not commit treasonous acts, essentially.
So you are looking into...
That's the argument.
Okay.
It's not that it's a law of general applicability. It's that it's a limitation on the scope of anyone's official capacities.
Okay, so do you agree that pardoning someone for the purpose of helping an enemy, that for the purpose of helping an enemy, that's the motive of the pardon?
It would have to be, you have to allege for the purpose and that they'd sworn allegiance to an enemy state.
Okay. Well, okay. Suppose you meet the element of swearing allegiance to a foreign state. Okay. But you haven't, isn't a necessary element to what you're talking about here an investigation into the motive of the pardon?
I don't even think you get that far in the analysis.
Wait, hang on a second. In order for this to be a treasonous pardon, whatever we're talking about, isn't it necessary to show that there's a treasonous motive? Isn't that a necessary element to prove the crime?
I think you're asking a question downstream of the analysis I'm making.
Is it a yes or no? It can be downstream, but is it?
Allegation cannot be a core act. Treason can never be a core act. There is no
I understand.
Circumstance where an allegation of treason is within any official capacity. So the motivations are irrelevant.
I understand what you're saying. I have a question though.
And just to tee it up another way,
oh my God.
Part of the reason that the court did this beyond the Constitution was the threat of vexatious litigation and allegations. They don't want to have a tin pot, democracy where every president charges the one before it. That sort of logic.
Yeah, it's kind of irrelevant.
No one's bringing treason charges.
It's kind of irrelevant.
Really good case. It's just so far beyond the framework of the things we're talking about.
We're in the formalism. None of this is relevant right now. What you're telling me about the purpose of it, you're telling me it would never happen. None of that is important. My question.
No, that is important. They use that as part of their rationale in the decision.
So this is my question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't a prosecution for a treasonous motive, a treasonous pardon, require looking into the pardon's motive? Yes. No. Would you be able to prove?
Not in the sense you're using the term. No.
Would it be possible to prove a treasonous act without looking at the motive?
So,
yes or no?
You're using the word motive in the sense of the analysis the court gave about what is or is not an exception, right? So, like, basically, you decide whether or not something's an official act, and then they say, by the way, here are some things to watch out for, right? I'm saying upstream of that, it's not an official act.
I understand.
So you never get to that support part of the opinion.
So do you understand what I'm doing right now? Isn't it necessary to determine that something is treasonous for purposes of excluding as a core act? Don't you need to know the motive?
I mean, you do, but not in the way you're using.
Okay, so isn't it impossible to show treason for purposes of categorically excluding certain situations without looking at purpose and motive?
Well, are you including acts of war? Because then maybe not. But
hang on, an act of war again, an act of war for purposes of treason and all that stuff, that is going to rely on proving a motive, right? The kinds of acts that constitute an act of war could be the very same acts which are what a good president should do. The thing that differentiates what's going to differentiate most of the situation in treason is why you did something, right? Like, you might let someone into the gates of the castle for the purpose of ambushing them, and the only thing that distinguishes that action is going to be, what was your motive in opening the gates of the castle? Was it to help America or to render aid to the enemy? So don't you agree, yes or no, that in order to determine that something is treasonous, it requires a hard look at the motive?
I think what would happen in this situation, and maybe we can tee this up, because it would be almost like because in this situation, I'm basically the prosecution and you're the defense, right? And what I'm going to be arguing is these treasonous acts cannot be within anybody's official capacity, because the Constitution says that treason is a constitutional crime. Therefore, it is within nobody's official capacity to commit treason. Flat stop. You're going to say, in order to do that, you have to look at the motive, and down in the opinion, it says we're not going to be looking at motives. Then the question is, now look, we don't know how a court's going to take that situation, because it's literally never happened. I am pretty comfortable with the idea that if those were the arguments being made for a lower court and that got brought up on appeal, I think the prosecutors are going to win that case.
I'm not asking, so whether or not they would win, whether or not we expect them to win, that's not the question, right? And again, I'm explicitly not looking at your priors about how likely an argument is to win. I'm asking your actual opinion. And I think what's clear is, unless you want to say, okay, as long as the prosecution alleges a theory of treason, they're allowed to look into motive, or they're allowed to look into anything they want, as long as they allege something of treason.
If they allege treason, then there's no immunity.
Then it totally undermines everything related to the incentive structures argument about the whole point of the opinion. The whole point of the opinion is to not improperly chill the presidential sphere of conduct in their core executive functions. But if it would all be obviated, if it would all be obviated by the mere pretense that something is treasonous, then the prosecutor's free to do anything they want on those facts. Maybe they won't win in trial, but the immunity wouldn't apply, and it would obviate the need for the immunity. Like, do you understand?
You say that like it's a really minor consideration. This is the first prosecution of a former president for his official acts that we've ever seen. But second, I think there's been like maybe 40 treason cases in the country's history.
You're looking
most of them were World War II era stuff. Like treason is not a small bar. The idea that you're going to have the DOJ decide to bring the most serious crime in our legal system, the constitutional crime, for a vexatious or flimsy purpose, it seems like a stretch to me. We don't use that crime for anything. And if you look at what Trump was charged with, they actually didn't charge him with, fomenting an insurrection or treason. It was these kind of more minor crimes because there is a lot of reasons for prosecutors to be careful with what they're charging. Treason is perhaps the hardest crime to prove in all of American jurisprudence. It's really tough to land a treason charge. And this is an aside that we can go back to or not. This is a big reason why Barrett's concurrence is better.
Yeah. Okay.
Because
so I view exactly nothing.
The evidentiary rule makes it almost impossible to prove treason, which I think is a really serious problem.
Okay.
But that's another, we can circle back to that.
I view everything of what you just said is practically relevant. The more narrow treason is, the less of a barrier it is to anything that I'm suggesting in my hypothetical, right? If you're saying that it's so hard to charge for treason, except for acts that constitute killing, okay. I think that's insane to think that treason is, it's so obvious that you could charge treason for situations in which you're killing people, but it's so not obvious for other situations. And so to the extent that everything you're saying here is undermining how you can use treason because it's so difficult, and how does it present any problem for my hypothetical?
Well, because killing a U.S. political official is an act of war against the United States. That's
no, but
if that's not an act of war, I don't know what is.
No, but you indict the president for treason. I actually thought that you can't look into that because I was trying to protect America. I decided they were an enemy of the United States because I had good reason to think so, and you could disagree with it, but the whole point of the immunity is you're not even supposed to look into the motive. But what you're saying is, as a first instance, we, I don't know, as a check to clear through the immunity, we apply some standard that was not at all expounded in this opinion or even referenced.
Well, no, it is expounded. The standard is this within their official capacity? Is it an official act? And nobody can take a treasonous act officially. It's not within anybody's constitutional authority to commit treason.
Okay.
Because treason is in the Constitution as a thou shalt not.
So you agree that the term absolutely immune, that term isn't really true with pardons? Because you're misstating the opinion. Absolute immunity extends to things that are within the president's core and exclusive purview. Treason is not within the president's core and exclusive purview. So it doesn't matter. It's for the same reasons that they decided that there was immunity. They looked at the structure of the Constitution. I'm looking at the structure of the Constitution and noting it says you're not allowed to commit treason. So because it's a constitutional crime, not a statutory, it's in the Constitution, that limits the scope of everybody's official roles. I'm going, for the sake of continuing the hypotheticals, I have not at all conceded it. I think this argument is completely ridiculous and turns everything on its head. And so I just want to be clear that I'm not conceding this treason argument, which I think is not at all expounded in this opinion, totally not, it's something you hope maybe that they'll rule. So I just want to make that 100% clear, but I'll change the hypothetical for purposes just to understand whether you'll agree with me with this. It's not Nancy Pelosi. It's a random citizen. He's an insane person. He gets off on killing. It's not Nancy Pelosi. It's just a random U.S. citizen. It's not for a political act. This person, couldn't be more random. It's just a worker at Starbucks. Agreed. All the same other facts apply. Agreed. Absolutely immune.
Hold on, let me work through it because it's a new hypo.
The only thing I've changed is, so it's the same thing, right? He writes a memo. He says to the FBI, it's a terrorist. They're not an American citizen. They are, in the shower right now. They have the secret mic. They're about to blow up everything.
This is off the top of my head, so I haven't given this a lot of thought, but working through it on the fly, that likely, as a practical matter, takes the treason charge off the table, because it would be, I don't see how you would be able to stick the landing on a treason charge for the FBI killing a random mentally ill person. So then the only remaining question would be whether or not that is carved out from the police power in general, which was kind of the original discussion.
Yeah, why would it?
And I think here,
remember, this is a kill mission, not arrest. If you try to arrest, this will happen, and we've made that factual determination. We have those findings.
But with a kill mission with all of the
do not attempt to arrest. If you do, San Francisco.
With all of the kind of like sham structure that you were.
Oh yeah, it's a total lie, and there's clear evidence that it's a total lie afterwards. But in the moment, the FBI has no reason to know. They're just following the order.
Yeah. So in that situation, I don't think you'd be able to stick the landing on treason. I think you could try, but I don't think you'd be able to.
I thought we moved off of treason.
And then the prosecution would then argue what I was saying before, which was that a kill mission is outside of the scope of the police power, flat stop. And they would say, no matter how dangerous someone is, you can't order to kill them regardless of the situation. The defense would say what you said before. We wrote this memo. It gives all of this. And I think in that scenario, I think while Justice Jackson's comment, like there's a fair shot of immunity, still whole, you could litigate it. I think you would probably have the better of the argument.
Yeah, I agree.
I'd say that's probably like 80-20 your side wins.
I agree. I agree. And whether or not we win, do you put aside whether or not you think you win? Do you agree with me that that's the best reading of this opinion?
For a non-politician?
For a non-politician, do you agree that what I just described and the result is the best reading?
I think more than well.
Put aside whether or not you think it'll win the day. You think based on your reading, this is.
I think more than likely that is the correct reading of the case in that scenario.
Just
in part because of the fucking evidentiary rule.
Sure. But notice what we just said, right? And we are going to address the political example. We're not done with it. But what you've just granted is that the president could order a completely sham, a completely bullshit memo. He didn't even look at it at all. He didn't make any real factual finding. He just said he did. Order the Department of Justice through the FBI to kill, so far, any non-political American citizen for malicious and fucked up reasons, and he would be absolutely immune, is what you just granted, and that's the best reading of this case.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. There's some reasons why I think it would turn up that way, which are a bummer, and part of that's the evidentiary rule. What's happening now is we're going to start running into these scenarios where, as you turn down, I don't want to say the import because it's every life, but when you start talking about somebody who's integral to national function, or it's like a senator, for example, it's just practically speaking a different exercise. So the hypos that we were addressing on Twitter and in my article were centered on that.
Yeah. Whereas
here, without the capacity to introduce evidence about what was said behind the scenes, I don't know how you could it would be almost impossible to litigate that.
Well, I just want to put a flag here. I think the evidentiary part is totally irrelevant here. I mean, I agree that it's extra things for you to glom onto, but and to talk about, but no, we're talking about substantive liability here. And regardless of whether you could show a bunch of evidence and you could introduce of what there was said and what not was said, it's clear the opinion, you can't look to motive or purpose or anything. And so it's moot for this point because you've granted it, but I totally disagree that it's an evidentiary problem. It's a substantive liability problem.
It is an evidentiary problem because, if you're thinking about it from the prosecution's perspective, they're going to argue this was a kill order, and a kill order is outside the capacity of the police power.
No, what they're arguing is no.
There's no way to prove that's what happened.
No, I'm sorry. It's more than that, right? The administration says this wasn't this. Yeah, it was a kill order, but it was a kill order pursuant to what we viewed to be the facts on the ground that was completely lawful, and we believe at the time that we had good intel. They're not disputing that it's a kill order, but it's a kill order such that if it were true, both you and I would agree that the president has that authority, right? Like if it were based on like good intel, you would agree the president could give this order. And so the question isn't like disputing that. It's whether or not it was true or not.
Well, I'm sorry. Can you remind me about what exactly the order says in this context?
Yeah. So
there's two versions. My version was kill them regardless of the facts. And your version was, I think, some complicated scenario in which you've ruled out all possible facts.
Yeah, so
it's relevant to their dangerousness or lack of dangerousness.
You make the factual findings such that arrest. Listen, I don't agree that this is necessary. To be clear, I do not, and I want to say it again. I don't think that what you're saying is necessary. But for the purpose of moving on, the memo is written in such a way that it says, and any effort to do anything other than kill would eliminate the purpose of this order in the first place, and so you cannot attempt to arrest anything. And so this order is written out, and they say this is to save America and the city of Sacramento. We have to take the shot. This is why you're doing this. You just write it out. I mean, you don't actually make the findings. You don't actually have good intel. The president he wakes up and he wants to kill someone. That's it. And that's a substantive liability issue. It's not an evidence thing. Like, fine, introduce the evidence, but you can't question my motive. You can't question whether it was lawful or not, whether the facts were true or not. That would obviate the immunity. The immunity is supposed to cover illegal things.
Yeah, and in my reading of the case, which I understand you disagree with, but in my reading of the case, the core power at issue here is the police power. The police power does not cover unconditional kill orders. So the prosecution could argue this is an unconditional kill order, but they have no capacity to prove it. Which is why I grant you that I think it would probably win the day.
I'm going to call shenanigans.
It's actually within the intent of what core immunity is supposed to be, but I think practically, if you litigated it, your side would probably win.
I'm going to call shenanigans. So assume that the person who made the president who made the order, it was a genuine mistake. It was an intentional act to order it, but it was a genuine mistake. Do you think? He intentionally ordered the killing, just to be clear, but he was just wrong. Do you think he would have absolute immunity?
I don't see what that has to do with...
What I'm trying to do... Sorry, I won't ask the question. Maybe,
how do you think that impacts?
So I'm trying to separate a situation where you agree there are certain unconditional kill orders subject to predetermined facts, right? They're conditional in the sense that they rely on coming to the determination that no other means could be used other than lethal force. But the order is unconditional. Kill on site. Got it? You agree that there are some kill on site orders that are absolutely immune.
Sorry, working through that. Unconditional kill on site orders through the FBI?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So now we got to go back, right? Like, so if I tell
no, because your example was a conditional kill on site, or you just structured the conditions such that it was impossible to ever meet the condition where they wouldn't, where wouldn't be authorized.
So like the order itself is unconditional in that it's ordering you to kill and only kill. Attached to that kill and only kill is a list is some factual circumstances that explain why the order is kill and only kill.
No, I don't think that's within the police power.
Really?
Yeah.
So if suppose that there were a legit terrorist who is about, and you don't have any military assets, you have a FBI plane. Legitimately, a plane is coming, a terrorist plane. I'll change it so we don't involve machines. A terrorist is actually coming with a bomb strapped to New York City to blow out the World Trade Center. Mm-hmm. And the president says, we have no time. Kill, only kill. Do not attempt to apprehend because of these reasons. We know his name is Kumal Ahmed or whatever the racist name is, right? That he comes up with. Sorry, this is a real one. So it's an actual name, let's say. And he says, do not attempt to take the shot right now. You think that it's an unconditional kill order? You agreed? First?
Yeah, I mean, you said your hypo has an unconditional kill order, so let's assume it's unconditional.
Right, yeah, it's kill, don't arrest. Yeah. So you agree with that? You think that's outside the scope of the president's authority? It's real. This is actually happening. The terrorists is actually going to go do that. You think that's outside the scope of his authority?
Yeah, I think it is. Because
that's fucking insane.
If you show up and the dude is naked and eating a sandwich and singing Kumbaya on the sidewalk, it's not within the scope of the police power to shoot him. You can authorize force based on the circumstances as you find them. You can't authorize lethal force in the abstract ahead of time.
I like, to me, it's so like, suppose they actually had where it would be really hard to determine whether or not they were a threat or not. Where like, yeah, he actually does have a button next to his finger, and we really have good intel to think he does. Do not attempt to apprehend, just attempt to kill. And there's actually a bunch of evidence around it that, the plans of everything.
Where we're getting hung up on this is, I'm not sure this matters that much, but maybe it matters to you. I'm not sure.
It matters to me, yeah.
Where we're getting hung up on whether or not it's an unconditional or a conditional authorization for lethal force. For example, like if I was going to try to structure your hypothetical to make it conditional, it's like you like you did before. You say like, the guy has a cell phone and it's going to trigger the bomb. And if you see him using the cell phone, you need to shoot him because that's how he triggers the bomb. And then, you just have your friend call him when they show up. Like, I mean, that's a conditional use of force. And then we're going to be in the realm of immunity, which is what we were talking about for the homeless guy example. The unconditional use of force is where I think that you leave the boundaries of what the police can do. And that's why the prosecutor, if they were charging it, would say they'd charge it as an unconditional kill order and hope to litigate that.
Yeah,
I don't think they'd get very far in your crazy homeless guy example because the evidentiary rule is going to smack them in the face.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's, and I'm sorry, I think it's incoherent. I really do, because, or if it's not incoherent, like, absurd. It's absurd to think that the president, under certain circumstances, wouldn't have the right to be like, don't even question me. Don't even ask me whether or not I'm not giving you the authority to question it. Like, if you don't go and kill him right now, we cannot take any chances. The risk is such that there's a nuclear bomb at stake here. You must kill. Like, it is insane to me to think that there are certain circumstances under which an unconditional kill order would not be within the scope of the presidential authority. It's just insane to me.
Well, if it's about the circumstances, then it's not unconditional.
But the circumstances as determined by the president, right? Circumstances as
that's the only point I'm making, is that if he can authorize lethal force because I think X, Y, and Z is going to happen. But if they show up on the ground and the facts are not that way, they no longer have authorization.
No, but that's not within their.
That's the issue.
No, the president says
it's about authorizing it flat stop regardless of the circumstances versus authorizing it based off of finding that the circumstances are a particular way.
No, the president issues a directive that says you cannot question. Or you cannot review our factual determinations in this order, right? Like, we've made those factual determinations, and it's not up to you, Mr. FBI agent, to re-examine our factual findings. And so I am unauthorizing you. You are not allowed to reconsider our factual determinations because I've already made it.
Can you repeat? I didn't hear.
Yeah. So the president says, and by the way, Mr. FBI agents, you're not allowed to like question my factual determination. It's not up to you to decide whether or not it's safe or not safe. I'm telling you it's unsafe because I've made the determinations. And so don't attempt to rethink my order. The order stands. It's unconditional. Kill.
Yeah, I don't think that's within the police power.
Okay. I mean, I think that's absurd. I mean, if the president made the determination himself and was actually holding the gun, the one doing it, you think that would be outside the scope of his authority?
Wait,
if the president
now the president is hunting a terrorist on the street.
Yeah, if the president himself were the one holding the gun, and he determines, I have to kill. I have to do this kill. And it doesn't matter. He determines for himself, it's too dangerous. I'm going to take a shot. The fact that, he's ordering himself in a way and that he is directing his body to take the shot because he can't see enough in advance. He's not omniscient, let's say, but given the circumstances, he is not going to consider anything other than an act of God to be able to sway his opinion.
So so just to take the hypo to its extreme, the president writes a memo that says this random homeless guy, insert name here, has a dirty bomb and is going to destroy the world. And if I see him, note to self, I must shoot him to save all of humankind.
Yeah.
He notarizes it, seals it, puts it in his desk, goes to New York, sees the homeless guy. The homeless guy is sitting there smoking a joint and, eating a sandwich, and he shoots him in the face.
Yeah.
You're saying that's within the scope of presidential police power?
100%.
Okay. Well, I think we're going to.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem, right?
Well, I think that's what would be litigated. That
no,
if this was teed up in court, that would be what they were arguing is about. Because you were correct. They can't argue the motive. So what they're going to be arguing is the scope of police power.
You want to interrogate the facts, right? You're doing the natural thing. Because I think that you're because you're a good person, I'm guessing. And a good person is this can't be. It can't be that we can't second guess your facts. It can't be that we can't second guess your motive. But the truth is that's what this opinion says. And not for purposes of evidence, for purposes of substantive liability. We can't question
it says that it kind of depends. You can't get into the facts as relates to motive, but you can get into the facts as relates to the scope of the presidential role.
But that is
so that's why I'm saying the prosecution has to argue that
that's an easy hurdle.
Immunity isn't there.
That's an easy hurdle because all you need to do is make sure that it's well within the scope of whatever agency. And here we're talking about law enforcement. Write a memo. Explain your reasoning, and how could it not be core?
Just to put the marker down, I'm going to have to jump.
Okay.
Not too distant future, so I don't want to. I want to make sure we have time to wrap up a little bit. But I think where the one useful comparison point is how the arguments change if this was SEAL Team 6 instead of the FBI.
Okay, let's do that, and then
right because again. In the context of the FBI, my arguments are going to have to be that an unconditional kill order is outside the scope of the police power. But clearly, an unconditional kill order is, generally speaking, the type of thing that our military forces do. So you can't make that argument there because the scope is different.
Yeah.
Instead, you have the treason argument because we don't have unlimited time. I don't want to go down that road again.
Yeah.
But you're also there. You're gonna start making different arguments. You're gonna start making arguments about, well, Congress also has military powers. So is this core and exclusive, or is this perimeter official? And if it's a perimeter official, is a domestic assassination the type of thing that we are worried about chilling the president from doing? Is this the kind of thing that incurs on his authority needlessly? So there, the argument for the prosecution is going to be different. We're going to say this is not killing on U.S. soil. Is ordering the military to kill on U.S. soil is not a core and exclusive power of the president.
Of course it is,
because Congress has power within this area as well. I'm just going to put down a marker because I don't. Maybe I actually don't know off the top of my head. I don't think the War Powers Act has ever been litigated completely.
Okay.
So I'm not sure we know for sure the extent of Congress's authority here. Do you know that?
I think it's totally relevant, and I'll tell you why. If you're asking me my level of knowledge of the current statutory framework for the use of military assets to conduct war, I don't know. I don't have.
Sorry, just for the audience, because I was maybe going a little bit fast there. Congress passed something called the Wartime Powers Act, which limits the extent, or it purports to limit the extent to which presidents can enter into wars. My understanding, and I hope no one quotes me on this because it's not an area where I have deep expertise, is that presidents have basically treated it as if it was unconstitutional. And I don't think it's ever been litigated to conclusion. And I don't know if that's because nobody's ever tried or if because the court punted on political question or some other basis where they might punt in a case like that. And the reason I brought it up is if Congress is allowed to pass legislation that limits the extent to which the president can declare wars, command the armed forces, do that sort of thing, then it's not a core and exclusive power. If, on the other hand, the court said Congress has no authority here, we're going to kick that legislation out because this is the president's sole domain, then that's good evidence it would be core and exclusive. But I'm not actually 100% sure what the state of that statute is.
Okay, let me I'll plant a flag where we're at and address the military one. Where we're at is you've accepted the FBI case for purposes of non-political figures to I guess relitigate the treason point on a different day, correct? You've accepted it. At least for purpose, you disagree, I guess, substantive versus evidence, but you do agree that this would essentially immunize them for assassinating a non-political person.
Okay. I think you are practically correct about that, but incorrect about the reason why you think.
Okay, but you do agree that that's the best possible reading of this case, correct?
I think 80-20. That's how that case turns out. Yeah.
Regardless of how you think it turns out, you believe it's the best reading of it, right?
No.
Wait on a second. You just said it was the best reading of it.
No. I think that substantively it should be outside the scope of the police power, but practically there's no way to litigate that because of the evidentiary.
Regardless,
probably lose.
Regardless of whether it's a matter of or relates to the holding of the substantive immunity doctrine or the evidentiary part, you agree that a fair reading of this opinion for all practical purposes immunizes the assassination, provided that you jump through pro forma steps that are easy to jump through, of an American citizen so long as they're not a political person. Fair? That's the best reading of this opinion, whether it relates to the evidentiary thing, which is what you believe, or the substantive.
Yeah, I mean, basically, yes. I think that it would. Okay. I think that's how the case would turn out. I don't think that's.
Well, sorry, I'm not asking. I'm not asking whether you. I'm not asking whether.
Yeah, but the sorry, I was losing my train of thought.
Yeah, I'm not asking whether or not.
And that the reason why the person matters is because the stature of the person changes the implication of whether or not you can make a treason argument in addition to the scope of police power argument.
I'm not asking whether or not you think it'll 80-20 come out one way. I'm not asking whether or not you think that the judges intended it. I'm asking whether or not you think that's the best reading of the case.
I'm not sure what you mean other than what I've said.
Given this opinion, don't you think that the best reading of this case is that it practically, either because of the evidentiary ruling or because of the substantive components, immunizes the assassination, provided you go through those steps, easy to do, of an American citizen?
Yes, I think you litigate it. It should not be immune, but it probably would be immune because of the evidentiary rule.
Okay. I mean, and we'll readdress that the other day. All right, I'll build up the military one. The military one is as follows. The president gets with his military advisors, and he says, we got a problem here, folks. There's been an invasion of Hawaii. There's been an invasion of Hawaii with military troops, in fact. And they're using military troops, and they've actually infiltrated, and it's also in preparation for a broader naval invasion by the Japanese into Hawaii. And you will never believe who is behind this. I was going to say Nancy Pelosi, but I don't want to get back into treason. Okay. It's random U.S. citizens. It's random homeless people. And they're the ones who are invading Hawaii. They say they're American citizens. They're actually not American citizens. These are all fake passports. And we can come to those factual determinations. And they're attacking the country. They're in domestic America. We're being invaded as we speak by a foreign nation. And I'm ordering the 1st Airborne to immediately, unconditionally kill these foreign troops on our land. These are their names. Go kill them right now. SEAL Team 6.
Okay. So just for the sake of putting the marker down, the treason argument could still apply. I don't want to relitigate it. So
wait, how the fuck could it apply to a random citizen?
Well, I think it's a lot less likely to apply.
Then why did you grant it before?
U.S. citizens is also an act of war in theory. I think in practice, if it was just one, you're not going to be able to land that plane. If it was 10,000, I think you probably could land the charge of treason. So it kind of depends on the circumstances, but I don't think we need to go down that road again because it's not going to be meaningfully different here than it was.
All right, so then it's 2 or 3 citizens. They're part of an initial incursion. They are in fact foreign troops though, and they must be killed with prejudice.
Yeah. So here the question is going to be different because there are not going to be a question about whether a kill order is within the scope of the military power. That clearly is within the scope of the military power. So the question is going to be, is this core and exclusive, or is this the outer perimeter of official acts? It would be the first thing that you would need to litigate.
And I'm going to ask this question, and I think there is only one reasonable answer possible. Isn't it the most obvious thing in the world that a core and exclusive duty of the United States of the President of the United States is to immediately and with deadly force respond to an unprovoked surprise attack and surprise invasion by a foreign country into the United States?
I don't think we know the answer to that question. I think it's definitely within his official capacity. It's whether it's within his core and exclusive capacity is not a question about whether it's important. It's a question about whether the Constitution gave Congress power in this area. And that's why I was bringing up the Wartime Powers Act earlier, because the question then is going to be, could Congress pass a law that limits the president's ability to order the military in an analogous way? For example, does Congress have, if Congress passed a law that said the president may not order military operations on U.S. soil absent congressional approval?
Yeah.
Is that a constitutional law or not? I don't think we know the answer to that. I think if the answer is no, then it probably is core, or at least it's getting us closer. If the answer is yes, they could pass that law, then you're going to be in the outer perimeter.
Yeah, okay, here's a question for you then, and you tell me if you think this is actually an easier question. Do you think it would be constitutional for Congress to pass a statute that says the president, it shall be a crime for the president to order the military to defend against a foreign invasion, an imminent foreign invasion, a surprise foreign invasion, before Congress has the ability to come in session? So specifically for this situations, the president may not order the military to defend the nation against imminent surprise invasions when Congress is out of session, in those circumstances, that it's a crime to do so. Do you think that's possible to be constitutional?
That one probably isn't. It seems like it's not.
So then
Go ahead. But the question is whether the sphere of authority on the whole is the president's alone or not. I think we both agreed that prosecuting and investigating crime in the police context is within the president's sphere of authority. But Congress is given no competence in that area. Congress is given a lot of competence in the realm of the military.
That's a lie, by the way. That's a lie on the Department of Justice. Congress, of course, absolutely influences the way that criminal procedure functions and how things are enforced and how it's prosecuted, right? Congress defines what is a crime. Congress defines the penalty for crimes. Congress has passed statutes for how things are sentenced. Congress, if it wanted to, could make laws that say that this is misconduct for the DOJ to do. Congress obviously could eliminate the pay for all these actors. So to the extent that you're saying that Congress has an influence on war stuff, yeah, absolutely. But Congress has a huge influence on prosecutions in the same way.
Congress has no power to influence the decision to prosecute or investigate crimes. That's what the Supreme Court just said in the immunity case. That's why he has core and exclusive.
Does Congress have the ability to change the decision about whether or not, in times of imminent invasion, the president decides to respond?
I don't know. Probably not. I mean, clearly that's not been decided, but I don't think so. Intuitively, it seems like he shouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, it is absurd to me that if you look at the framers and what they intended to have an energetic executive for, one of the reasons was to defend. One of the main reasons, defend the country from foreign nations. That was one of the major fears and influencing the framers. If you read I think even the first Federalist Papers, the first 10 or so, are about the fear.
But here's the problem: Congress has the power to declare war, grant letters of marque and reprisal, make rules concerning captures on land and water, raise and support armies, to provide and maintain a navy, to make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces, to provide for calling forth the militia to execute the laws of the nation, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions. So, I mean, the Congress has express authority to rule in this area.
Same with criminal and law enforcement.
I don't know how the court's going to
wait.
If push comes to shove, because I don't think we've litigated it, which is why I brought up the Wartime Powers Act, because unlike prosecuting and investigating crimes where the president has the Constitution gives Congress no authority about how to take care to enforce the laws, it does give Congress a bunch of wartime power over the military. So it is
this is a conflation. What you're doing is a conflation, and it's really bad, because what you're saying is like, okay, Congress can regulate all sorts of things about criminal procedure, but they can't regulate the decision. They can't regulate the decision about whether or not to prosecute a particular person. And on that, I'm like, okay, yeah, maybe not. And with respect to the war thing, I'll say, yeah, Congress can provide for the ways to call forth the militias, the ways to do certain things, but they can't regulate the decision to take action, right? They can't say that the president is unallowed to take action for certain reasons. They can't, right? You understand me? And in this case, the president is not declaring war. The president is just defending the country, right?
But this is what I mean. This is why this is a thornier area that's more complicated. It says, the Constitution says they are able to provide for calling forth the militia, execute the laws of the nation, suppress insurrections, and repel invasions, and they are empowered to make rules for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces. So could Congress make a rule that says the president may not order you to do the following things? I don't know. I mean, the Constitution seems to say that they could.
Wait. But come on. Do you think that Congress can make a law that says the president is not allowed to order military strikes in other countries for any reason unless Congress declares a war?
I mean, let's see what let me get the text of it. I think that's what they were trying to do in the Wartime Powers Act, something along those lines.
Well, forget the statute. We don't have to assume that the existence of the statute. But suppose that Congress passed a law. Do you think it's constitutional for them to be like, the president cannot order the military to take actions or deadly force actions outside the context of a declared war?
With the military?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is literally the question I'm asking, which is they have the power to regulate the conduct of the military. Does that power extend to the point where they can say, we are regulating your conduct, you must ignore orders that do the following?
All right.
I don't know.
This is going to be maybe the easiest question. Could Congress say, it is illegal for the president to order forts to defend themselves when they are under attack?
I think probably not.
You think it's not constitutional for them to forbid?
Yeah, I think like, were I a Supreme Court justice, I would vote that's unconstitutional.
Okay, because it's a court. You can't tell the president he's not allowed to defend the forts of the country, can you?
I like I said, I tend to agree with you. Yeah. But the question here is this an exclusive power or not?
Of course it is.
There's a whole bunch of the provisions of the Constitution that give Congress control over the military to a certain extent.
But not the decision to not
like this is moving us out of the
not the decision not the decision to defend or not defend forts. That's the commander in chief, right? If there's an invasion and President Biden wants to abandon a fort, that's his decision. If there's an invasion and the president wants to defend a fort, Congress can't say you can't.
Like I said, I think you're probably right. Okay, so the question is whether their capacity to regulate the military gives them the right to write a law about what orders the military can and cannot follow.
Okay,
I tend to agree with you.
Okay, so let's move to that example. So the president.
I actually don't even think that this matters that much.
It does,
because I'm not sure that. Well, because I think when they, I mean, again, we don't have the clearest guidance from the Supreme Court on this, so
we're not talking about that. We're talking about our interpretations of what we think the best readings are of his core duties. And I think
no. Let me finish then. When as I read the Supreme Court, what they're asking is, step one, is this a core and exclusive area for the president? And then the question that we're asking now is kind of a weedy question, which is, how do you define this? Is this control over the military writ large? Or is this the capacity to order a fort to defend itself if under attack? Like, do you frame it broadly or do you frame it narrowly? The more narrowly you frame it, the more likely it is to be core and exclusive. The more broadly you frame it, the more likely it is to not be core and exclusive, given Congress's power in this area. So then I don't think they gave us adequate guidance as to how to make that determination, which is, I think, why this is murky. I think future courts, if this came up, would have to decide, are we asking whether the president has the core and exclusive power to order a fort to defend itself if it is attacked by invaders? Or does the president have core and exclusive competency as the commander in chief? Yeah, and I think the answers to those questions are probably different.
Yeah, I think that anything that squarely falls within the duties of the commander in chief, the decisions of the commander in chief, is core. I mean, how could it not be core? And so the question is, does it fall within the exclusive purview of the commander in chief? And if a duty falls exclusively and conclusively within the scope of duties of or of the notion of the commander in chief and what the commander in chief does exclusively, then of course it's core. Because everything you say about the military situation.
Reading, do you think the commander in chief can declare war?
No, because that is textually enumerated. So that's one thing that they carve out, right? So they carve out
the ability to regulate the military.
Yeah, 100%. But there are things that have to be exclusive and conclusive about what the commander in chief is. And what I'm telling you are,
no, it doesn't have to be. Or they could just say, because it's not an exclusive conclusive area, we're in presumption of immunity, not core immunity. It's not like it's an easily rebutted presumption. So I think that's the other way to read it.
I mean,
because Congress has power, we're going to kick it to the outer perimeter, but then you still got to rebut the presumption.
I think that is fucking crazy, because everything you're saying about the president and the scope of influence over military decisions that Congress has, which I don't deny, they have scope of influence over the DOJ, but the president's authority and decisions as head of the military are more based in text than the decisions made as chief prosecutor of the United States.
The problem is that Congress has authority too.
But Congress has authority
in terms of Congress has the least power. Congress has no authority.
Congress has authority on how on criminal prosecutions in this country. 100%. Congress could get rid of the Department of Justice if it wanted to.
Yes, they could do that. But Congress cannot direct the police to do anything. Congress can't direct prosecutors to do anything.
You think
they can pass the laws because they're the legislature?
You think Congress has the ability to direct
the budget because they're the legislature? They can remove the department because they're the legislature.
Oh my God.
They could make they could change it so that you get 55 years to life for every tic-tac violation because they're the legislature. Yeah. I mean, cruel and unusual punishment notwithstanding, but they can't direct the police or the prosecutors.
Can they direct
to investigate or choose to not investigate?
Does Congress have any authority to order soldiers?
No, they have the capacity to regulate soldiers.
Okay. So just like that, Congress has no authority to order prosecutors, but they have an authority to regulate.
Can you?
It's the same thing.
Constitutional provision that allows them to do that.
100%. Wait, are you denying that Congress does not have the constitutional authority to regulate law enforcement?
I think if they passed a law that said AUSAs are not allowed to prosecute criminals who make less than $100,000 a year, I think that would be unconstitutional.
What? Wait, really?
Yeah. I think that would get struck on separation of powers. Like
Congress couldn't make.
I know exactly which judges would do it. It would be the same 6-3. So I'm actually, if the composition of the court changed, I might be less confident. But with this court, I'm 100% sure that gets struck down as unconstitutional.
You don't think that Congress could say we are creating the office of X prosecutor? These types of prosecutors are for petty offenses. These are petty offense officers. They only have jurisdiction to enforce securities law violations of a total value of less than. You don't think they could do that?
Sorry, could they create a new agency and define the scope of that agency?
I'll say yes for now. Yes, they make a new agency.
Yes, they could do that.
Okay. Could they make a law that says AUSAs, no AUSA is allowed to prosecute for crimes less than $100,000? That requires a U.S. A district, only a U.S. attorney is allowed to prosecute for those crimes.
Only a what?
Only a U.S. attorney can prosecute for crimes over $100,000.
Like the actual U.S. attorney rather than the AUSAs?
Yes.
No.
They have the power. So you agree they could abolish the U.S. attorney's office?
Yes.
Okay. So Congress tomorrow abolishes all U.S. federal prosecution offices. Constitutional, correct?
Or they could just abolish all the federal crimes, so there's nothing to do. Yeah, they could do that too.
Okay, they do both. All right. So there's no federal crimes, no federal officers. And now they pass a law that says it shall be illegal only under $100,000 to do a crime. And
that they can totally
and then this new law enforcement officers, they're allowed to prosecute only those crimes.
Well, the prosecutors have discretion to charge or not charge whatever crimes they want. The law says what the crimes are or are not. So, if you're asking, can they shape the
humongous influence
prosecution's discretion by changing what the law is that they're enforcing? Of course. But what they can't do is order the prosecutors to charge or not charge in a given
particular. Yes, no, that's exactly 1-to-1. They cannot order in any given situation the decision to charge or not charge, just like they can't order in any given situation the decision to order troops to do one thing or the other.
Well, they have a constitutional regulatory authority.
They have same with the prosecution. We just talked about how they have.
No, it's not at all the same.
Oh my God! Wait, how can it not be the same? So.
Because in situation one, and I just want to make sure this is clear, this is not at all analogous. In situation one, they could pass a law that says it is a white collar crime to do X only if the amount of the damages is above $2 million. Right? Now, they passed a law. The law has restrictions, and the prosecutors will choose whether or not to charge any given individual.
Yeah.
Right? What they can't do is they can't pass a regulation that says the law says you can charge anybody regardless of damages, but AUSAs, we're ordering you not to do that. Instead, even though the law says doesn't matter how much the damages are, you only charge people if it's over 500 million. They can't do that.
But it doesn't make sense because you said that they could create a separate office that does that.
They could create a new law and they could charge a new office to.
Wait. Hang on. No, why couldn't they say we are now creating the Office of Petty Enforcers of Crime and we're going to fund 100 prosecutors and prosecutors? You may only these prosecutors can only prosecute with respect to those things.
They can create a new. In order to do that, they would have to pass a law, and the law would create this agency, and the law would then dictate the scope of that agency.
Yeah.
And then within the agency would the discretion within the agency
would be limited. Yeah, but limited to the terms as Congress set forth.
Yeah,
like it can't be over a certain amount. So if they could do that in the first instance, why couldn't they just, if all it takes is, they make a new agency. Now imagine they make an agency and then they abolish everyone else, but they keep all the same laws. You think that's unconstitutional?
Sure. No.
Okay, so that they absolutely could. So they could just make a couple laws, change some names, go through some steps, and then by doing so, same laws in the books. They just first they make the new agency, then they move everyone over to that new agency, then they pass a law that gets rid of the old agency, and
You're
now
describing core legislative powers.
Yeah.
So the core legislative powers does not include is dictating how the executive discretion within that agency would
agreed. Same with the military.
However, on the military side, they have powers that would impact the discretion, not just the content.
Really? So you think that Congress passed a law and says the president is not allowed or to order troops to attack battalions where they're outnumbered more than 2 to 1?
Well, like I said,
do you agree?
This is an area that we don't know for sure.
Do you? What do you think?
The question would be, is that a rule for the government and regulation of the land and naval forces? Because they have the power to do that. They have the power to make regulations for the land and naval forces.
You think it's conceivable that Congress could pass a whole French-style code for the different circumstances in which soldiers, sergeants, lieutenants are allowed to give orders, and for it to be like, okay, you can order them to. What I mean to say is not just like general rules of like you can't murder people, you have to do this, but like you literally can't storm a beachfront under these circumstances when these battlefield conditions exist.
I mean, I think probably not, but that's why we don't have. That's why I brought up the Wartime Powers Act, because we don't have a clear ruling, to my knowledge, in this area.
Are you willing to identify?
We're not sure.
Sure.
And the cloudiness of it, because they do have constitutional authority in this area, is meaningfully different than they don't have any delineated constitutional authority in the analogous area in criminal law. I think this would be more likely to be litigated under the broader official act rather than the core act.
I 100% disagree. I think it's more clear in this case. I think that everything you've said is, I like you a lot, but I have to say, I'm sorry. I think everything you've said is complete nonsense about how they're disanalogous. I think there's absolutely more authority with respect to the military, but we can move on from that. And
in fairness, I don't go into these conversations hoping to convince you.
Yeah, I know. But wait, can I ask you one more question? I know you have to go soon.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go relatively soon.
So I understand, and I really appreciate you coming on. So this is the last question. Are you able to identify a single core power of the president in like real terms related to his military authority that involves lethal activity?
No, what I'm saying is I don't think we know whether or not his commander is core or not core.
Do you think that there's any core authority with respect to the use of the military?
I think the framing of your question assumes essentially the state of the law that you would need to win, which is
it does not.
Is the core authority determined by the specific act in question, or is the core authority determined by broad constitutional categories? As I said earlier, the narrower it gets, the more likely you are to be right. The broader it gets, the more likely you are to be wrong, because Congress has some wartime powers. And I don't think we know how to make that determination because the court didn't tell us, which is one of the things the dissent and Justice Barrett was so frustrated about, that they gave almost no guidance about how to make these determinations going forward. So we don't know, but we do know that Congress has a bunch of wartime powers. So this is what people would have to litigate.
Okay. Whatever your view is, whatever your view is of how this works, how broad, what level of generality, however you want to view that, can you identify a single action? Again, however you want to define the scope of the categories or core, can you, sitting here, identify any action the president could take pursuant to whatever his powers are, which would be core
in the
military context?
Well, okay. If you're going to grant me all of those things, then no, because then I'm going to define
I think that's
military in the broadest possible terms, and the analysis is going to go in the broadest possible categorization of military. Does the president have core and exclusive authority? No, he doesn't, because Congress has a lot of authority in this area. Therefore, it's official.
Just like Congress has a lot of authority in criminal law enforcement.
You keep mistaking the
no, it's not a mistake.
Between the ability to create the law, which is legislative authority, versus the core competency the court identified, which is the decision to prosecute and investigate specific crimes. That was the core power that they identified as the least.
So that's pretty narrow, huh? Then we're saying it's pretty narrow. It's not just anything military. It's the narrow decision to prosecute or investigate.
Broad.
What I mean to say is, with respect to military, you're saying, well, because Congress generally has some control over how the military operates, who knows what's core with respect to the military?
Well, I think the entire analysis is about identifying the sphere of authority at issue and then asking, is this core and exclusive to the president? The fact that Congress has a ton of specific military authority vested by the Constitution makes that analysis at minimum very cloudy, because you have all this authority vested in Congress. So if it's not core and exclusive, that's when you get into the outer perimeters and you do the rebuttable presumption.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think it matters.
This is my last
how you frame the question.
This is my last attempt to try to get it to get to this point. Regardless of how you think a court will act, how you think SCOTUS will resolve these cases, I'm asking for your assessment as an officer of the court, as an informed person legally. Do you think that there's a single action, you yourself, okay, just you, a single action the president could take with respect to the military that you would identify as core? Hello?
I'm thinking.
Oh, sorry.
That's a very good and tough question, because I haven't exactly made up my mind on where I landed on this. And if you guys read the article I wrote, you'll see that I hedged like a motherfucker on this, because I don't have enough basis, I think, for a firm conclusion. So I kind of mentioned the issues and then skipped treason, because I know that I don't think I know for sure.
Okay.
I don't think I know for sure is probably the best I can do. Were I Supreme Court Justice, my inclination, with absent briefing on the issue, which is, of course, would be hopefully what would educate me. But, on a blank slate, my inclination would say that this is not core and exclusive. The military issues are within the outer perimeter, and it's a rebuttable presumption because Congress has power in the area. But I don't think I'm knowledgeable enough about the case law in that area to know that conclusively. That's just kind of my gut intuition.
So anything with respect to the military, you would say is presumptive, not core.
Yeah, that would be my gut.
That's how
I would change my opinion if someone could point me to the cases.
Okay. Needless to say, I completely disagree. I thank you for a very riveting discussion. I get heated about this because I feel it, bro. I feel it, but there's no hard feelings whatsoever. And
no. I think this is a lot of fun, and I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm not looking at your stream, so maybe they're like, "Fuck, this is the worst discussion that ever happened." But assuming that they didn't, I think that actually there's probably any number of Supreme Court cases that are going to come out where you and I could take aim at opposing sides.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, happy to do it in the future. A future date, and again, thank you so much for chatting, and sorry for taking up your time. I really appreciate it, though.
Yeah, no, man, this was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Later, man. Bye. God help me. No, thanks to Ryan for stopping by. Like, it's hard to put into words how much I disagree. Should we move on to the opinion?
Yes, sir.
Real quick.
Yeah, happy to.
All right. What's your take? You think I'm out to sea about the SEAL Team 6 thing?
Yes.
All right.
So I think that within the so a couple of things. One, I think that the majority opinion addresses the fact that it is not a thing that would occur, which to me means that they're saying if that were to occur, obviously that's a problem, but they're not addressing it. Secondarily, I would say it's an advisory opinion. So they're going to say, like, how can we address like a SEAL Team 6 situation when that's not in front of us? We can't deal with that situation because we don't know what the circumstances were. Obviously, there are times when SEAL Team 6 might be appropriate.
Okay.
How can we address that context within this decision when it is not going to be something that affects the litigants in this decision?
Okay. Those two. You want to start with those two?
Yeah.
Do you agree that like whether or not it's probable or improbable, that's irrelevant to whether or not under the analysis of the court's opinion, it would be protected? Whether it would happen or not happen, it doesn't really matter.
Whether it would happen or not happen, would it be protected? I don't know.
The likelihood of it, right? So like you could say it's very unlikely for this coup d'etat to happen. That is not responsive to whether or not the logic of this opinion would protect it.
So I think the logic of the opinion would not protect it.
Okay, that's something else, right? That would be kind of like, does the logic of the opinion apply? That's where I kind of want to have a conversation.
Yeah,
I think
the logic of the opinion would not protect it because
wait, I get that. I'm not there yet, though.
Okay.
So
yeah, that's fine.
I just want to talk about factual probability here. That's irrelevant, isn't it? To whether or not legally, like the broccoli case, for example, the factual probability of a law making it so that you have to have broccoli, yeah, it's probably factually improbable that that law would be passed. But it doesn't mean that we can't apply the logic of the opinion to the hypothetical. Is that fair? Whether or not it's factually likely that the president orders this isn't relevant to whether the logic of the opinion would protect the thing.
No. So in an advisory opinion, all the thing that we're talking about is, does this opinion, is the thing that we're about to write, have something to do with the case in front of us? Is this decision going to impact somebody who's not part of this case? And SEAL Team 6 is not part of this case.
I agree that it's not part of this case. Wait. I just want to say, I agree that the SEAL Team 6 hypothetical is not before the court. Okay? I agree on that.
Right.
And so whether it's the fact that it's that they didn't address it, let's assume that they didn't address it and they didn't concede it. I'll take that as given. That is irrelevant to whether or not their opinion the logic of their opinion would protect it if we analyze it. Fair? The fact that the whole point of this is that, okay, so I'm going to put out I don't want to really hear about it's an advisory opinion. I'm not going to reference the fact that they don't address it, so it shouldn't be an issue. Okay.
Fine.
Okay. Whether or not it's factually probable or improbable that the underlying thing happened, that is also likewise irrelevant to whether or not the logic of the opinion would protect it.
Right.
Okay. So
no, I think the logic of the opinion would indicate that SEAL Team 6 is not covered as a core power of the president. I believe.
So let me set out the hypothetical, and I'll apply the logic, and you tell me where once I'm done, you can tell me what's wrong with it. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
So there's two kind of strands of this that I've exercised. Number one is the FBI version of it. And number two is the U.S. military version of it. And it's relevant legally because, for reasons you might be aware, there's specific provisions of the Constitution that deal with the military. And so that adds another layer of difference that might that might be there, right?
Is harder than the FBI.
Well, I almost even think it's clearer. But yeah, so I usually start with the FBI.
It's not, but yeah, that's fine. Let's start with the FBI.
Yeah, I'll start with the FBI. Okay. So this is the hypothetical. I'll give you the factual scenario, and then I'll give you the analysis. So first, facts. Future President Donald Trump goes up to his FBI director. He says, "Mr. FBI Director, I have led and spearheaded an investigation. I have determined that there is an imminent terrorist threat to hundreds of civilians in New York City. That imminent threat is we need to act very quickly. I've done the investigation. I've done all the fact finding. There is a terrorist by the name of Nancy Pelosi. and she is in New York, and she has a tiny little microphone that is connected to her, where she has prepared a go code. And that go code will instantly cause a bomb to be detonated in the middle of Manhattan. We've also made a factual determination that Nancy Pelosi is in fact not a citizen of the United States. She's a foreign terrorist that's infiltrated America. And all of this we've determined, and we've done that investigation for, separate and apart from her ability to issue the go code. In about 20 minutes, she is going to issue the code anyway, and they're going to blow up the bomb in Manhattan. We have, I need you very quickly. We have assets in New York. I need you to order right now the killing of Nancy Pelosi, who is this imminent terrorist threat. You cannot attempt to apprehend her, because if you attempt to do anything other than kill her, she will just initiate the go code and kill the people anyway. So this is a kill only mission with extreme prejudice. I order you to kill Nancy Pelosi. Okay, that's the facts.
All right.
And here's the analysis. A core executive function, as described by this court, includes the communications to the Department of Justice for purposes of enforcing the law. Now, the purpose of, the constitutional citations to this authority as being core, preclusive, and exclusive is the take care clause and the removal authority that's sort of inherent in the executive power. Those are the kind of the two main sources of constitutional authority for the directions to the Department of Justice on prosecutions. Okay.
Yeah.
The DOJ, just as much as having the authority to enforce the law via prosecutions, they also enforce the law via killings. Now, those killings happen to be under certain circumstances, and there happen to be constitutional limits to when and how the police may exercise those constitutional authorities. But here, we're not talking about whether something's legal. We're talking about whether immunity covers it. And a directive to the Department of Justice to kill after there's been a factual determination that those circumstances are met by the president himself is absolutely within the core function, both of, I would say, if you're going to apply this label to DOJ, it's absolutely within what the DOJ is allowed to do, and therefore what the president's allowed to do vis-a-vis his core executive powers. There's no basis to distinguish prosecution from killing, provided those steps are met, and they clearly are in the hypothetical.
So the Department of Justice engages in execution?
They engage in use of lethal force against imminent deadly threats, imminent unlawful deadly threats. Do you agree with that, yes or no?
Maybe no.
You don't agree that the DOJ has the authority to use lethal force in response to imminent, deadly, and unlawful threats. You don't agree with that.
So,
you say is the answer no?
I answered no.
Okay.
Because what you're doing is you're trying to cross-examine me. I am not in a court. I'm not about to be cross-examined.
Okay.
I'm going to give you a more intelligent answer. So the Department of Justice is broken up into a lot of different things. The Department of Justice, in and of itself, is not allowed to execute people. Agree?
The Department of Justice is not allowed to summarily execute people. I'm describing not a summary execution. I'm describing the use of lethal force against a deadly, imminent, unlawful threat. Do you agree that they have the right to apply and the legal right to apply deadly force against a deadly, imminent, unlawful threat?
Depending on the circumstances.
So is the answer under some circumstances? Yes. Right?
Under certain circumstances, yes, but not all circumstances. Right?
Okay. I agree. Not under all circumstances. Okay. Yep.
All right. And so a direction from your supervisor does not mean you must follow that order. Would you agree?
I agree with that. I'm not saying, and I'm not analyzing for the purpose of this hypothetical. I'm not analyzing whether or not they will follow the order. I'm not analyzing the consequences of of what will happen if they don't follow the order. I'm not analyzing the liability of the subordinate. I'm only analyzing the liability of the president's order.
The president. Now let's say it's not Nancy Pelosi.
I'm not gonna do that now.
Jim Young.
No, I'm not. It is Nancy
Jim
Pelosi
Young.
unless you give me a reason not to have Nancy Pelosi.
Well, why does it need to be Nancy
Why do you
Pelosi?
get to change the hypothetical?
All right, fine. Nancy Pelosi.
Okay.
Nancy Pelosi has been determined to be a threat.
An imminent, deadly, unlawful threat, for which
imminent, unlawful, deadly threat,
for which arrest is not reasonable.
It is not reasonable.
Yeah.
And the president, you're saying, in his lawful jurisdiction as a president, has ordered she be executed.
That you apply lethal force to end the deadly threat. Yes.
Okay. Without due process of law.
Well, correct, but we agree that there is no due process of law in cases of deadly imminent threats that are unlawful. Fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, in the moment, that is true, but in the aftermath, that is not true.
So in the aftermath, so he orders the killing.
Yep.
She dies.
Mm-hmm.
What's your argument? Sorry, that he's still liable?
What? Oh, so according to the decision, everything except the conversation that he had with the head of the DOJ.
Suppose that's the only conversation he had. He said, "I've made this factual determination. I've decided that this did."
Yeah. He talks to the DOJ, and the DOJ looks at him, big old grin on his face. Okay. And then he tells his FBI agent, "I guess you better kill Nancy Pelosi." And they're like,
and they
we
follow
don't
it.
have any
no
paperwork to justify.
No.
This.
He writes a memo. This is all written down. Yes, we made these factual determinations.
Well, that's part of the public record. That's not part of
But hang on, no. It's not part of the public record. It's the same amount of public record as the communications at issue in this case. Actually, in this case, I think they're just people attesting to the communications. But like, suppose that Donald Trump writes it in a memorandum, an internal memorandum, not a public-facing one. This is a private presidential communication in the Department of Justice. He says, "Go kill Nancy Pelosi. These are my factual findings. Go."
All right. So you would not believe that any other department correspondence would be able to be allowed into any kind of a public record.
Well, first of all, I deny that this is the appropriate, the evidentiary part of this is how we should be analyzing it. I believe.
Well, that's how they approach it.
No, they don't. There's substantive immunity. It's not just evidentiary, right? Like, you cannot charge a president for the use of his pardon power as a substantive matter. It's not just an evidentiary matter. So I deny your implicit characterization that we have to, hold ourselves to the footnote where it says the public records, exception to the evidence you can use. But even put it aside, yes, the only act that attests to the president's involvement in this killing is the directive he gave to the Department of Justice, where he lays out the rationale and the factual findings he's made.
Okay. So then, under Article 1, my bad. Article 1, doesn't Congress appoint the officers?
What? What officers?
So doesn't the legislature, whatever officer he's talking to,
the Attorney General.
Okay. So that was limited to who he wants to investigate.
No, hang on. I understand that this opinion, that Trump is not alleged to have killed anyone, and so this opinion, we said, only touches on...
and that's all I can deal with, is what the opinion says. The opinion says his communication regarding who he wants to investigate is protected.
Okay, I'm applying the logic of the opinion. You understand that?
Okay.
Not the whole. Not the. Yeah. So do you or do you not agree that a core executive power would be that the president communicating to his attorney general about how to perform duties that are within the attorney general's power?
Yes. So how does the president exercise martial force in the U.S.?
Hang on a second. You agree that the president is the as the court has described, a branch unto himself.
Yeah,
of course he has lethal.
Of course he is.
So then, of course, under that logic, he has lethal force. Okay, so I mean,
no, of course he can't.
Okay, the president of the United States, you think, does not have the authority to ever issue an order killing someone in America?
I don't believe so.
Wait. No. So if say, for example, there's an actual 9/11 terrorist attack and there's like a plane coming in America, he couldn't give an order. Let's say there's an FBI anti-air thing. He couldn't say, shoot down that plane. That's illegal for him to do that?
No, I think that's been granted by Congress already.
Wait a second. You think, absent any Congress authorization, you think the president, in response to it's against the law to kill someone, but they give the general authority for the Department of Justice to enforce the law and to protect the American people, sometimes martially. The president couldn't order, absent an explicit delegation from Congress, hey, there's a plane about to hit the World Trade Center, shoot it down.
Yeah, without congressional approval, he could not do that. Yeah.
Okay, but Congress has authorized, to the same extent that they've authorized the Department of Justice to do investigations. Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay, so the president couldn't investigate someone by himself without the Department of Justice. I think is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so they've also, but hang on, because the core power is the communications to the Department of Justice about the investigative function, which you agree would be a nullity without congressional authorization. Just as Congress has authorized the Department of Justice to investigate, Congress has also authorized the Department of Justice to use lethal force when necessary. You don't agree with that?
Those are the same thing.
No,
I do not think those are the
why
same
not?
thing.
Congress has authorized both.
I don't believe that this judgment indicates those.
Sorry. Don't stop taking a step back. You're taking a step back every time. So the question before us is: did Congress authorize the Department of Justice to use lethal force in certain circumstances?
Yeah. It does.
Just like they've authorized them to do investigations. And so there's no basis to distinguish investigation from use of lethal force in certain circumstances by Congress's involvement.
Circumstances they can use lethal force
in response to deadly, unlawful threats.
Okay, and so you would characterize that somebody who maybe has a microphone on them as being something that would qualify.
No, I'm not examining I'm not examining the facts of it. I'm telling you what the president determined.
No, you're not examining the facts.
No, but that's the whole point of immunity.
You presented the presented the hypothetical.
But think about the actual case. In the actual case, this is not a use of the investigative power. He's doing fake letters to states. He's not actually trying to enforce the law. He's not actually. No. Hang on a second. No. What I'm trying to compare to the hypothetical and say you're trying to get into the actual facts about whether Nancy Pelosi was actually a threat. So let's just make it easy. Yeah. Suppose that everything the president said were true. Then you would agree he could issue the go code, right? Lawfully.
Yeah.
Okay.
Congress has authorized him to do so.
Yes. Okay. So the only difference between when that he can issue the go code against Nancy Pelosi is whether or not the statements are accurate. Is that correct?
Okay. And what has this decision changed about that?
It said that you can't look into whether it's a sham. You can't look into motive. You can't look into the sufficiency of it.
All true.
No. Hang on.
No, you just said it's all true.
In the example that I just gave you, where you granted the president would have absolute immunity. Okay, of course, right there, it's a justified shooting.
Well, I did not grant.
Wait, you just
would have absolute immunity.
Wait,
no, I did not grant. The president would have absolute immunity. So I agreed the facts were true.
Wait a second. If Nancy Pelosi, if everything I said about the hypothetical
of absolute immunity are constrained to his core powers.
Okay,
correct.
Agreed.
Correct. Okay.
So we just went through this whole thing, right, where I told you that that Congress, just as it authorized the investigations, which aren't
that's not a core power.
Hang on a second. What do you mean it's not a core power?
If Congress is involved, it's not a core power.
Wait, okay.
It can't be.
Your way of distinguishing. Okay.
That's Article 1 and Article 2 combining together. That's not a core power.
So where is it said in Article 2 that the president is allowed to do criminal investigations?
It doesn't have to.
Okay, so why does it have to say explicitly the president is allowed to authorize the use of deadly force?
Because Article 1 specifically says that the use of any military power.
This is not no. This is not military. This is not military power. We're not at that yet.
Okay.
We're specifically about FBI. We're not. This is using domestic police services. Just like a cop shooting a robber who is a deadly threat is not the use of military authority.
Qualified immunity. Okay.
But qualified immunity is a civil immunity doctrine. Agreed.
Okay,
and your citation to that.
Why don't we charge cops? Wait, why don't we charge cops with murder when they shoot somebody who's committing a robbery?
Because they're authorized to do so. It's justified. It's a justified killing.
Where's the law?
Of course it's justified. Wait, you don't.
Where is the law?
States authorize. No, states literally have laws.
Tell me the law.
Wait,
Tell me the law in any state.
If I produce you a law in any state which says and describes when cops are allowed to use lethal force, will you concede that there are laws that allow police to do so?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Give me the law.
I will provide you one.
Give me the law.
Yep. 100%.
Because I've looked at it.
Okay. I just put it in. Are you in my chat?
Yep. I will be. Sec.
This is Wisconsin. This is 175.44 under the definition of deadly force. Quote, a law enforcement officer may use deadly force only as a last resort when the law enforcement officer reasonably believes...
What chat? Sorry.
In my chat. So, or I'll put it in our DMs. 1 second.
All right.
This is 175.44 under use of force, sub 2.
Right. So state law.
Yes. That's what you asked for, correct?
Well, no, I asked for federal. I believe.
No, we were just talking about a cop. You said, what stops someone from prosecuting a cop for murdering someone?
If I produce you a law in any state which says and describes when cops are allowed to use lethal force, will you concede that there are laws that allow police to do so?
Probably, yeah. Okay. Probably, yeah. Okay. Probably, yeah. Okay.
Do you forget that we had that statement?
Yeah, no, we did. But we're talking about federal issues.
Wait, sorry. When you said cop you were
talking about federal issues?
We are
not talking about
you brought it you brought it to cop. When you said cop, did you mean were you referencing federal cops like FBI officers?
Well, I mean, I'm talking about generally cops across the state.
Okay, so I provided you.
You brought me a
didn't you, wait. Did you hear me before actually when I said if I provide you a law from any state? You heard me when I said that, right? Wait. No. Now we're having a conversation. Now we're having a conversation about the conversation. And if what you're representing is I'm saying something different than what I'm saying, either I'm stark raving mad or you are. And I will go back on the VOD right now to say what exactly was said.
Being stark raving mad.
Okay.
Give me a statute that says that federal officers.
Oh, but before I move on, I need you to acknowledge that before I did this.
You want to?
Okay.
Yeah, crazy.
Before this,
I was wrong. I was a bad guy.
Hang on a second. Don't say it disingenuously. Before this, you asked me why don't we prosecute cops for murders? Correct?
Yeah.
And then I said there are laws that authorize cops to use force in certain circumstances. And you agree that you challenged me on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did.
And then you heard me say, then you heard me say, I will point to, if I can point to any law in any state that authorizes the use of deadly force.
You didn't say any law in any state.
Okay.
You said if I can find a law.
Yeah. So this is a point of contention. I'm about to go back on our VOD, which are going, and if indeed I say state, the word state, you will agree that you're wrong about this and that I am providing what I said I was going to provide.
Oh, I think I've already conceded that I'm wrong about that.
No, because now I'm 100% going to go in the VOD and show exactly what I said.
Do whatever you want to.
Okay.
I don't care what you do. Because what I mean is a federal law that covers every state.
That's fine, but I'm going to make it clear to the audience that I said state, and because it's insane.
I'll concede it. I'll concede that there are probably some states that immunize some police officers from killing people sometimes. And if I was not clear about that, I apologize. I was not clear about that. I'm sure I was not.
Okay, so this is...
I'll concede that. I'm happy to. Because that was not what I was meaning. Because we're talking about federal crimes, right?
Agreed. In this context, we're talking about federal.
We're talking about federal.
No, hang on a second. Although we're
U.S.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a regulation in the Department of Justice policy on the use of force, it says, will you only accept a statute, or do you need a congressional statute, or is a regulation permissible?
No, I'll take a regulation. That's fine. Yeah, I'll look at that.
And to be clear, this is all about whether or not you think the DOJ is authorized to use deadly force. You think it's conceivable they might not be?
I think it's conceivable in certain circumstances they are not.
Well, I agree with that. But do you think that it's conceivable that at all? I agree that in certain circumstances they're allowed to, in certain circumstances they're not. But are you contesting whether they have any authorization legally to kill people?
No, I think I've conceded to that.
Okay, so then why? Okay, then why are we doing this?
If I say in some circumstances they are, I must concede that at some points they could.
So this is all immaterial. If you're agreeing with me that under some circumstances the Department of Justice can use deadly force, then this entire exercise is immaterial because you're conceding that under some circumstances they can.
It's immaterial to the degree that this decision does not change that.
I'm sorry. So you were trying to say that the DOJ, of course it's a core power because the DOJ is authorized to do investigations.
Is the DOJ as part of the president can direct the DOJ to do investigations.
But the DOJ is also that's because the DOJ is authorized to do investigations. Fair?
Correct.
Okay. Yep. The DOJ is also authorized to use deadly force in certain circumstances, correct?
In certain circumstances, correct.
So the president can order them to use deadly force in certain circumstances, correct?
No. I don't know.
Why
that's
not?
True. Well, because we have amendments to the Constitution, correct?
Yes.
All right. And some of those amendments require due process, correct?
Yes.
And so if a president were to order an execution, that would potentially exceed the bounds of his constitutional authority, correct?
Correct.
So, if it exceeds the bounds of his constitutional authority, it's not a core power.
Do you believe that the president has the constitutional authority to order a prosecution of an individual on the basis of their race? Merely because they're black?
No, I don't.
Okay, so then why is he allowed to order? Suppose that he did do that. Would he have immunity? Supposing there were a criminal law against him?
He would not.
So you disagree that if the president
14th Amendment, 14th Amendment stops
and your basis is that the order itself would be unconstitutional?
Yes, correct.
So what you're saying is you don't have immunity for unconstitutional orders?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you believe that it's constitutional for the president to attempt to deprive individuals of their right to vote that's been given to them by the state legislatures, or alternatively to attempt to deprive the states of their authority to allocate electors via bad faith allegations of fake that non-existent voter fraud? You think that's constitutional act? It's constitutional?
Yeah, I think it might be. I think it's a colorable argument under the Constitution,
but not to prosecute someone if he's black.
Correct.
Why?
Because there are unanswered questions in our Constitution.
Has there ever been a prosecution of a president for ordering someone be investigated or prosecuted because they're black? That's unanswered, isn't there?
That's correct. Now, are you familiar with the battered wife defense to murder?
I'm familiar with the concept of EEID, which is another version of that is heat of passion, which is a way of downgrading counts of criminal homicide for voluntary manslaughter.
Yeah, to reduce it. Now, at one point, you would agree that that was a fringe view of a constitutional argument, correct?
What was a fringe view?
That the idea that a battered woman could kill her perpetrator before she was abused was a fringe argument of self-defense at one point in our nation's history.
Yes, but it's not a constitutional issue. But I agree with the underlying point that some constitutional views that were once fringe become mainstream. So to the extent that that's your point, I grant it.
Okay. All right. So what I would say is that we had a constitutional argument. Now this is where it gets dicey because I don't agree with it. I don't agree it's a good constitutional argument. I've looked into it. I don't think it makes sense. But is it a colorable argument? I think yes, it is, because it's never been tested.
So, okay, so
what do we do when we have a president who, let me give you a hypothetical, if you don't mind. A president believes in good faith that there has been fraud in an election cycle in certain states. He believes wholeheartedly that those states did not engage in their electoral process. That's federal. He then says, let's get those, let's produce a second slate of electors to give to the vice president to go back to the states so that those states can tell us what electors are appropriate, whether it's mine or theirs. Is that a constitutional argument? My argument is yes. It's built in.
I mean, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So number one is is it constitutional? Is it? You've ever heard? No, it is. No, it is. No. It is the dumbest thing. It is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Wait. I'm not saying that you're a bad person or anything. I'm just, again, this is another Adam and Sitch thing. Wait. This is another Adam and Sitch thing. Are you like? Do you feel sad when I say that? Like, I'm not trying to.
No,
don't take it personally. I'm just thinking. I'm telling you my views about how absurd I think that what you just said is.
Sociopath. I feel no emotions.
Okay, so what you just.
It's funny that you're saying it's the dumbest thing you've ever heard.
It is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
When someone can say, no.
Yeah, someone can say, blah, 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 blah. I guess that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. But like,
jack off in an audience and I can come on kid's face and they're going to be happy about it. Yeah, no, that's not what I'm talking about.
It's a hyperbole.
A legit, literal, constitutional argument.
No. Okay. So you don't even understand. You don't even understand what I'm saying right now, right? So you don't even understand what I'm calling. Yeah. So just be clear. You don't even understand what I'm saying, right? Yeah. So I'm not even talking about the underlying argument. Okay. So this is how far away we are in the communication, right? You think that what I'm saying is the dumbest thing I ever heard is the underlying ridiculous, dumb, immoral, unethical, treasonous opinion that what Trump did. Okay. But I actually am not even talking about
inappropriate. I don't think it's constitutional.
Okay.
The Supreme Court.
Yeah. I'm not even talking about. So this is how lost you are, right? I'm not even talking about the underlying opinion, right? What I'm saying is your opinion that this is a constitutional argument to bring, as though the bringing of an argument were itself illegal, or that if I were sanctioning the bringing of an argument, as though anything we're talking about has to or relates to the bringing of an argument or the arguing of something being unconstitutional. No one or their cat is referencing whether bringing an argument is constitutional. The question is whether the underlying thing is or is not constitutional. That's what we're talking about here. And no one's talking about it's a constitutional argument to bring.
That's a fair point. So what does the ABA say about a colorable claim?
What the ABA says about the ethical standards of attorneys has absolutely zero import into anything we're saying, yes or no.
Why?
Why would the ethical standards of a profession, why would the ethical
claim in front of the court? Because that's what he's bringing. He's bringing a claim in front of the court. And you're going to tell me that as an attorney, you don't give a shit about
sorry.
The ABA puts in front and says, this is what a colorable
look,
claim
mean, look at how lost. I mean, look.
Entitled to be able to make an ethical claim in front of the court.
Look at how lost you are, right? So look at how lost you are, right? You're very lost.
I'm not lost.
Yes, you are. You're extremely lost. So
you don't want to engage.
Extremely lost.
Somebody who has a colorable claim that you disagree.
No. We're not even discussing whether Trump has a right to bring certain things in front of a court. No one is. Sorry. No one is imposing liability on Donald Trump for any argument offered in a court or provided to a court. Okay?
But
do you not agree with that?
That is what. No, I don't agree with that because that's what he's being charged with.
Do you believe that Trump is being charged for bringing an argument in a court?
He's being charged with bringing a colorable claim of the Constitution in front of the court, which was the ultimate idea. That it was going to go to the Supreme Court for them to make a decision. That was the ultimate idea of the Eastman memo.
Point to any place in the indictment that references.
I'm not talking about the indictment. I'm talking about the memo of what his legal philosophy was.
So you want us to look into the motive of why he was promoting this memo?
I think you have to.
Isn't that exactly what the court says we're not supposed to do?
No. They're not talking about. No, you're entirely backwards. No, you cannot look at his motive in regard to his core constitutional ability.
Yeah, no, but your entire spiel right now has been.
To do with what I'm talking
wait. Your entire spiel right now is that we should look into what he was ultimately trying to do with respect to his legal challenge for purposes of assessing.
And you're missing the point if you think that's what I'm saying.
You think I'm missing the point? When you're referencing Donald Trump's ultimate motive with respect to sending states letters about fraud that did not exist.
Yeah. So when he told the Department of Justice, when he told the AG to send a letter, Trump, any president, can tell any AG to send any letter he wants. That's protected.
Okay, so back to my hypothetical. So wait. Let's go back to my hypothetical. Donald Trump sends a letter to the Department of Justice about everything in my hypothetical. Go kill Nancy Pelosi.
Yep.
Yes, protected?
The letter? Yeah.
Yeah, so you agree that Trump could order the FBI to kill Nancy Pelosi?
Kim Jong-il to get killed.
No, Nancy Pelosi. Under my hypothetical.
Pelosi killed Jong-il, same thing.
Okay, so are you granting that? Wait. I'm just asking if you're. I'm just asking. Wait. I'm just asking whether you're granting, for purposes of this hypothetical, that Donald Trump would be immune. Okay, so then.
Yeah.
So even if everything Donald Trump's saying is maliciously a lie, he would be protected. Fair?
No.
Wait, why would he be protected if it's true versus whether it's false?
I think that becomes it exceeds the bounds of it depends on what you're talking about. So the letter, whatever the contents, whatever the motive, that's protected.
Okay, right? So the letter is protected, and the letter is bullshit.
The letter is protected.
Yeah, the letter's completely bullshit. He just wait. I just want to be clear. Donald Trump writes this letter. Yeah. No one else. He just puts a bunch of lies about the investigations he's taken. They're all lies. Yep. There's no other thing to cite, and he sends the letter. But it happens to be the case that it's complete bullshit, and they just kill Nancy Pelosi. No liability, right?
Well, okay, man, that is a crazy.
I'm asking whether it's protected or not. Wait, I'm just asking whether it's protected.
No, you're not. You just said if Nancy Pelosi gets killed,
can you charge Trump for it?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Can you introduce the letter?
No. You can't introduce the letter.
At the very minimum, so long as Donald Trump communicates with a letter to his AG ordering the death of another citizen for any reason, no matter how bullshit, you agree that and you agree that evidence.
I don't.
Wait, you just said you wouldn't be able to introduce the letter.
Yeah. That letter that you described, I would agree.
Okay, so then how do you...
If he wrote a letter to his AG and let's say the president's name is Tom, and the AG is named Bob, and he says, "Hey, Bob, I want you to kill Jill."
Yeah.
Signed, Tom. Well, that's not necessarily an official correspondence, is it?
Why wouldn't it be? If you include if you include everything
no.
Wait a second. Wait, Justin, come on. This is unfair. If you have to include in the letter you have to include in the letter all the pro forma reasons talking about the urgency, the imminence of the danger, and he includes that's part of my hypothetical. You can't remove that.
Yeah, your hypothetical you do.
No, but I'm not. Oh my God.
When the president, no, this is not an oh my God.
Why are you giving me, your whole point is to try to find my hypotheticals, and you're giving me your hypotheticals.
Actually, my point is not to fight your hypothetical.
You're challenging me on
it. My point is to demonstrate that your hypothetical is insufficient.
Hang on. In my hypothetical, there's way more detail in the letter. The letter says it's an imminent threat, all that stuff. Yeah. So why do you get to remove that from the letter?
Why do we have to include it?
Because that's the hypothetical I'm presenting.
Okay, so in the hypothetical you're presenting, that the president writes a letter that describes every single thing.
Yes.
It describes their waist size, their eye color, every single thing that you could hope to get. Then that goes from the Department of Justice. Yeah, the president can send that letter.
Yes, and he's immune for it.
Totally, yeah, absolutely immune.
Okay.
Now then, that Department of Justice, now they don't have that immunity.
Okay, but we're not. Well, I don't know if just to be clear, just to be clear, just to be 1,000% clear, I'm not going to grant that right now for the purpose of our discussion. I'm not going to grant it right now.
Oh, okay.
I will say we're not assessing the DOJ's culpability. I'm only assessing the president's. And you would agree. So then, based on this, you would agree that if the president sends an order, provided it's in a letter and contains the detail that I've said, even if it's all bullshit, he can assassinate without criminal liability any person in the United States, supposing the allegations in the letter are as I've described.
What does that? Yes.
And okay. That's the SEAL Team 6 hypo.
What does that decision change?
Well, before, if you were to write a bullshit letter that is completely and utterly unbacked by anything, in complete and total bad faith, where it's obviously attested to that the whole thing is bullshit, and you kill an innocent citizen who is a political rival, most people would say, once he leaves office, he can go to fucking jail for that.
Obama killed somebody.
Okay, so perfect example, right? Obama. Suppose that Obama intentionally killed. Now, this gets a little bit to the military part. I told you we're only doing the FBI first, but I'm happy to go to the military one. If Obama intentionally and maliciously and in bad faith killed an innocent U.S. citizen on purpose, the presumption is, because you understand the U.S. Constitution applies to U.S. citizens outside of America, fair?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
The presumption is he would absolutely face liability for that act. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, well, he violated the 14th Amendment at a minimum, right?
And also he murdered someone.
Yeah, well, due process, right?
Well, but no, he murdered someone.
Yeah, without due process. We murder people all the time in the U.S.
Execution is not murder.
Okay, all right, execution.
Murder
without due
murder process. Assumes the lack of justification. Executions are supposedly supposed to be justified killing, just like killing in the course of a war.
Process, right? For American citizens, you have to have due process. Correct.
Agreed. So if a government kills, but under certain conditions, such as if the American citizen is waging war against America, you would agree that would be justification to kill them. Fair?
You mean like if the Congress had authorized military action in, let's say, Yemen at the time of the military act that took place, that the president then engaged in, that would be appropriate.
Well, forget about Congress. But I don't even agree that you need Congress. I do not agree. I do not agree at all that you. Well, no, sorry, I do not agree that this power comes from Congress, except to the extent that Congress has like funded whatever you're talking about or has provided for them.
Congress must approve acts of war, right?
You're assuming, first of all, you're
not assuming
no. Congress gets to declare war.
Yeah, and military acts, correct?
No.
And when Obama killed that U.S. citizen, Congress had authorized military acts in Yemen at that time.
Whether they did or not isn't relevant at all to my thought process. But assume, but okay,
to my thought
okay. That's fine. Assume that it matters that Congress authorized the military force used by Obama.
Of course, they have to.
So if Obama had killed using the same people, Obama had killed not the guy, not that guy who was waging war and accidentally killed his son or whatever, but had killed on purpose Mitt Romney on the way back from a visit in France on purpose in malice when he was out. Wait, hang on a second.
In France.
So you would agree he would be liable for that action, right?
Yeah, he would be.
Okay,
and it would not be covered by his core constitutional protection.
Okay, but now assume that the president says we have determined that Mitt Romney is a Yemeni terrorist. And Mitt Romney. Wait, hang on a second. Wait. You're getting super triggered because you understand you've already granted the FBI one. I'm about to make you grant the military one.
I'm not getting super triggered.
Yes, you are. You're not letting me finish the question. Wait, no. Now assume
to do the thing that you want him to do.
So assume the president purports to follow the statute. The president purports to make all the use of authorized force that you're referencing from Congress. I don't know it specifically. You brought it up. I know there's an authorized use of military force, the AUMF, but I don't know if that's the specific. I know that it's broad enough to capture terrorism.
That's outside of the states.
Okay. So Mitt Romney is coming back from a visit, and the president comes to the head of SEAL Team 6, and he says, head of SEAL Team 6, we have some troubling reports. I've made some factual determinations that Mitt Romney is coming back from a visit from France. He's actually not even an American citizen. He wasn't born in fucking America. He's a Yemenese terrorist. And we know that he's working with elements of Al-Qaeda in Yemen, and he's planning an attack right now in America, and he's engaged in war against the United States. Go kill him. Agreed. Absolutely immune. But it's all bullshit. But he declares it in the rest of the memo. Wait. You're not gonna answer. You're not gonna answer it, right?
No, I will. 100%. I will. Let me ask you. Before this decision came in, what happened if the president did?
Oh, we're not talking about impeachment, so I'm not going to answer anything about impeachment. We're not talking about impeachment. Yeah, we're not talking about impeachment. We're not talking about removal. Nothing like that.
No, I don't care.
Okay.
What would have happened
if the president
this decision?
If the president killed someone for no reason, where it's clear it's malicious?
Yeah.
I guess it depends. If it's a really important person that the president has killed under such circumstances, they've ordered some strikes on like people by accident, or they've ordered some like carpet bombings of individuals.
Tell me what. No, your hypothetical.
Yeah.
Before this decision.
My hypothetical has never fucking happened.
Yeah, no, I agreed. It's never happened.
Okay, but we're not talking about whether it's happened before.
In 4 years of
hang on a second.
It didn't happen.
Wait a second. Never. Hang on. So we're not. Didn't you remember at the start of this conversation where I'm like, we're not talking about how likely it is? Did you remember we said that?
Yeah.
Specifically to head this off.
Yes.
Okay. So why are we here?
Because you're complaining about this decision. So tell me.
I'm not saying whether it's likely or not. Wait, hang on.
I don't care if it's likely or unlikely.
That's what you're saying is it's never happened. Wait, no. So
Pisco, please tell me what this decision changes.
So this decision, if someone did this and it was found out and obvious, the president would be indicted, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay.
Of course.
So before,
but just to be clear,
after.
No, we're talking about this opinion. Don't talk about it's likely or whatever. I asked you a question. I'm going to call you to the question. Wait. I'm going to call you back to the question. The question was, if the president made those determinations, asked Mitt Romney coming back from a trip from France, that he's a Yemeni terrorist fighter, that he's an Al Qaeda person, and they blow up his plane, but it's obviously bad faith. It's motivated by bad motive. It's a total bullshit scam. Liable or not?
Yep. Probably liable. Yeah.
Why? But you just said he wouldn't be liable criminally if it were true.
If it's all true, yeah, not liable. Yeah.
Okay, so why would he be liable in one or the other criminally?
Because when you start deviating from the core powers of the president, you start looking at the official acts.
Wait a second. Do you think that Obama ordering a drone strike of that guy was core executive authority?
No.
It wasn't?
No, it couldn't have been.
It wasn't in his preclusive and conclusive authority?
No.
So do you agree Obama so then can Obama have been charged for that?
Yeah, he probably could have.
So then what is this Obama example? If what you're saying is that, well, couldn't Obama have been charged? Your answer is yes, he could have been.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. And probably would have been found not guilty. Yeah. Probably dismissed.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know what opinion you're reading. It's not this one. It's not this court's opinion.
It is that one.
It's certainly not. It's certainly not.
It 100% is. Because
most people bring up the Obama example to say it would be so awful if Obama were charged.
Most people are fucking retarded. That's what I'm going to tell you. So the thing is, why did Obama get to bomb him? Because Congress
it was justified.
Approved it.
I disagree.
Because Congress approved.
So you think that prior...
You're saying you believe that Obama was 100% justified in killing an American citizen without congressional approval. That's what you believe.
So I believe that he has the authority to order the use of military force without congressional approval.
And you believe that Obama should not have been criminally charged for that?
No, I believe that this doctrine of absolute immunity is fucking bullshit. And if there were information,
No.
Wait a second. No. I believe he should have been. I believe that he. I believe. Wait, I am. I do not believe Obama should have been indicted, but I believe he should have been able to have been indicted.
Oh, okay. So you believe that Obama should have been able to be indicted for killing an American citizen?
Yes.
Why wasn't he?
Because it was obvious the act was legal and justified.
So, but Trump could have prosecuted him.
Sorry.
He could have
sorry. Do you like think that what we're talking about is whether or not like Trump is evil? Is that what you think we're talking about?
No, it's not what I think.
Okay, so why are you bringing that up?
What I think that we're talking about is what this decision is doing. What this decision is doing is that it is saying that the executive branch from the next...
we're not talking about the opinion. Stop trying to deviate us. I'm not easily confused. I'm really not easily confused.
Deviating.
So
I don't think you're easily confused.
The question is
talking about exactly what the position.
No, it's not about next administration, this administration. None of that matters, right? So we're speaking legally.
That's exactly what the decision was talking about. It said that the bigger consideration for
that's the basis of the that's the basis of the opinion. That's the basis of the opinion.
Is that the next executive branch is going to criminally prosecute a president who's going to try and do what he believes is the right thing to do without having to worry about criminal prosecution.
Okay, so then I'll ask again.
Obama,
yeah.
You just said Obama could have been
I think he could have been, yeah.
He did.
Yeah.
I don't think he should have been.
Oh, sorry. We both agree he shouldn't have been. Agree that we both agree with that, right?
I actually think he would have been immune.
Wait. Sorry. Do you recognize that before I said he shouldn't have, you said he could have been liable? You just changed your position. Do you recognize that? You understand that I just tracked you. Wait. So wait. Now we're having a meta discussion again. You understand not 5 minutes ago, I asked you whether Obama could have been indicted and you said yes. Do you recognize that you said that?
No, you said yes.
No. Wait, okay. If you're going to deny saying that, I will go back to the VOD. So do you recognize that before?
Go back to the VOD.
Yeah. Wait. So do you recognize that before, about 5 minutes ago, I asked you, could Obama have been indicted for that drone strike? Answer from you, yes. Do you agree you said that, or do you not agree you said that?
No, I don't. Under your reasoning, yes. Under my reasoning, no.
Oh, okay, all right.
Said that, it was in response to your reasoning.
Why couldn't Obama, under your reasoning, have been indicted?
Because there was an authorization from Congress for use of military force in the area for combatants.
Okay, so you agree, therefore,
he would have had presumptive immunity.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
Okay, so you believe that Obama would have had presumptive immunity. Okay.
Based upon the decision. Yeah.
And the rationale for that is because Congress authorized the use of force.
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that Congress authorized the use of prosecution for the DOJ?
Yes, I guess. Yeah.
But you believe that the president?
I'll bite that bullet.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you also believe the president is absolutely immune for decisions related to prosecution of the DOJ, even though Congress is the one who authorized the DOJ to prosecute. Fair?
Say it again.
Okay. So you agreed, right, that the Congress authorized use of military force kind of in the situations that Obama was contemplating. Fair?
Well, specifically, yeah.
Okay, specifically. Fair?
Yeah.
Congress also authorized the DOJ to prosecute. Fair?
I believe so.
How can you fucking argue that? Of course they did.
I believe so. Yeah, I'm not.
Why are you hedging?
I know they authorized.
This is
because
insane.
I'm not looking at it. It's not insane. Like, you're trying to make it insane, but I think that that as an attorney, you want to be pretty fucking specific about the thing that you're agreeing to, right?
You think it's possible that the Congress did not authorize the DOJ to prosecute? You think it's possible?
I believe that they have authorized prosecution for certain things. The DOJ cannot prosecute for murder, correct?
Yes, they can.
Where?
Under the federal murder statute, according to the special jurisdiction, it's under the murder statute of the United States. I can pull it up right now. There's a murder statute related to the special maritime jurisdiction and other federal things. So murder statute.
Right. So if it doesn't fall into a state category,
if it doesn't break federal law, yes, DOJ cannot prosecute things that aren't violations of federal law.
Right. So if it's a state that happens in Wisconsin.
Why are you talking about state prosecutions? Yes, there are spheres of, yes, Congress cannot, hasn't authorized DOJ to follow.
Because it matters.
No, it doesn't matter at all. In fact, by the way, when I was trying to bring up the state prosecutions for purposes of another broader point related to immunity of cops, you said, just to be clear, you called me and said they're so different. We're only talking about federal.
Yep.
And now when I'm like, hey, we're talking about federal jurisdiction, you're like, hey, what about those state prosecutors? Can they charge for state crimes? Do you understand how insane this conversation has been in the last 30 minutes?
No, this is where you start to get bad faith.
What is bad faith?
This I would identify as a bad faith.
What is?
Because you know that there are different spheres of influence.
100%.
The states and the federal.
I've never denied that.
Right? Yeah, but you are saying it right now.
What do you mean? I am saying it right now.
You're saying that, oh no, we can do it if it's maritime, if it's a certain.
In certain circumstances, the president is allowed to. The DOJ can prosecute crimes, and it's authorized by Congress, just like in certain circumstances.
Under very specific circumstances.
Okay.
Not in the state of Missouri, not in the state of Wisconsin.
Hang on a second. If it's a political assassination, they sometimes they can. If it's terrorism, sometimes they can. It's more broad.
Or a normal murder. Right.
Usually not. That's not within their jurisdiction. Just like, by the way, whatever authorization you're talking about, whatever authorization you're talking about. Wait, what about this is bad faith? Identify the specific thing that's bad faith.
You just said was bad faith.
What is?
Because you knew what I would. Pisco, allow me to elucidate. What you just said was, well, no, they can prosecute for murder if it's maritime, if it's but you knew what I was talking about.
Well, I have acknowledged, and I've never suggested otherwise, that there are crimes. And in fact, I specifically said, no. In fact, I specifically stated, of course, there's limited jurisdictions for federal prosecutors. They can't prosecute state crimes. And all I'm doing is correcting you when we say they cannot prosecute a murder in Wisconsin. Sometimes they can. I'm just being accurate.
If they're all right, that's fair. If they're on a boat in maritime law off the shore of Wisconsin,
or if it relates to terrorism or certain, if you're attacking a federal, like a senator, that can be a federal crime.
That is such a narrow thing.
No, sorry, it's not that narrow. It's more narrow than usual, but there's broad categories. Like for example, right now, specifically in the Pennsylvania assassination attempt of Trump. Wait. Let me finish my. Let me finish my sentence. I am being 100% in good faith. Sorry, I'm being 100% good faith. You said you couldn't prosecute a murder there. I was merely correcting the record and saying, actually, it is the case that in these specific places, provided there's a federal hook, there can be federal prosecutions for murder. An example of that is the attempted assassination of Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. That is under federal jurisdiction because it was an attempted assassination of a federal secret federal office, or a former president. I think is also covered by the specific murder statutes that's at play there. But the other deaths or attempted killings are under state law. I was not at all implying either A, that you were saying that it's the federal duty to prosecute regular state law murders. Never said that. Never even implied it. And it wouldn't make any purpose. And it wouldn't make any purpose to my point. It has nothing to do with my point. I would never ascribe that opinion to you. It's so bizarre for me to want to ascribe that position to you. It's stupid. And B, it's nothing that I contest. Of course, there's limited jurisdiction for federal prosecution. That's the most obvious point. We're stuck on this tangent because, I don't know, you want to bog us down.
I'm not trying to bog us
down.
So
why are we talking about this?
Well, I'm talking about it because you made it sound like the federal government could prosecute for anything they wanted to.
No, I never said that. I never once implied that. That's insane to say that. And also, by the way, but let's just move past it. Let's just move past it and get to the opinion, because I'm not going to let you dodge by we're getting bogged down in this. So we're not. We're not going to talk about it. So agreed that there's limited sphere of federal prosecution. The vast majority of prosecutions are state level offenses. The vast majority of drug related offenses, state prosecutions. The vast majority of every violent thing you can put in there are state prosecutions. Don't deny it at all. There's actually explicit limitations on how federal courts can enforce state criminal law. Absolutely agreed. Some specific limitations and some abilities to remove to different federal venues, but not at issue here. Totally accept it. But the underlying point is Congress authorized the DOJ to do prosecutions, just as Congress authorized the military to use force in certain circumstances. Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay. You agree that the president's directives to the DOJ regarding prosecutions for which they've been authorized to take by Congress was given absolute immunity?
No.
You don't agree with that. That's a holding. That's not even advisory.
No, I don't. I don't agree with that. I agree that there are circumstances under which, based on this holding, that the president's communication is considered absolutely immune. Now, I believe that we are going to get a lot more information upon what that means when Trump 2 comes back up to the Supreme Court, because they were not briefed on most of it.
I mean, have you read this case? Is the question I have to ask.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I've read the case.
You understand when I say that the president has absolute immunity for directives to the Department of Justice about prosecutions? That is not
investigations.
No. That is a holding of the case that he's absolutely immune for that.
For prosecution?
Yes, for communications related to investigations and prosecutions.
Right. So tell me where prosecution is in there.
Okay. So I will point you to the specific place where that is. But just to be clear, is it your position that that this opinion
give me the site?
What I'm asking.
I'm not going to give you my position.
Why not? Are you saying that?
Because I want you to give me the site first. Then I can look at it and I might agree with you. If I agree with you in good faith, I'm going to say yes.
Okay. So
I don't think that's what it says.
I'm going to quote it. Okay. We turn to the conduct alleged in this indictment. This is page 19. The indictment broadly alleges that Trump and his co-conspirators sought to overturn the legitimate results of the 2020 presidential election. It charges that they conspired to obstruct the January 6th congressional proceedings at which the electoral votes are counted and certified. As part of this conspiracy, Trump and his co-conspirators allegedly attempted to leverage the Justice Department's power and authority to convince...
that's not part of the holding. Yeah, get to the holding.
I am reading from when the opinion starts being relevant, okay? certain states to replace the legitimate electors with Trump's fraudulent slate of electors. According to the indictment, Trump met with okay. The government does not dispute
without any other
the government does not dispute that the indictment's allegations regarding the Justice Department involve the use of official power. The allegations, in fact, plainly implicate Trump's conclusive and preclusive authority. Investigation and prosecution of crime is a quintessentially executive function. And the executive branch has, quote, exclusive authority and absolute discretion to decide which crimes to investigate and prosecute, including with respect to the allegations of election crime. The president may discuss potential investigations and prosecutions with his attorney general and other Justice Department officials to carry out his constitutional duty to, quote, take care that the laws be faithfully executed. And the attorney general, as head of the Justice Department, acts as the president's chief law enforcement who provides him assistance to him in his performance of his constitutional duty to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Investigative and prosecutorial decision-making is the special providence of the executive branch, and the Constitution vests the entirety of the executive power in the president. For that reason, Trump's threatened removal of the acting attorney general likewise implicates conclusive and preclusive presidential authority. As we have explained, the president's power to remove executive officers may not be regulated by Congress or reviewed by the court. The president's management of the executive branch requires him to have unrestricted power to remove the most important of his subordinates, such as the attorney general, in their most important duties. The indictment's allegations that the requested investigations were shams or proposed for an improper purpose do not divest the president of exclusive authority over the, quote, investigative and prosecutorial functions of the DOJ and its officials. And the president cannot be prosecuted for conduct within his exclusive constitutional authority. Trump is therefore absolutely immune from prosecution for the alleged conduct involving his discussions with DOJ officials.
Okay, with his discussions. All right, yeah.
So would
that seems totally reasonable. Like, if
I'm not asking whether it's reasonable.
DOJ, like, let's imagine. I'm going to give you a hypothetical. Let's imagine that we've got a DOJ it's Mitt Romney, right? He's a Mormon, and President Trump believes that the Mormon Church is involved in something unethical. They're engaging in illicit activities, and he says to DOJ, to AG Romney, hey, I want you to investigate these guys. Something sketchy is going on.
Yeah.
And he says, no.
Okay.
The president gets to fire him and hire somebody else who will do the job.
Agreed.
Correct? Okay. Now, what this decision says is we don't get to find out, does the president hate Mormons? What if he does? What if the president hates the Mormons? He hates them with a passion.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't get to look into that.
Okay. So
he decided to fire somebody. He hired somebody else.
Okay.
That has nothing to do with SEAL Team 6 killing a political dissident.
So you agree that if the president orders the prosecution of someone just because they're black, he's absolutely immune?
Yeah. I said that already, I think.
No, you said the direct opposite less than 40 minutes ago.
Probably 2 hours ago, but yeah.
You agree that you said the direct opposite?
I don't. I think that I would probably been thinking at the time, like, the 14th Amendment.
I know the exact argument you gave. You said, of course, if he gives an unconstitutional order, it's not part of his core exclusive duties. And in fact, you said, 14th Amendment, the Equal Protection Clause, it wouldn't be core official because it would be unconstitutional. You said the direct opposite.
Well, so if he's firing him, he can fire him because he's wearing blue shoes. Right?
Are you trolling me?
No, I am not. AG comes in, he's wearing blue shoes. The president can fire him, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The AG comes in, he's black. President can fire him.
Correct.
Okay. Those are within his core powers. Now, if he is to instigate an investigation into somebody, that invokes the 14th Amendment.
Why? Why isn't firing someone because they're black? But here it says that the core executive function includes prosecutorial decisions.
What? Yeah.
So what the fuck are you talking about?
All right. What does a prosecutorial decision mean?
The decision to investigate or to charge someone.
Okay. And?
So that's absolutely immune, isn't it? Just like firing someone.
All right. So he investigates somebody.
Wait. Sorry. Can you at least acknowledge that what you just said, where he couldn't be prosecuted for, or he would be absolutely immune for firing someone, or sorry, for prosecuting someone because they're black, that what you just said is the direct opposite of what you said before? Will you acknowledge that?
I was thinking, yeah, I acknowledge that.
Okay.
I misunderstood. I was thinking firing the AG when you said that. So I apologize.
Okay. But regardless, let's get into it then.
I misunderstood. If I said that my apologies. I will accept that. I contradicted myself. I did not mean to. That's not what I meant to say.
Okay.
The investigation and prosecuting of somebody, I believe, still would be covered by the 14th Amendment.
Why? Wait. So is it your position that
presidential powers would oversee that?
Wait. Is it not? I'm confused. Is it or is it not your position that a president would be absolutely immune for prosecuting someone on the basis of their race?
It would not be.
Would not be absolutely immune.
It would not be, because it violates the Constitution.
But what about firing a public official on the basis of the race?
I think they could.
But that's just as against the Constitution. You can't fire someone on the race, a public officer, on the basis of the race. That's equal protection violation.
Yeah, I may have to think about it, but my initial thinking would be that because and maybe as a constitutional issue, it might, but I think that most of that comes through statutory law.
No, bro.
Could.
Come on, statutory law.
I'm thinking. I'm just thinking. I'm thinking out loud right now. So I believe that you would. I think that he could. I don't think the legislature could tell him that he can't. I don't think they could.
It's not about what the legislator says. We're not talking about so assume no law, right? Like assume there's no law against prosecuting someone on the basis of their race. We have this thing called the Equal Protection Clause, and that was enough for you in the context of a prosecution that's racially motive to say, okay,
yeah, I'm thinking about it.
So what's going on? They're both violations of the Equal Protection Clause. You would agree, right? If a governor fires a staffer because they're black, it might be like an unreviewable thing, whatever. It could be unreviewable for other reasons, other doctrines, but at least on its face, that's an equal protection violation.
No, I think that's fair. Yeah, I think that you could probably say that based on the 14th Amendment, yeah.
Okay, but it's clear from this opinion. It's clear from this opinion that regardless of whether or not it violates some other part of the Constitution, you're not allowed to question. Well, no, you're not allowed to question the prosecutorial decision making of the president. It is absolutely immune.
To the core power
of prosecuting.
Only the executive power. Only the executive power that is specifically invested to the president. Not anything that bleeds into one or two, or one or three. You're dealing with a very exclusive amount of things.
Really? So do you think that
instructing the DOJ to investigate somebody, regardless of motive?
Yeah, you can't look into motive
too.
Yeah. So why?
Regardless of motive.
So let's say you had an amazing motive, amazing evidence that the motive was, yeah, I hate all black people, and you had like just piles of evidence. He is on tape saying, yeah, I'm only doing this because he's black. It's kind of a bullshit investigation. You'd agree that'd be unconstitutional, right?
Yes, but I think that it would be protected. Yeah.
Yeah. So you would be absolutely immune for things that's unconstitutional. Fair?
No.
What do you mean no? You just granted it.
No, I think that the motive of the investigation doesn't matter. Because the president can direct.
Right. It's but it's unconstitutional to direct a prosecution of someone with the motive of racial discrimination.
Well, that would come further down the chain, right?
No, what are you talking about down the chain? It's just the most blatant violation of the Equal Protection Clause to do a prosecution based on race, for the motive of race. Yeah, let's say you charge someone with a crime that is like bullshit, and you have a explicit motive of, yeah, I'm doing it because he's black. Isn't that the most obvious case of equal protection violation? It literally is. It sounds like
what if they
to catch a
religion, right? What if they said, I'm going to investigate somebody based on
yes,
religion?
Agreed.
They're Christian.
Agreed.
They're whatever. Well,
That's what made me think about this. That's what made me think about this example again, right? If you're ordered, wouldn't you agree that if you are prosecuting someone just because they're Christian,
I believe Barack Obama was immune from saying that I want to investigate.
Stop trying to distract me. It's not going to work. I'm bringing you back to the point. I'm not going to be distracted. So let's.
In my belief.
No, you're not going to distract me. So the question is, if the president ordered the prosecution of a person just because they're Christian,
investigation.
Whether that's investigation or charging decision, you agree they're both covered, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay,
yeah.
so let's not make a distinction. If you order the prosecution of a person just because they're Christian, wouldn't you agree, A, that violates the First Amendment, and B, it would be absolutely immune?
Yes and yes.
Okay,
but I don't think it matters.
What do you mean you don't think it matters? How does that not matter?
It doesn't matter because the investigation still has to go in front of the court. The evidence still must be issued.
No. Why?
All of the things.
Why would there still be a trial if the basis of your allegations revolve around a religiously based?
Just jump to a crazy place. The president gets to say, "I'm investigating you. Go to jail."
No. What I'm saying is that stop, right? This is again, and I'm not blaming you because maybe you haven't read this opinion very thoroughly or thoughtfully, and it's okay. Okay. We're not assessing the prosecution of the underlying guy. We're assessing a theoretical prosecution of the president.
Right.
So whether or not the guy goes directly to jail is irrelevant. We're talking about the prosecution of the president.
Yeah.
So what you just said is nonsensical.
By the citizenship, who is a co-equal branch of the he's one of the three. We got three. We got the judiciary.
Why are you filibustering?
I am not filibustering.
You are by doing baby's introduction to separation of powers is not helpful to me. Why do you think it's helpful for the conversation?
I think it's helpful to the conversation because we have three co-equal branches of the government.
So I agree.
Is one of them.
Agreed.
Is the legislature able to write a law that says the president cannot talk to someone in Russia?
We're not discussing. Sorry. You're now like sorry. No. You're starting to test me on my limits, right? You're starting to test me on my limits and the underlying and maybe you're justifying the rationale of the opinion, but we're not actually we're not here to test my limits and we're not here to justify the rationale of the opinion. We're here to apply the holding of the opinion. You understand that difference?
Well, no, I agree. But would you agree that the Congress cannot legislate a crime that the president can talk to someone in Russia?
I agree that there are certain things that the Congress cannot touch because of the separation of powers. No one disputes that. That doesn't mean that's not an immunity doctrine. That's not an immunity doctrine, to be clear.
It's not immunity. Okay. You're correct. And I'm not trying to say that.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say is that there are points where the legislature and the executive brush up against each other, and that we have to make a call one way or the other.
Yeah, that's kind of Youngstown. I don't disavow Youngstown. I don't disavow that there might be some tough questions at the border of separation of powers. I've never ever discounted that. It's not relevant to our conversation. It's not relevant to our conversation.
Relevant in that this decision said what the president talks to about his AG. That's protected. That's protected.
Okay.
That's protected.
Then I'll recall you back to our original hypothetical. Then I'll recall you to our original hypothetical. You might have forgotten, but you've already kind of granted this. If the president communicates to his AG about how the Department of Justice is going to implement things that they're congressionally allowed to, that is a deadly force on someone who they purport to be within the guidelines for which they can use deadly force.
Yes.
Absolutely immune.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's SEAL
I
Team
think that's
6.
true.
That's SEAL Team 6 hypo. I know that
That's
it's
not SEAL Team
I
6.
know that it's the FBI in this context, but that is the nature of the hypo, that you can assassinate someone and be with impunity.
It's not.
How is it not? How the hell is it not?
Because, well, so everything in your hypo is the president says they're a real threat.
Yes.
Everything's really bad. They're the worst person ever, and you have to kill them.
Yes.
There's no other option.
Yes.
So, so my point is,
It's all fake, right? It's everything he's saying is fake in the hypothetical. It's all a fraud.
Yeah.
But he says it.
Yeah.
He's absolutely immune, right?
So my point is, one, no different from before. This decision doesn't change that, right?
Well, no. Sorry, I'm not.
We've done that before.
Whether it changes it or not isn't even the question. I think it changed it. But it's important to something else. We're talking about whether or not it actually immunizes it, right? It's like I can agree or disagree with you about whether or not it changes anything. It doesn't affect whether or not this opinion it's holding as applied immunizes. And so I'm going to ask definitively, and I know this is uncomfortable for you. So like, if he orders it, you say absolutely immune, right? Absolutely immune. Ordering the death of another person on some fake, bogus, pro forma investigation the president writes out in a memo, hands to his Department of Justice. That action is absolutely immune. Fair?
I don't know if it's fair.
Come on, you just literally admitted to it less than a minute ago.
Yeah, well, so here's my thinking, if you'll allow me.
Okay.
So here we go. We now have to investigate what goes on below the level of the president.
No.
Because
no. I will not do that. No, I will not. Why? Why?
Yeah, you don't want to, because
it's not relevant.
It proves your point wrong.
Wait, how would it prove my point wrong?
Because at that point, we get to use everything to be able to prove the president did a crime.
For the purpose of the hypothetical, the only thing he's done is have that letter.
Hypothetical, everything's perfect. Everything's perfect.
So that's in this hypothetical. He sends one letter to the attorney general. That's all that happens.
Yeah, that's right.
And then they execute it. It's not a crime, right?
Yeah. So let's say, but what if everything in that letter is accurate? Is that a crime? You tell me.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, because I'm
No, wait.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Before this decision, if everything the president did was perfectly accurate,
yes,
was that a crime?
Of course not. No.
What the fuck are we talking about?
No, because if they were accurate, they would be immune. Of course, under both regimes, if the president is like justified in everything he does, of course it would not be. Wait. Let me explain. Wait.
Yeah.
I am now I believe you're trolling me now, unless you can hear me out here. Okay.
I am not trolling.
So you understand
because you agreed to the same thing I agreed.
No, I did not. We are not.
You said if everything
the
president said,
this is so stupid. Yes, if the president is not motivated by bad faith, if the president does not have criminal intent and he does not have justification, I would require. Wait, no, sorry. Let me respond. I would like to respond. So, under my regime, if the president is actually justified, if the president is motivated in good faith, and if the president is actually responding what he believes to be the actual facts on the ground, of course, justification, justified, not immunity. He could be charged. He could present the justification argument. Probably no prosecutor would do it because they would have a record of how clearly he was operating in good faith. So it wouldn't be immune, but it would not be criminal because he acted with justification.
Okay.
So in the new regime, he's absolutely immune. So obviously, if everything he did was he's absolutely immune. So obviously, if he did, sorry, let me. This is my vision of it.
Yes,
under my interpretation of the new regime, which I believe that you've already granted, but you can say that you haven't. Under my vision of how it is, if the president does everything right and is actually correct in the investigation, nothing changes, obviously, because he's absolutely immune. And so it's overdetermined. He's both justified under my framework and he's absolutely immune under the second framework. He probably has some additional protections in that you can't even bring the case in the absolute immunity. Okay, I grant you that. I never deny that. But
the difference is, what if he's motivated by bad faith, and what if he doesn't actually have justification? Well, if he's motivated by bad faith and doesn't actually have justification, then he's not immune under my regime, but he is immune under the opinion. That's the difference. But you can't compare, like, if he's innocent both times and like, oh, so he's off both times. That's a comparison. That's like the most absurd thing I've ever heard.
Right. So what if the president, like, he hates the guy personally?
Yeah.
Hates him. Personally just loathes this guy. Worst guy in the world. He kicks his dog every morning. He smacks his wife in the face when he leaves the door. And also, so the president just has a deep loathing for this guy.
Yeah.
But also, turns out, threat to the U.S.
is justified?
So, yeah. So,
yes.
So what if the motive, what if the reason the president wants to kill him is because he kicks his dog?
Yeah.
But it turns out the guy is actually a threat to the country.
Yeah. So in that specific situation, he would be justified. It wouldn't be a crime.
Well, why? Because the reason he wants to kill him, he's like, I don't give a shit if this guy actually is a threat to the country. I want to kill him. He kicks his dog every morning.
Yeah, he might be guilty. He might be guilty for some crime that I'm not aware of to take official actions in the presence of bad faith. He would certainly be probably prosecutable, maybe impeachable under an abuse of office or abuse of power framework. But I'm not aware of a crime that criminalizes that specific motivation in that specific context. And the murder, it would not be murder because it was justified use of force. And that's kind of like an objective test.
Okay. So if Nancy Pelosi is not actually a threat to the U.S., and the president orders her killed.
Yeah.
Then is there any conceivable way that you can think of that we could hold him accountable?
Under the new regime?
Yeah.
I mean, there are other ways to hold the president. You can impeach and remove him. You can not vote for him.
Well, outside of impeachment, like, what if he...
You can't jail him.
What if he sent a text to his AG?
Yeah.
And it was like, I want to kill Nancy Pelosi.
Yeah.
Is that protected?
I believe it is. The only reason I put all these caveats is because I'm sorry to say, people like you get triggered when these caveats aren't in there. I don't think all these caveats that I'm putting in are necessary, but I do it just for the purpose of showing you how, because it would be trivially easy to fulfill all those little steps that people you want them to go through. And in this one, it's all pro forma. It's all a sham.
No,
but
totally fair. Totally fair.
Through the hoops.
So let me give you the opposite of that. What if the president grabbed the hand of his AG and he said, "You're my attorney general. This is an authorized act." And they're holding hands, and they walk into the next room and they rape a 13-year-old girl. They're holding hands while they do it.
Yeah.
And he said, "This is an authorized act. I'm holding your hand. This is authorized." And then they both, they never let go. Their hands are connected the entire time.
Yeah.
Do you believe that this Supreme Court would grant them immunity from raping a 13-year-old girl because they were holding hands?
Now you're asking me. So there's the question you asked there, and I'm going to answer it. Sorry. The question you asked, there's two parts to it. Number one is, do I think this Supreme Court would immunize it? That's a realist question. That's asking, what do I think the court would actually do? I think, given the right circumstance, the court would carve out some bullshit exception from its sweeping jurisdiction and make something up. I believe they would do that. So to answer your question directly, if the Supreme Court was faced with that situation, I think they would carve out an exception, but that exception would not be based, in my opinion, on a fair reading of this case. That exception would be totally them inventing it to save face and to realize that the mess of a doctrine they've made. Okay? So that's my realist answer. That's my realist answer. Wait. That's my realist answer. Now I'm going to give you my formal answer using the opinion. I believe if the president said, Mr. AG, this tactic that we're about to deploy is the best tactic for our investigative function. It's going to get the information out of it, out of the subject. I know this is horrible, but the world is about to end, and this is the only way that we're going to be able to get the information. Right. And obviously, investigations are a core responsibility of what the Department of Justice is authorized to do, and what I, as the head of the executive, am authorized to do. And so, for purposes of investigation, to make sure that we're getting the right information to end this end of world threat, we have to do this act. I believe under the formalism and the separation of powers analysis employed by the court in this opinion, absolutely immune. And I stand by that every single day of the week. And I will, till my dying breath, say that opinion, this opinion, authorizes that action based on its analysis. However, if you were to ask me whether this Supreme Court would hold it, probably not, because they're cowards. And cowards, when I mean cowards to not understand and address the scope, the magnitude, the breadth of this reprehensible doctrine that they've created.
All right. So I actually think that you're wrong, because they specifically said, like, well, man, like, the president talking to the vice president when the vice president is acting as kind of a part of Congress. Man, fuck, I don't know. I don't know if that's actually protected. Now, the president talking to the AG about investigating an incredibly narrow decision. The president talking about who to investigate.
Yeah,
that's protected. Yeah. But man, the president talking to the vice president when the vice president is acting as part of the legislature, I don't even know if that's protected. And then everything else goes downhill from there. This was,
wait a second.
my opinion.
Wait. You agree that the conversations to the vice president are presumptively immune?
Yeah.
Okay, so you would agree that this,
well, I would say they could be.
You agree that that's
presumptively immune?
No, hang on. You agree? No. They're either presumptively immune or they're not presumptively immune. Fair? Did the court hold that those conversations were presumptively immune?
All right. Yeah,
wait. Answer my question, goddammit. Did the court hold? Do you remember? So I'm just going to ask it.
Grant you.
Oh my God.
Presumptively immune because I'm not reading it right now.
Okay.
I'm agreeing for the purpose of the conversation. I don't know why that's crazy.
Okay. So presumptively, because I think you haven't read the opinion closely. I'm going to be honest.
Jesus Christ.
I think that's true. I think it's fair to say. It's not embarrassing. It's just a true fact. I think
it feels like what that is an intent to try and like denigrate.
No,
me. Like, well, you've
come on. If you read this opinion, you would know the holding that the vice president communications are presumptively immune.
All right. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'll pull it up.
No, it's fine.
I've been walking around while I'm talking to you. Jesus Christ.
It's on the bottom of 23. The question then becomes whether the presumption of immunity is rebutted under the circumstance with reference to the VP. When the vice president presides over he's not acting this way. So that's the question. So it's presumptively immune. And the question is whether they'll rebut the presumption of immunity for the VP conversations.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep, I've got it.
So when
you're right.
So when I say that, I'm like,
it's when I'm not looking at it, I'm just not going to blindly agree to you.
Okay, but like if you read the opinion closely, you would know that. That's all I'm saying. I think that's fair.
Oh my God.
Why is that bad for me to say?
Fair.
Why is that?
Because you're trying to frame me in a way that it's like, well, you don't know what you're looking at. You haven't read and I've told you I've read it.
Okay,
but you continue to reassert that I have not.
I think that it's a key holding of the case.
You're not taking me at my word. So you're telling me I'm lying.
I'm not telling you that you're lying. I'm suggesting to you that maybe you don't.
It many times.
No,
and you say you've not closely read it. That means you're accusing me of lying.
I'm not accusing you of lying. What I'm telling you is, it's striking to me, right, that people will come onto my stream, lawyers, and you're not the first one, who I believe are totally blowing absolute holdings of the opinion and are just like whiffing on the actual, not even the contestable parts, the parts that are like legitimately the holding, not even controversial of the decision, and criticizing me and saying I misread it and saying that like that, the very basic structures of the case. And that is very frustrating for me. Sorry, I just hit my camera again. It's very frustrating for me. And like, especially when I feel, and I think that I'm justified in feeling a little bit that in a little bit, maybe you didn't intend it, but you've a little bit gaslighted me about what you had said previously. And I can point to a couple examples when you on the difference when you said racial prosecutions related to the state use of police lethal force versus federal, and then going back on me and pretending that I was like saying that there was some broad sweeping authority for prosecution federal. Like there were multiple times in the conversation where I felt that happened, and it's frustrating for me. And I think I'm coming to
that's fair.
But whatever.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I've hit you on a couple of things, and I've definitely been wrong on them. I think there have been some things I've been right about, but you're not wrong to feel defensive about that.
Okay.
And the only thing I'm saying is that when I'm not looking at the judgment and you're saying, is this 100%? I'm going to tell you like right now, you got to give me a yes or no. I'm not going to give you that yes or no immediately. Well, I want to make sure that I'm not conceding something that I shouldn't. That's all. Like I just want to double check.
Okay.
Let me look at it for a quick sec. Make sure that I'm not like misremembering something or that I'm saying something stupid that I shouldn't say.
Okay. Do you mind? Let's do it in summary. I mean, let's just, and then I'll give you free, because I've been kind of leading and asking questions. If you want to ask anything of me,
no, you're fine.
I'll give you the space to do that. At the very least, would you agree that if the president sends a communique to the attorney general in the manner discussed, assuming that the FBI is authorized to use deadly force in certain circumstances, which they are, and instructs the DOJ to do so and to use that authority in a lie, but at least meeting out the criteria for deadly force and having it be applied to a citizen who's, even though he's actually innocent, the president determines to be guilty, would you agree that either he would be absolutely immune for that, or you couldn't prosecute him because the letter could not be introduced as evidence?
I think that, so the letter would likely be absolutely immune.
Okay.
I believe that outside of that, you would see references that would not have the immunity of the initial letter. That's what my feeling.
Okay, that's progress of a kind. To be clear, I really disagree with that. I think he'd be substantively immune, but that I think is progress of a kind, and at least acknowledges that there's one way in which this order could operate, which would completely insulate the president from any kind of liability. If all you could do is attach him to the letter.
And though my thinking is that I don't believe that would functionally take place.
Yeah, like, that's fine. That's fine. But that's not the question.
In the military, where orders come down the chain, and with the little bit of that, footnote that he talked about, like, well, you can look at the public record, you can look at all this stuff, you can look at that. That letter would not be. So that would require that every other piece of information would have to be walked over to somebody like, hey, buddy, like, hey, it's me, it's Jeff, get out there, go kill somebody. Oh, tell Brian he's got to kill somebody.
Yeah, but then be like, wait, why are we doing this? Well, the president said so. Okay, the president said so. Yeah, but
that could be the case now. And we could
whether it's the case now or not. The question is, does this opinion contemplate, or does the logic of it suggest immunity for that order? And your answer is yes.
Yes, it does.
All right,
but I don't believe that it changes anything, because I believe there is already an implicit immunity to the president that everybody had already been engaged in forever.
You think that most people thought that order would be immune?
I think most presidents thought they were. Yeah. I think Barack Obama thought that when he told the DOJ to investigate Christian organizations, he was immune. When he killed an American citizen in Yemen, he thought he was immune. Yeah, I do believe that. Yeah. And I believe it's correct. I believe those things are correct.
But what if Obama shot down the plane of Mitt Romney on using the same rationale but just being super bad faith? Immune?
Okay.
Immune?
So,
Wait, immune?
super bad faith.
No, Obama's super bad faith.
Okay, so Obama is super bad faith. And then he engages in a clandestine, he says, we're going to shoot down Romney.
Yeah.
And
using the same exact rationale.
Letter.
No. The exact thing.
I have to engage in more than just what you gave me.
No. I'm mapping on every single fact about the president's justification for that specific bombing, and I'm just changing it to Mitt Romney and saying, hey, everything that's true about this is true about Romney. But the only thing I'm changing is Obama actually has no basis for this, and he's just making it up.
He kills Romney instead of...
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Barack Obama goes to prison. Yeah.
Why? Wait, you just said he was immune for killing the other guy.
Well, because he had authorization from Congress, right? No authorization from Congress in America.
Wait, no. Sorry, no. So Romney is foreign. He's coming. He's not a foreign citizen, but he's coming.
Anymore.
He's a U.S. citizen, just like the guy Obama killed. Fair.
But he's not a political.
He's a political guy, but he's alleged under the same rationale of the U.S. citizen who was killed.
Facts.
No,
totally different.
It's different facts on the ground, but the same rationale. He's Mitt Romney, but
he's not a political opponent.
He's visiting Yemen.
Okay, so Romney is now a British guy.
No, I want Mitt Romney. No, because the guy that Obama killed was a U.S. citizen on purpose.
Yeah.
So he's killing Mitt Romney. Okay. No, he's just lying about the facts.
Okay, but there were documents that were issued outside of Obama. There were directives.
They say Obama, you're crazy. Well, how can you attack this guy's Romney? He's not a terrorist.
Yeah,
and
Obama, that's not covered.
Obama just says, I order it. I order it.
Is that not?
No. He says, So he says, I disagree with your factual findings. I have different factual findings, and I order it.
So then I'm going to describe to you the way that a military operation
is he immune or not? That's the question.
He's not.
Why is he not immune?
He's not. Can I
give a legal reason why he's not how the operation proceeds?
Well, they coincide.
Okay.
So the way that an operation takes place is that a commander gives you a directive. That directive is then turned into an operation order. That operation order is disseminated to the people that will be operating.
I'm bypassing all of our normal processes as commander in chief. Patch me into the lieutenant on the ground. Lieutenant, I'm ordering this.
Well, how does he do that?
He says, as commander in chief, I am bypassing all. I am the commander in chief. I have the complete discretion.
That guy on the face.
Yeah, patch me into the lieutenant. Lieutenant, this is your ultimate commanding officer, President of the United States. I know this is not typical, but I'm doing this out of exigency. I'm ordering you to shoot him.
So there's no. All right. I don't think that's. No, I don't think that would happen.
No, I'm not asking if it would happen. Is he immune or not?
No, I don't believe he is.
Why not?
I don't believe he is.
Why?
I don't believe that falls within his core exercise of.
But you just said that authority. Obama killing the right guy was within his core executive authority.
Well, no, actually. I believe that's within his official capacity.
Okay, so then, but why is he immune for one and not the other?
So I believe he would be presumptively immune from anything that involves his official capacity. That's what the judgment says, right?
So could you indict Obama for the same thing?
Yeah, you could.
But you just said you couldn't.
No.
You just said he was immune.
I don't think he'd be guilty. I believe he would be immune.
The immune is not guilty. Immune is different than, then you don't know what immunity is. Immune means you can't prosecute him for that.
Know a fucking...
Okay, then what are you talking about? He's immune or he's not?
Okay. He is presumptively immune. What does presumptive mean?
Presumptive means you have to rebut it.
Well, okay.
You can't look into motive to rebut it. You can't look into motive. You can't look into purpose. You can't look into the factual findings. It's a separations of powers analysis.
Based upon, not based upon the official communication.
Okay, so all I'm giving you is an official communication. Obama orders the lieutenant, go kill him.
Well, is Obama
absolutely immune
communicating to lieutenant?
Yeah, why wouldn't that be immune?
Core?
Well, no, even in the presumptive immunity, I'm giving way too much, because I only want to be in a core executive because it's just simpler, but I'm giving way too much deference into presumptive. I'm giving way too much. So you agree it's official and you can't look into motive or purpose or sham. You have to look at in order to.
Well, actually,
you can't.
I do believe that the decision says for core decisions, you cannot look into motive.
Are you willing to stake your credibility? Are you willing to stake your credibility on whether or not yeah. So the presumptive immunity, it's the presumptive immunity. You don't look into purpose, motive either.
All right, that might be true. All right, I'm gonna agree with you.
Okay,
that's true.
So then, how do you distinguish one case where you say he's immune, and another one where you say he's not?
All right. So do you believe that the president saying to the attorney general?
We were talking about the fucking SEAL teams. We're talking about the Yemen example.
SEAL Team 6. SEAL Team 6.
No, we're talking about Yemen. So if you take me out of Yemen, I'm going to be mad.
Okay. No, that's fine. All right. Okay. We'll talk about Yemen. So he says, man, there's this dude, Jared. Fucking hate Jared. Let's kill him. Right?
You're changing the hypo to make it your hypo.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
You're fighting the hypothetical. Yes, you are.
I don't think I am, and I don't think you're going to be that upset with that hypothetical.
Okay, go for it.
All right, so the president says there's a guy in Yemen named Jared.
Mm-hmm.
I hate Jared. I have congressional authority. I have military authorization.
Mm-hmm.
Jared fucked my wife. I want to kill Jared.
Yeah.
So, do you believe, based on this decision, the president could say, fucking kill Jared?
Yes, I do. But we're not dealing with that hypothetical. Well, I do, because I understand this opinion. I do believe that would be 100% absolutely immune. But so I know that a lot of people can't accept that. I know, but we're not assessing my rationale right now, right? I can explain to you why.
I am assessing your rationale.
Okay, but like you understand that what you just did, you just understood what you just did was a complete dodge, and now you're questioning me on a separate hypothetical that's harder for me, right?
I don't think it's a dodge. I'm trying to
It is an absolutely dodge, right? So how is it not a dodge when I ask you a question about the Yemen example, and now what you're doing is you're making it more unjustified. Now the president isn't giving the same rationale as Yemen. You're trying to
correct. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's a dodge. How is that not fighting the hypothetical?
I'm trying to understand your rationale.
I'll answer it if you admit you're fighting the hypothetical.
What's the hypothetical?
The hypothetical is different than what you're fighting the hypothetical that the president ordered the death of this person in Yemen using the same bases as was used for the actual one, not for fucking my wife.
Right?
Well, no, you never answered. So my question is, if the Obama orders the killing of Mitt Romney under the same purported rationale for the killing, absolutely immune, correct? Or at least presumptively immune, effectively immune.
Yeah, presumptively immune. Yeah, presumptively.
Okay. Yeah. And a rebutting wouldn't be successful, fair?
I think it would be, but
you think it would be? Why?
I think it would be because I believe that a prosecutor who's wily would say this should be not considered immune because this person was a political adversary to the president.
No, you can't look.
You should look into.
why would we treat them differently? Like, so we can't look into the motive.
What are the rules?
Okay, fine. I'll adjust it a little bit. So Obama makes a finding that this person's not political. This is a fake Mitt Romney, a Yemenis version of Mitt Romney.
Oh, okay.
Absolutely immune. He just writes that down in the operations order to the lieutenant.
All right. So now you're changing the hypothetical.
I am changing. I am because I don't want to get into it. Yes, I am changing the hypothetical because I don't want to get bogged down into something that can be obviated by him writing a letter. But I am changing the hypothetical. Correct. He says this Mitt Romney is the fake Yemenis Mitt Romney.
When you do it,
no. When I do it, I'm trying to show you why any concern related to purpose can be. No. What I'm trying to tell you. So what you're doing is bringing us back on the kind of justifiability of the fake motive, where like he just tells his true intentions, right? I'm increasing and escalating not really the amount of work needed to bypass the immunity, but just the additional sentence he needs to write to get rid of whatever thing you're saying. So instead of fighting on it, right, I'm just going to be like, okay, fine. In the purpose of hypothetical, he writes down that it's not the political Romney, it's someone named Romney, and he looks like Romney, but he's Yemen.
It's Jim Rome.
Yes, it's Jim Rome.
So, okay. So let me ask you.
Wait, answer it. Is it immune or not?
Probably.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, that's the sealed
Jim Rome, who's a political.
Yeah. So that's what you're saying is that the president, if he wanted to, could just write like a very good memo, order the death of a political rival who's abroad. And immune.
No, you just said he's not a political rival.
No, I said he lied. Sorry. You're not understanding what I'm doing. You're not understanding what I'm doing.
You understand?
No.
I'm not going to agree with you.
So hang on a second. He is actually Romney, but the president says he's not Mitt Romney in his findings.
Oh, okay. So, all right.
But he's lying. He obviously knows it's Romney.
Okay.
He just writes down, and by the way, it's not Mitt Romney, and I found that, and it's factual.
It is in fact Mitt Romney.
It is in fact Mitt Romney.
He writes in a document that it's not.
Yeah, and when they're
in the document that he writes, it goes to one person only. It never gets dissipated.
No. The only reason I don't think it matters if it gets disseminated. If it gets disseminated, so what? All you can do to point to his involvement is look at the memo. He doesn't have additional conversations about it. So,
I think actually the decision deals with that. But
no. How would the decision deal with that? How would you indict the president?
The core competency that is protected is the direct communication between the president and, in this case, the AG.
Yes, you can't charge him using that communication, and you couldn't. But by the way, he's also, every time you say this, I am going to repeat it. He is also substantively immune. You won't grant it because I think that, and I think that you granting that it's an evidentiary problem is actually granting that it's a substantive immunity, because the evidentiary immunity only. So just to be clear, and it's not just you. This other guy that I brought on the other day named Ryan also said a similar thing, because they can't handle it. They can't accept the fact this opinion means what it says. But the truth is, the evidentiary immunity. No. The evidentiary immunity only extends as far as things that are immune. Right? The evidentiary immunity doesn't go beyond things that are substantively immune. And so it doesn't make a difference whether you say it's evidentially immune, because that is only relevant insofar as it extends to substantive immunity. But because your guys' minds can't grasp that, I have to stay to the evidentiary part, because you literally can't. You literally can't. Okay. For example, I just gave you this point.
The scenario you're describing requires that the president literally bypass.
No, it doesn't.
Everything.
No, it doesn't.
What? Right?
Okay. No. I just did that.
President Obama calls the lieutenant.
Yeah. So I only did that because I didn't want to get bogged down in the conversation we're about to have in the next 5 minutes, because this conversation is really going to test your knowledge of the opinion. I didn't want to deal with it, but because you're forcing me to, I am going to do it. So do you agree or do you not agree that the evidentiary immunity only extends as far as substantive immunity?
Yeah.
You agree with that?
Yeah.
So wouldn't you also agree that he's substantively immune for giving that order?
From All right. So you tell me what you're saying with this.
Okay, what I'm saying is exactly what I'm saying, that the immunity doctrine, to the extent that it's immunizing the communication, it's not just evidentiary, right? Like the part that I'm reading from, that page 19 to page 20, isn't an evidentiary part of the opinion. The evidentiary part of the opinion comes later. This is talking about substantive liability. He cannot be substantively liable for the discussions that he has with his DOJ. It's not just you can't introduce it, it cannot be a basis of liability. So you could prove the order
for the DOJ, for the people that are within the core concept of
yes. You could have a million different people attest to the fact that he gave the order. You could have that, and you could have a million different ways of proving the order without reference to the order itself. But the fact that he gave the order is immune. The concept, right? The act of giving the order is itself immune beyond just the letter itself.
No.
Okay, then you just don't understand the opinion. I'm sorry.
I did well. So the core concept, the core powers of the president, right? He can direct investigation, right?
Yes. Whether it's in a letter, and by the way, all this stuff, these aren't in letters. These are things that are said, right? These are just people relating conversations about what the president said. And so all of this is like the kind of evidence you're talking about.
Can the president order military action?
Yes.
In a core power?
Yes, 100%. That's my opinion.
You believe that's a core power?
100%, yes. That's my opinion.
Why?
Because from time immemorial, the presidency was envisioned as a role that is fundamentally foreign facing. Yes, it's true. Congress gets to formally declare war. And yes, Congress has roles in providing rules of conduct for the military. But with respect to the underlying decision to attack or not attack, to take actions at seas, right? Stopping pirates that are, if you're Thomas Jefferson, attacking the native the American Indians who themselves were not considered citizens. They were considered as foreigners. The decision to recognize foreign nations, the decisions to take small skirmishes, with the French or the Spanish, and these from time immemorial, it's been understood that presidents have inherent authorities to order military action short of formal declarations of war. That is just known. And so I'm not going to really, and Congress cannot be like, oh, the president, you're not allowed to like order a strike when there's a surprise attack before a formal declaration of war, or like, that's all silly.
You mentioned.
Yes, it is.
Military is mentioned.
Even more of a reason to even more of a reason to only read the restrictions that are in the actual Constitution, right? So like we're going to read into the fact that you can't have a standing army longer for certain years. That's the limitation that Congress can impose. The fact that you can establish, for calling forth the militias, that's okay. Then Congress can establish the procedures for that. But with respect to the forces that do exist, just like the DOJ, which remember, Congress can get rid of the DOJ if it wants to. We don't have to have a DOJ.
Yeah, they could.
Right.
Absolutely.
So
they can get rid of the DOJ, the Department of Education, the Department of Agriculture.
So with respect,
get rid of all of it.
With respect to the armed forces that Congress has provided for, Congress cannot say it's a crime for the president to order a limited strike against a foreign adversary, because it's an inherent inherent authority of the president to take these kinds of military engagements with or without authorization from Congress, as has been exercised by practically every single president in history.
So, but you would agree the military is identified in more than one. Oh my God.
I referenced that. Yes. I referenced specific parts in which none of that absolutely.
Allow me to continue, please. So the military is part of both Congress and the executive branch. Is that correct?
That is 100% false.
Oh. Okay.
The military is a part of the executive branch of government.
What? So how? Oh. So how do we use the military? Who gets to decide when we use the military?
The President of the United States is the commander in chief who gets to decide how the military is used. Congress gets to declare formal wars.
Okay, so in the United States, when do we get to use the military?
It doesn't matter for purposes of what we're talking about.
That's not true.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, we're addressing the Yemenis hypothetical. But fine.
So,
I'll address it because it's such bullshit that you're going on these tangents to filibuster and get around answering hard questions. 100% you are, but I will answer. But I will. But no. I absolutely can deal with it, and I'll show you right now. I believe 100% that the president has authority in cases of invasion and insurrection to use military in the United States.
Actually, I agree with you.
100%.
How does the president have that authority?
The president has that authority inherent in the Constitution. Now, as a practical matter, sorry. As a practical matter, in order to use a thing, right? Congress provides for the calling forth of the militias and has since the start of the republic. But that's just because Congress funds this whole thing. Congress organized the systems of people who exist, and so the president is going to have to, right? Like he's limited by the actual military people who exist and actual reality about how much money is allocated and resources, all that stuff. And so, yes, it is the case that Congress has provided for calling forth the militias. But let's say, for example, suppose that Congress didn't make a calling forth statute, right? Suppose that they hadn't passed the Insurrection Act. They just hadn't gotten around to it. But they had established militias, and the president uses his imagine. The president uses his authority because let's say the Congress did provide for a military and there's an invasion from France. Do you think the president has the authority, inherent authority, to use the military within the United States to repel the invasion of France using the military? Hello? Hello?
Hello. Hey, sorry.
Yeah.
One sec.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, my headphone died apparently.
Yeah, sorry. I can go by like 5 or 8 more minutes, but I'm losing steam.
Okay.
And I have to save some steam for Doghouse, who I know is somewhere. I think.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah. No. So, all right. So my point was, I was going to say in 1807, Congress enacted the Insurrection Act, which allowed.
That's not the hypo. That's not the hypo. That's not the hypo. Can we stick to the hypo, please?
Yeah, stick to the hypo.
Yes. So the hypo, as I laid out, I don't know if you heard it, was suppose that there's no calling forth statute, there's no Insurrection Act. States have their militias, but they've also the Congress established an army under appropriation. There's 10,000 soldiers, and France invades the country. But and for whatever reason, Congress can't meet at a time. Does the president have a constitutional authority to, as commander in chief, use the army to repel the invasion of France within the United States? You're not sure?
Yeah, I honestly don't know. Based upon the Constitution, I mean, I think practically what you're saying makes sense. I think practically he should.
I think that was the purpose here. I mean, we established one of the main reasons why we have the current Constitution was fear of encroachment by foreign powers. One of the reasons why we wanted the head of the executive branch and have a president was specifically to unify our armies and to have one point of contact for what to do in the case of invasion. That's one of the main reasons why it's set up the way it is. Yes, Congress has a role in the military, but Congress also has a role in the DOJ. Congress also has a role in the prosecution of federal crimes. They define the crimes, right? So it's so crazy to say that because there are these clauses in the Constitution that refer to the military, that therefore there's no inherent executive authority for the president to direct the military. And it's also a filibuster because that's not the point. I'm asking you whether or not if he shoots the fake Mitt Romney, the real fake Mitt Romney, he is immune. That's my question. Not any of this bullshit.
Yeah. So I think the issue is that because Congress is involved, and I think you'd agree, because they passed many acts. That can't be a core power of the of the president. Like, I mean, there's been
because Congress passes DOJ, then DOJ stuff can't be core.
Yeah.
Well, the DOJ stuff is core. We know it's core.
Well, no, we know the Attorney General is core.
No,
not the DOJ.
No, the DOJ is core. Everything with the DOJ. Holy shit!
No.
Have you read the opinion?
Oh my God! Really?
I mean, come on! It says Justice Department. That is not limited to AG. The person who was there was an acting AG and other people, including, by the way, a like 4th tier DOJ official who he was communicating with. That was not the AG.
Well, all right. Just a second.
Do you remember? Jeffrey Clark.
Yes. Right.
He's not the Attorney General or acting Attorney General.
All right. So what the court was saying is that the communication between the president and the DOJ, which is not necessarily like the president gets to identify officers, cabinets, right?
No.
Oh, all right.
The Attorney General position is a statutorily created office. Agree or no?
Yeah, okay. I agree. Yeah.
So then all of this is moot because just as you said, with the military example, Congress can create the DOJ, get rid of it. Your whole argument was then somehow military is not core because Congress has some authority. They also have authority in places where the opinion unambiguously makes it core.
It's a little bit more explicit than the DOJ.
No,
I think the military.
I think it's more power that Congress has over prosecution. Because it doesn't limit it in the same way, right? It's almost like a 10th Amendment argument. The fact that Congress is specifying when and how it can influence the military in war is a necessary limitation on their ability to do so, where it's more broad with respect to executive agencies writ large, which don't have those limitations in them.
So from your perspective, the executive branch, based upon the Congress identifying offices and officers, that is a lower limitation than them determining where acts of war take place.
They have more authority with respect to the Department of Justice than they do with respect to the military.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think I get what you're saying, but I disagree because I think that Congress has far more control over military actions than they do over DOJ actions.
Really? Could Congress get rid of the DOJ?
No.
Congress can't get rid of the DOJ?
Oh, yeah, they could get rid of the DOJ.
Oh, it sounds like a lot of control. Sounds like they could cease all activity of the DOJ. That sounds like control.
No, they could not.
Could they defund everything they wanted on the DOJ?
And then the president could do it himself.
The president could do what himself?
The president could investigate anyone he wanted to by himself.
What if Congress gets rid of all the federal crimes? What if Congress divests all the federal courts of jurisdiction to hear federal criminal cases?
I don't think they can do that.
Congress could get rid of the lower federal courts. Agreed?
Yeah, they could.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why couldn't Congress restrict the jurisdiction of the lower federal courts and divest them of jurisdiction to hear criminal cases?
They could. They could do all of
so then how do they not have like incredible amounts of control?
Engage in
what?
What then could the executive branch do?
They could. Congress got rid of all the crimes. Congress got rid of all crimes. Congress got rid of any forum to hear the crimes. Congress got rid of the agency tasked to prosecute them.
Supreme Court.
Well, but Supreme Court does not have Supreme Court does not have original jurisdiction to hear federal criminal cases.
No, they don't. But they do have original jurisdiction over maritime law. They've got original jurisdiction of controversies between the states.
None of that would apply to the criminal cases we're talking about.
What?
And Congress passes a law defunding the Supreme Court.
Yeah, they could.
Okay.
And the executive could then still. The executive could get paid.
What are we talking about here? What are we talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know.
You're talking about funding everything.
Yes, Congress has a huge amount of authority over both of these. Congress has a huge amount of authority over military, huge amount of authority over the Department of Justice.
And then Congress defunds all of the military.
Yes, they could do that.
Right. Yeah, they could. And
That's
so
parody. That's parody.
Yeah. So then all we've got is the president, the one guy. That's it.
Yeah. So
then what could he do?
So we're all
by himself.
Yeah. So like, I think the president by himself could fight off invaders. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he could.
All right. So can we go back to my hypo now, please, to end it? Do you agree? Yeah. Do you agree that if President Obama kills that person in Yemen, he's immune?
If Congress approves it, yeah.
Okay. So
presumptively,
under that circumstance, you believe he actually was subject to presumptive immunity. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. If Congress approved it and the president went to Yemen, because we don't have an army, we don't have anything, and Congress said,
No. I'm getting rid of all that. I'm getting rid of all that. Let's go back to my hypo. I'm getting rid of all this bullshit.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. All right. So there's a real military. So he orders the killing of the guy. You think he's presumptively immune in 2012? Fair?
Yeah.
And okay, if Mitt Romney made a visit as a senator to Yemen and Obama kills him using the same purported justification, he's also immune, presumptively.
Presumptively, maybe. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, I'll say presumptively.
Yeah. Okay.
Presumptively, yes.
Do you have any questions for last minute question from me? We can continue at some later point, but we're looping a bit.
Yeah, we are. We are. I'm going to state why I think he would be presumptively, but probably not ultimately immune for Romney. And then say whatever you want to.
Sure.
I'm good. So the reason I don't believe that he would be ultimately immune is because, and these are things not addressed in this decision, but I believe that what would happen is that we would get documents from outside of the direct control, the tight inner circle of the president that are protected. And then we would see other communication that would occur, because I think it would have to occur.
Yeah, okay, but
I think outside of a farcical land where Obama calls the lieutenant on the ground, who somehow the president finds out who the lieutenant is, outside of just, he just knows it intuitively in his bones. He knows that's who the guy is, and I know what his number is, and I didn't have to go through other official channels to find out who that guy is. I know it. I know it because I'm the president. It's in my bones. Call that lieutenant, and he's going to then do it.
Yeah.
And then now that communication between me and him, that's protected.
Yeah. This. I just want to be. I want to be clear. My response to that. I think it is absurd to think that the mere dissemination of an order makes it more subject to immunity, or less subject to immunity, or somehow that the evidentiary part is more expansive than the substantive immunity part. All of that is just stuff you made up. It has nothing to do with this opinion.
No,
all the caveats you're making, you can provide no citation to how or why they're connected to the logic of it. I think it's complete and total pulling it out of your ass. But I'll give you the last word though.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I think that what you are doing is you are assuming the worst case scenario for the Supreme Court, because what the Supreme Court did was issue, in reality, a very, very narrow decision. They said the communication between the president and the AG when he tells them to investigate somebody, absolutely immune. Outside of that, maybe presumptive, maybe not. Everything else goes back to the lower court for them to investigate. And they can look into it. And we're not going to issue a position one way or the other in a very, very narrow area. Yeah, he can tell the AG to investigate whoever he wants to for any reason. That's fine. But we're not going to issue anything beyond that. That is all the decision says. And anything beyond that is fear-mongering. It is assuming decisions the court will make in the future that they have not yet made, because those facts have not been presented to them. So anything beyond that it's guesswork. That's my opinion.
Awesome. Hey, thanks a lot for coming on. Maybe we can talk in the future. Tell Sitch and Adam to grow some thick skin. And
All right, yourself.
Much love, buddy.
All right, not a problem. Have a good night.
Have a good one, Doc. It all all of them kind of turn out like this, but you understand my frustration. All right, for this conversation specifically that we're about to get into, I put it as a debate, but I am going to be very open and like freewheeling in the conversation. So however he wants to go with it, I just want us to get to a mutual understanding. It grew out of an exchange on Twitter that I saw with Josiah. Inside baseball, Josiah and I really care about these issues. And so we'll go back and forth sometimes when we see certain things. And so this grew out of something we saw on Twitter. And I think I responded to something, and then I think he had DM'd me, and I had just happened to go through like an entire folder of hidden messages that I had that I've never seen. I'm sorry if I'm like replying to you a year after you sent me a message. There's like a ton of messages there. And this was one of them that I think was more recent, in fact. And so I responded, and now this is what's happening now. Okay, so I'm going to bring him in. We'll let him introduce himself and speak for himself, but thank you so much. This is Jordan. Jordan. Hey there, Jordan. Can you hear me all right?
I can. Can you hear me?
Sort of. Maybe speak up a little bit. Can you say something?
Yeah. Testing. 1, 2.
I'm going to put you up a little bit. Keep talking.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
All right. All right. Now say the last sentence, hopefully, to test it.
1, 2, 3. Testing.
All right. I put you down just a tiny little bit, but perfect. I think people can hear you. If you have any audio issues, folks, just let me know. But welcome, Jordan. Thank you so much for coming on to talk about the immunity decision. Why don't you introduce yourself for the audience?
Yeah, my name is Jordan. I occasionally do TikTok lives. Pisco and I had a very short discussion, and by short discussion, I mean Pisco sent a very long reply to one of my replies to Josiah, and so I wanted to have a discussion with immunity with Pisco, and looking forward to it.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I really enjoy these kinds of conversations, and especially that we're not letting this issue die, because to the extent that you do think that there was a mistake here, I think it's incumbent on us to correct it if we feel that it was wrongly decided, and it's an issue that is, it's not going away anytime soon. I think the damage that it's doing, again, if you take my view, onboarding my view, that it's, every day is its own kind of harm. So I'm totally open to however you want to drive this conversation. It's probably useful to define like what your position is. First of all, I think my position is well known to the audience. And just for those who don't know, in 2 sentences, I think that this was atrociously decided. I both think that it was wrong, and I think that the entailments of the view would lead to absurdities or bad results. So in the sense that I understand an opinion to be wrong, I think it's wrong. But I also think that it leads to a bunch of absurdities, even accepting the sort of logic of the opinion. But go ahead. Why don't you state out your position, then you can drive the conversation.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm kind of in a weird position because politically I am left-leaning for sure. I exclusively vote Democrat. I agree with Pisco on many of the things that involve the Trump administration. I just recently got into law and judicial philosophy just as like a hobby. And so, of course, whenever you get into law, you hear a lot of like the cases that get brought up, especially since I'm on the left. A lot of people that I watch bring up the Trump immunity case as like the case that makes the Supreme Court illegitimate. And so this was like one of the cases that I first got into. And I think there's 2 parts that I want to get into here. First part is like, does presidential immunity exist as a constitutional principle? And one thing I might want Pisco to help me with is distinguishing between presidential immunity and separation of powers concerns, because there's a chance I may be getting those 2 confused, and I might be supporting something. And then we can go into like, was the Trump immunity decision rightly decided in the way that they applied it? Because I think there might be some agreement with Pisco and I on maybe they went a little bit too far and we're a little bit too vague in how they applied it.
Yeah, no. So tell me if I'm following and tracking. So the first is kind of like the I guess, existence question or correct decision question in the underlying thing of it, which is the immunity doctrine, which is requires us defining it, which you kind of alluded to there. And then the second part is kind of, well, even assuming that there is such a thing as this immunity doctrine as a valid or legitimate constitutional principle, what are the metes and bounds of this opinion, and do we agree with how they decided this case or every way and sense in which they applied this true or false immunity doctrine? And that, I think, is very present in these, I think, navel-gazing debates about Amy Coney Barrett's concurrence. And so, yeah, I think that's a fine way to structure the discussion. And I'm happy to give an affirmative case, or if you want to ask me questions, whatever you want.
Yeah, I'll kind of just like go step by step for the audience. If you want to stop me, that's fine, because I know you've done multiple debates on this and it's probably going to sound repetitive, but I'll go through kind of like my logic train, if that's okay.
Okay.
All right. So the first, I guess, thing that I think of is that there are certain powers in the Constitution explicitly given to the president. I think everybody acknowledges that.
And when you say explicitly there, do you mean explicitly and only?
Yes.
Okay, so that's important to suss out, right? Because there can be concurrent authority given over a given topic. So what we're talking about here is exclusive. That's what term that's in the opinion, by the way. Preclusive and conclusive authority. That's the kind of term. A way that we can capture those ideas, though I think they're conceptually distinct, but just as a shorthand, is exclusive. So here we're saying, is there any power in the Constitution which is reserved solely to the president? And I think the answer to that question is yes. An example, by the way, folks, if you don't believe me, of concurrent authorities, you can take, for example, the authority regarding regulations of elections. Both states, states have authority as an initial matter to set elections regulations and stuff, but Congress can sort of knock them out. They have maybe a greater authority there, but they both have authority there. So we're talking about exclusive authorities. Yes, I agree that's a concept, and yes, I agree that there are some powers that are exclusive to the president.
Yeah, and maybe we can, maybe you can help me clarify and about which powers those are. But just as a concept that there are these powers, Congress cannot regulate them by statute. They can't pass a law saying, the president shall only pardon people for X, Y, and Z reason, right? That is a power given only to the president. The pardon is the cleanest example. I know it's been brought up in your debates.
Yep.
You agree with that, right?
So no, I think that those are two separate things. So it's a little bit slippery there. There's the notion of a power itself being exclusive. That I grant exists, but I don't believe that just because there is an exclusive power, that there's nothing that Congress can or another branch can do to exercise their own authorities that affects the use of those powers. In other words, I don't think it's it is necessarily the case that merely because the president has an exclusive power that other branches can't touch that power. The best example of this, the cleanest, is impeachment, of course. Impeachment isn't like some special power of Congress. It is a power of Congress just like any other. And impeachment, of course, right, can get into the use of authorities from the president. So no, it is not the case that just because something is an exclusive power of the president that other branches can't do things that affect it. Now, I will grant to you that there are some uses of authority that affect it, quote, too much, in which case you have a normal separations of powers issue.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I should have clarified. Whenever I say they can't regulate it, I was saying they can't regulate it absent a constitutional justification for doing so. So impeachment would be one of those.
Well, I take that to be a given as a separate principle. That is to say, the federal government is a government of limited powers. That's explicit both in the 10th Amendment, which says that all powers not reserved explicitly to the, and that's not true that it's just explicit, but not all powers delegated by the Constitution are held and reserved by the states or by the people respectively. So there's an explicit commitment to the federal government of being limited. And it's also implicit in the nature of the federal Constitution that the mere fact that they're listing out authorities means that it's a government of limited powers. What that means is there's no reserve police authority that states have, a general legislative authority. It's a government of limited powers. That's the distinction. And so what you said there, like, well, you have to have a sufficient sort of constitutional basis to even go in that area. I take that to be given of any action the federal government takes ever. There needs to be a constitutional hook. So it's not, that is some, in other words, the reason I object to you saying that's of note with respect to executive action is that's online no matter what. No matter what, you have to be asking from where does the federal agency, the federal court, the federal legislative body get its authority from. And you just saw the other month in the CASA decision that we questioned whether or not the federal judiciary even had the authority to issue universal injunctions. And the court, regarding its own authorities under the Judiciary Act of 1789, said they didn't have that authority. So that is an online background principle that's always on, regardless of whether or not we're talking about executive action.
Yeah, right. I'm basically just trying to explain that there are some powers of the president that Congress can't change by statute. Would you agree with that?
I would totally agree with that. But that I think kind of begs the question is like, when are you quote unquote changing the president's authority in some way that is a violation of the separation of powers? In other words, all the interesting stuff is the calls in which you're clearly affecting the nature of executive power. So I'll give you an example, right? Congress just abolishes all federal crime, or Congress abolishes all federal agencies. No one doubts Congress has this authority. Are you changing executive power in an unconstitutional way when you abolish all federal agencies? Probably not. So it's not enough to say, well, there are cases in which you go too far, which I'll grant. And that's like a trivial proposition that I think anyone will grant. The question is when.
Right. So basically what I'm trying to say, like, I'm not trying to say that Congress can never affect these powers in any way. They obviously have a constitutional power to affect them in some way. That's why we have three branches of government. They keep them in check. There's checks that the legislator has on the president. Like you said, they can, I believe you said in one of your debates that they could dismantle the entire DOJ if they wanted to.
All lower federal courts as well, inferior courts to the Supreme Court, yes.
Yes. So I'm not up here saying they can't ever affect these exclusive powers.
Got it.
But what I am saying is directly, at least, I'm trying to like build a bridge here, I guess. Directly,
they cannot amend
Congress
the Constitution so far as the Constitution is clear about what power the president has. So I'll grant you they can't change the Constitution, but I think that's all I can grant you.
Yes.
Because they can definitely. So, for example, if they just promise, right? If Congress says, "I promise, we're going to impeach you whenever you pardon anybody," so we're passing an act where we commit. It's not binding, so it's not like there's some judicially reviewable thing. But Congress says effectively, we will impeach and remove you if you ever issue any pardon whatsoever. Have you gotten rid of the pardon power? I don't think so. And that Congress, no one denies, has the authority to do. And that would, quote unquote, eviscerate the pardon power if it were actually committed to or something like that. I agree that formalistically, they can't adjust the authorities of the president of the United States. But there are ways in which they can effectively do it and render aspects of the executive power null and void. It just depends on what you're talking about and what action they take. For example, they could defund all of the executive, and in doing so, render his authorities meaningless. The army, right, automatically destroys itself every 2 years unless you update it. That's in the Constitution as well. So yes, I agree. Formalistically, they can't change the president's powers, but they can get to that functionally, and that's unrebutted and not even controversial.
Right. And so I guess the question is criminal prosecution one of the ways that they can regulate those powers, right?
Yeah, and I think the answer to that is yes in some cases.
Okay. Yeah, and maybe we can get into the some cases. Let me clarify one of your arguments because I want to address it. I believe I've heard you make the argument that if the president violates the Constitution, then he is without authority to do that. And so he can't have legitimate Article 2 protections for that action, right?
That wasn't for that point specifically. I will say that it's an ultra-virus act that if the president is without authority to do something, then that action from a constitutional, from a legal perspective is null and void. Now, there may be some consequences to a de facto action taken that perhaps, I right now think that Trump is no president at all and that everything he's doing is in color of law and not without any true authority. So that's one thing to note is that I do think that any action that the president takes without authority is reprehensible under the Constitution, is ultra vires. But that point was to service an argument regarding what immunity specifically covers. So people will often like try to define immunity in such a way that anything that the president does that's illegal isn't covered by the immunity doctrine. But that's absurd, of course, because clearly under the precedent of the Supreme Court and Trump versus United States, we're covering things that the president has no authority to do. And I can prove that with some examples. But yes, to answer your question, in general, the president does not have authority to do the things he doesn't have authority to do. It's kind of a tautology. And anything that he does without authority is null and void.
Okay, so I guess I want to, because I might be a little bit confused on what your position is, so I might just ask you a few questions or maybe a little hypotheticals.
Sure.
If that's okay. Do you think that there's any way that Congress could criminalize the motive behind a pardon or a veto?
Yes.
Okay, what are the ways? Can you give me an example of that?
Yeah, so I think that the bribery statute, any criminal bribery statute, it's a sort of constitutionally enumerated crime. Now, it's not sort of authorized as part of the impeachment judgment clause, where it indicates that there will be liability for bribery. So in that context, I think that we can't say that bribery itself is unable to be regulated by Congress. And bribery, I think, in understanding the nature of a bribe, necessarily requires, I think, looking into the motive for why a thing happened. It's quid pro quo. Now, you can try to split the baby and split the atom, as Roberts tried to do in this opinion. I'm not convinced by it, but that's an example in which I think that even if you grant, for example, Amy Coney Barrett's concurrence, if you're looking into the evidence regarding why a power was invoked, you're necessarily questioning it. You're necessarily sort of looking into why the president did what they did. And again, I think that the greater includes if you grant it for one power, you have to grant it as an overall congressional sort of regulation matter. So here's an example. If Congress is able to look into your official actions via impeachment, why couldn't they look into the motive behind your official actions through congressional legislation and criminal law?
Do you want my answer, or is it like
so let's start with that first, because the way Roberts sort of looks at it and the way Roberts describes it, it's not that there's a special rule for legislative authority. He says Congress is not allowed to touch those actions and to look into the motivations. But of course, Congress has the impeachment power. The House of Representatives, I'll say, has the impeachment power, and the Senate has the conviction power. So if it really is the case that constitutionally the other branches aren't able legally to look into the motive behind why a power is invoked, then how is impeachment of those actions even constitutional, regardless if they're justiciable, right? So I would grant that this is not a justiciable issue, but it's still a legal question. So I'll ask that to you, and then you can continue on your line.
Yeah, this is where like bribery, I think, gets a little messy for me because I've kind of switched my opinion on it a couple times. So feel free to give me any pushback here because I'm fully willing to change my mind on this. I think that if I'm taking the immunity view, I think that you could actually criminalize the agreement without ever looking at the pardon itself. And so, for example, I think the bribery statute doesn't even require the exchange to happen. I believe that you can prosecute them
just for offering
for the agreement.
And or an agreement to do, let's say it's a conspiracy to bribe. No one doubts that there's sort of liability for an attempt or for a conspiracy or whatever. But the nature of a bribery is such that in the main run of cases, or at least the classical example of cases, in order to bribe someone effectively, the official needs to have the power, right? And you're asking them to use the power that they're presumably allowed to use. And in the context of a pardon, in some sense, very wide latitude in how you're allowed to use the power if you're the president. So how do you even have a concept of a bribe if conceptually Congress touch the reason why official action is taken? Isn't that what bribery is doing in a sense? Yes, there's an agreement component to it. In other words, that can be construed as private. But in order for that private act to be considered, like taking money isn't a crime. accepting a gift, maybe it's for like taxes or something if you don't report it. But who knows whether or not that would be allowed as part of the immunity doctrine. We'll put that to the side. But there's necessarily, inclusive of the private component, there's a looking into why you're doing it. That's what a bribe is.
Yeah. So I think I would say there's no way, and correct me if I'm wrong, there's no way that the communication with a private individual to set up an agreement for a bribe or like a payment for a pardon is any way official. Because they don't have to contact anybody to do a pardon, right?
I agree that the communication doesn't necessarily have to involve an official channel, but it's looking to, so that communication and the nature of the agreement, though, is premised with an eye towards an end, right? And maybe the president or the official doesn't intend to even use that authority. But, okay, I'll grant you that in some cases, as applied, bribes might not involve any official action at all, right? In the case of a corrupt official who is not even planning to use the authority. But in some cases, there is contemplated official action. So in those, don't make it easy for yourself, right? Yes, we can invent hypotheticals where I'll grant it's all private action and not even a contemplated use of official power. So of course, how can you look into the motives? Take the hard cases for your situation. When there is a contemplation of a use of an official action, or is Congress able to look into that?
Are they? My position is they can't look into the motive of the pardon, but I think necessarily that if you're doing a bribe, there will always be some sort of private communication that you could find, unless there's it's like an unspoken bribe.
But the private communication, right? What will that look like, right? The private communication in that situation would look like, well, why? It will inquire into why you're doing or thinking about doing or promising to do a thing. Right? That's what the communication would reveal. And again, so let's pause right here because I think you have the harder case with impeachment. I do want to continue on the bribery line. I'm not avoiding it. And there are other examples as well, including by the way, treason. That's another example where I think like the best examples of treason are like, the president is a Russian agent and the president is actually working for Vladimir Putin, and we can prove it, right? We can prove the whole time he's actually born into that in Russia. And the only thing he's doing to further that treasonous end is to use his powers to like open the gates to let Russians come in. So if the bribery thing doesn't work, by the way, I have plenty of other examples of things that, where you're going to look like an idiot, or sorry, you're very respectful. And so far you've been very wonderful. I think you're gonna have to bite some bullets of steel to not grant them. Yeah. But let's deal with the impeachment first, and then we'll move on to the other crimes, or to bribery and the other crimes. So this is the quote from Roberts, quote, "Congress cannot act on and courts cannot examine the president's actions on subjects within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. However, it is the case that Congress, through impeachment, does just that. This is not a doctrine that's limited by its terms and by its logic to specific uses of authority, but rather to particular government branches. That is to say, courts cannot examine using any of their authorities, and Congress cannot act on using any of their authorities, actions by the president that are within his conclusive and preclusive authority. Ipso facto, it is unconstitutional for Congress to impeach a president based on his official actions that are within his conclusive and preclusive authority."
Yeah, and just so you know, when I ask these questions, I'm genuinely asking for like clarification. I'm not trying to avoid the question. Where would you say that? Would you say that Congress gets the power to criminalize the president's core actions in that way, just from it, like the generic lawmaking power, like necessary and proper?
No, oh well, necessary and proper for sure. So that's been found, and interstate commerce clause, a lot of it too. So it is the case that Congress has enumerated powers in Article 1, Section 8, and among them include various different sort of subject matters, like interstate commerce, like the ability to create inferior courts. And nowhere does it say specifically that Congress has the authority to define crimes, but that's implicit in the necessary and proper clause in the anticipation of the framers. And also the fact that it lists out treason. They had an expectation that Congress was going to like set criminal laws, and that is just plain and obvious, and that's like settled law. So I do think that Congress has the authority to make federal crimes, and that's derived from various of its Article 1 authorities, including but not limited to interstate commerce clause. That's why there's always this jurisdictional hook in the statutes, and including the necessary and proper clause.
Okay, so I guess the argument I make, and let me clarify this, whenever I go into like the chilling effect of criminal law, I'm not saying like in a practical matter, like I think it's necessarily bad that the president is chilled in this way. There's a lot of things that could be good or necessary, but unconstitutional. So just to clarify that real quick, I think the argument I would make is the impeachment judgment clause is explicitly for the office of the presidency. It is the check on the executive from Article 1. The necessary and proper, I think, is a little bit more implied powers that you would have to, I think, make a justification for, that it could reach levels of executive action, because I think you acknowledge there are some levels of executive power that it couldn't necessarily touch, right?
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay.
But it's not because, but I don't ground it in this immunity doctrine, which again, at some point we should define immunity as well, because I think that all of this is just separation of powers issues so far. None of it, as described, has been is immunity. All of this can be resolved using our typical means of separation of powers. But it means that what Roberts is saying here can't be true, right? Because if it's the case that Congress has the authority to look into the president's actions within his conclusive and preclusive authorities using impeachment, then it's literally untrue to say that Congress cannot act on the president's conclusive and preclusive authorities. And so he must be wrong here.
Yeah, if he's saying that, I think he might be saying that in reference to criminal prosecution, though.
But no. Hang on a second. So why is it that he's citing like Youngstown, right? He's citing Youngstown law. That was a case where they seized steel mills. He's citing cases like Nixon v. Fitzgerald. These are cases involving civil damages frameworks. He's applying concepts related to civil damages immunity to criminal immunity. By the way, I don't even grant that there is absolute immunity for civil damages stuff. I think that's stupid too. I don't grant that Nixon versus Fitzgerald was rightly decided. So it's not the case that conceptually this derives with a criminal law specific focus. Now, I agree, as applied, we're not holding that the president's actions are legal. That's a different thing entirely. We are, this opinion by its literal holding only applies to criminal immunity, but conceptually its foundations are much broader, right? The cases they're citing are Youngstown and Nixon v. Fitzgerald and separation of powers concerns. And in the statement, it's not qualified by saying, with respect to criminal prosecutions, it says Congress cannot act straight up, not anything specific to criminal. So I agree on the holding view, it's only applying to criminal immunity, but conceptually, analytically, doctrinally, it's related to the branch of government versus the other branch of government. Congress can't touch what the president does in his conclusive, preclusive authorities, and that's it. I think you're stuck with it. I think Roberts is wrong here, because everyone grants, and just for the audience's sake, it would be absurd to think that Congress couldn't impeach a president over their official acts, right? It is just so crazy to think that we have this check on the president, that we can't operate on official action. Some of the most like notorious impeachments that were going around when they were considering the impeachment clauses were related to official acts of British officials, like very high profile impeachments that were happening at the time that they were constructing these parts of the Constitution. So it's an absurdity to think that the impeachment clause couldn't touch those official acts, in which case it can't be the case that Congress can never look into what the reason is behind a presidential action, right? And it's not just, by the way, the act of impeachment itself. The fact that Congress is having testimony, right? The fact, we'll go beyond that. It's well understood that Congress has the authority to subpoena, to have hearings and stuff. And half the time what they're doing in these hearings is saying, why did the president tell you to do that? Now, oftentimes they'll say, I'm invoking whatever immunity, I'm not talking, but oftentimes they don't. Oftentimes people will say, yes, and I was told by the president this and that's why we did it. If you remember, by the way, the impeachment inquiry regarding why Joe Biden was doing this or that, or why Trump was doing this or that, it's getting to motives behind, why Biden is going to Ukraine to do the call with that is Hunter Biden related to why he's doing this thing with Zelensky, or at that time it was, oh my God, not Yanukovych. It was Poroshenko, and why is he doing this speech? So it is the case that not just in the impeachment clause, I just gave you a separate example of an understood power of Congress, which is the ability to subpoena, to inquire into the motives of the president, the ability to have hearings regarding the motives of the president. This wasn't thought out.
Yeah, I certainly would not say that that Congress cannot look into the motives for official actions for the purposes of impeachment. The argument I would make is that the chilling effect, the separation of powers chilling effect, that a criminal prosecution or threat of criminal prosecution into the motive of the president for his core actions, I think would let Congress indirectly control the powers of the president that they can't directly control. And I can give you a hypothetical scenario.
Why don't you give me that first, and then I'll say why I think it's why I'm annoyed by that argument. But yes, go ahead.
Okay. So let's say that the Trump immunity decision never happened, and there's not this concept of immunity. Okay.
Yep.
So the Republicans control the House and the Senate right now, and Trump is doing a bunch of illegal shit. He's committing crimes, every week. Okay. The Republicans are concerned that if a Democrat wins in 2028, the Democrat president is going to go after them for the crimes that they committed.
Yep.
And so the way they try to stop this is they pass a law saying the president shall not issue a political prosecution because it's in violation of the Fifth Amendment. And they're saying that we are using our necessary and proper powers to enforce constitutional principles on the president, with the underlying goal that when the Democrat president gets in office in 2028, he will have to second guess every single prosecution that he does into the Republicans, because now this law is threatening that if another Republican takes office after him, he could face jail time for doing so because the motive was political.
Yeah, so let me address that. First thing to note about it is it's not, strictly speaking, a legal argument, right? It's an argument about what makes sense from a policy perspective. But even taking it on its face, we have as part of our amendments the 14th Amendment, which says that we cannot discriminate on the basis of race. And we have the First Amendment that says that there shall be no establishment of religion and no interference with the free exercise of religion. And Congress has, for example, in the context of state actions that violate people's rights, criminalized it. There's a part of the criminal code, which, by the way, part of which was charged against these church. Remember Don Lemon case, right? Violation of rights cases, where we're allowed to go after people acting under color of law who use their authorities. In other words, it's not clear that the president would have the authority, for example, to go after someone, let's say, just because they're Jewish. Let's say that we have a memo from the president. And so let's not get into whether you could prove it factually. Let's say we knew for a fact that the president said, I want to prosecute this person because they're a Jew. That action is unconstitutional. And the president is without authority to take that action, right? Similar, your example wasn't because he's Jewish. Your example was it's a political prosecution. Well, guess what? The president is not allowed to do a political prosecution. A political prosecution is illegal. All right. I view a political prosecution as illegal. Now, there might be some question as to what constitutes a political prosecution. And that's grounded, by the way, in the First Amendment and Due Process Clause, just in case you're aware. It's going to be typically a harder case to prove that something is politicized. And just look at cases like the Armstrong decision, where it's really a high burden for defendants to show that there's some impermissible bias. But just assume that you knew it, right? Assume that he said, yeah, I'm going after Comey because, let's say, I say he's a Democrat. That action is no action at all. That is not within his authority to order. And remember, from the policy concerns perspective, Congress could just get rid of the DOJ, and the president would be without authority to do any prosecutions. And imagine they did that, right? Imagine Congress actually got rid of the DOJ, and Trump tried to prosecute someone under a federal crime which didn't exist, right? In that context, do you think that would be, again, I know that there's a little weirdness here because we're assuming that there's no criminal law, but just from a conceptual perspective, right? Let's say that Congress, the only law that they retained was the law to enforce against
people who try to enforce criminal laws without any law underneath them. Okay, so just follow me there on the hypotheticals. In those contexts, do you think that like Congress couldn't make that a crime, right? If they got rid of all criminal law except a crime that says it's a crime to go after someone for a crime, unless you're for a president, right? For a president to do this kind of thing in this context, we'll even give a different so there's no overlap issue. That for the next 10 years, right, it's a crime for whatever, and then it's going to expire when the people are actually going to enforce it. In that situation, do you think that they would be without authority to legislate that?
So I maybe wasn't tracking.
Okay, all
well.
right.
So you said that.
So let's start first with the easier questions, and we'll build up. Do you think that it's the case that the actions contemplated going after someone, that is to say, explicitly, we're going to do a prosecution because you're Jewish, unconstitutional, clear, right?
Yes.
Okay. Going after someone, say for the exact same thing, because they're a Democrat, I'm doing this prosecution for no reason other than he's a Democrat. Clearly unconstitutional, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if it's given that it's unconstitutional, he can't. It's against the law, right?
Yes.
Okay. And given that, why would he be immunized for taking those actions, supposing that they're against the law? And then we'll get into my crazy hypo.
Yeah. Okay. Because I think like my hypothetical, I think kind of answered it. I feel like because if Congress was able to criminalize like a political prosecution like that applied to the president, then it wouldn't only chill illegal action, it would also chill legal action that's supposed to be within the authority of the president only. So you like,
but only when Congress deigns it, right? Because Congress could get rid of all of that shit tomorrow, and you know that, right? Congress could, if they wanted to. You say it's in the president's job now because Congress deigns it. Why? Because Congress made a bunch of laws and gave president the power to enforce them. But your notion of like, well, the president is supposed to be able to do this, that's all contingent on Congress's desires over the course of several centuries. And they've built up this sort of back catalog of federal criminal law. But you can't assume that that's a constitutional aspect of our structure. That is just a choice by Congress. And so given that we have to consider the road not traveled, that is to say, the road in which Congress didn't codify any federal criminal laws, right? Consider that situation, there would be no incentive problem, right?
Yeah, so I agree. Practically, Congress could effectively eliminate the president's power as a practical matter. However, you acknowledge that when Congress sets up an agency, the president has some discretion within that agency that Congress can't tell him how to use, right?
Well, there's some level of discretion in terms of how you enforce specific, like Congress can't take over the agencies. The president, I do think that there's some amount of encroachment that I would balk at for sure. But it's I'm pretty, in my sort of philosophical approach, I'm pretty generous of Congress being able to interfere. And here's why, right? Because for me, it just seems clear that the greater includes the lesser in these situations, right? So the fact that they were able to construct the agency at all, and that they have the authority to do that at all, means that they have the authority to shape the mission of the agency. They have the authority to shape the scope of, for example, in the immigration context, the scope of the authorities of the immigration judges. You have this authority and not that authority. In the context of, for example, detention of quote unquote aliens who are apprehended at the border, you have, you know, to give them this amount of due process and not that amount of due process subject to the Constitution. But as a legislative matter, this is all what you have to give them. So Congress has interfered meticulously in how we're able to exercise enforcement discretion, down to the amount of power that individual judges have in individual immigration cases, and down to even, you know, kicking judicial review for certain agencies out. So I'm going to interpret like an insane amount of way beyond what you're thinking of an ability for Congress to get into what these agencies are allowed to do. I view the president as basically acting as a steward for the country. And I think that the congressional role has been way too downplayed over the years. I'll let you respond because that was a lot.
Yeah, that's fine. I wanted to go back to if you acknowledge that there's some level of discretion that Congress can't control within the agency, then I think that if you were to criminalize the discretion itself, meaning there's not some separable act that's going along with it, if you're criminalizing the discretion itself, then I think it allows Congress to indirectly control what it can't directly control.
Well, but let's get into that, right? Because let's say that Congress says you're allowed to enforce this criminal statute, but only against people who steal over $50,000. Is that sort of too much cabining the discretion of the executive by putting this limit on, let's say, a federal theft statute to say, all right, there's a limit here. You need to reach at least $50,000 in amount in controversy in order for you to be able to charge them?
I would say no, that's not a separation of powers concern.
In virtue of what? Yeah.
Yeah, the reason is because conceptually, Congress sets up the framework, they set up the rules, and then the president has discretion within the framework that it sets up. So we acknowledged earlier that there at least is some discretion that the executive has that Congress can't control. And if that's the case, then I don't see how it wouldn't be controlling of Congress to criminalize that discretion.
It's just defining what that discretion is, right? Like, so I would agree to you that there's like purely, this is the citation in this case to Marbury, where they're like, there's purely ministerial acts, and then there's like discretionary acts. And my problem with that is always just like, okay, well, where do you draw the line? And what is a good basis, or what's a good general guiding principle to where to draw the line? I think what Roberts gives us is nonsense. So to give you like an example, let's say that Congress said, all right, we're having a new structure for criminal law. And in our new structure for enforcement of criminal law, it's just not going to include the ability to prosecute because of politics, right? Just like the mountain controversy. You can't prosecute someone for theft more than $50,000. You can't prosecute someone because of their race or because of the political opinion. Do you get immunity for those actions now?
Is this a criminal statute?
So there's two frameworks that we're looking at, right? The first is the framework over which we're assessing the immunity. And then there's the criminal statute that's applying to those actions. Okay. So the statute setting up the scope of the immunity is the action that Congress makes, or let's say, and sometimes it's just inherent to the Constitution itself with the pardon example. But in this context, right, in the context of Trump for the United States, it was all contingent on there even being a DOJ, on there even being investigations that are criminal in nature, right? Those are all contingent down the line. So we're taking a situation in which the official power is analyzed from a statutory framework where these were rules and sort of structure set by Congress. So let's say in the let's first focus on World 1, right? World 1 is the structure giving rise to the official action immunity in the first place. Here in the example that I'm giving to you, it's the criminal enforcement structure, right? Trump was trying to send these letters to claim in the election context that we're having elections stolen from us or whatever, and to do certain things or not do certain things. So the context that we're examining in the hypothetical is Congress sets up their federal law enforcement statute, and in their structure they say, oh, and by the way, guys, you're never allowed to use this structure to try to steal an election. And they just set that out at time equals 0. All this structure can't be utilized to attempt to steal an election. Okay? And now let's say that the president does that. He uses it in direct defiance of the structural command of Congress. He says, no, I am going to use it to try to steal the election. And guess what? There's actually a crime against that too. And so Congress says, hey, you violated the law and we're going to charge you for it. And he's like, but it's immunity, bro. We're like, well, haha, we put an explicit thing here that said, we're not even giving you federal criminal authority to try to fuck with elections. And so it doesn't even cover that. What would you say in that situation? Do you understand that framework?
Yeah, it's a little confusing. I think, and it may not be a satisfying answer because I might be a little confused, but the answer I would give is that if it purported to criminalize some sort of exclusive discretion of the president, I think it would be immune.
That's begging the question, right? We're trying to find out which are those discretionary actions that Congress can't touch, and we established.
What I'm asking, what went into stealing the election?
Hey, wait, that's as applied, right, for Trump. So in the given context, let's say he just is ordering a prosecution. As Trump for the United States would have it, that is about as conclusive and preclusive as you could have it. The president ordering a subordinate, and by the way, query, you're going to have another issue too in a second, which is going to be the subordinates. Why can Congress, why does this not extend to every single member of the executive branch? That's going to be a huge issue for you, and I think in a second. But going forward, that's as pure, conclusive, preclusive as understood directly from Trump for the United States, ordering, hey, prosecute this person. And why is that action one of those things that presidents just get to do? But the example given when we're having like limits where Congress is explicitly saying, hey, you can't charge this person for theft unless they steal this much. Why is that considered a proper cabining of discretion when it comes to the president's authority, but not the hypothetical proviso that says all of this is subject to you not using it to try to steal an election? And I think there's going to be an issue here in defining it, because like there's some notion that, well, the $50,000 limit that I'm proposing, that's kind of like a structural thing. That's like, we don't even reach that authority at all. Well, I guess I'll ask the question first in that example. Do you think that if Trump tried to prosecute someone and he knew, right, that it was under the legal limit there, $25,000, would he be given immunity for it? And he even writes in a memo, I know that this is illegal. I know that this is under what Congress said. I know that I have no authority here, right? He writes this all out in that situation, and he tries to do it anyway under color of law. Would he be immunized for that conduct? Let's start with the easy case.
Yeah, I think he probably would, and I'm fully willing to bite some hard bullets here, and I'll explain why. I think the question isn't, was that unlawful, was that unconstitutional, whatever. The question is, what remedy can we apply? And the reason I think it's immune, at least my gut instinct, because there are going to be hypotheticals where I haven't thought through, so just my gut instinct. My gut instinct is he is immune because the biggest problem that I see is criminalizing the motive or discretion, or the motive within the discretion of the president. Because the hypothetical I gave you earlier, I think if you allow Congress to criminalize the motives, solely the motives behind the president within his core and exclusive actions, then I think that you're essentially letting Congress control that discretion through threat of prosecution when he leaves.
Okay, and we'll get into why we care about that incentive issue in a second. But so I think you're biting the bullet on, even if Trump tries to prosecute a law that doesn't exist and was never enacted, he gets immunity, right?
Maybe. I mean, the reason I was willing to bite the bullet is because there might be a separate conversation later where deviate from the majority slightly.
Okay.
So I can either.
Well, that's an issue, right? Like, if you're unsure whether or not the immunity would cover, an ordering of a prosecution when it's conceded, there isn't even a criminal law at stake. In other words, I'll just give you the example, and instead of doing this complicated thing with the federal government, I'll just say Congress passes a law that says no more federal crime, and now it's just up to you states, whatever, right? And so there's not even any criminal law anymore, right? Congress just gets rid of every single criminal statute. There's still state criminal laws, though. And one day, Trump orders one of his members of the Treasury to go arrest a person for a crime in the state of Alabama. Put aside for the moment the federal supremacy clause issue, okay? The federalism issue there, right? Congress has gotten totally rid of any federal crime, any jurisdiction to investigate crimes, anything whatsoever. There's no more DOJ. In that context, would Trump have immunity for attempting to enforce federal criminal law in the absence of federal criminal law?
So maybe I can clarify my position a little bit here. I think if help me with this. Do you think that the Trump immunity decision would allow for the president to direct his attorney general to rob a bank?
Wait, hang on. Allow for? You need to be very clear with your terminology here.
He would be immune from that.
If he ordered, it would be trivial to make him immune for that. In other words, not in every case. No, I think if there are some situations in which he could order his attorney general to rob a bank and it would not be covered. But all he would have to do, in my opinion, based on the logic of the opinion, is structure the robbery as in a memo by saying, this is for a federal purpose. I have the authority to do this, and it's covered easily. You write it in a memo, send it in letterhead from the DOJ. I think you're going to have to grant that that's covered. All he would have to do is write it in a government memo and just claim that it's pursuant to a federal purpose. And you can't look into the motive. You can't look into whether it's sham. That's direct from Roberts.
Well, the reason I brought up that example is because under the framework of the majority, I agree, you can't look into the motive where the president has the authority. But there are probably some scenarios we can think of where
he doesn't have the authority.
What? Sorry, what?
Where he doesn't have the authority is what you were going to say, right?
Like the act itself isn't within the bounds of what the DOJ would be doing or the president would be doing.
Boom. But that can't be right because, of course, the DOJ doesn't have the authority to conspire against rights in this country, right? If that were correct, that the scope of the immunity doctrine were only to cover things for which the president or the DOJ actually has authority, guess what? The Department of Justice is not allowed to conspire to obstruct an official proceeding. The Department of Justice, in the hypotheticals that I could present, is not allowed to discriminate on the basis of race or religion, right? And we've already assumed that they would be covered if Trump ordered a prosecution just because someone is Jewish. And so the scope of authority cannot be, the scope of actual authority cannot be the metes and bounds of the immunity doctrine. Because if that's the case, then Trump versus United States falls on its own two face. Because as alleged in the indictment, which we're supposed to accept the facts as alleged, at least at the stage of motion to dismiss, they were not within their authority to make those orders. Why? Because they were part of a criminal conspiracy. Or if they were part of the scope of their authorities to do the particular actions, let's say, then that's all just covered by a private conspiracy. And you should be able to include those in the substance or an overt act of a conspiracy. Because to the extent that it is covered by a conspiracy, it's not authorized or it's able to be sanctioned. So all I'm trying to say here is, if you're doing it if you're construing Trump for the United States in a way in which legality is determining where you have immunity, that's clearly not what's happening. That's clearly not what Robert's opinion is doing, because the actions for which Trump is accused of violating that relate to his communications with the DOJ were not legal.
Yeah, so I want to, I guess, push back slightly on the idea that like the motive versus the categorical difference is what I'm trying to distinct here. Whenever I say the DOJ doesn't even involve themselves with robbing banks. Okay, I know that you said that you could like write up a sophisticated memo that would make it a good argument, but I think like if a case like that went to court, I don't think that the court would just say, "Oh, he wrote a memo for it." And
does the DOJ have authority to rob an election?
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Does the Department of Justice have authority to rob an election?
It depends on what you mean by authority, but no.
Right. So if what you're saying is, I don't actually think that this robbery would be covered by immunity, and you say that you could write a sophisticated memo, I don't mean a sophisticated legal memo which would justify the action. I just mean like an order, a directive, a missive, a communique from the office to the attorney general giving some bullshit sham pretense and saying, we need you to go to this bank to seize these assets because they're part of, Maduro. It's Maduro's bank. He's all his. And the attorney general goes in, doesn't even get a fucking warrant, knocks down the fucking door, robs all the money, and Trump steals it. And you're like, no, because they don't even have the authority to do that. They don't have the authority to rob a bank. Well, the Department of Justice doesn't have the authority to be party to a theft of the election, especially when the ballots we're talking about aren't even federal ballots. These are state ballots. These are, in some senses, robbing from the states. The states are the ones that have the electors. They're the ones. He's trying to take away the prerogatives and rights of the states. I mean, there's not even a federal nexus, I think, here with respect to any of the conduct that was at issue, other than the mere pretense of violations of federal law, which of course you could trivially allege in the bank robbery example. In the bank robbery example, you're like, there's just it's Maduro, it's drug money, and you just go in and take it. What's the difference?
Yeah, so I think whenever you say, I think we're using the word authority a little broadly here, I think, because whenever you say they don't have the authority to steal the election, that just sounds like intuitively true. That's like obvious. They don't have the authority to steal the election because like courts would presumably strike a lot of the actions down. It depends on what the actions were that led to the attempted stealing of the election.
Well, you almost said, wait, I just want to say there, I think you're getting onto like a hard problem here. And I think it's really smart that you got there and really good. The issue is motive sometimes determines legality. Intent sometimes determines legality. That is to say, what will make one action okay and one action not okay is your motive. And so Robert's attempt at the start of the opinion, he says something crazy. He says something absolutely insane. He says, at the very, very start, we'll get up there.
Real quick, just how much time are we?
Oh, we have another hour plus to go. And I'm sorry, I sometimes have this, even when I'm supposed to be answering your questions, I'll start asking questions. So I'm going to consciously try to let you take the wheels. All right, here we go. This is what Robert says. We undertake that responsibility, that is the assessment of the scope of the presidential power, conscious that we must not confuse the issue of a power's validity with the cause it is invoked to promote. And it's citing, I think, disingenuously from Jackson's concurrent opinion in Youngstown. That is where Roberts is just out to sea, because obviously, sometimes the cause for which a power is invoked decides whether a power is valid. Think about the decision that was just announced by the Supreme Court on the VRA, right? The official holding on the VRA was that these are racial gerrymanders. That is to say, the alleged compliance of the VRA Section 2 in the various states are racial gerrymanders. What makes them racial gerrymanders? Because they're motivated, right, by race. Because they were set out when they did the gerrymanders to try to make black majority districts. And so, of course, Roberts is wrong. And that's why we're struggling here, because yes, the DOJ doesn't have a bank robbing authority, but whether they're doing a bank robbery or whether they're actually exercising authority to try to stop a drug ring or to take out Joker when he's doing the deals with the fucking gangsters, how you determine it is based on why they're doing it. What is going into their head? And in order to determine whether it's valid, that is to say, the seizure of the bank was valid, you got to look into why they went.
Right. Yeah, I think I would just say, and I hate to keep going back to this, but I just feel like I'm stuck on it. And so it might seem annoying to the audience, but I'm a little stuck on it. When you say the president doesn't have the authority to steal the election, and there are some parts of that attempt where he used his exclusive authority as president to direct the DOJ to do a investigation, you would acknowledge that that is within the president's power, and Congress can't tell the DOJ to do to do an investigation, right?
So long as it's within the scope of authority given to it by Congress, and so long as it's not illegal. Yes, Congress cannot tell the president what to do, so long as the president is working within its the authority it's been given or that it inherently has from the Constitution, and so long as what the president is doing is legal.
Yes. Okay.
Right.
And this is where I think I might have the problem here.
Yeah.
If you criminalize behavior that is illegal but within the president's discretion, then
What
you're
does that
not only
mean?
chilling
What does that mean?
illegal.
How
Sorry,
can illegal
whenever
how can
I
illegal
speak-
conduct Oh, my bad. How can illegal conduct be within a president's discretion?
I'm not saying it's within the legal discretion. It's definitely illegal, unconstitutional.
Got it.
No,
but I don't even understand the concept. Like, I understand discretion to be like a set of allowable choices within a scope, but I just consider anything to be illegal, like outside of the allowable discretion. Now, maybe as a matter of principle, we're not going to charge someone with doing illegal things with crimes just because it's illegal, right? And I think that makes sense. Like, Biden did some illegal things. I don't think he should be charged with a crime just because he does illegal things sometimes, because sometimes he's doing illegal things not knowingly. Sometimes he's doing things that are bad without having any kind of like bad motive or malice motive. So I would be like very cautious about how we apply criminal law in this space. But I don't know what it would mean to say that an action is within your discretion if the action is unauthorized.
Well, because if you're looking into the motive, presumably, we wouldn't know that it's not within his power until we're already in trial or investigation or indictment or something like that, right?
Right. In other words, you would need, right? Like, what you're saying is in order to know their motive, we would have to go through the pains of discovering it and understanding it and getting fact witnesses and hearing what people say about it. Yeah, that's my point. Yes.
Okay,
the answer is yes. And that's how it works with every other official.
Wait, so if we don't get to know that until there's already an indictment, investigation, or trial,
Yup.
then presumably we could be putting on trial lawful actions of the president that are accused, that are being accused as having bad motives. And the reason, and again, I'm not saying that this is like practically a bad thing, but what I'm saying is, if a president, whenever he's taking an action that Congress can't regulate, which we've agreed that there are some, that he has some discretion. If he has to think, if Congress, or not Congress, if a later administration or prosecutor or whatever believes that my motive for taking this controversial action is malicious or unconstitutional, then I could face trial and potential jail time. You would at least acknowledge, and maybe you would say it's justified, but you would at least acknowledge that that would affect the president's decision making. In that
I would just say it's good. Yeah, I would just say it's good. But I want to deal with the first thing you said there, because like we're all subject to that. Remember Kyle Rittenhouse? What he did in self-defense was determined to be legal. He still had to go through the pains of a trial. Do we think that that's like he shouldn't be allowed to be charged there? No, right? Like,
no.
Of course, in order to understand whether something is legal, sometimes we need to like get facts, and sometimes we need to like talk to people, and we have this thing called the criminal justice system, and so yeah, we're all subject to prosecutions for things that aren't even illegal or whether it's bullshit, and that's true, by the way, of Comey right now and a lot of people. And like we're gonna get to the fundamental question is like, who cares, right? Like, I just disagree with you on the incentive structure, and why is it relevant to the legal analysis? So number one, so before we do that though, I just wanted you to know where I stand on it. Like, I look around and I don't see people being like improperly chilled in the government. I see way too many motherfuckers that are way too gung-ho about doing blatantly criminal things. That's what I look around and see. And so first I'll ask you the relevance, like, who cares? Let's say that it's good or bad. Why does that determine the legal question?
Yeah. Okay. Perfect question. Cause I want to make sure that the audience knows my position on this. I'm not saying that it's bad for the president to feel this way necessarily. I'm making a structural argument that Congress can't directly regulate this discretionary power of the president, but if they're able to pass a law that would later threaten the president with criminal prosecution for the motive behind the action that we agree that Congress has no ability to regulate, then effectively they are doing just that, are they not?
They're disincentivizing actions, which I mean, presumably, again, accepting that there's probably some limits there, that they can't touch directly with regulation on those areas. Yeah, but like, I just don't understand why that is illegal to do, because you're going to have the same problem with impeachment, right? They're going to doesn't impeachment as a means. I know you want to say it's sui generis, but just take it on the terms of the incentive argument you're laying here. Congress has impeachment power. You're not doubting that they can look into official acts, right? When it comes to impeachment.
Correct.
And
Yes.
Even beyond impeachment, I mean, they're allowed to haul in members of the administration, right? And look at what the president is doing, and even if it's not for impeachment, maybe sometimes it's for regulation purposes. So Congress has these authorities to look into the motive when it comes to their hearing ability, when it comes to their subpoena power, when it comes to their authority regarding impeachment. Okay, why can't I just say, well, that improperly chills the president? A president is not going to do what's needed for the country. He's going to be scared of being impeached and being removed from office unceremoniously. And so you're improperly chilling him by leaving him open to hearings about his motive, by leaving him open to impeachment.
Yeah, I would say that that's the explicit check in the Constitution that's given to Congress. And if you're going to say like the argument of where Congress gets its lawmaking power, criminal lawmaking power, like necessary and proper,
You're not relying on incentives there, right? You're eschewing incentives right there, aren't you? You're saying incentives don't matter for the impeachment judgment clause because it's just very clear that Congress has this authority to impeach.
Well, I'm saying they have the authority to disincentivize behavior with certain remedies, and they don't in other remedies.
Yeah, where the fuck does that come from? That's invented. Where is that in the Constitution?
Yeah, well, let me because the impeachment judgment clause, you agree, is much more explicit and clear about the president directly than just the necessary and proper Commerce clause. Right?
Oh, I totally agree. The impeachment judgment clause is clear that there will be criminal liabilities for things that happen after an impeachment. I think that the impeachment judgment clause is a textual evidence for my position. In other words, the fact that impeachment can occur over official acts and you can be liable for impeachable acts means that there's some overlap. At a bare minimum, you have to contend that there's some overlap between what's impeachable and what's chargeable because of the impeachment judgment clause. And some of the crimes that are explicitly listed out in high crimes or misdemeanors are trivially official acts. Treason, right? You can be liable for impeachment for treason, okay? Treason is defined as levying war against the United States or giving aid or comfort to the United States. So in order to read the impeachment judgment clause correctly, you would have to say that a president is liable to be impeached and removed for treason, right? And suppose that his treasonous activities, right, in the main run of cases, what would treason look like? Like giving aid or comfort to Russia, the Soviet Union, these other countries. And let's say that you're just like sending along secrets to the Russians. For what purpose? For the motive of hurting America and helping the Russians, let's say. Imagine so. Do you doubt that the president has the authority to give like disclosures to other countries if he wants? Do you doubt that the president has authority to make tentative agreements with other countries and to like have friendly or unfriendly relations with other countries? Notwithstanding that, right? There's constitutional text that envisions impeachment for treason and then criminal judgment after impeachment for treason.
Yeah, so this actually might get into a question for you because treason is the only criminal, law that's explicitly in the Constitution. And I don't think there's been any case law on it, right?
There's some case law on treason. There is. And there's a definition of treason. But if you grant that treason is a carve-out, I promise you we're going to run into a problem.
Okay, well, you believe that Section 3 of the 14th Amendment is self-executing, right?
Yes, I do. I don't believe that of the treason clause, but let's go there.
Okay, yeah,
let's assume it's self-executing. All right. So let's say, for the audience, let's assume that the treason clause, which specifies what treason is in the United States context, only to mean two things, right? There was a robust set of options they could have chosen from the UK or from the Great Britain at the time. I think there were 5 or 6 different definitions of treason. They picked 2. The 2 are levying war against the United States and giving aid or comfort to the enemies of the United States. Those are the 2 definitions of treason. And so what he said is, we'll assume it's self-execute. In other words, that Congress didn't have to pass a statute to enact it. In other words, the Constitution itself gives rise to the criminal statute. Now, that's bullshit. It's not true. Congress needed to pass a statute that criminalized treason. Obviously, the constitutional scope of treason doesn't give you the punishment for treason. It just tells you what it can be, right? It doesn't give you the limit in terms of statute of limitations. It doesn't. So there's a bunch of stuff. It's clearly not self-executed, in other words, treason. But let's assume that it was, and that it doesn't arise from a statute of Congress. It arises from the Constitution itself. What's the problem there? The problem is the definition of treason includes things that can trivially be considered official acts and include them. And so if you start to go down the line of giving aid or comfort to the enemies of the United States, or levying war against the United States, do you want to know a synonym for levying war against the United States? Insurrection. I'm not lying, right? The definition and the elements for treason, that is to say, levying war against the United States, it comes from the definition of insurrection. They're equivalent. In other words, to prove levying war, you prove insurrection. It's the same thing. I have this an article on Mark Graber. It shows all the sources from Shays Rebellion to Fry's Rebellion to the Civil War itself. These are all, it's the same thing, okay? So here's a problem. If those things are carved out, and if those things are, the main, most prominent examples of levying war, of being a traitor, is what? Benedict Arnold. Benedict Arnold as president is giving aid or comfort to the Soviet Unions, giving the nuclear secrets over to the Soviet Unions. If those are like the prominent examples of treason and of levying war, then it necessitates, in order to prosecute that, looking into the motives of the president. And so all it would take to look into the motives of the president is to allege a violation of the treason clause. And that would let you easily go into the motives of official actions, ranging from directives to any agency, ranging to pardons, right? Because giving aid or comfort doesn't specify a given act. It's really just about you do a thing for a purpose. And so you've opened Pandora's box if you do a carve out on treason.
Yeah, there's definitely like some tough bullets that I might have to.
Well, why are you biting them? Why do you give a fuck? Why are you buying this?
No, I'm not biting it yet. I'm not biting it yet. Okay. And to be clear, this is like an argument for absurdity, right? Like it's just so absurd that like it can't be the case.
No. It's not an argument towards absurdity. It's an argument about what the framers intended. The framers put in this impeachment judgment clause, and with an expectation that they would that a president would be liable for criminal prosecution afterwards. And what they were thinking about at that time, and is relevant to what we expect them to have intended for purposes of constitutional language and for the original public meaning of the document. And so it's not just, well, it's absurd. It's an absurdity. It's absurd given the original public meaning of the Constitution and what we think the framers' intentions with their language was. And they're also, here's another reason to conclude this, is they knew how to write an immunity clause, right? These are smart lawyers who are drafting the Constitution. They wrote an immunity clause in another part of the Constitution, the speech and debate clause. Why would we, if they were trying to do what we're doing here, where it could even be conceivable that a Benedict Arnold type president wouldn't be liable for criminally after an impeachment, why wouldn't they explicitly write it? They knew how to write that kind of shit. They wrote it for Congress.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, so I would say that that's like evidence towards your conclusion. It's not necessarily proof of the conclusion. And the reason I say that is because it's possible that they just assumed that like Congress wouldn't be able to regulate the powers that's given only to the president. And so
no writings. Yeah, but no writings about it. There's no Federalist paper about it. There's no one saying, "Oh, this is weird. We're making an executive who's immune for criminal law." There's no writing about that. That ditto, by the way, for
specifically, but there's some for like Marbury versus Madison, where it talks about the executive's discretion.
So in Marbury versus Madison, that doesn't deal with immunity, right? Marbury versus Madison.
I'm not saying it deals with immunity. I'm saying it talks about the separation of powers.
Right, but that's different, right? So we all agree in terms of a separation of powers that sometimes the judiciary is going to be allowed to strike down an act of Congress. I agree with that, but that isn't giving us to the conclusion. That's the problem that Roberts tries to get to. Yeah, yes, there are some laws that Congress could pass that would violate the separation of powers. I don't doubt it. But that doesn't get you to where we need to go for immunity, right? Immunity, even as a concept, you asked me to define it, isn't just invalidating the law for separation of powers concerns. Immunity is that plus other things, right? It includes not even running an analysis of separation of powers, right? You're not even running a separation of powers analysis when it comes to the use of or a particular statute against a prosecution. It's just saying prosecution is presumptively, even if you don't even have the power, right? Even if you don't even have the power, we're not even going to look into its legality, right? Typically, in a separation of powers context, you compare a power that a branch actually has to a power of another branch, and you compare them. You say, well, this doesn't fit, right? Here, we're giving like extra power to the president, and we're not even assessing whether he indeed has the power or whether exercise in a given context is consistent with the power. That's the problem here is you can grant Marbury versus Madison. You can even grant Youngstown. You can even, though I don't grant Nixon versus Fitzgerald on civil damages, it doesn't get you to this case. It doesn't get you to criminal immunity.
Yeah, I think immunity arises from separation of powers principles, no?
No, I don't think it does. That's, I think, the unjustifiable step that that is taken here by Roberts. And the best way to prove this, I promise you, is on the subordinates front. All right. Does everyone?
Real quick.
Yeah.
Sorry, real quick. Whenever I say immunity arises from separation of powers, I'm not saying that like you think that. I'm saying that that's what they were.
That's what they're saying. Yeah. I grant that. But here's how you know that's wrong, right? Does everyone in the executive branch get this immunity?
No, but I would say
not. Why not?
Well, because I would say that the president is like in a unique constitutional position, and like you said before, those positions are naturally set up by statute. So I think their position's a little bit different when it comes to the structure of the Constitution.
So now I think you're going to get stuck in a second. So I really think that you're going to get stuck. Maybe you won't. All right. The same incentive argument. Okay, Mr. Smart Guy Roberts. Okay, Mr. Smart Guy Jordan. We're not going to criminalize what the president does with this kind of shit. We're just going to criminalize the life sentences for every one of his subordinates. Aren't we disincentivizing? Aren't we chilling the president improperly?
Wait, whoa, yeah, so that last word is the question, right? Because I've acknowledged a couple times in this conversation that Congress has power to affect the discretion of the president. Practically, they can't. I mean, obviously, we I don't want to go down the whole thing again, but we agreed to that before. I'm only talking about the discretion that's given to the president under the Constitution.
Okay, so we'll just say for sake of argument, Congress makes it a crime for anyone to advise the president on pardons that are political.
I think that actually might get into a different area that I'm not too read up on. Isn't there a principle where if Congress makes it impossible for the president, like,
well, you tell me, because you're asserting that the immunity doesn't extend so far as subordinate officials, right? Do you believe that this extends? Okay, if it doesn't extend to subordinate officials, why would Congress be able to criminalize what's happening? And okay, someone says First Amendment issue. Put aside the rights stuff, all right? Put aside the rights issues, okay? Assume the rights issues, or we'll construct it in a way that doesn't implicate the First Amendment, okay? So let's not avoid the issue, and this isn't you, this is people in the chat, by having things that we're not assessing here, okay? So assume that we either get rid of the First Amendment, or the example doesn't raise the First Amendment issue, or the litigant doesn't raise the First Amendment issue, and so it's not raised before you who are here to decide it. Okay, in the context of congressional criminal statutes, could they, for example, say it's a crime for the attorney general to effectuate an order by the president, which to make a general criminal law that's applicable, let's say to Jeff Clark, who was this subordinate in the Department of Justice, for following Trump's order. Could they criminalize that?
I believe so, yeah.
And so what's this whole thing with the incentive argument? Wouldn't the president naturally be chilled by all of his subordinates be criminally liable? And so he's not going to take the action he needs to take because he knows that he's going to make his subordinates liable for criminal action. And so he can't do the thing that you're saying is within his conclusive and preclusive discretion, even if it's illegal.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, you would even acknowledge that, like, I said this before, that not all chilling effects on those powers practically are unconstitutional. It would be directly chilling that discretion.
Okay, so and that's what people are telling you when it comes to the difference between criminalizing a pardon and making the pardon untouchable with this immunity doctrine. That there is a difference in those considerations from a legal perspective. One invokes the separation of powers issue, and the other has to do with, like, other lawful aims and pursuits of Congress. In other words, just saying, well, this is the Goldilocks of chilling, you're going to have to show why that is. And I don't think that there's a good argument to say, okay, you can chill so far as subordinates, you can chill so far as these various different areas in these examples, treason. You can chill so far as it's impeachment. You can chill so far as it's subpoenas for hearings before Congress, but you can't chill for criminal. Where is that coming from?
Well, because I think a lot of the other parts are either explicitly in the Constitution in order to chill the president, or just as a matter of fact, they are set up by the DOJ is set up by Congress, so they don't occupy like a constitutional.
Okay, but the laws themselves are set up by Congress. That's what you rejected before. I tried to give you a greater includes the lesser before to say, well, hang on, Congress even defines these fucking statutes. So why couldn't they define it subject to the president not using it to steal an election? And you're like, well, I didn't really understand why, but you're like, for whatever reason, that doesn't turn off immunity. But you're accepting now, well, Congress creates the agencies, so it doesn't extend so far as them, this immunity to the subordinates. But why? Like, why? The laws that the president presumably is trying to enforce, those are also creations of Congress.
Yes, but I was it gets into a little tricky area because my position comes from a constitutional structure. And if the structure of the DOJ is set up by statute, then it can't be protected by the constitutional structure.
So why is it protected in this immunity doctrine?
The DOJ can't be prosecuted?
Well, but hang on a second, because these aren't just... this is not anything but a communication, right? The communications from the president to underlings in the Department of Justice. Those communications only occurred because those people assume office under statutes and structures created by Congress. You're saying that immunity doesn't extend to those officials themselves. Why does it extend to the to the communication so far as the president is concerned?
This might be unsatisfying for the conversation.
I bet.
But I might disagree with the evidentiary rule.
Okay.
So like I would say that it was probably wrong to say that you can never include like communications with the DOJ. I would say that the biggest concern that's the reason I've been kind of going back to it is because it's the part that I feel like is most logical is the criminalizing of the discretion itself. And so if you're using like communications or whatever to prove some sort of separable criminal activity like fraud or something, or, one of the many, crimes that Congress can enforce, then I don't really see the chilling problem. Again, chilling being the separation of powers concern, like a practical objection to chilling.
Well, then you disagree with this case because they didn't charge him for the use of discretion. They charged him with conspiracy
Well, that's what I said.
And obstruction.
If you remember at the beginning of the conversation, I said two principles. One, is there presidential immunity at all in any aspect? And then did they correctly apply it here? I would say, though, that like firing or like having conversations with the DOJ about firing the attorney general, I think you couldn't criminalize. I don't know if they were directly criminalizing that or if they were just using it as a.
What if you said we're going to fire him because he's Jewish? Can't touch it?
Sorry.
We're going to fire him because he's Jewish. He's like, they fired me because I was Jewish.
Can you criminalize that?
Yeah, like could you make it a crime for the president to fire you because of your religion?
I would again, I'm fully willing to bite the bullet. I would say no, and the reason you can't is because Congress can't tell the president who to fire, right?
Unless he's the Federal Reserve Chair. It's all arbitrary. This court is out to sea, man. Like, he doesn't have the authority to fire someone because he's Jewish. Now, maybe it's not justiciable of a question to, like, I don't know, go after the firing itself or reinstall them for whatever reason the court can't order the remedy. But that's a separate question as to whether criminal immunity extends over a thing or whether it's within his conclusive and preclusive authorities. How can something that's not authorized, something that's repugnant to the Constitution, how is that allowed as part of someone's conclusive and preclusive authorities?
Yeah, and I would say it's definitely, like you said, it's not just justiciable, which, did you say that?
I'm saying perhaps it's non-justiciable, or perhaps the remedy can't include reinstating him or something.
Yes,
it's hypothetical, and that's just a question of like how far the judicial power extends. But putting that aside, why does immunity cover that action, independent of what can be done to remedy it?
Yeah, let me explain, because like optically, especially since I'm not a Trump supporter, I feel like I'm extra dumb because I don't have like an ideological position that I'm trying to defend.
Sure.
I'm just trying to defend my beliefs. But anyways, the reason I would say that you can't criminalize that is because how it would actually play out is after he leaves office, there would be an allegation that he fired this person because he was Jewish. Definitely can't, or I guess he could do that because it's not justiciable, but it would be principally against the Constitution to do that, for sure.
So if Trump issues an order and says we're firing all Jews from federal service, can a court order him to stop?
I don't know. No, probably not. Wait. Sorry.
So Trump says, Trump says we're firing all military members who are Jewish.
Oh,
can a court step in and say, hey, you're not allowed to do that?
Yes, probably, right?
But wouldn't I think they can, obviously. Yes. Of course they can.
Yeah, okay.
Of course they can step in. But the reason they can step in, right? Even though it's a firing decision, right? It's a firing decision. He's saying, I don't want these people around. And let's say that you're like, okay, it's different. The lower officials versus the cabinet level. Let's say he institutes a rule and he says, we're going to institute a literal religious tests for our cabinet officers, and we're going to ask everyone about the religion, and if you're Jewish, I'm going to fire you. Could a court order him to stop that? So you're not going to get around it. There's going to be some case that I'm going to be able to bring up in which he's making a religious test, and where you would, of course, be okay with a court ordering him to stop, right? Now, if the court is allowed to do that, the court is only allowed to do that because the violation exists with respect to the motive, right? He's firing them because they're Jewish. Now, he has the firing authority, but literally, the court is inquiring as to the motive underlying the presidential action for which he has, I guess, presumptive authority, or whatever you would say, that at least it says he has authority. In order to come to the decision, in other words, that we're ordering him to stop, and everyone would agree, okay, the court can make a decision to say you stop. I mean, that's what the fuck happened in Youngstown. What was Youngstown about? You're not allowed to seize the steel mills, all right? You're not allowed to seize them. So, of course, the court needs to come to the determination about whether what the Trump is doing is lawful. But in the context I provided, the only way to come to that conclusion is to actually determine what his motive is.
Yeah, so I want to go back to the firing because it's Jewish, okay? Because we both acknowledge that he would have the exclusive authority to fire a Jewish person, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so the way it would play out is once he leaves office, there would be an accusation from the Jewish person that I got fired because I was Jewish, and that Congress can, I guess, is there a law already on the books on that, or would they need to pass a law?
Assume that they make it a crime, right? I don't know that there's a crime. There's probably not a crime there. Yeah. By the way, there probably is a crime for state officials. We just haven't passed an analog for federal officials.
Okay, so first step is he fires someone who is Jewish. He has the power to fire someone within his cabinet that is Jewish. Then after he leaves office, there's an accusation that he did it because he was Jewish. And now we have a investigation, indictment, trial.
And we have a court examining the president's actions on a subject within his conclusive and preclusive authority, because the court is coming to determinations, and Congress, by passing this hypothetical statute, has criminalized this conduct, which necessarily involves inquiring into the motives of the president.
Well, I'm saying that this prosecution, I think, would... I hate using the word like unduly chill because it sounds like I care about the practical, but I'm making the structural argument. To reiterate, it would unduly chill the president's ability to fire a Jewish person for a valid reason, because if he wanted to do that, he would say, well, if I fire this Jewish person...
He'll say it's because he's Jewish.
Yeah, like later they will say it's because he was Jewish and I'll have to stand trial. So it will make him second guess, I think, like way more second guess that decision than if it was just impeachment, or even if it was justiciable. That is a type of chilling effect that I think is constitutional and is the check. But you would agree that the criminal prosecution would be at the forefront of his mind, not the impeachment or the...
Depends on the president. What about like the civil judgment? Because there's also civil immunity as well. As between those, it's not clear to me that one is, it depends on the president who you're going to ask. Maybe the shame of the impeachment. Now, I would say probably the average person doesn't want to be in jail. That really is going to depend on the president. And again, we're drawing lines based on like our intuitions of what makes sense. But why does that make sense to resolve the issue here? And it's not a categorical matter, because you are saying, right, Congress can and courts can examine the president's actions on subject within his conclusive and preclusive authority and even look into his motive. They can do that, just not for criminal. And so it starts to feel less like a separation of powers concern, because
because I think there is no explicit authority for them to do it for criminal if it's within the exclusive powers of the president. I think you would have to infer it from necessary and proper, and necessary and proper has to...
No, because the 14th Amendment of the United States, right? 14th Amendment of the United States, let's change it to black to make it clear. There's also reverse incorporation, but let's just change it to black. He does the same thing, but with a black person. It says, and Congress shall have... wait a second. I have it reversed. Let's do it with the First Amendment directly, right? With the First Amendment, which applies to the federal government. Hang on a second. No, let's do the race one. So the 14th Amendment has been reverse incorporated to apply to the federal government via the Fifth Amendment Due Process Clause. That is the standing doctrine of the Supreme Court, which is that you're not allowed, just like in the state context, you're not allowed to deny equal protection in the federal government situations, but also in state government situations. Okay? And the 14th Amendment's fifth section says that Congress shall have, by legislation, a grant of authority to enforce the provisions of the act. And so we're not just relying on the necessary and proper clause. And again, we're just saying, well, necessary, proper, therefore I don't consider it. That's not an argument. Like, the necessary proper clause is a real clause. I mean, the necessary proper clause is arguably like the basis for the fact that we're even allowed to be to have a lot of federal criminal laws at all. Unless you're going to doubt that, I just don't understand why that turns off our intuitions on Congress's authority.
Yeah, the reason I kept on bringing up necessary and proper was because we were talking about impeachment, and impeachment doesn't have to comply with the structure of the Constitution insofar as it directly lets Congress do that action. It lets them inquire for the purposes of impeachment. If you were to use necessary and proper, which I guess now, I would agree with you that it sounds like there's enforcement power directly within the Fifth Amendment. But if they were to try to pass a law to regulate
the 14th Amendment, as reverse incorporated by the Fifth Amendment, that by the way is the basis of the KKK
Act, and other related statutes, which criminalize using color of law to deny people their rights in state context. There's literal criminal laws against conspiracies against rights among state officials. And the only thing that we're proposing to do is apply that further in the federal context. Now, we're allowing courts and Congress in many different contexts to inquire as to the motive of the president. And we're saying, okay, it's not chilling yet. It's not chilling yet, right? So they're allowed to do it for impeachment. You're saying not chilling sufficiently. They're allowed to look into it potentially for, certainly for injunctions, right? And for orders, direct orders to say, hey, you're not allowed to fire this guy because of his religion, right? You wouldn't have a problem with that, especially if it was more widespread. You'd be like, yeah, of course a court can order this action illegal. Presumably when he did the tariffs, you didn't think the tariffs were legal under his authority to do. They were ultra virus and the court ordered him to stop. So he's not being chilled and being told to stop. It's not being chilled when he's being impeached. He's not being unduly chilled when his subordinates are liable to criminal punishment. And so I guess the basic question, and I do at some point want to define immunity because we need to do that in order to get your argument fully sort of fleshed out. Where is this line drawing coming from? I think you have to be honest with yourself. That's coming from your intuition about what is proper and improper and what you think is smart in terms of chilling. But it's not coming from the framers. They didn't say this. There's no source of authority from the founding era from which this line drawing is coming from, where they're like, okay, we have this, then this, and this, and impeachment is not chilling enough, but this is chilling enough. If you had some evidence of writings like that, okay, maybe I'm here for it, right? I'm here for that argument. I don't buy it yet because, again, the fact that the framers knew how to write, they knew how to write immunity clauses, and they didn't write one for the president explicitly, but they did write one explicitly for the Congress, to me suggests that they weren't thinking about this line drawing in that way. So all I'm trying to say is, like, what justifies the line drawing that you're making? What is the evidence that you're relying on to say that the line for undue chilling that violates separation of powers extends to criminal prosecutions, but not much further?
Because I think I start with the presumption in the Constitution that the powers are given only to the president. Like we mentioned earlier, I won't go through all of them. And so I'm kind of looking for something that would justify Congress regulating it in some way. And when I look for that in the text, I'm seeing impeachment. For the courts, I'm seeing, judicial review. I think you would have to infer that power to say that they could.
So the starting assumption is that the president has criminal immunity? You're saying you assume it?
The starting assumption is that these powers listed in the Constitution in Article 2 are given to the president and not Congress.
Yeah, I'm not denying that there's some exclusive grant of authority, but again, that's just a separate thing than immunity. I guess at this point, let's define immunity. So what do you take immunity to even be?
Because this is an area where I feel like it gets technical, and I might be kind of equivocating on.
That's bad. That's bad because we don't want equivocations. But let's. You agree that immunity exists, and so you surely have some notion on what it is, right?
Well, I would say that immunity basically just means that when a generally applicable statute passed by Congress is applied to the president in certain aspects, and it's determined that it violates separation of powers, and therefore it can't be prosecuted under that statute, that he would be immune from that prosecution.
Yeah, so I just don't know why, and this is that's from or at least there's a notion of that from Amy Coney Barrett that I just want to get to, because that is kind of like what Amy Coney Barrett suggests, or something approaching that. Look at what she says here. She says, the court describes the president's constitutional protection from certain prosecutions as an immunity. As I see it, that term is shorthand for two propositions, right? That the president can challenge the constitutionality of a criminal statute as applied to official acts alleged in the indictment, and that he can obtain interlocutory review of the trial court's ruling. Okay? If that's all you mean by immunity, right? Why wouldn't that be true of lower branch officials?
Are lower branch officials unable to challenge the constitutionality of a criminal statute as applied to their official actions alleged in an indictment and to obtain interlocutory review of trial court's rulings?
Yeah, so this is where I might be a little bit out of my depth in the legal analysis here, but I guess that what I'll say is I don't think there are like carved out areas for like DOJ officials, like entirely carved out areas where they have the sole authority to do something. And so I think that's where the president's a little bit unique, and where, like, I guess the immunity doctrine comes in, because they're basically saying that in these areas, you can't criminalize the motive behind the action. I don't think there's anything like that for a DOJ official. Like, they can raise.
That's a different proposition than what she's describing as immunity here, right? The notion that there's this, what you're talking about, exclusive grants of authority and that it's solely in the president's hands. That's just not what Amy Coney Barrett, which I think is correct in describing this in scare quotes immunity or thing, right? Like, all Amy Coney Barrett is conceptualizing as immunity, which I think she's right to do. But I think it puts to lie this is even immunity, and the fact that she has it in scare quotes is the ability to challenge something, right? So immunity isn't a thing; it's just like that's actually like turning on in any given context. It's just the ability to even challenge something as unconstitutional and to obtain interlocutory review. That isn't immunity as I think the usual definition of immunity is, right? And I can just, like, I don't know, look at Black's Law Dictionary. Black's Law Dictionary, immunity. An immunity is an exemption of serving in office or performing duty which a law generally requires others to follow. Let me actually go to the dissent here, because they're and I think this is best in Justice Jackson's dissent to get to the actual meat and potatoes. 1 second for the citations there. Please excuse me. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Black's Law Dictionary. Exemption from legal process. That doesn't mean, right? And this is direct from standard legal dictionaries. That doesn't mean the ability to challenge something.
Well, okay, so I would say that if, like, are you saying that the majority's conception of immunity isn't really immunity? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that that Amy Coney Barrett's conception, or how you're understanding immunity, how you're understanding immunity with respect to separation of powers challenges, that is not immunity. Immunity is an exemption from liability.
So I would say, I feel like if they do the analysis on what type of action it is, and then they conclude that it's within the area that gets absolute immunity, then I would say that you do get exemption from, like, because a normal applied challenge, you would actually, like, still go through the trial process and you raise it as a defense, right?
Right. You would get quote unquote exemption, or it's really more of an affirmative defense, to be honest with you, is how I would categorize that. Is you have an affirmative defense or a legal argument that the law is unconstitutional as applied to you, and I would kind of view that as a substantive defense, right? Yeah, so for example, in self-defense, I was legally allowed to shoot him. Why was I legally allowed to shoot him? Because I was on the job as a police officer, and it was in the course of my official duties, and I was publicly authorized to shoot him. Or because I was in fear for my life and I had a reasonable expectation of fear. And so either in the public authorization context or in the context of self-defense of citizens, these are things that you prove, right? And how do you prove them? You prove that what you did was authorized or legal, or that there was you're fulfilling some standard. It's not considered this, like, blanket exemption, in other words, right? It's not like the speech and debate clause. It's the speech and debate clause, or it shouldn't be just thought of as the speech and debate clause. What is the speech and debate clause? The speech and debate clause says we don't even inquire as to whether or not you defamed someone, right? When you're before the Congress, the law doesn't apply to you. right? That's what sovereign immunity is too. In the context of sovereign immunity, it's saying the law emanates from the king. And of course, it's an absurdity to say that the king is just immune from these laws. That's what immunity is. So I take issue with characterizing separation of powers challenges as immunity, because if you think that separation of powers challenges and the ability, even sometimes successfully, to mount a separation of powers challenge is immunity, then I think you have to grant that all lower branch officials have immunity because they all have the ability to raise these defenses.
So one distinction I might see, if you're raising a self-defense claim, they would look into the fact.
Yeah, I'm agreeing. Sorry, I don't know if when I do these little asides, I'm not trying to fully interrupt you. Yes, I agree. You would look into the facts of it. Yeah,
they would look into the facts behind what happened in the case to determine if the defense is credible. The majority seems like they say if the action is within this category of actions, then the trial ends.
Right. So that's the additional bit of unjustified work, in my view, that the majority is doing, right? They're unlike other separation of powers challenges where you actually have to test the legal principles. You actually have to see whether you were in accordance with the law or whether this is like an actual, you're actually weighing the laws against each other and interpreting it. Here, it's just categorically, and that's the way in which I think it's different than normal separation of powers issues. It's refusing to do a separation of powers challenge, and refusing to weigh whether Trump was authorized to do the given conduct. But I want to get more fundamental to the terms here. You said immunity, as you understood it, was the ability to launch a separation of powers challenge. Is that right?
Before they start the actual investing or the actual trial into the facts of the.
So you're buying into Amy Coney Barrett's thing that it's not just the ability to challenge it; it's the ability to challenge from a constitutional perspective and also to get interlocutory review. It's both those things. Okay, so you agree with Amy Coney Barrett then?
Yeah, but isn't that what the majority is saying as well? Because she's basically just outlining what she thinks the majority would look like, their framework would look like in practice, which is before they even look at the validity of any of the claims within the indictment, they have to first decide whether it's within the sphere that can't be inquired into. So it does seem more like an immunity that, I mean, that's how I see immunity is you're deciding whether the action can even be prosecuted before you start going into the facts of the case. Is that, I feel like that's a little bit more than just like a separation of powers defense.
Okay, but they were doing that with the unofficial conduct, right? They were going to get interlocutory review on the unofficial conduct. But you wouldn't say that he's immune from those unofficial conduct. So
he's only immune if they determine that it's within the sphere.
Right, so they're able to... what I'm trying to tell you is that even with respect to their unofficial conduct, even if all that's alleged is unofficial conduct, that Trump can raise the argument regarding official conduct, but so can other lower branch officials.
Well, yeah, but wouldn't they actually assess the actions taken by the lower branch officials to determine if that separation of powers?
They would assess it. They probably would assess it differently, but that doesn't mean they don't have the ability to challenge it.
For the president, they wouldn't even look into the allegations before they would determine what category of action it is.
That's with respect to the DOJ conversations, right? And the DOJ related conduct. Agreed? Yeah, they didn't look.
I was speaking about the president's actions.
With the president's actions, they look into it to determine whether or not it's official or unofficial or core or non-core. They look into that on an interlocutory basis. But it doesn't, again, I just want to stress here, if immunity, are you or are you not accepting the conception from Amy Coney Barrett here? So I can read it again for you. And that's that this shorthand for immunity, what she calls a shorthand, stands for two propositions. The president can challenge the constitutionality of a criminal statute as applied to official acts alleged in the indictment, and he can obtain interlocutory review of the trial court's ruling. Is that what you're characterizing as immunity? Yes or no, I'll ask.
And the reason is because, like with, and maybe I'm repeating myself, I don't know if I've made this argument before, but the self-defense, they would actually go through all of the facts and determine, was this self-defense defense, I guess, credible?
Forget about the self-defense. I'll return to the self-defense thing in a second, but forget about that just for a second. Let's just get the term straight. Like, this is what you mean by immunity, yes?
Yeah, like at the end, when they do interlocutory review and the Supreme Court says this is within the powers of the president that we said are immune, then he's immune and they can't go forward with the trial.
So then lower branch officials have immunity.
But would they not, like?
Because they can also wait. So you agree that if the attorney general carries out an order from the president, that they can challenge the constitutionality of that criminal statute?
They can challenge, yeah.
Yeah, and
I'm not saying that is the immunity. I'm saying the immunity would be the decision that it's within the core powers of the president that can't be regulated. So now the trial ends.
So you're saying that the immunity is the disposition that you can't touch something?
At least that's what I understand it to mean. It's like you run the category analysis, and then if it's within the category,
and it's resolved or given way. It's resolved or given way in favor of the president.
In terms of the category of action, yeah.
Okay, so then what you're saying is that you don't agree with Amy Coney Barrett, because all Amy Coney Barrett says is that the president is allowed to, that what all immunity means is these two propositions. And what you said is different than those two propositions. Agreed?
Well, isn't she saying that the separation of powers, or the immunity challenge, the separation of powers challenge, call it, that gets interlocutory review, would be, the question would be, was this within the core and exclusive powers of the president? That would be the claim that the president would be raising when he appeals.
Presumably, but let's just stick on the semantics. What Amy Coney Barrett's saying is that the word immunity means two propositions. A proposition is like an utterance that is truth apt. Okay, so two propositions. That when someone says immunity, what the literal term means is not a given disposition, but just the ability, right? That the president can challenge an action, not that he's going to be successful, right? It could be successful, could not be successful. So the proposition number one is that the president is allowed to challenge it legally. And proposition number two is that he can get interlocutory review for that challenge. That's all we're saying. Not that it's one way or the other, is that what immunity means is the ability to get review on the constitutionality of an issue and to do it in an interlocutory basis.
I took that to mean that they would appeal, they would get interlocutory appeal to the Supreme Court for the category of actions that were laid out in the majority opinion. So she's saying that's what they would be litigating up to the Supreme Court, right?
Presumably, yeah. I mean, like, it would be encompassed by whatever the president is arguing, right? But the president could say, the president was alleging that his clearly unofficial conduct was official. So yeah, like, you would be determining whether or not it fits into the constitutional framework as set out in the majority opinion, I guess. But it's not defining immunity in anything other than procedural guardrails, right? That you're procedurally allowed under the rules to challenge the constitutionality of a criminal statute as applied to official conduct. No one doubts that, all right? So this is like a trivial. Have you ever heard someone doubt that an official could raise a constitutionality argument related to their conduct under office, right? No one doubts that. That is something that's trivial, all right? Yes. And then two is this part about interlocutory review, which is like an additional procedural protection, which is to say, to assess the claim of immunity, you don't have to wait and go through the whole trial. You're allowed to get it faster up the appellate ladder, all right? That's all that's being talked about here. And all Amy Coney Barrett is saying is that's what immunity means, okay? That the word literally means that you're able to do these procedural things. That is, you're able to challenge the constitutionality of a criminal statute as applied to you, and you're able to do it like quickly, okay? And that's why she's putting it in scare quotes. The reason she put it in scare quotes is that's a bizarre notion of immunity, right? In other words,
it's worded a little bit weird, but I would say it's still within the context of the ruling because she agreed with every part except the evidentiary rule, right?
So I think that she's padding out the majority opinion, but I think this is like a sneaky dissent, almost like a sneaky dissent. And I disagree with it for its, I guess, foundational and conceptual guardrails and its foundation, right? So overall, I disagree with this opinion, but I do think it's like a sneaky dissent. And the reason I say that is because that's not what the fucking majority is doing. That's not what the majority is conceiving immunity to be. What the majority is conceiving of the immunity to be is not even assessing the constitutionality of a criminal statute as applied to the president's conduct in a given case, so long as it fills like a very, 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 very wide bucket. Now, I'm kind of like preloading that with my priors here, but it's basically saying anything in a given bucket is automatically exempt so long as it, regardless of whether it's legal. In other words, they're not actually assessing the legality of the conduct that you would in a normal constitutional challenge, right? In a normal constitutional challenge, you're actually going to inquire as to the constitutionality or the legality of the given thing at issue. So that's why I take exception here, both in the terminology, because if this is all immunity means, then you're going to say, well, then every lower branch official that's able to get interlocutory review has immunity. But then no one fucking talks that way. But what it's really masking here is that this is not behaving like a normal separation of challenge issue. If it were behaving like a normal separation of challenges issue and you got interlocutory appeal, then basically, people wouldn't be complaining as much. It wouldn't be an issue, right? Like normal constitutional challenges are assumed as part of our framework. We don't need to call it immunity, right? So to the extent that Amy Coney Barrett is right, none of this is immunity and none of it is shocking. But she's, I think, not right about what the majority is talking about. That the majority is doing something different.
Yeah, and can I give, which I did earlier, but I kind of want to go through the scenario again, and you tell me if this is more like the majority's view of immunity or Barrett's version of immunity, because my non-lawyer brain is having a little bit of trouble comprehending this. So the president is indicted for actions that are within his exclusive authority. Okay. So I don't know, think of any example you want. He then uses the interlocutory appeal all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court only does the analysis on whether the action is within the official actions, gets absolute immunity or presumptive immunity. They don't look at the allegations themselves. They just look at the category. And they determine that it's within the category that gets absolute immunity, therefore the trial ends. Is that how the majority
majority's
envisions?
view? Yeah, I think that's the majority's view. And it's troubling, right? Because, I'll give you an example. Example is the president orders a contingent of troops to secure a bunker. And there's an allegation of a crime there. And they say, well, this is a military order. It's in my conclusive and preclusive authority. Yes, Congress has the authority to initiate war, but I have the conclusive and preclusive authority to conduct war. And by the way, in some ways, I think that there's some truth to that argument, so far as it goes. But all it would take to get you in a bucket is some trivial, tenuous connection to federal government shit, which is horrible. Okay, that's what I'm trying to tell you. Is yes, there are situations in which I'll say the constitutional challenge should be successful. All right. But when I do that, I don't grant immunity because this is like a stupid consideration of immunity. What the majority is doing is a form of real immunity that's insane. And it's basically saying, so long as there's some tenuous connection to one of these powers and it can be construed or framed in that way, you're going to get immunity. And in other words, you will be exempt in a major way. And to the extent that it's not saying that, to the extent that immunity means something more universally understood and agreed upon, which is to say normal constitutional challenge, normal separation of powers challenges, then it's not real immunity. And we all agree.
Okay, can you like what I just did, like played out a scenario for, and you said that was the majority view. What do you take to be
the issue?
Barrett version?
Oh, I think I think the Barrett version of the setup there is that you don't have the same gloss that the majority gives to congressional to executive action. In other words, I think that Barrett, although I don't know how far I would take that, given her stance on the evidentiary ruling, and which is to say that she would allow that to come in as evidence, it's clear that she would resolve the constitutional challenges without as much gloss in favor of the executive that the majority would do, which would make it resemble more a normal separation of powers issue. Okay, so I view Barrett's sort of conception of immunity as not containing within it this implicit gloss and presumption of regularity to the executive's conduct, which makes it look and approximate more like separation of powers concerns. And that's where I see the difference, is that the majority has the gloss, and which is a major gloss, it's a major presumption, and Barrett's has much less of it. That's the difference.
So you're saying that the appeal, whenever they're like deciding whether it's immune or not immune, that they would actually look into the action, and maybe I guess maybe clarify that a little bit, because I am curious about what you think. Like, how would it be less of a gloss, is what you said?
Yeah. So like the additional part 3 here, the number. So there's proposition number 1 can challenge the constitution of criminal statute as applied to official acts in the indictment. 2 can obtain interlocutory review. So there's 1 and 2, and the unspoken 3, which isn't contained in Barrett as much, is, and the president basically always wins.
Okay.
Without judging the legal merits of the thing. We have these boxes, these humongous boxes. That's what I'm referring to as the gloss, is this kind of insane presumption, which sort of acts as an effective exemption, which starts to approximate the traditional meaning of immunity, which is exemption from a liability. So that's what I'm saying, is the actual exemption part, an exemption which isn't an affirmative defense, an exemption which isn't just striking down a law as unconstitutional as applied or in general, that the additional weight that the majority gives to executive action, that's what acts as effective immunity. And that's how he's different than the conception that Barrett provides.
Okay. Are we running out of time?
Yeah, we're out of time.
A little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. I was going to ask you about section 3.
Okay. Why don't we can come back to it. This was a long conversation, but let's come back to some of these legal issues, think on it a little bit, and we'll talk after, because I did not give you nearly enough time to ask me questions, and I feel really bad.
No, you're good. You're good. I enjoyed it.
All right. Stay cool.